Hello, everybody. Jerry Bartel here. Today is September 17th. If you can remember from my last video, September 6th, last video that I made yesterday, at the very end of September 16th, I gave you a sneak peek at a video, and this is that video, but the full version. But if you can't remember what that video was, or if you haven't seen it, then I'll give you a clue. The clue about what this video is going to be referring to. Right about now.
Democracy, the will of the majority. Congress makes the laws, our courts interpret laws. The executive branch leads and enforces the laws. The creation of a nation with states cooperation needs our participation so that we, the people, keep the land we love. Because we, the people, are America.
We the people.
Believe in liberty, democracy, the will of the majority. Congress makes the laws, our courts interpret laws. The executive branch leads and enforces the laws. The creation of the nation with states cooperation needs our participation so that we, the people, keep the land we love. Because we, the people, are America.
Sorry, folks, if I got so entranced by the song I forgot to change. So, ERB. Ta-da! Yep, it's American related, because today is a U.S. Constitution Day, or as you call U.S. Citizenship Day. And today for this video, I'm gonna be doing something I thought I'd never do. I'm gonna actually be teaching. This is gonna be both a lesson and a message video. So I'm gonna be teaching you about the U.S. Constitution, while at the same time giving a message to all American voters. So, I hope you're ready, because we're going to be starting, because I'm going to be starting the class in just right about now. Okay, folks, let's get started. Now, first off, what do you think of the background? And secondly, if you don't know where the screen's in the bottom, the screen is in the bottom left corner, and if you don't know where I am, I'm in the bottom right corner. You see me now? Anyway, let's get started with the first video.
That easy.
In this video, the Constitution is explained for kids. Learn about what the Constitution contains, why it begins with we the people, and why the Constitution is called the highest law in the land. So this video is basically this is an educational video for kids. I thought I'd start off easy for, little kids. So let's get started. Make sure. Okay, all good. Just wanted to be sure. Oh, darn it. Forgot about that. Homeschool Pop. www.homeschoolpop.com.
This is going to be great. You see, in this video, we are going to learn about the Constitution. But first, we want to hear from you. 8-year-old Madeline from Delaware watched our video on ancient Egypt and said, I learned a lot about ancient Egypt, pyramids, and mummies. That is so awesome. Thank you, Madeline. We also heard from Uriah, who's going into the 3rd grade and lives in South Carolina. Uriah said, I am getting ready for the 3rd grade, and with all your awesome videos, I know that next school year will be a success. Very cool. We are so happy to help you get ready. That was fun. Be sure and watch this video to the end to learn how you too could be featured on one of our videos. Well, as we mentioned earlier, in this video, we are going to learn about something very important called the Constitution. That's right, the Constitution. The Constitution is a very special document for the United States of America. It was written in 1787. It was the plan for how the government of the United States of America would run. It was important for the United States to approve a constitution so everyone would know how this new government would operate. Hey, did you know the Constitution has a nickname? That's right. Just like you might have a nickname, the Constitution of the United States has a nickname too. The Constitution is called the highest law in the land. It has that nickname because it truly is the highest law in the land. every other law is supposed to follow and respect the Constitution. Government leaders are called to follow the Constitution and make sure that no laws are passed that go against what is written in the Constitution. The Constitution is the law that all other laws are supposed to support and follow. So, the Constitution is a special document written in 1787. It is a written plan for how the government of the United States works. It has a nickname, the highest law of the land, because every other law is supposed to follow the rules found in it. Now we are going to look at some specific things that make the Constitution so amazing. The Constitution has a lot of words in it, but none as famous as the first 3 words. The first 3 words of the Constitution are written with big letters and say, "We the people." Why do you think the Constitution begins with those words? Why does the Constitution begin with "We the people"? Those are the words that open the Constitution because that idea is the cornerstone of our country. You see, the U.S. government exists for the people, by the people. One of the reasons the colonists fought for independence from Great Britain was to get liberty and freedom for the people. The Constitution starts with "We the people" because it is not just written to set up the United States government, it is written for the people, by the people. You see, the Constitution not only was the plan for how the United States government would work, it also protects people's rights. The Constitution is made up of 7 articles and 27 amendments. The 7 articles mainly focus on how the United States government works. The 27 amendments are additions to the Constitution that came after 1787. Many of the amendments are written about the rights that people in our country have, while other amendments have clarifications about how the United States government works. None of the amendments contradict each other or contradict any of the 7 articles. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution are known as the Bill of Rights. They protect the most basic freedoms of every American citizen. Rights are things that everyone should be allowed to do. For example, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees us freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of assembly. There are some freedoms that took a long time but finally got added to the Constitution. For example, the 13th Amendment outlawed slavery. The 15th Amendment finally gave African Americans the right to vote, and the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. Just like amendments have been added in the past, there may be more amendments that could be added in the future. Maybe in your lifetime there may be 28 or 29 or even 30 amendments. We'll just have to wait and see. That is the Constitution, the highest law in the land. With 7 articles and 27 amendments, the Constitution not only shows us how the United States government operates, it also shares the rights and freedoms we have as American citizens. Share what you learned with a friend and let us know in the comments section below what freedoms are you most thankful for. We'd love to hear from you. We were glad to have you with us today, and we'll see you again soon.
So, you made it to the end of the video. You are awesome. Remember the kids' comments? We promised you we would share how you too could be featured on one of our videos. With the help of an adult, leave your first name, age, and where you are from along with a comment. You can share a joke, a silly message, or just share how much you love us. If you are watching this as a class, you can leave a comment too. Just share your teacher's name, your grade, and where you are from for a chance to be featured on one of our videos. We hope to hear from you soon!
Thanks for watching this video! Click the button right in the middle of the screen to subscribe. Or you can watch these 2 videos. See you there.
The Constitution. It's not.
Okay, now in this video, this video is by the 10th Amendment Center.
Anyone who desires a constitutionally limited federal government should remember and celebrate that its limitations would necessarily cut both ways. Because if federal policy actually adhered to the letter of the Constitution, no single ideological camp could wield sufficient power to impose a set of beliefs on the entire country. Which was exactly the point of our federalist system, and of the 10th Amendment. Beyond specific, enumerated federal powers, an infinite number of issues were intentionally left to the authority of the people through their state governments. And it is to the states that liberals, conservatives, and even libertarians must address all questions extending beyond the constitutional purview of federal authority. Read full article here.
Let's take a look real quick. The Constitution is not for conservatives. By 10th Amendment, published on October 1st, 2009, categories Constitution featured. By
Ebach.
Anyone? Okay. Okay. Let's just read.
Not just for the Constitution. It's not just for conservatives. A 10th Amendment nation's government who desires a anyone who desires a constitutionally limited federal government should remember.
Oh, they're going to read the whole article here. I don't need to do it. I almost did though. Okay. Now let's get started.
The Constitution. It's not just for conservatives. A 10th Amendment Center featured article by Josh Ebach. Anyone who desires a constitutionally limited federal government should remember and celebrate that its limitations would necessarily cut both ways. Because if federal policy actually adhered to the letter of the Constitution, no single ideological camp could wield sufficient power to impose a set of beliefs on the entire country, which was exactly the point of our federalist system and of the 10th Amendment. Beyond specific, enumerated federal powers, an infinite number of issues were intentionally left to the authority of the people through their state governments. And it is to the states that liberals, conservatives, and even libertarians must address all questions extending beyond the constitutional purview of federal authority. Questions involving, but not limited to, healthcare. If the framers had intended the federal government to establish and manage hospitals and almshouses within the states, they would no doubt have given it the explicit authority to do so. To misconstrue the General Welfare Clause in such a way as to conjure that authority out of thin air is to commit a blatant act of intellectual dishonesty. In fact, regarding those words, general welfare, James Madison himself said, "To take them in a literal and unlimited sense would be a metamorphosis of the Constitution into a character which there is a host of proofs was not contemplated by its creators." This also includes Medicare and Social Security, both of which are preparing to default on a massive scale thanks to the sort of bureaucratic mismanagement and fiscal shell games at which governments excel. Of course, nowhere does the Constitution say that states cannot establish and bankrupt their own socialized medicine or retirement schemes. See Massachusetts and California. Drugs. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were hemp farmers. and drugs themselves have existed in various forms for thousands of years. They were certainly not unknown to the framers of our national government. Yet, accepting the repealed 18th Amendment, there is no mention of drugs or prohibition in the Constitution. It is thanks to an expansive and unlimited interpretation of the Commerce Clause that the federal government now claims the power to ban certain substances. But in 1787, the Commerce Clause was worded to make trade regular between the states by preventing protectionist tariffs, not to give Congress the power to impose national standards of morality on the marketplace. In recent years, some states have tried to reassert their authority on this issue, but a senselessly violent war continues to be waged by the federal government against the personal purchasing decisions of people in every state. Marriage. The positive impact of creating social and financial bonds between consenting adults was likely as obvious in the 18th century as it is now. But the framers had a much healthier distrust of the federal government than we do today. They gave it no power to define marriage, because the framers did not feel compelled to ask or grant the blessing of the federal government in forming private religious unions. Neither do we need it today to legitimize private unions, religious or otherwise. But as long as both parties seek to engineer social policy through the federal income tax code, the issue of marriage will needlessly divide our country, and state governments will remain unable to fully implement their citizens' will. The list goes on, but the point remains the same. America was built on individualism and freedom of choice, and what's right for one person or one state is not necessarily right for them all. There is no way to make everyone happy with every law, but abandoning the futile and divisive quest for a one-size-fits-all centralized government and returning the states to their rightful role as competing laboratories of democracy is a good start. Before America can rediscover the promise of her founding, people on both sides of the aisle must come to grips with the fact that the federal government does not exist to impose on the nation either the rights or the left's vision of freedom, morality, or social justice. Josh Ebach is a freelance writer and journalist originally from the Washington, D.C. area. He is a cynically optimistic and unrepentant news junkie. His work has been published locally and in Charleston, South Carolina. Find more of his writing online at 10thamendmentcenter.com.
Make your emails stand out. Create a business email signature for your Gmail or Outlook.
Hi.
Now we're gonna discuss about the Constitution, the Articles, and Federalism by Crash Course U.S. History. Take it away.
I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the United States Constitution. And in doing so, we're going to explore how the American style of government became the envy of the entire world, so much so that everyone else copied us. What's that, Stan? We're not going to talk about other countries stealing our form of government because no other country stole our form of government? That doesn't seem possible, Stan. No, Stan, not the Libertage. Cue the intro. So today we're going to learn why the green areas of not America didn't copy us. Alright, so as Americans may dimly remember from history classes, the constitutional system we've been living under since 1788, the year of the first presidential election, was not the original American government. The first government set up by the Continental Congress was called the Articles of Confederation, and it was, in a word, bad. In two words, it was not good, which is why it only lasted 10 years. The problem with the Confederation is that it wasn't so much a framework for a national government as it was a firm league of friendship, which unfortunately only sounds like a team of Care Bear superheroes. The Articles set up a government that consisted of a one-house body of delegates, with each state having a single vote, who, acting collectively, could make decisions on certain issues that affected all the states. There was no president and no judiciary. You can try to tell me that John Hanson, the president of the Congress, was the first American president, but it's just not true. Any decision required 9 of the 13 congressional votes, which pretty much guaranteed that no decision decisions would ever be made. Ah, supermajorities, always so efficient. But besides the 2/3 requirement, the Congress was very limited in what it could actually do. The government could declare war, conduct foreign affairs, and make treaties. Basically the stuff you need to do to go to war with England. It could coin money, but it couldn't collect taxes. That was left to the states. So if you needed money to, say, go to war with Britain, you had to ask the states politely. The articles could be amended, but that required a unanimous vote, so 0 amendments were ever passed. The government was deliberately weak, which followed logically from Americans' fear of tyrannical governments taxing them and quartering soldiers in their houses and so on. But here's the thing, weak government is like non-alcoholic beer. It's useless. That said, the Articles government did accomplish a couple things. First, it won the war, so yay! Unless you were a slave or a Native American, in which case, probable boo. Second, the government developed rules for dealing with one of the most persistent problems facing the new nation. Ohio, which was called the Northwest, presumably because it is north and west of Virginia. Getting control of the land meant taking it from the Indians who were living there, and the Articles government was empowered to make treaties, which it did. Crash Course World History fans will remember the Athenians telling the Melians that the strong do as they can and the weak suffer what they must, and the Americans definitely went to the Athenian school of treaty making. Through treaties signed at Fort Stanwix and Fort McIntosh, the Indians surrendered land north of the Ohio River. The biggest accomplishment of the Articles government was the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, which set up a process to create 5 new states between the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. 2 things to know about this. First, it acknowledged that American Indians had a claim to the land and that they had to be treated better if settlers wanted to avoid violence. And second, Stan, can I get the foreshadowing filter? Yes, perfect. The ordinance outlawed slavery in all 5 of the new states. Still, the Articles government was a complete disaster for exactly one reason. It could not collect taxes. Both the national government and the individual states had racked up massive debt to pay for the war, and their main source of revenue became tariffs, but because Congress couldn't impose them, states had to do it individually. And this made international trade a total nightmare, a fact worsened by the British being kind of cranky about us winning the war and therefore unwilling to trade with us. In 1786 and 1787, the problem got so bad in Massachusetts that farmers rose up and closed the courts to prevent them from foreclosing upon their debt-encumbered farm. This was called Shays' Rebellion after Revolutionary War veteran and indebted farmer Daniel Shays. The uprising was quelled by the state militia, but for many, this was the sign that the Articles government, which couldn't deal with the crisis at all, had to go. But not for everyone. Thomas Jefferson, for instance, was a fan of Shays' Rebellion. A little rebellion now and then is a good thing. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Which, of patriots and tyrants.
Here's a fun fact. Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber, wore a shirt that had that quote. On there. If I had a time machine, I go back to Thomas Jefferson and ask him what that quote means, what he just said. I go back to after he said it, which I don't know when it was. Ask him what it really means. And if it's supposed to... just can't believe people abuse... Just can't believe what people, do.
Which is all fine and good, unless you're the bleeding patriots or tyrants. But to most elites, Shays' Rebellion showed that too much democratic liberty among the lower classes could threaten private property. Also, people who held government bonds were nervous because without tax revenue, they were unlikely to get paid back. And when rich people feel like something has to be done, something is usually done. Let's go to the thought bubble. The first attempt to do something was a meeting in Annapolis in 1786 aimed at better regulating international trade. Only 6 states sent delegates, but they agreed to meet the next year in Philadelphia to revise the Articles of Confederation. The delegates who met in Philly the next year had a funny definition of revision, though. Rather than make tweaks to the Articles, they wrote a new charter of government, the Constitution, which is, with some significant alterations, the same one that Americans live under and argue about today. Despite what some seem to believe, the 55 men who met in Philadelphia and hammered out a new form of government were not gods, but they were far from ordinary, especially for the time. Most were wealthy, some very much so. More than half had college educations, which was super rare since 0.001% of Americans attended college at the time. About 40% had served in the army during the war, but one thing they all shared was a desire for a stronger national government. The delegates agreed on many things. The government should have executive, legislative, and judicial branches and should be Republican with representatives rather than direct democracy. But the devil appeared in the details. Alexander Hamilton, probably the biggest proponent of very strong government, wanted the president and Senate to serve life terms, for example. That idea went nowhere because the overarching concern of almost all the delegates was to create a government that would protect against both tyranny by the government itself and tyranny by the people. They didn't want too much government, but they also didn't want too much democracy, which is why our presidents are still technically elected not directly by regular people, but by 538 members of the Electoral College. This system is so Byzantine and strange that when American politicians speak of spreading democracy through the world, they never actually advocate for American-style elections. Thanks, Thought. Yes, I know, you have fantastic elections in Canada. Yeah, right, okay, all that too. I get it. Okay, it's U.S. history, Thought Bubble. So conflicts between competing interests arose quickly at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, the first being between states with big populations and those with small populations. Large states supported James Madison's Virginia plan, which called for a two-house legislature with representation in both proportional to a state's population, and smaller states, fearing that the big boys would dominate, rallied behind the New Jersey plan. New Jersey. This called for a single legislative house with equal representation for each state, as with the Articles of Confederation. But of course, coming from New Jersey, it had no chance of succeeding, and sure enough, it didn't. Instead, we got the Great Compromise, brokered by Connecticut's Roger Sherman, which gave us two houses. A House of Representatives with representation proportional to each state's population, and a Senate with 2 members from each state. House members, also called congressmen, served 2-year terms, while senators served 6-year terms, with 1/3 of them being up for election in every 2-year cycle. The House was designed to be responsive to the people, while the Senate was created to never pass anything, and it was so masterfully designed that it still works to this day. However, this solution created another problem: who should be counted in terms of representation? Slaveholding states wanted slaves to count toward their population, even though of course they could not vote because they were property. States with few slaves argued that slaves shouldn't be counted as people because, just to be clear, none of these dudes were not racist. This issue was solved with the notorious 3/5 compromise. For the purpose of determining the population, the total number of white people plus 3/5 the population of other persons, the word slave was never used, would be the basis for the calculation. So, yeah, that's still in the Constitution. The Constitution also contains a fugitive slave clause requiring any escaped slave to be returned to their master. And this meant that a slave couldn't escape slavery by moving to a state where slavery was outlawed, which meant that on some level, some states couldn't enforce their own laws. Spoiler alert, this becomes problematic. But except for the tyranny of slavery, the framers really hated tyranny. To avoid tyranny of the government, the Constitution embraced 2 principles: separation of powers and federalism. The government was divided into 3 branches: legislative, executive, and judiciary. And the Constitution incorporated checks and balances. Each branch can check the power of the others. The legislature can make laws, but the president can veto those laws. The judiciary can declare laws void too, but that's a power they had to grant themselves. You won't find it in the Constitution, I promise. You can look for it. And federalism is the idea that governmental authority rests both in the national and the state governments. I promise. You can look.
Marbury v. Madison was the case that established the practice of judiciary review. We'll talk more about John Marshall, the Supreme Court, and judicial review when we discuss Thomas Jefferson's presidency.
And federalism is the idea that governmental authority rests both in the national and the state governments. As an American, I am a citizen both of the United States and of the state of Indiana. And the national government, the one set up by the Constitution, is supposed to be limited in scope to certain enumerated powers. Most other powers, especially the protection of health, safety, and morals, are left to the states. But the Constitution also seeks to protect against the radicalism that too much democracy can bring. The mostly rich framers worried that the people, many of whom were poor and indebted, might vote in congresspeople or, God forbid, a president in favor of, redistribution of property. To hedge against this, senators were elected by the states, usually by state legislatures, and they were supposed to be leading citizen types. You know, the kind of good Americans who take bribes and have adulterous affairs in airport bathrooms and patronize prostitutes and shoot Alexander Hamilton. Anyway, the other hedge against too much democracy is the aforementioned Electoral College, which many Americans hate because it has the potential to elect a president who did not win the popular vote. But that's kind of the point. The electors were supposed to be prominent, educated men of property who were better able to elect a president than, the rabble. But the Constitution of the United States is a really impressive document, especially when you consider its longevity. I mean, as Crash Course World History fans will remember, the nation-state is pretty new on the historical scene, and the United States established by the Constitution is actually one of the oldest ones. But the Constitution would be meaningless if it hadn't been ratified, which it was, but not without a fight that helped clarify America's political ideology. 9 out of the 13 states were required to ratify the Constitution, and special conventions called for the purpose. In order to convince the delegates to vote for it, 3 of the framers, Alexander Hamilton, which special conventions.
Delaware is the first state to ratify the new Constitution. The delegates held a 5-day convention in a tavern, and they ratified the document on December 7th, 1787.
Called for the purpose. In order to convince the delegates to vote for it, 3 of the framers, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay, wrote a series of 85 essays that together are known as the Federalist Papers. Taken together, they're a powerful and ultimately persuasive argument for why a strong national government is necessary and ultimately not a threat to people's liberty. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. If I name the author of the mystery document, shock as in surprise. If I don't, shock as in Alright, Stan, let's see what we got here. If circumstances should at any time oblige the government to form an army of any magnitude, that army can never be formidable to the liberties of the people while there is a large body of citizens, little, if at all, inferior to them in discipline and the use of arms, who stand ready to defend their own rights and those of their fellow citizens. This appears to me the only substitute that can be devised for a standing army and the best possible security against it, if it should exist. Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton. Yes! Too easy, Stan, although I appreciate the opportunity for a rant. The whole idea of the Second Amendment was that the people could protect themselves from a standing army by being equally well armed, which these days would mean not that citizens should have the right to buy assault rifles, but that they should have the right to buy, like, unmanned drones and arguably suitcase nukes. And by the way, in the Constitution, this is not listed as a privilege, it is listed as a right. And as a right, if I can't afford my own Predator drone, I guess the government should buy one for me. It's almost as if Alexander Hamilton had no way of knowing that weaponry would one day advance past the musket. P.S. You know how Alexander Hamilton died? Gunshot! Sorry, I had to. I am on a roll. So it would be easy to ignore the people who opposed the Constitution because, you know, they lost. But some of the ideas of these so-called anti-federalists were particularly powerful and they deserve a bit of attention. Anti-federalists, unlike the mostly wealthy federalists, were usually supported by common people, small farmers who weren't as involved in commercial activity. They saw less need for a strong national government that would foster trade and protect creditors. And the anti-federalists were very afraid of a strong government, especially one dominated by the wealthy. Writers like James Winthrop held that a large group of United States would be like an empire and that no extensive empire can be governed upon republican principles. As evidence, he could point to Britain, or all the way back to Rome. Smaller, more local governments are more responsive to the people and better able to protect their rights. To the anti-federalists, that meant state governments. And while ultimately the Federalists won out and the Constitution was ratified, the issue of how large government should be did not go away. So the Constitution was really only a starting point. It's a vague document, and the details would be worked out in the political process, and then on the battlefield. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raoul Meyer, and myself, edited by Stan and Mark Olson. The associate producer is Danica Johnson, and our graphics team is Thought Bubble. If you have questions about today's video or anything about American history, good news, there are historians in comments, so ask away. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome.
Hi, I'm Brad Callen, and in this video, I'm going to show you how anyone can quickly and easily create doodle videos.
Okay, now Judy Walton is going to be talking about the making of the American Constitution via TED-Ed. Take it away.
It is the spring of 1787. The Revolutionary War has been over for only 6 years, and the young United States is still struggling in its infancy. Uprisings, boundary disputes, and the lack of a common vision all plague the newborn country. In an effort to steady this precarious ship, the Confederation Congress calls on states to send delegates to the Grand Convention, to begin on May 14th in Philadelphia. The delegates must draft revisions to the Articles of Confederation, which would then be considered by the Congress and approved by the states. Under the terms of the Articles, all 13 states had to agree to any changes. Since the purpose of the convention is just to make recommendations, not everyone is excited about attending, and frankly, some think it's a waste of time. As men from different parts of the country begin to travel down dusty, rutted roads on the way to Philadelphia, not all states send delegates. In fact, Rhode Island never even shows up. On May 14th, only 8 delegates, not states, but individual delegates, are present. So they wait. Finally, on May 25th, the necessary quorum of 7 states is achieved. In all, 55 delegates arrive in Philadelphia over the course of the convention. They are all white males, property owners, and the average age is about 44. Some are slaveholders, some had signed the Declaration of Independence, and almost all are well educated. Picture the delegates, James Madison and George Washington among them, sitting in Independence Hall in hot, humid Philadelphia. They're all wearing the dress of the day, frock coats, high collars, and thick pants. They vote to keep their discussions secret, to encourage honest debate. But that means the windows are closed, and there is no air conditioning in 1787, not even an electric fan. And they'll sit in that sweltering heat in those heavy clothes for 3 months. Shockingly, they all keep their vow of secrecy. That could never happen today. not even for an hour-long meeting. Someone would share, James Madison thinks he's so smart, keyword, articles are dead, via social media, and the whole thing would be a disaster. But in 1787, there are no leaks, not even a drip that hints at what they are doing. And what they are doing is nothing short of overthrowing the very government that sent them there. Within a few days, with only a 7-state quorum, and only 6 of those states agreeing, a handful of men changed the course of history. They vote to get rid of the Articles of Confederation and write a new, more nationalistic document that becomes our Constitution. The risk is immense. Everyone on the outside assumes they were working on recommended revisions to the Articles. It's an incredible gamble, and even when the convention presents the signed Constitution on September 17th, not all delegates endorse it. The country will argue and debate for 2 more years before the document is adopted by the required 9 out of 13 states. But instead of punishing them for their deception, today we celebrate the wisdom and vision of those men in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy Walton. Now, this is kind of a full movie. So,
A More Perfect Union explores the many challenges facing the new nation and describes how our founding fathers, led by George Washington, created the United States Constitution. Born of compromise, this founding document laid the foundation for our more perfect union.
okay, let's take a look. Support for this program provided by the Lifeguard Society of Historical Mount Vernon, Warren Charitable Foundation, and Anne and Hugh Scott III.
History is filled with stories of rebellion and revolution, oppressor and oppressed. But for every dictator overthrown and noble victory achieved, too many revolutions have succumbed to either the siren call of new tyrants or descended into bloody chaos. So how is it that the United States, formed from its own 8-year war, managed to avoid these common pitfalls? How is it that no American king stepped forward to be crowned? That 13 fractious states chose to unify rather than go their separate ways? It was largely due to the leadership of a small group of visionaries who understood the lessons of the past and sought a new representative form of government. Leaders like George Washington, who were capable of compromise while pursuing a more perfect union.
Perfect union, George Washington, and the making of the Constitution. Let's see what it was like for them.
The American revolutionaries declared that government existed to protect fundamental rights, and when those rights were violated, that government could be overthrown. But what should fill the void? A government made too powerful could lead to tyranny, but without power to protect the rule of law and the liberties of the people, anarchy. The trick was finding the right balance. During the War for Independence, the colonies had united under the Articles of Confederation. The bond formed under the Articles was weak at best. The Confederation Congress had no power to tax or coordinate foreign policy. The states, retaining much of their original sovereignty, even had their own separate currencies. Though the Americans had secured their independence under the Articles, it was increasingly evident that this weak government was no match for the diverging interests and priorities of the individual states. It was a union in name only. Though he had led the Americans to victory, General George Washington was unsure about the lasting stability of this new American nation. If the citizens did not find a way to set aside their regional interests for the greater good, America risked civil war or being picked apart by foreign powers. But he had relinquished his command and resumed a private life at Mount Vernon, Now, he said, it was the choice of the people, whether they will be respectable and prosperous, or contemptible and miserable as a nation. But his advice was ignored. The states were in debt from the war and acted with increasing self-interest. Some responded by printing paper money, causing rampant inflation. Others raised taxes on farmers, throwing them in jail when they could not pay. Without power to tax or enforce law, the Confederation Congress could do little but watch. It was so weak, it did not even have the power to enforce the peace treaty with Great Britain, whose forces lingered menacingly in American territory. Foreign policy consisted of begging for new loans to pay existing debts. By 1786, the Union was unraveling. Amending the Articles of Confederation required unanimous support of the 13 states, an impossible hurdle. To a growing number of the nation's political and intellectual leaders, a new lasting solution was needed. A new national constitution. But without widespread public support, could there really be any chance of reform? For the Constitutional Convention to have any chance of success, they needed the leadership of the only man known and trusted throughout the states.
Yes. Yeah, okay. My mother was asking me if I should have a smoothie. I said yes. So, let's continue.
They needed George Washington. But Washington was reluctant to leave Mount Vernon and risk his hard-won reputation in a cause that was less than certain. That it is necessary to revise and amend the Articles of Confederation, I entertain no doubt, he uttered. But what may be the consequences of such an attempt is doubtful. In the fall of 1786, angry mobs of farmers, led by the Revolutionary War veteran Daniel Shays, went on the march through Massachusetts, protesting high taxes, closing courthouses, and threatening the armory in Springfield. Ultimately, Shays' rebellion was brought to a bloody halt, but the fear of further uprisings convinced Congress that action was needed. They called for a national convention to be held in Philadelphia in 1787. There are combustibles in every state which a spark may set fire to, Washington exclaimed. He agreed to attend the convention, concluding that reform of the present system is indispensable. He would wager his hard-earned reputation on the hope that the convention would succeed, not in revising the Articles of Confederation, but in drafting a new constitution that would create a truly national government. Throughout May 1787, delegates from all over the Union arrived in Philadelphia. Luminaries like Benjamin Franklin and rising stars like Alexander Hamilton were in attendance. There were 7 former governors, including Virginia's Edmund Randolph, and jurists like Pennsylvania's James Wilson. And there were relative newcomers like James Madison. Eventually, 55 men would serve at the convention. And chairing this body, George Washington. Together, they had won the war. Now, they needed to secure the peace. Foreign powers had predicted the American experiment would fail. This convention sought to prove the world wrong. The delegates agreed that they would write a new constitution. It was risky. They were only authorized by Congress to suggest amendments to the existing Articles of Confederation. To proceed, they would work in secret. Windows were shuttered despite the summer heat, and oaths of secrecy were taken. It was thanks to James Madison's diligent note-taking that we even know what took place. There was little unity over many of the most important questions confronting the delegates. Smaller states, which had enjoyed equal representation in the existing government, feared they would lose sovereignty to the dominance of the larger states. Delaware's Gunning Bedford warned that the small states would find some foreign ally if their autonomy was threatened. The larger states wanted representation based on population. James Wilson reminded the delegates, "Can we forget for whom we are forming a government? Is it for men or for the imaginary beings called states?" As the debate went on, 2 delegates from New York walked out, believing the convention had exceeded its mandate. If others left, the convention might collapse. Overseeing the debate, Washington grew anxious for a solution. Then Roger Sherman of Connecticut arrived with a proposal. It would come to be known as the Great Compromise. Sherman proposed a legislature split into 2 bodies. One would allocate representatives based on a state's population. The other would treat states as equals. Here was the birth of the House of Representatives and Senate. The Great Compromise broke the deadlock between large and small states, but left them with a new, troubling question. The next challenge: how would enslaved people be counted for purposes of representation and taxation? In 1787, slavery existed in every state except Massachusetts. But the institution was most heavily concentrated on the plantations and farms of the southern states. This painful reality raised the question of how should states determine population. More to the point, who counts as a person? The southern state delegations, led by Charles Pinckney and Pierce Butler, sought to have slaves counted as part of their population, even though they were considered to be property by their owners.
Thank you. Here, can you fill this up with ice? Thank you. The smoothie. Let's get back to it.
The Southern delegates threatened to oppose any actions that would limit or constrain slavery.
In the extreme.
Some Northern delegates were incredulous. Once again, faced with the threat of a mass defection and a doomed convention, the delegates reached yet another compromise. They agreed to count all slaves, for purposes of representation, as 3/5 of a person. Looking back through time, this 3/5 decision looks like a moral failure. But to the delegates, many who assumed that slavery was already fading away, this compromise was deemed necessary if the Constitutional Convention was to have any chance of success. Of course, what the delegates could not see is that this new Constitution left millions in bondage and failed to extinguish the slow fuse that would ignite in bloody civil war 70 years later. The last challenge: would the American people accept a powerful executive? The Articles of Confederation lacked one. Each state could overrule the others. There was nobody to transcend states' interests and represent the nation's. Hamilton and Madison argued a powerful national leader was necessary. Madison's proposal, the Virginia Plan, offered a powerful single executive balanced by a representative legislature and a judiciary. Others, including Edmund Randolph, questioned the nature of this executive, worrying that too much power in the hands of one person could lead to monarchy. Even Benjamin Franklin expressed concern. Though he expected Washington would likely be the first to serve as the chief executive, he worried that nobody knows what sort may come afterwards. But in the end, the proposal for a single executive carried, based largely on the hope that one man would lead the new government: George Washington. The public had been kept in the dark for months. What had the greatest minds of their country, their beloved General Washington, conceived? By the time the Constitution was ready for signing, 42 of the original 55 delegates remained in Philadelphia. Washington signed first, followed by the rest. 3 delegates, George Mason, Elbridge Gerry, and Edmund Randolph, refused to sign, protesting the lack of a Bill of Rights. What they signed contained a mere 7 articles. 7 pieces that together formed a new government. The first 3 defined the branches of government, creating checks and balances between them. 3 more outlined the relationship between the states and the federal government, along with the process for making amendments. And the 7th established rules by which the new Constitution could be adopted. The reaction was mixed. The Confederation Congress briefly considered censuring the delegates for exceeding their original mandate.
What? Tastes okay? Yeah.
But they concluded something needed to be done, and that this new constitution was the best option. The states were called upon to form conventions to ratify or reject the new charter. At least 9 states had to approve for it to take effect. Any less, and the Constitution would be dead. Rival factions quickly formed.
King is a king is a king.
Disagree. Wants to keep us all together.
Some favored the new Constitution as a necessity. They became known as Federalists. Others, like the patriot Patrick Henry, were skeptical. The Constitution had no guarantee of individual rights, like a free press and protections against unlawful prosecution. And they feared the executive could become a tyrant.
The whole of Europe has been within that space for hundreds of years.
Together, they were known as anti-federalists. In states where federalists held sway, ratification came quickly. Delaware was first, voting unanimously in favor on December 7th. 5 more states followed over the next 2 months. But 6 states were far from the 9 required. Even worse, the largest and most powerful states, New York and Virginia, were deadlocked. Could there really be a United States without New York and Virginia? In Virginia, Patrick Henry and George Mason were the most vocal opponents of ratification, fearing its lack of safeguards for individual liberty. James Madison, with the quiet support of Washington, argued fervently in support of the Constitution. 2 more states voted to ratify. Just 1 was needed for the Constitution, the new federal government, to be born. Who would be the 9th? Could New York be convinced to ratify? Could Virginia? Or would the United States be born in pieces? Would Washington suffer the indignity of seeing his native state reject the Constitution he worked so hard to conceive? On June 25th, 1788, Virginia's votes were cast. It was 2 days before the news reached Mount Vernon. Virginia's convention had compromised. They asked that a Bill of Rights be added to the Constitution, and they had voted to ratify by a margin of just 10 votes. Unbeknownst to them, just 4 days earlier, New Hampshire had become the 9th state to ratify. They had ensured the United States would be born. Now, by its vote, Virginia had ensured the United States would live. Though he had remained publicly silent in the debate, the public's faith in George Washington's role at the Constitutional Convention played a vital role in Virginia's ascent. Be assured, wrote James Monroe in a letter to Thomas Jefferson, that Washington's influence carried the government. The new government now a certainty. And with the endorsement of Virginia, the remaining states, including New York, voted in favor. Rhode Island would be the last holdout, joining the Union in 1790. After ratification, the question now turned toward just who would lead this new government. It seemed a foregone conclusion that George Washington would be its first president. He had presided over the Constitutional Convention. He was trusted, beloved. Many had agreed to support ratifying the new charter because they believed Washington would assume a leadership role. But he was eager for a life of tranquility at his Mount Vernon estate. Letters from leaders throughout the states began to arrive, urging him to reconsider. No other man could bind the fractious nation together. Duty overcame desire. To deny the call he realized would see the country shipwrecked in sight of the port. he decided he would re-enter public life if the voters wanted him. On April 14th, 1789, the answer came by way of a messenger from Congress. It had taken several months to complete the tally. George Washington had been elected president by a unanimous vote of the electors. His leadership carried a nation ahead and into a realm unknown to humankind. There were rights to be guaranteed, a presidency to be defined, and a nation to be built from a collection of feuding states. There were rivalries to be healed and compromises to be made to ensure the great American experiment continued. Thanks to the leadership of George Washington and his fellow delegates, the former colonies were truly unified into one United States, equipped with a representative government that was both balanced and empowered to serve the people. Now, more than 200 years old, the U.S. Constitution has endured to become the world's oldest representative constitution in existence today. Born of compromise and enhanced through amendments, the Constitution continues to be the democratic bedrock of our more perfect union.
George Washington, a more perfect union. George Washington to make it the Constitution. George Washington, Mount Vernon. www.mountvernon.org. Support for the program provided by the Laker. Narrator, Michael Ortego. I'll let you read it. WideAwakeFilms.com. 2017 George Washington Mount Vernon, all rights reserved. Almost.
A More Perfect Union explores the many challenges facing the new nation and describes how our founding fathers, led by George Washington, created the United States Constitution. Born of compromise, this founding document laid the foundation for our more perfect union. Constitution Day 2020 has more meaning than ever before. We must never forget our past, or we will be doomed to repeat it. Today we challenge you to read the Constitution with your family, and make sure to discuss the importance of the Constitution headed into this next election.
Hey guys, welcome back to another day at One Room Schoolhouse. We are actually over at Mercury One inside of the new exhibit space. We actually just had our first event here last night. We're getting it ready so that you guys can come over, check out the collection, be a part of all the fun and amazing things that are happening here. But we wanted to talk a little bit about what is happening today because it is Constitution Day, which I don't know about you, it's one of my favorite days of the year because I think we should all, have a party and celebrate the Constitution because of how successful it really has been.
If you like protests and revolutions and violent stuff, you
the Constitution because of how successful it really has been.
If you like protests and revolutions and violent stuff, you're probably not going to like Constitution Day because this is a successful day.
Exactly, because America has actually had one of the longest lasting written constitutions in the history of the world. In fact, we are over 230 years underneath the same constitution, which is actually exceptional in the history of the world.
What is the average length of a constitution for every other nation in the world?
The average length for a constitution for the rest of the world is only 17 years.
The problem we have is we've been stable for so long, we just take it for granted.
Yep.
One of the great lessons I learned is from this guy right here, Dr. Benjamin Rush. Benjamin Rush, we have his prayer journal, and in his writings and memoirs, he's talking about how that as a Christian, he wants to be really appreciative to God for all the blessings he enjoyed. And so he goes through this list of blessings. And as I was reading it, it was kind of like, what? Because he's thanking God for this, and he says, and I thank God for all the times I have not fallen down the stairs. You go, what? And I thought about it, I thought, that's really true. If you fall down the stairs, that's what people notice, and that's not a blessing. It's like when you don't fall down the stairs, you take that for granted. If you go out driving your car, you don't have a wreck, that's no big deal. You would notice if you have a wreck, but the blessing is not having a wreck. And so many of the things that are our greatest blessings, we just take for granted. Our health until we lose it, or our family until something happens, or our Constitution, our stability until you lose it. And so we talked last week about the 1619 Project. The 1619 Project, one of the fundamental premises is that America was founded on slavery to perpetuate slavery, and that the constitutional system we have is a source of all ills, including racism. So if you want to get rid of racism, you got to get rid of the constitutional system. They don't have a clue what's going on. I live in a nation where you have a constitution every 17 years. I mean, we've been blessed with stability.
Yeah, I mean, underneath the American Constitution, more people have been really freed out of slavery. I mean, to this day, America is one of the leading nations in the world fighting against slavery.
Yeah, and on the global standard, on the world standard, America is listed as the #2 nation in the world, only behind Netherlands, in fighting slavery and racism. So of 195 nations, we're #2 in the list.
Yeah, and all of that goes back to the stability, prosperity, success that we've enjoyed because of our constitutional system, which secures equal rights to all people. And what's great about the Constitution, too, is if we have an issue with it, the founders understood, there has to be a way to remedy that through a constitutional process known as the amendment process. So if we have an issue with the Constitution, don't throw the Constitution away.
That's right.
Let's deliberate on it. Let's think about it. Let's join together and reason it out.
The Constitution really kind of starts back with the signers of the Declaration, because they laid out the principles of government. And then 11 years later, they said, all right, these principles we laid out, let's do a constitution based on that. And it worked really well until you had a lot of racist people who said, well, equal rights for everybody except blacks, and they should be slaves. And so what happened was, we're standing here beside a desk that's from the old U.S. House of Representatives. This desk, it was used in the House of Representatives from 1857 to 1873. So that means it's seen a lot of stuff. It was there when Charles Sumner was caned over in the Senate because he's an abolitionist, and a pro-slavery rep from the House went over and just clubbed him down. This saw secession. When all the Southern congressmen left, all the Democrats from the South said, we're out of here, they left. This desk went through secession. And then it went through the Civil War. And then this desk saw constitutional amendments, 3 of them. This desk saw the 13th Amendment, where we abolished slavery, the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing all former slaves equal rights regardless of color of skin, and then the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed that all people had the right to vote. So this went through a lot of stuff. The last guy to use this was a congressman named John Lynch out of Maine, who was a Republican, anti-slavery guy. But this went all the way up to the end of Reconstruction essentially. So it probably saw, out of the 23 or so civil rights laws, this desk probably saw at least 20 of the 23 civil rights laws being passed. Amazing. So we got a great Constitution. We've changed it from time to time as it needed to be changed. And again, if those guys in the South had just remembered the principles of the Declaration that all men are created equal, we wouldn't have had to change it. But when you get away from that, sometimes you do. But it's still, even with the changes we've made, it's the longest lasting, ongoing Constitution in the world. And, I mean, that's a huge blessing.
Yeah, and so this year for Constitution Day, really take time, read it if you haven't read it all the way through, learn some more things about it. In fact, we actually just had a new book come out called The American Story. And in the latter half of that, we actually spend a long time going through almost line by line the Constitution, what it means, why it says that, why it really is an exceptionally great document and one that we're blessed to live under. So this Constitution Day, pick up The American Story, learn more about the Constitution, and join us next time on the One Room Schoolhouse.
To learn more, to go to www.wallbuilders.com. All right, now let's see this. Now this video by the 10th Amendment. Okay, I think this might be what it's about.
Some people, including the former law instructor who now serves as President of the United States, believe that it is impossible to reconstruct the Constitution's original meaning. As this book demonstrates, that view is substantially incorrect. The original Constitution fills a void that has existed for a long time: the need for a clear, complete, easy-to-read guide to what our Constitution really means. Using evidence overlooked by nearly all other writers and assessing it with scrupulous objectivity, the original Constitution tells you the truth about the Constitution. The Constitution the founders gave us, that is, instead of the distorted version of it foisted upon us today. In the original Constitution you will learn what the founders empowered Congress to do and the limits they imposed. Why modern free speech law is largely wrong. What the Constitution's ban on establishment of religion really means. The facts may surprise you. How politicians and activist judges pulled American government away from its constitutional roots. What the Constitution really means when it uses terms like impeachment, commerce, necessary and proper, and natural born. The original Constitution is a timeless work. It gives you the tools you need to understand the proper role of the federal government and to counter common myths about America's founders and the Constitution they gave us. Written in a style readily understandable by the average citizen, this book certainly will be an indispensable part of your personal library.
Now let's really quick talk about the author before we go to the video.
About the author, Robert G. Nat Elson is one of America's best-known constitutional scholars. He served as a law professor for 25 years and has written for some of the world's leading legal publishers. He is now Senior Fellow in Constitutional Jurisprudence at the Independence Institute in Golden, Colorado.
All right. Now that we got that out of the way, let's do this.
The original Constitution, what it really said and meant, written by Robert G. Nadelson and published by the 10th Amendment Center, has just been released in its second edition. Some people, including the former law instructor who now serves as President of the United States, believe that it is impossible to reconstruct the Constitution's original meaning. As this book demonstrates, that view is substantially incorrect. The original Constitution fills a void that has existed for a long time. The need for a clear, complete, easy-to-read guide to what our Constitution really means. Using evidence overlooked by nearly all other writers, and assessing it with scrupulous objectivity, the original Constitution tells you the truth about the Constitution. The Constitution the founders gave us, that is, instead of the distorted version of it foisted upon us today. In the original Constitution, you will learn what the founders empowered Congress to do, and the limits they imposed. Why modern free speech law is largely wrong. What the Constitution's ban on establishment of religion really means. The facts may surprise you. How politicians and activist judges pulled American government away from its constitutional roots. What the Constitution really means when it uses terms like impeachment, commerce, necessary and proper, and natural born. The original Constitution is a timeless work. It gives you the tools you need to understand the proper role of the federal government and to counter common myths about America's founders and the Constitution they gave us. Written in a style readily understandable by the average person, this book certainly will be an indispensable part of your personal library. Get this indispensable educational tool, the original Constitution, online at 10thamendmentcenter.com.
I will. I hope. And so should you. Okay, now we're gonna take a break. Take a break with an advertisement. With a little ad. So after that we're gonna play this 1 hour. After that I'm gonna play this 1 hour video without me included. It's about the United States Constitution Amendments, Bill of Rights, complete text and audio. Basically, you get to actually read the Bill of Rights, or basically or listen to it. So, and after that video, there'll be another commercial break, and then we'll be back. Then I'll be back. Alrighty. So. Enjoy. Enjoy. Enjoy your commercial break.
The Constitution of the United States of America, September 17, 1787.
Preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1. Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years, and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of the state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 5. Each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members, in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide. Each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may, in their judgment, require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either House on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither House, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two Houses shall be sitting. Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be ascertained by law, and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either House, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either House during his continuance in office. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it, with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases, the votes of both Houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each House respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or, being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. To establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. To establish post offices and post roads. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and offenses against the law of nations. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. To provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states, respectively, the appointment of the officers, and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by secession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the election of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof. Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state, or with a foreign power, or engage in war unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Article 2. Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and, together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, But no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the vote shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for President. And if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the President. But in choosing the President, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States, at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly, until the disability be removed, or a President shall be elected. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation, which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected. And he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States, or any of them. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states, when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 3. Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases, in law and equity, arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens or subjects. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attained. Article 4. Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof. Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up, to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. And nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature, or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes, as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress. Provided that no amendment, which may be made prior to the year 1808, shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states, so ratifying the same.
Amendments. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Amendment 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in the manner to be prescribed by law. Amendment 4. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Amendment 7. In suits at common law, where the value of controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Amendment 11. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. Amendment 12. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for President and Vice President, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as President, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as Vice President. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as President and of all persons voted for as Vice President, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as President, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a President whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the Vice President shall act as President, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the President. The person having the greatest number of votes as Vice President shall be the Vice President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of President shall be eligible to that of Vice President of the United States. Amendment 13. Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 14. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age, and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States, or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each House, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. The Congress shall have power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article. Amendment 15. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 16. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. Amendment 17. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislatures. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislature of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislature may direct. This amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution. Amendment 18. Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territory subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. Section 2. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. Amendment 19. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 20. Section 1. The terms of the President and Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January, of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin. Section 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 3. If, at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the President-elect shall have died, the Vice President-elect shall become President. If a President shall not have been chosen before the time fixed for the beginning of his term, or if the President-elect shall have failed to qualify, then the Vice President-elect shall act as President until a President shall have qualified. And the Congress may by law provide for the case where neither a President-elect nor a Vice President-elect shall have qualified, declaring who shall then act as President, or the manner in which one who is to act shall be selected, and such person shall act accordingly until a President or Vice President shall have qualified. Section 4. The Congress may by law provide for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the House of Representatives may choose a President whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them, and for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the Senate may choose a Vice President whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them. Section 5. Sections 1 and 2 shall take effect on the 15th day of October following the ratification of this article. Section 6. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission. Amendment 21. Section 1. The 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Section 2. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors, in violation of the laws thereof, is hereby prohibited. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. Amendment 22. Section 1. No person shall be elected to the office of the President more than twice, and no person who has held the office of President or acted as President for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected President shall be elected to the office of the President more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of President when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of President or acting as President during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of President or acting as President during the remainder of such term. Section 2. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress. Amendment 23. Section 1. The district constituting the seat of government of the United States shall appoint in such manner as the Congress may direct a number of electors of president and vice president equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, but in no event more than the least populous state. They shall be in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purposes of the election of president and vice president to be electors appointed by a state, and they shall meet in the district and perform such duties as provided by the 12th Article of Amendment. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 24. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress, shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay any poll tax or other tax. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 25. Section 1. In case of the removal of the President from office or of his death or resignation, the Vice President shall become President. Section 2. Whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the Vice President, the President shall nominate a Vice President who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Section 3. Whenever the President transmits to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the Vice President as acting President. Section 4. Whenever the Vice President and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the Vice President shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting President. Thereafter, when the President transmits to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office, unless the Vice President and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit within 4 days to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose, if not in session. If the Congress, within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or, if Congress is not in session, within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the Vice President shall continue to discharge the same as acting President. Otherwise, the President shall resume the powers and duties of his office. Amendment 26. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of age. Section 2. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 27. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. End of the Constitution of the United States of America.
The Constitution is relatively short as important legal documents go. If you don't believe me, take a look at the state constitution. State constitutions are always much, much bigger than the U.S. Constitution. They go into more detail. The U.S. Constitution was intentionally left somewhat inexact. The result has been that it has needed interpretation. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as we go along. But for a short document, there's an awful lot of information in it. And in the hour and a half that we have this evening, we can't study everything. So I've made some editorial choices of what we'll focus on. And primarily what I'm focusing on are constitutional issues and topics that seem to be coming up in the news and in what's going on in the country. And I want to focus somewhat on those so that as these things are happening, hopefully we have a good understanding of what's happening. I've spoken to a number of people who, if they ever really took time to look at the Constitution, it was probably back in high school. So it's been a while, and I think to be good informed citizens, we need to review it every once in a while. One thing I do not want to do this evening, and that's get into pros and cons on issues. There are forums for that. This is not that. This is for information, for review, for getting us all kind of back up to speed on the basics. And then we can go to other forums and talk about pros and cons, whether this particular portion of the Constitution is being adhered to and that one maybe isn't. We're not going to get into that tonight. That's for other forums. I welcome questions, as long as let's try to keep them reasonably short, because as we do have a lot of ground to cover in a relatively short amount of time. And one question I'll answer right off the top, some of the spelling is funny. Keep in mind that in the 1780s they were still using British spelling. And also some words get capitalized that we wouldn't bother capitalizing them today. So just go with it. It's what it is. During the Revolutionary War, during the War of Independence from Britain, there really was no document that governed how the United States, what had been the colonies, what were becoming the United States, would be governed. There was no constitution, nothing along those lines. Once the war was over, once independence was won, the states in the Continental Congress, the ruling body that had started the war on behalf of the colonies, decided we need some kind of framework on how we're going to govern this new independent nation. And the states came together and they wrote something called the Articles of Confederation. You wouldn't recognize it when you compare it to the Constitution. It left the central government extremely weak. It had no power of taxation. It had to beg money from the different states. Many of the states continued to each one print their own money, charge import and export duties at the state line, something that it's hard to imagine today. Right? We cross state lines without even thinking about it anymore. But that was a very different thing. But very quickly, the leaders of the new nation realized this wasn't working. It was too loose. It gave the central government no authority, no power. It was completely at the mercy of the individual states. So it really wasn't like one nation. It was kind of like 13 different nations in a kind of a loose alliance. And they didn't want that. They wanted something stronger. And so in 1787, the Congress of the Confederation called for a constitutional convention. Delegates from most of the states gathered in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787. And it's fascinating reading to read stories of that summer, of that convention. And on the back table, when we're done, you might want to take a look. There are quite a few books about the Constitution and the Constitutional Convention. It's fascinating reading. And in the end, what they did, what they actually had been called on to do, was to decide how to improve the Articles of Confederation. And in their discussions, they very quickly realized this isn't going to work. We really need to throw it out and start with something completely different, completely new. And so in the end, they went beyond their mandate from the Congress. They completely ignored the Articles of Confederation and came up with this new document called the Constitution. The Congress accepted it and sent it out to the states for ratification. It was ratified by 1789 and went into effect at that point. So it's interesting to look at the preamble. Like me, many of you may have had to memorize it back in junior high. Well, eventually all of them did, but not right away. when a new state joins the Union, has it always had to ratify the Constitution as part of that. Initially, they called it that. Very quickly after the nation got going under the Constitution, they would call it that Congress accepted the application for statehood of the new state. But in effect, it's kind of the same thing. So the preamble starts with the words, "we the people," which has made for one interesting discussion down the centuries. Is the Constitution something that was created by the people of the United States or through their representatives by the people? Or was it something that was created by the states that had sent the delegates to the convention? It really depends kind of on your political philosophy about which is right. But it starts with "we, the people of the United States." In order to form a more perfect union, I've highlighted some of the things I want to particularly talk about. In the context of the Articles of Confederation not having worked, that phrase really stands out to me. In order to form a more perfect union than what we've had for the last few years under the Articles of Confederation. And to do all of these things that we have read so many times, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, and so on, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. So keep in mind, what that says is "we the people do ordain and establish." There is a concept in political science of sovereignty. In a monarchy, they refer to the king or queen as the sovereign, in whose name everything is done. Under the United States Constitution, it is "we the people" who are sovereign. And that, at least in part, is based on this language of the preamble, that it was "we the people" who ordained and established this Constitution. So right from the beginning, it's an attempt to include everyone, all of the citizens, in this experiment. It was certainly an experiment in 1787. I very strongly believe that it is still an experiment in 2017. Historically speaking, we haven't been doing it very long. And we're still some noise in the wheels as they grind. And we keep working at it and keep trying to make it better. The first three articles, the Constitution is divided up into articles. The first three articles establish the three branches of the federal government. So we're going to go through that. And if you remember, we're always talking in terms of those three branches of checks and balances. The idea of the people who were at the convention was that they didn't want any one branch of the three to become all-powerful, because that would create an imbalance and a likelihood of some form of dictatorship or tyranny. And that's what they had just thrown off. And so they were trying to avoid it. So as we look at the checks and balances, and also we're going to look at some of the compromises that were made. Politics is the art of compromise, if anything is going to get done. And the Constitutional Convention was a perfect example of compromises. Some of them, 240 years later, don't look maybe so savory. And we'll take a look at some of those. And some of them are, we've just gotten used to them and they work. So Article 1 is the legislative branch. All legislative powers are vested in a Congress, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Right away, that was a compromise in the convention. You had big states among the 13, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, in terms of population. You had small states. You had Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, Georgia. Not so big. The big states wanted a one-house legislature based on population. Well, sure they did. The small states wanted a one-house legislature with equal representation from each state. They compromised. That's why we have a two-house Congress. One house in each way, right? That's not necessarily ordained by nature. There's actually one of the 50 states that has a unicameral legislature. Anybody happen to know which one it is? Nebraska, yeah. All the other 49 all have two-house legislatures modeled on the Congress. Nebraska said, what are we going to waste that time for? They went with one. So the members of the House of Representatives are elected every 2 years. That was very conscious on their part. Especially keep in mind transportation and communication at the end of the 18th century, right? The only real way they could communicate with their constituents was to go home. And for the ones who lived, way north or way south from Philadelphia or later New York, which became the capital, it was pretty difficult. But they wanted the members of the House to be closer to the people. They had to stand for re-election every 2 years, which gave the people an opportunity to change if they didn't like what their representative was doing. Section 3, or paragraph 3 here, talks about how the number of representatives will be apportioned between the states. Remember, this is the House that is based on representation by population. Here is another compromise, and it's a compromise that, as I mentioned, is not so savory, especially from this distance. The southern states, the slaveholding states, wanted the slaves to be counted in full to increase their representation in the House of Representatives. The northern states, the non-slaveholding states, said absolutely not. That's, these are not citizens, they don't function as citizens, we're not going to go with that, which certainly was also in their best interest as smaller states to better balance in their favor the representation. The compromise was that the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, indentured servitude, that's not slavery, right? And excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons, in other words, slaves. So the founders of the Republic counted slaves as 3/5 of a person. There were members from the North, from the non-slaveholding states, who wanted to write into the Constitution, some of them, an abolition of slavery completely. Southern states certainly weren't going to go along with that. Their fallback position was to ban the importation of any more slaves into the country. The compromise there was the South agreed, okay, we'll let you ban importation of more slaves, but only in 20 years. So there's a provision later on in the Constitution that no law can be passed banning importation of slaves before 1808. So you see the compromises that had to happen. And already at the Constitutional Convention, we're seeing some of the splits, some of the differences that a number of decades later are going to result in the Civil War, because these compromises could hold for only so long. Paragraph 5, the House of Representatives shall choose their speaker. That's not all important. And the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment. Now that's a word that's starting to be thrown around. However you feel about that, it's out there. And we have to understand how it works. Some of us remember that impeachment of a president has happened in our lifetime, back in the 1990s. Now impeachment is not removal from office. Impeachment is like an indictment. And it's the House of Representatives that the Constitution specifically gives the authority to come down with that indictment, or to impeach any federal officer, including the president. And as we'll see, it's the Senate that then sits as a trial court for the impeachment. And again, those of us who remember, old enough to remember the 90s, remember that that's what happened with President Clinton. Yeah, that is correct. There is no recall process for federal offices. I've heard a little bit of discussion recently about some people wanting to add that. Wouldn't hold my breath. Yeah, no, that's a state-by-state thing, and it specifically has to do with state offices in the states that have it. No recall under the federal Constitution, no. However, one of the things that is in the Constitution is that each house has sole authority to recognize the membership of somebody who has been elected, or to say that this person has not been elected properly, or a member of the House, or that the House can deny membership to a member of the House by certifying that the election was not proper, or something along those lines. The Senate can do the same with one of theirs. Doesn't happen very much, but they do have the authority to do that. So the Senate, composed of 2 senators from each state, notice this, chosen by the legislature of each state. That was the original arrangement, so that the senators originally weren't really representing directly the people of their state. They were representing the state government. They were representing the state legislature. As we're going to see, that was changed by an amendment in the early 20th century. So that for a little over 100 years now, senators are elected by direct vote of the people. And that fits in with an interesting pattern that we will see when we get to the amendments. As amendments were added over the last couple of centuries, many of them have to do with expanding who gets to vote in federal elections. There's never been one that contracts who gets to vote, that makes the numbers smaller. There are several, and we will see that expand it. At the time of the Constitutional Convention and the first few decades of the United States government, the states were left to decide who gets to vote in all elections, including federal elections. In fact, in a couple of places, the Constitution, let's see if I can find it, says that no, I'm not going to go looking for it, that the people, those who may vote for these federal offices is defined by who gets to vote for the most numerous branch of the state legislature in each state. So the state got to choose who got to vote, and in that day and age, it was white, male property owners. Adult, of course, over 21. And as we're going to see, over the term of our history, that has been steadily expanded. So, Senate begins 2 from each state. It's kind of funny, there are some states that have 2 senators but only 1 member of the House of Representatives. There's a special election in Montana, I think actually tomorrow, to fill that vacant seat. And Montana is a very small state in population. So they get 2 senators, they get 1 member of the House of Representatives. It was kind of funny. I'm originally from California. We have 2 senators, and at last count, I think 56 members of the House, something like that. It's the largest state in population. The vice president shall be president of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. There's been talk about that in the news since the last election. The Republicans have a 4-seat majority in the Senate, 52 to 48. So if 2 Republicans don't vote or vote with the Democrats, it's a tie vote, but the vice president then gets to vote, and since he is a Republican, chances are that whatever the Republican majority wants passed, he will go with them. But that's the only time the vice president gets to vote. Yes? Question is, what's the rationale for a senator serving 6 years instead of 2? Or 4. Again, they wanted the House to be close to the people, but they saw the Senate as a kind of a moderating influence on a more what they expected to be a more populist House of Representatives, where they thought the debates in the House might be more emotional, more ideological, and they saw the Senate as a body of statesmen who would kind of be more even-keeled and more statesman-like, and so a 6-year term would allow them to be kind of above the fray for a good part of time until they had to and keep in mind again, for the first 100 and some years, they were elected by the legislatures. So, you know, their electors, the people they had to lobby to get elected, was a very small group. And so it was this idea of being above the fray, of being more statesmanlike. A third of the Senate is up for re-election every 2 years. And in fact, there's a whole paragraph here that we're not going to spend time on, where they say that, you know, once the first Senate gets elected, and you have to fill all the seats right away, the first thing the Senate has to do is divide itself up into 3 classes. One group that'll be up for re-election in 2 years, another group that'll be up for re-election in 4 years, another group that'll serve the full 6 years. And that got that staggered election thing going that we've had ever since. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. And when the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice becomes the head of the court, in effect, and presides over the Senate, which again is what happened in the 90s with President Clinton. And no person shall be convicted without 2/3 of the members present. So that's a high bar, as it should be. And paragraph 7 is kind of interesting too. All the Senate can do, or the House in impeaching and the Senate in trying, is they can throw them out of office, which, by the way, hasn't happened yet. We've had 2 impeachments of presidents. In both cases, they were not convicted. First one, or the second one, as we've been saying, was President Clinton in the 90s. Anybody remember who the first one was? Andrew Johnson, right after the Civil War, right after Lincoln's assassination, he was not real popular with the Congress, but he was saved by one vote from being thrown out of office. But a conviction by the Senate is not a basis for a criminal conviction. It doesn't mean that the president couldn't be, who's been removed from office by impeachment, couldn't be tried for a crime once he's out of office. Although that hasn't happened either. The one case where some people thought it might happen, we've had one resignation of a president. Anybody? Nixon, right, in the 1970s. There were some people who wanted to see him criminally tried. After he resigned the office, President Ford, his successor, immediately gave him a pardon, and that was off the books. But it could have happened. Here, as I mentioned this before, each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members. I mentioned that a few minutes ago. Section 7, paragraph 2, every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes law, be presented to the President. If he approves, he signs it, it becomes law. If he doesn't, he returns it. And we use the term today, veto. The word isn't in the Constitution. It's just something that got into usage. If I remember my high school Latin correctly, I believe the word veto means I forbid. In vetoing a bill, the president has to send it back to Congress with a message of why, and perhaps with suggestions of, if you clean up this provision a little bit and change that one over there, then I'd sign it. So it's not just a flat no, it's a working together, the two branches. So we've got, everything that's going to become law has to be passed by both houses of Congress in identical language. So there's a check and a balance between the two houses of the Congress. Right? If they don't both pass it in the same language, it isn't law. In fact, you can see that going on right now. The health bill that the House of Representatives passed a couple of weeks ago, the Senate, the Republican majority in the Senate has basically said, we don't like your bill, we're going to write our own health bill. Which means, and if that passes the Senate, then the two houses have to come together in a conference committee and work it out. Find ways of coming up with an identical bill that both houses will pass. That doesn't happen, it doesn't become law. Then, if they do pass it, it goes to the president. Here's a check and a balance on the Congress. If the Congress oversteps or does something that the president thinks is wrong, for whatever reason, the president can veto it. Gives a fair amount of power to the president, but there's now a check and a balance on the veto that the Congress can reconsider. And if both houses of the Congress vote to by 2/3 of each house, not any longer a simple majority, which is normally what you need the first time around. If each house repasses the same bill with a 2/3 majority, it's law in spite of the president's veto. They could, but the president would have to sign the bill that the Congress passes, and may not want to. So all of this is, the checks and balances on each other to make sure that nobody runs away with the power. Yes? You're right. An executive order is not law. What it really is an instruction to the departments of the executive branch. Here's the boss saying, this is what I want you departments that work for me, this is what I want you to do, or not to do. And in fact, if you look at the executive orders that have been signed since January 20th, there have been quite a few of them, and some of them have been quite controversial, and some of them have been suspended by the courts. What they really are is they affect the functioning of the executive departments. The executive orders about immigration and refugees is in effect instructions to the immigration service as to who to let in. This doesn't need law. There is an immigration and naturalization law that governs that, but every law that's passed by Congress is vague enough that you then need a whole set of rules as to actually how is it going to be applied. And there is a big body of literature called the Federal Register. If you ever really have trouble sleeping, I highly recommend it. But it's what's called administrative law. And in every department, anybody that works with any executive department of the federal government has to know the rules that apply to that agency really, really well. You can see an example of how those work right now there's an issue about net neutrality. That's before the Federal Communications Commission. The FCC has issued a proposed new set of rules, but statute requires the executive department that's proposing new rules to make it public for a comment period. And members of the public have the right to send in their comments. This is something as citizens we should all be paying attention to. Keep an eye on things that are of interest to us. You are just as qualified as anybody, as a voter, to send in your opinion. And then the agency, in this case the FCC, once that comment period is over, I think it's 90 days, but don't hold me to that, they, or their staff at least, will take all of the comments that have been submitted and present them to the commission in some kind of a shortened version so that they can take into account public opinion about these rules. Case law is what the courts decide. I mentioned earlier that a lot of what's in here is vague enough to need interpretation as to how it gets applied. And I was actually going to make it a little bit of a quiz when we get to Article 3. But we're very used to the idea that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of what a federal statute means. Actually, in most cases, it's the federal courts of appeals. Because in most cases that are in federal courts, you don't have the right of appeal to the Supreme Court. You have to apply and ask them to accept your case, and in most cases they don't. They're only doing maybe 200 cases a year. That's all. So most federal cases go as high as the circuit courts of appeals, and they establish the law. But whatever rule the final court in a case comes up with, that is the law on that particular point. And any lawyer, whether in a criminal, a civil, or an administrative type of proceeding, will have to go and look at all of the cases that interpreted that particular provision. In fact, I will show you in a little while, there's something called an annotated constitution. The little pamphlets that we have here have a few cases in them, but certainly not a full slate of them. I will show you where on the internet you can find an annotated constitution. And again, if you really have trouble sleeping, you can look. This is what I spent 3 years in law school doing a long time ago, of studying the case law about a particular thing. Now, as far as they relate to the executive orders still have to pass muster in terms of protections of rights that are within the Constitution. And we're going to see that more. We'll see it a little bit in the main body of the Constitution, but we're going to see it more when we get to the amendments. So hold the thought. Question was asked, how do I know as a citizen when there are rules being proposed by a federal agency that affect something that I'm interested in? Absolutely outstanding question. I think the best answer is get very familiar with the website of the agency that you're particularly interested in. Whether it's FCC, EPA, whatever it is, immigration, they have to advertise the fact that they are proposing changes to the rules, and putting it on their website's the cheapest advertising. So in this day and age, that makes it real easy. But it does require us as citizens to be a little more proactive. Question is the agency obligated to actually pay attention to our comments? Not really. I mean, yes, they are, but who's going to test it? Right. And they can still decide, even if you get 99% on one side of the issue and the agency decides on the other side of the issue, they still have that power and authority. And in a system such as ours, the remedy that we have as citizens is to throw out the elected people who appointed them. And so the new elected people will appoint other people. So it isn't always, the response of the system is rarely quick. It is kind of slow. It is kind of glacial sometimes. But I've heard some people suggest that maybe that's just as well. Because an overnight revolution, anywhere in the world, always carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. I had forgotten that. Thank you. Yes, Federal Register has a place where you can subscribe to notices of proposed rule changes. So there you go. Even easier than looking at the websites. Thank you. So we've got checks and balances there. Section 8 is very important because it lists all the things that the Congress shall have the power to do. The people at the Constitutional Convention in 1787 in Philadelphia saw the government that they were creating as a government of delegated powers. If it says in the Constitution the government can do it, then the government can do it. If it doesn't explicitly say in the Constitution that the government can do it, then their attitude was the government can't do it. Now that's been interpreted drastically over the last 240 years, but this is where it begins. And many of these things are the things that the government under the Articles of Confederation didn't have the power to do. And so they're trying to remedy that, trying to form a more perfect union. Power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, provide for the common defense, borrow money, regulate commerce. Now, paragraph 3, to regulate commerce among the several states. Up until about the 1930s, the federal courts, by and large, were very conservative about what they would accept that the executive branch could do. But during the Roosevelt administration in the 1930s, and partly in the crisis of the Depression, the court kind of changed tack, and ever since then has used paragraph 3 to regulate commerce among the several states as a way of saying, if anything that's involved in an issue in a case before the court crosses a state line, that is interstate commerce, and the federal government has the authority to regulate it. Not all justices on the Supreme Court have agreed with that, but that's been the pattern pretty much since the 1930s. Paragraph 11, Congress shall have the power to declare war. We've been in a few wars in the last few decades where there's been no declaration. That's been a subject of a lot of debate among constitutional scholars. That is a legacy of the 18th century. Most nations didn't have much navy to speak of, other than the British perhaps. And the governments would grant letters of marque, which was basically a license to declare oneself the navy of the home country, for a private ship to act as a naval vessel, in effect. The other side, of course, always said, no, you're just pirates. But it was an accepted thing in the 18th century in international law. Korea was a police action under the UN. The question was, since in Vietnam and also in Korea there was no declaration of war by the Congress as there had been at the beginning of World War II, how could they institute the draft and all of that? Discussion for another day. There were people who argued they couldn't. You know, those of us who are old enough to remember the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which the Johnson administration used as a legal claim to wage a war in Vietnam, which we later found out was a lie. It was a very big political issue, and there were very few members of the Congress who voted against the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, and many people considered them at the time to be traitors, unpatriotic. You know, some people think that they were vindicated later on when we found out that what the Johnson administration had presented to the Congress had never happened. So again, here we're seeing checks and balances. Many people see, beginning with President Johnson in the 1960s, Johnson certainly expanded the powers of the executive at the expense of the legislative branch. Many people saw a kind of an evening out of the power when Nixon was almost impeached and ended up having to resign in the 70s. It built up again. I think the executive branch, again took on more power in the balance under Reagan and under Clinton and under the second Bush after 9/11, which was justified by a national emergency. These have always been debated. Always, as they should be. That's why the system is built the way it is. There should be debate. When the day comes that there is no debate, I'll start worrying. Section 9, the migration or importation, this is the provision that allows Congress to pass a law banning importation of new slaves, but only in 1808. No state can enter into a treaty or alliance with another country. We kind of laugh at that. But in the structure that existed before the Constitution, there were a lot of people who were worried about that. And if that had happened, the United States probably never would have happened as it did. So history is an interesting animal. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, I meant to bold that, and I forgot, and thank you for catching it. Section 9, paragraph 8. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States. Okay, we're good with that. No person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present emolument, that's been in the news, office or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Thank you for catching that. Yes, I did want to talk about that. What's an emolument? A gift of something of value. A gift of value. Yeah, no, clearly they can't accept a title of nobility, but without permission of Congress. I don't remember if Congress has ever. There is a way. But the emolument clause has very much been in the news, right? There are no federal court cases defining the emoluments clause. None. So we are in new territory. If you've been reading the news on this, there are people who are saying that because the president has not divested himself of business properties, business interests, that, for example, if a representative of a foreign state chooses to stay in a Trump hotel, that could be seen as currying favor with the administration, and he's gaining a profit from it. I don't know. There are no cases. Yes. The only way that a violation of the Constitution gets stopped is through litigation or impeachment. And we need to, and because both of these things are out there in the air, we need to differentiate. I mentioned that impeachment cannot be a basis for criminal conviction. That can be done separately, but it isn't the same thing. But also, we have to keep in mind, I think a lot of people who are beginning to talk about impeachment are kind of missing the mark a little bit when they talk about, has there been a violation of law? Well, but impeachment is not a criminal prosecution, it's a political act. And so, the grounds for impeachment, it does say high crimes and misdemeanors. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows for sure. And essentially it is whatever the House and the Senate say it is, if they want to remove a president. That there's clear litigation, there's clear case law on. I'm sorry, what was the question? Oh, thank you for reminding me. What's the definition of obstruction of justice? Which of course is being brought up by quite a few people as a potential grounds for impeachment. Not quite there yet, but that's certainly the basis for all of these investigations that we're hearing about in the news. Without stating an opinion, which I don't want to do, obstruction of justice means doing something to prevent an investigation or a prosecution from lawfully going forward. Impeachment is voted on by the House of Representatives, and then the Senate sits as a trial court, as kind of like a very big jury, and it's the Senate that decides whether or not the impeached president will be removed from office. And the two times in our history that a president has been impeached by the House of Representatives, Andrew Johnson in the 1860s, Bill Clinton in the 1990s, the House impeached, the Senate acquitted, which means that neither man was removed from office. Oh yes, there have been a number of cases of federal judges, not a lot, but a few down the years, where federal judges have been removed from office through the process of impeachment. Pretty much. Any elected or appointed office in the United States government, or in a state government. No, not an employee, but a secretary of a cabinet department, for example, or one of the deputy secretaries and so on. But your average employee in the field, no. That's not they could be fired if they do something wrong, but that's not an impeachment process. So Article 2 is the executive branch, vested in a president of the United States of America, hold office for a term of 4 years, together with the vice president chosen for the same term, and that explains basically the electoral college If you thought that we the people directly elect the president, you are sadly misinformed. As a matter of fact, in the last 16 years, twice, the Electoral College has chosen as president someone who did not win the popular vote. Twice. This last election in 2016 and in 2000. When Al Gore got more popular votes, but George Bush was elected by the Electoral College. There has long been debate in the country about doing away with the Electoral College. It kind of gives greater weight to the smaller states, in a sense. That would require a constitutional amendment, and we're going to see in a few minutes how that could happen. There is no proposed constitutional amendment per se before the public today. There's some discussion about it, and every time that happens, and it had happened a couple of times before, back in the 19th century, that you had one person winning the popular vote and somebody else getting elected by the Electoral College. From time to time there's been discussion, but there has never been, as far as I know, an actual amendment proposed to do away with the Electoral College. Yeah, exactly right. The Electoral College was written into the Constitution at the Constitutional Convention, in a sense because the people at the convention who were writing this document didn't entirely trust the people. And Thomas Jefferson wasn't there. If he had been there, it might have been a little bit different, because he did trust the people. He was the minister for the new nation to France at the time. So he wasn't at the Constitutional Convention. But this was, again, a compromise. There were some people at the convention who wanted a direct popular vote, and there were other people who said, whoa, that's, we don't entirely trust the people to know what's in their best interests, and so we want the states to appoint people who are maybe better educated, who are more familiar with political theory, with the issues of the day, and they will make a more statesmanlike choice. Again, that goes back to a time when the franchise was extremely limited to white male property owners, at least age 21, or in some states 25. As we have expanded the vote to a much bigger percentage of the population, some people argue it's time to do away with the Electoral College. Again, we have the power to let our opinions be known to our senators and representatives that we would like to see such a thing happen if that's what we would like. How is it that the Electoral College was an advantage for the smaller states? At the time, there were only, of the 13 states, there were maybe 3 or 4 that really could be considered big in population, and the rest were a lot smaller. It gave in a straight popular vote, you know, I don't know, making up numbers here, 50,000 people in Connecticut are not going to have as much of a voice as 500,000 people in Virginia. Now, the Electoral College originally did not require the electors of each state to vote in accordance with the popular vote in that state. Today, most states have passed laws at the state level requiring the electors to vote according to who won the popular vote in that state, but that's relatively recent. And in the early decades of the nation, the electors could vote for whoever they wanted to. Well, it kind of does. It's become really a mongrel. It isn't what it was, and it isn't what a lot of people want, and so among political scientists, there's more and more of a discussion, but it still hasn't reached critical mass among the politicians to propose an amendment. In the last election, the Democratic candidate won California by 3 million votes. Or no, nationwide by 3 million, but California by at least 1 million. She got the electoral votes of California, whether she got a million votes more than the other candidate or 1 vote more than the other candidate. So in a sense, all those extra votes are kind of wasted. They don't count, really, beyond the bare majority. It's a complicated thing, and very much subject to opinion. Now, here's the emoluments clause as it pertains to the president. The other one pertained to Congress, but it's the same thing, same idea. Did you know that the oath of office that the president takes is set out word for word in the Constitution? There it is, paragraph 8. What's missing from that? Yeah, I don't know how far it goes back, but the custom has been to finish that with "so help me God," but that's not part of the constitutionally mandated oath of office. Now, the president doesn't swear loyalty to to the United States. He or she doesn't swear loyalty to the government. It's to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. That's the president's job, and the oath taken by members of Congress is very similar. And they're all taking an oath, basically, to abide by the Constitution. Well, in theory, yes, and the same thing could be said about every member of Congress. When a member of Congress votes up or down on a piece of legislation, they should also be making a determination about whether this complies with the Constitution or not. So in theory, yes, each one of them can make up their own mind. But in practical terms, they generally go by the interpretation that the courts have given, to the extent that the courts have ruled on the issue of the moment. Sometimes there's an issue that the courts haven't yet ruled on. And so each one of them is supposed to make their own best judgment. And if there's a big difference of opinion on that, pretty much guaranteed it will eventually get to the courts. And the courts will figure it out. But once it's been decided by the courts, you go against that at your peril. You can. There's nothing that says you can't vote a different way, but you're kind of setting yourself up for the strong possibility that you're going to get overruled. And nobody likes that. President shall be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and the president may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments. That's what today we call the secretaries of the various cabinet offices. They hadn't started using that language yet, but that's what that means. The president has the power, with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, which require 2/3 vote of the senators present, and the president nominates, and again with advice and consent of the Senate, appoints ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States. So whenever there's a change of administration, as we've just seen in the last few months, the heads of all the departments, going down about, depending on the department, 2, 3, sometimes 4 levels at the top of each department, those are appointments that the Senate must confirm. So again, we've got a check and a balance. That the president, in theory, can appoint anybody he wants, but then the Senate steps in and does investigations and asks questions, and we have seen that things come out in that process where sometimes the Senate refuses to approve, or there's a big difference of opinion. When the current Secretary of Education was confirmed by the Senate, as far as I remember, for the first time in history, the Vice President had to break the tie to confirm her appointment as Secretary of Education. There was that much difference of opinion. And the same thing with treaties. Anytime the President concludes a treaty with another country, the Senate has to approve it by a 2/3 majority. Checks and balances. And we also saw very recently an appointment to the Supreme Court, and to all the federal courts, really, have to be approved. We just had a vacancy filled on the Supreme Court through that process just a few weeks ago. Yes? If there are appropriations involved, it might just be, I haven't seen the language of it. Yeah. No, the question is about this treaty that the President just concluded with Saudi Arabia for several $billion in armaments. Yes, certainly if there's any federal money involved, it has to go past both houses of Congress for an appropriation. Not for an appropriation. No, that's a simple majority. If it's just a business deal that the President helped, although I believe, and I'm not an expert on this, that a contract for armaments with a foreign power is required by law to be approved by the Senate. I think so. Not clear. I'm not real sure on that one. Section 4, the President, Vice President, all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, those are fairly clear, right? Or other high crimes and misdemeanors. That's not so clear. So as I said before, if the House politically wants to impeach the President, they're going to do it. And they will find a way under that language to justify it. And same thing with the Senate in trying the case. Article 3, the judicial power of the United States, vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain. So all of the federal court system, every state has at least one district court, which is a trial level court. A number of states are included in a circuit court of appeals. Colorado is in, I believe, the 10th Circuit, which is based in Denver. Again, I'm originally from California and practiced law there. California is in the 9th Circuit, which geographically is the biggest. It includes Certainly Nevada, maybe Utah, I don't remember, California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Hawaii, and Alaska. And that's based in San Francisco. The president is talking about maybe breaking up the Ninth Circuit. So that system, also you notice that the Constitution doesn't say how many justices will sit on the Supreme Court. In the early days of the nation, the original Supreme Court, I believe, was 7 justices. Eventually, I'm not sure when, that was expanded to 9. Has never been more than 9. Although, there's a really interesting piece of history back in the 1930s when President Roosevelt tried to do what was called a court packing scheme. He wanted the Congress to say that any time a Supreme Court justice reached the age of 70, they could stay on the court, but a new younger justice could be appointed in addition. Up to, I think, a total of 15. It was laughed out of Congress. Didn't get very far. What is not in Article 3 that sets up the judicial power of the federal government is what we've been talking about, the authority of the courts to say what the Constitution means. It's not in the Constitution. But very early on, in 1803, Chief Justice John Marshall, another fascinating personality in the early days of the Republic, wrote an opinion in a case called Marbury versus Madison. The details of the case don't interest us right now. It's kind of arcane for lawyers to study. But essentially what Marshall said, the key language, a law repugnant to the Constitution is void. It's a power that the Supreme Court, in effect, took on itself. Although I think it makes sense, and maybe that's just my law school training, but the courts are called on to enforce the laws, and if a case is brought to them under a law that the justices of the Supreme Court think is repugnant to the Constitution, they can't, in all honesty, enforce that law. So to me it makes sense. But that has been the policy of the courts and of the functioning of the government. The other branch, and it does act as a check and balance on the other branches, very much so. Although the other branches have not always completely respected that. President Andrew Jackson, who had a personal feud with John Marshall for decades. They didn't like each other. Marshall came down with a ruling on a particular thing that Jackson wanted to do as president, and Jackson said, fine, let Marshall enforce his own opinion. And of course, the Supreme Court has no way of enforcing it. It depends on the executive branch and the legislative branch to follow its rulings. I think what Jackson wanted to do was send a military expedition against the Seminoles in Florida. And I think Marshall said, in the particular way Jackson wanted to do it, you can't do it. And he wasn't impressed. So we have the first three articles, legislative, executive, judicial, gives us the skeleton, the framework, the outline of how our government is supposed to operate on a very basic level. But as we're seeing, there's a lot of blanks to be filled in. And that's part of what's been going on, part of what we as a people, we as a nation have been doing for the last 240 years. And I've often felt, as long as we're still talking about it, as long as even we have differences of opinion on it, that may be a healthy thing. If we ever reach a point where most of us agree, and we shout down the few who don't agree, then we're in trouble. That's an opinion. The next few articles are, in a sense, procedural. Article 4, full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. It's a little bit technical. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but you can't split up a state and have it come back in as 2 states unless the legislature of that state agrees. So that's some protection. Mode of amendment, this is important. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments. So, member of Congress can introduce a proposed constitutional amendment, has to be passed by 2/3 of each house, and then it has to be affirmed, ratified, by the legislatures of 3/4 of the states. Now there is a provision in there that the Congress can say that not the legislatures, but each state will call a special convention to determine whether it will ratify. That has yet to happen. It's always been Congress passes by 2/3, 3/4 of the states ratify. 2/3 of the state legislatures can call for a new constitutional convention. It's never happened yet. Last I checked, 29 states have voted to call for a new constitutional convention. 5 more are needed. Yeah, and just as the original Constitutional Convention of 1787 way exceeded its mandate, if enough states call for a constitutional convention, there's really no limit on what that convention can consider. I'm not sure, I don't think that Colorado has been one of the states to call for that. I don't think there's any statute of limitations on it. But again, it's unknown territory. It hasn't happened before. So stay tuned. But the amendments proposed by the convention would still have to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. Correct. So there is that protection still. Article 6, paragraph 3 includes this statement: no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. So neither the federal government nor any state can pass a law saying, oh, for example, Catholics can't be elected to office, or Jews can't be elected to office, or Muslims can't be elected to office. Can't stand under that phrase. Now, that's got no control over how people vote. That's simply whether there is a test in law to serve in a public office. And also, most of the Constitution speaks only to the federal government. This kind of language includes the states as well, under the United States. Well, that's the original Constitution in its essence. When the Constitution was sent out to the states for ratification, some people in the ratifying conventions in some of the states said, we don't want to approve this, there's no protection for civil rights. There's no protection for there's no Bill of Rights. And some of the members of the Constitutional Convention, the Federalists, so-called, said, well, there doesn't need to be, because nowhere does it say in this document of delegated powers that the government can take away those rights. And a lot of people said, we don't care, we want it spelled out. And I know for a fact that there were quite a few people in the New York State Convention that refused to ratify unless there was a promise that there would be a Bill of Rights passed as soon as possible once the Constitution went into effect. The people who were pushing the Constitution said, okay, we'll agree to that. It was ratified, and very early on, 1791, 2 years after Congress first convened, the Bill of Rights was ratified. Actually, there were 12 amendments that were included in it. 2 of them at the time did not pass, did not get ratified by enough states. We were left then with what we have come to know as the 10 amendments of the Bill of Rights. These have become so fundamental to how our system functions that we have to be familiar with them. We have to see what's going on with them. Some of them are a little more obscure, some of them are a lot more out there and under discussion. First Amendment has several. The very first thing that's included in this Bill of Rights is freedom of religion. Very first thing. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting free exercise thereof. Establishment of religion meant that whatever your own religion was, you paid taxes to support the established religion of the state, which in most of the early states was the Anglican Church, the Church of England, later to become the Episcopal Church in America. In New England, it was the Congregational churches. And in fact, gradually, and remember, it says Congress shall make no law. So this didn't originally apply to the states. But very early on, the states started doing away with established churches in the states. And I think the last one to do away with it was Massachusetts in the 1820s, I believe. So 30 years after the founding of the Republic. Free speech, freedom of press, right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. These are so basic to what this country is about that we need to know about these. Yes? The question is that the First Amendment doesn't only apply to citizens, it applies to anybody. Well, the courts have never been in complete agreement with that interpretation. The Supreme Court in the 1940s upheld the holding of citizens and non-citizens of Japanese descent in camps. And they justified it by saying it's a time of war. I have seen arguments today about whether or not, one of the arguments against the president's executive orders having to do with who's going to be allowed in the country, one of the arguments against it was that it seemed to target Muslims, and that this would be a violation of the First Amendment. The current state of the law is that it is being applied, but it hasn't always been the case. And it could go back, it could change.
So it hasn't totally been decided?
Nothing is ever decided in a completely final way. It's been pointed out by constitutional scholars that the Constitution means whatever the current Supreme Court, or the last Supreme Court to decide on an issue, says it means, and that has changed. My classic example of how that has happened, 1896, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that separate but equal accommodation of people of different races is perfectly acceptable under the Constitution. Just under 50 years later, the same institution, obviously different people, in Brown versus Board of Education, ruled separate is inherently unequal. What comes next? Stay tuned. Yes, sir. Not the Constitution. There is a provision in the Constitution that says in time of war, or no, what it says is that the writ of habeas corpus may not be suspended except in time of war. And I think that was the basis for the Supreme Court's ruling on the Japanese internment camps. And it was also President Lincoln during the Civil War suspended the writ of habeas corpus. But that's just the writ of habeas corpus. That is not the whole Constitution. You have to have a lawsuit. The courts, the United States courts are not proactive. In some countries, the courts are proactive. I believe in France and in Spain. The courts are in effect also the prosecutors. Not the case in the United States. The courts here are not proactive, they are passive. Somebody has to bring a suit, a legal action, whether it's criminal or civil, depending on the issue, before the courts will act. And then it has to climb the ladder of the appellate review. And that takes a while. I don't know of any provision by which citizens can remove somebody from office by litigation. The courts don't have the power to remove somebody from federal office. Only Congress does by impeachment. But then the Congress would have to vote, if they're convicted in the court of public opinion, or if they're convicted of a crime. Yes, public opinion would probably force that body to expel that member, which the body can do. But no, the citizens cannot, the courts will not remove somebody from public office, certainly not from elected office. Second Amendment has been from time to time the subject of discussion and litigation. And the argument really is, you can divide, it's very short, right? And you can kind of divide it up into two parts, and that's what the discussion has been. Which part of it gets the emphasis? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Hold that thought. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay? If the first part wasn't there, the second part would be a lot clearer, right? But with it there, how does that change the meaning of the last part? And that has been the subject of litigation in the courts. At the moment, it's not tremendously clear. The latest ruling has been that people do have the right to have arms, but the argument's going to continue. Amendment 3 is one that there has never been any litigation on. This is something that the British were doing in the colonies during the colonial period. They were quartering soldiers in private homes at the expense of the homeowners and without their agreement, and they wanted to make sure that's not going to happen. As far as I know, the government's never tried to do that. In the South, I think, to some extent, and probably, from my understanding, quite a few times that it was done not right, not legally, and not the way it could or should have been done. But that was in a period of war. It's people get carried away. Fourth Amendment. The key phrase here is no warrant can be issued for arrest or for going through your houses and papers and effects without probable cause. Police can't search without a warrant, and they can only get a warrant for probable cause. Yes. Yes. There's currently an issue about the police taking money or private property that they think has been used in the furtherance of criminal acts, and even after perhaps the charges have been dismissed or the person has been acquitted, they don't get their money or their property back. That is the subject of current litigation. And I think we just have to stay tuned and see what the courts are going to do with it. At the moment, it appears that the law permits that. But whether the Constitution permits that, the courts are going to have to decide. Asking for passwords on phones and computers at airports and such. Again, this is new territory. When the Fourth Amendment was written, they didn't have cell phones and computers. They probably couldn't even imagine something like that. They're thinking about the police knocking on your door at midnight and barging in and going through everything, right? Which the British authorities did during the colonial period. As technology has advanced and changed, it's all had to be litigated. That one too is going to have to be litigated. The famous Fifth Amendment. No person, nor shall any person be subject, first of all, subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. This is called double jeopardy. If you're acquitted of a crime, you can't be tried for the same crime again, even if new evidence comes up. The state has one shot at you. That's all they get. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. This is the famous taking the fifth, which, if you've been reading the news, General Flynn is claiming Fifth Amendment to prevent him, to keep him from testifying before congressional committees. It's designed so that nobody is forced to incriminate themselves. In so many non-democratic countries throughout history and still currently in many places in the world, we've seen coerced confessions. And that's the kind of thing that I think the founders were trying to prevent, trying to avoid. And if you've watched Law and Order, you know it's entirely up to a criminal defendant whether he or she testifies in his or her own defense. But once they do, they're subject to cross-examination. So it's always an important strategic decision on the part of the defendant and that defendant's lawyers. Nor shall anyone be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And this goes to the question of a moment ago about the police confiscating money and property and then not returning it if the person is acquitted. There's been no due process of law to deprive that person of those things. For whatever it's worth, my opinion is that's unconstitutional based on this. We'll see what the courts say. There are always other arguments. And nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Eminent domain, exactly. A public agency has the authority to take private property for a legitimate public use, but the owner must be compensated fairly. And where there's litigation, it's never about whether or not the government agency has the power to take the property. They do. The question is always compensation. What's a fair compensation? Sixth Amendment. In criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. No star chambers, no dragging it out by the government. And this is why, for everybody's benefit, we got to make sure the system works right. You know, lawyers who make their living defending criminal defendants, you know, often face criticism. How can you defend people like that? And the answer is they're not defending the individual, they're defending the system. Because I got to tell you, if I'm ever wrongfully accused of something, I want the system working real good. Real good. 7 has to do with civil suits, really doesn't have much effect anymore. 8, no excessive bail or excessive fines, or, and the part that's usually argued about, cruel and unusual punishment. And it's a very subjective phrase. I will give you that. It is very subjective. It isn't a very satisfactory answer that I'm going to give you. And the question had to do with the interest of the victim isn't really taken into account in whether or not a punishment is cruel and unusual. It isn't a very satisfactory answer, but the basic answer is that the victim is not actually a party to the litigation. There are laws that have given the victim a voice in the litigation, but the actual parties to the litigation are the state and the defendant. Article 10 and 9, again, is kind of technical. 10, powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states or to the people. This has been cited many times in litigation that argues between, and this is an argument that's been going on since the founding of the Republic and will no doubt continue forever, the argument about a strong federal government versus the rights of states. In a technical sense, that's what the Civil War was fought about, but on into modern times, the argument continues. The question has to do with whether the Ninth Amendment has ever been used in litigation to, say, argue against a current issue before the courts, where some people are claiming that religious freedom gives them the right to discriminate against other people. I will be very honest with you, I am not up on all the details of that ongoing litigation. That's how I would read it, but again, it doesn't matter what I think or what you think, it matters what the court thinks in the end. Okay, that's the Bill of Rights. Think about how often those things listed in the Bill of Rights are invoked, that come up and are living in this country and living in the system that we do. Now we're getting into additional amendments, and frankly, there have been 27 amendments in 240 years. If you take out the 10 for the Bill of Rights, there've only been 17. In 240 years. That's pretty amazing. So very quickly we're going to run through these, and keep in mind what I said early on. One of the things that's going to be happening here is the expansion of the vote to more and more members of society. 11 is a kind of a technical thing having to do with jurisdiction of which court over what. 12th Amendment actually kind of redid, in some ways, the way the Electoral College worked, and the ultimate result of it was, before the 12th Amendment, which was 1804, I think? Yeah, 1804. People ran for president, and whoever got the most votes was president, and whoever got the second highest votes was vice president. They didn't run on tickets like we're used to now. And they very quickly saw that wasn't working, because you had people of different parties. The founders had hoped there wouldn't be parties. Sorry, didn't work. So that was the main effect of the 12th Amendment. 13th Amendment, following the Civil War, 1865, abolishes slavery, both federal government and state governments. 15th Amendment, also in the wake of the Civil War, 1868, this is where the rule comes where anybody born in the United States is a citizen, or if they're naturalized under law, and no state. Remember, Bill of Rights applied to the federal government. Now, a lot of them are being applied to the states by amendments. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction equal protection of the laws. Due process and equal protection have been the basis of huge numbers of cases in the Supreme Court, in the federal courts, since this passed in 1868. This is very, very central to a lot of what goes on now. 15th Amendment extends the right to vote to anyone who may have been a slave before the Civil War, and it will not be denied on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. There's the slavery. At this point, we're still assuming it's men. Stay tuned. 1913, 16th Amendment permitted the federal government to impose an income tax. There were many people who felt that that was not constitutional before that amendment. They passed an amendment, by golly. 17th Amendment is what changed the election of senators to direct election by the voters. 18th Amendment was prohibition. That was such a big success that a few years later they passed another amendment, withdrawing that amendment. That's the only time that's ever happened, that one amendment was passed to do away with another one. 19th Amendment, vote gets expanded to women. Now, before this, the states could give voting rights in state elections to women, and some did. But in 1920, it became the basis in all federal elections. And I'm kind of amused by the language, how language changes on account of sex. Today, we probably say gender. 20th Amendment changed when a new president was inaugurated. It had been March. This puts it back to January. Faster communication, faster travel. It didn't need to be such a long period of time. 21st, repeal of the 18th, prohibition. 22nd, term limitations for the president, passed in the wake of Franklin Roosevelt being elected 4 times. 23rd, District of Columbia gets to vote for president, which they had never done before. In fact, there's a provision in the original Constitution that says people living in the seat of government shall not have the right to vote for president. They're still not represented by voting representatives in Congress. They do have non-voting representatives in Congress. During the Civil Rights era, 24th Amendment abolished any poll tax that was being imposed by many of the southern states on people of color. 25th Amendment has been mentioned in the last few months. This makes it clear that the vice president becomes president if the president resigns or dies. That wasn't clear in the original Constitution. When the first death in office happened, William Henry Harrison in 1841, a lot of people figured that his vice president, John Tyler, was only acting president and they'd have to call a new election. Tyler just said, no, I'm president. And that stuck. But this also provides for removal of the president from office if the president is incapacitated, physically or mentally, and the vice president can initiate that with agreement of a majority of the cabinet. I recommend going and reading this. It's a very interesting language, but this could come into play. The cabinet with the vice president can report to the Congress that they believe that the president is incapacitated, which triggers this, but the president could then send a message to Congress saying, no, I'm not, I'm fine. And if the vice president and the cabinet members don't back down, then Congress decides. Woodrow Wilson was incapacitated for the last year and a half to 2 years of his presidency. He had a stroke. And everybody basically knew that his wife was running the country. But she'd never been elected. So I think that was the impetus, but it didn't happen until the 1960s, 40-some years later. So it took a while. If this is ever, if you watched The West Wing, this provision gets invoked when the president's daughter gets kidnapped by terrorists. If this ever gets invoked in real life, it is tremendously complicated, and it's going to be ugly if it ever actually happens. 26th Amendment during the Vietnam era lowered the federal voting age to 18, and the 27th Amendment is amusing. It was passed by the Congress and sent to the states in 1789 as part of the original Bill of Rights. But not enough states ratified it, and it just sat there for a couple of hundred years until back in the 90s, I think it was, some citizen, 1992, there was a citizen who saw it on the books that had been out there. He said, you know, I think that ought to be passed, and he started writing letters to members of state legislatures that hadn't considered it. And of course, there are a lot more states now than there had been when it was first sent out, so it needed to be ratified by more. But he got enough states to ratify it, so that even though it was sent out to the states in 1789, it didn't get ratified till 1992, which shows, there's no statute of limitations. Now, on some amendments, Congress now says this has to happen within 7 years. Has to be ratified by enough states. And that's what happened to the Equal Rights Amendment that was passed by Congress and it said it had to be ratified by enough states within 7 years. Didn't happen, died. We had to rush through the last part. You've been very patient. I thank you for that. There's so much more that could be said. I wanted to show you an annotated Constitution online, congress.gov/constitution-annotated. Just Google annotated Constitution and it'll come up. And it lists all the cases and commentary from constitutional scholars about what each provision means. And they talk about how cases down the years have changed the meaning or added to interpretation of this. Whatever your political opinions, whatever your political viewpoints about what's going on today, there are serious constitutional issues under discussion that may come to the fore and really inform how we as a nation continue. There's a story that on the last day of the Constitutional Convention, as Benjamin Franklin was leaving Independence Hall to walk home, the wife of the mayor of Philadelphia stopped him on the sidewalk and said, Dr. Franklin, what kind of government have you given us? And Franklin's answer was, a republic, madam, if you can keep it. We're still testing that, if we can keep it. Let's all be informed. Let's be active as citizens, whatever our points of view are. Thank you for your kind attention.
I'm back, everyone. And sorry, so did you enjoy the 3 commercial breaks and the 2 long videos? Yeah, I know, I said one, but I forgot about the other. Forgot about the other long video. And I thought that one would be better if I wasn't, if you could see it better from my full screen, not I hope you get the idea. But anyway, it's time. Time for these 14 videos from Hillsdale College about the Constitution 101. Here's the first one, Constitution 101, Lecture 1. I had to check something twice. Okay, here we go.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, when in the course of human events,
Here's the meaning and history of the Constitution. Lecture 1, the theory of the Declaration and the Constitution.
Welcome to this Hillsdale College online course called Constitution 101. By Constitution, we of course mean the greatest and longest living of all the constitutions in history, the Constitution of the United States. We study that here because we're mindful of the fact, always have been at Hillsdale, that we are citizens and we need our freedom in order to live well and do our work, especially the work of a college, which radically depends upon freedom of every kind. We teach the Constitution to every student here at the college, and now we're going to help you learn something about it. The other people who are teaching in this are members of our politics faculty. I'm a member of that faculty myself. And among them all, they may have the most knowledge of the meaning of the Constitution and the significance of the changes that have gone on around it. And so it should be a privilege for you to watch this, and I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you read and continue learning about this for as long as you live, and teach others too. So much I'll explain depends on that. There are a lot of details in this course. Details of how exactly things work and why they work. Details of different understandings than the one that prevails here about those things. And so that will involve us in some complications. And it'll be helpful, I think, if we can keep the kind of general points in mind. And I'm going to name some of those today in my lecture. My first question I'll ask myself and you is, what kind of thing are the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution? Turns out the answer to that is very enriching. They're different documents. There's an argument that they're opposed. There's a powerful argument in the historical scholarship that the Declaration was meant to be a radical document and the Constitution was meant to be conservative. And those people argue that the Declaration is about the rights of us all, and the Constitution is really about protecting the privileged. Well, we think that's nonsense around here, and even on its face, it's nonsense. For one reason, at the time, exact time, the Declaration of Independence is from 1776, and the Constitution is from 1787, so they're close together. But never mind, there were all kinds of state constitutions written at the same time as the Declaration of Independence. Some of them signed by people who also signed the Declaration of Independence, and they're all like the Constitution of the United States in their structure, which I'm going to talk about some. That's important. So another thing about it is that strikes me as particularly silly, I've written a book about this, is if you read the Declaration of Independence, you will find that it comes in 3 parts. And in the first part, it states some universal principles, very beautiful. And in the second part, it contains a bill of particulars in 17 paragraphs about bad stuff the King of England did. Which bad stuff justifies the making of America, throwing off the old government and adopting a new one. And those things are remarkably like the Constitution of the United States. What did the king do wrong? Well, he interfered with the legislature, which is a violation of the first step in all government, the making of laws, but also a violation of separation of powers, which is crucial to how the Constitution of the United States worked. So separation of powers is important. And then he interfered with the people's ability to elect legislators. In other words, representation, a key feature of the Constitution of the United States. And then he interfered with the judges. He would ship people, arrest them for crimes and ship them off to England where they couldn't be tried by a jury of their peers, nor before judges who are independent of the executive branch, which more or less the king was. So you see, they're writing the Constitution right there. If you have a government that does these things, then you are justified to rebel against that government and to kill anybody who resists you. So it implies the Constitution. Now, what kind of thing? They are different, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. They serve different functions. They also sound different in a very interesting way. The Declaration of Independence is really beautiful. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands that have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. Isn't that a grand expression, the laws of nature and of nature's God? It's written like that. Also, it's not time-bound. When in the course of human events, that means any time in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people, that means any people, anywhere, anytime. The claim is, what's going to follow in this document is right at all times. And so one way to think about the difference between the Declaration and the Constitution is it's a document about ultimate purposes, what they call in classic philosophy final causes. Final causes are the things that we seek above all others, the things we would die for. And so the Declaration of Independence states those, and of course those words echo around the world still today, even when they're distorted. You're going to learn something about that in this course. Well, the Constitution is not quite like that. The Constitution is, it provides a form of government. And when you read it, I regard it as beautiful and think I understand why it's beautiful. It has to do with its structure, which Madison says is the most important thing about it. But, on any given passage, right, it's full of details. Like there's a list in Article 1, Section 8, things the Congress can do. Well, post offices and post roads is among them. It's hard to write a beautiful sentence about that. No, this is a document about how the government is going to work, even how it's going to look. It looks like a thing that operates in three branches. If there's interviews going on in front of the White House, which there are every day on the nightly news, there's a picture of the White House in the background because that's where the president works and that's where executive things are done. And if there's something big in the Congress, then there's cameras looking up at the Capitol Dome, because that's where the Congress operates and where the legislation is made. And the same for the Supreme Court building. In operation, the government looks like the Constitution. And sure enough, the first three articles in the Constitution, the first one sets up the legislative branch, beginning with the words, all legislative power herein granted. And one thing you're going to learn in this course is that we don't make our laws through the Congress anymore. That's why there can be so many of them. And that's why it's impossible to hold to account those who make them, except very indirectly. Indeed, it's even hard to find out who makes them. I think there are 150 lawmaking agencies in the federal government now. So each of those clauses establish 1, 2, 3, the way the government of the United States looks. And so if you think about it, you couldn't have any serious activity that did not have a final cause. A whole bunch of people cooperating, sometimes at risk to their lives, suffering and trouble and sacrifice. That started right at the beginning, because the first thing that happened after the Declaration of Independence was actually it already happened a bit before. We're having a war with England, the greatest power on earth. And to undertake that, you need a big reason. You need some ultimate reason. And any time people think of their deaths, they always think of what they lived their lives for. That's what the Declaration of Independence is. But then on the other hand, if you're actually going to have a great government, then there's going to have to be ways for it to operate. Because think what it has to achieve. It has to grant power. The doctrine of the Declaration of Independence is that all legitimate power stems from those who are governed. No other source. But then somehow you've got to get some way to get legitimacy into the things that the government does and have that operate on a routine basis. So if you're going to have a legitimate government, you're going to have to have a form, a recognized way by which it operates. And so the Constitution provides that. One, you could say, is the final cause, and the other is the formal cause. Now I'm going to back up a step and ask a question that's prevalent today, and that is, why should you have any government at all? What do you need it for? And then we were just over in England as we're making this course, and we were celebrating the completion of the official biography of Winston Churchill, and there was a couple of young English guys who were working and helping us get around, and they were delightful people, and I got into long talks with them, and they just made the point. because, they're having the big debate about whether they separate from the European Union over there or not. And the young, as a rule, don't favor the separation. And they said, well, we're not English. We're European. And I said, what if you don't like something the European Union does? Oh, there's a lot we don't like. We want to see it reformed. And I said, good. What means do you have to achieve that reform? Because it's kind of difficult, isn't it? There's 29 countries, I think, aren't they? They don't all speak the same language. How would you have a conversation with a wide body of fellow citizens to establish a thing like major reforms to the government? And that's a point, isn't it? Because in the Constitution, well, in the Federalist Papers, which are assigned to read along with this course, and I urge you to read them and reread them because they're a great achievement in political thought, one of the greatest, and one of the greatest American such achievements. And in the 51st Federalist, Madison is explaining why you have to build a Constitution that has precautions in it. It has to grant power. You have to have that. But also it has to constrain power. You have to have that. And the way he puts the point is, what is government but the profoundest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither internal nor external controls on the government would be needed. See what that means? He's locating us in the hierarchy of nature. Down at the bottom are the beast, or the rocks. And up at the top are angels and God. And if angels were being governed, although there's a record in the Bible that their behavior is not perfect, still it's true that as a common run, it's probably a lot better than ours. And they're imagined as disembodied intellects, and so they don't have all the needs and pressures we have. And the beast, they just always obey instinct. Whereas we're moral beings, which means we're called to do right, and we don't always. And that is actually the reason why we need laws. But Madison just makes the common sense points. The people who make the laws are people too. How do we know they won't make them in their own interest? Well, you need a constitution, and it needs to be in control of the governed. And so the reason nations, and that word nation, it comes from the Latin word natura, which means nature. And that means that the making of laws is written in human nature, and it actually proceeds, Aristotle says, from our ability to talk. Because that's the pregnant thing about us. That's the big thing about us. And so this need for government is fundamental. And on the other hand, we need to be able to control it. And nations, therefore, are conceived as natural things where people can understand each other. They share a common final cause, as in the Declaration of Independence, which tells us what our nation is for. And then they can cooperate with each other to appoint and manage a government that responds to their will. So it's actually true then, isn't it, that in this age where we're eschewing nationalism for internationalism, the Declaration of Independence talks about that. And mark the point, I've already made it. The Declaration of Independence begins universally. It says that everybody has rights. Every human being, the same in every age, no matter where. And then it says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. In other words, these universal rights that we have, they call for government to protect those rights, and they call for a kind of government that will be responsive to us. It's a remarkable thing, I think. It's hard to quarrel with the assertion, which I make all the time, that the greatest of the modern countries is the United States of America. Well, its story is tremendous, right? Because it begins with a new world. Nobody knew where it was. Nobody knew what it was. Until about 1806, I think it was. Nobody really knew how big it was. Nobody had gone across the New World and all the way back until about then, Lewis and Clark. So something happened on this new land. And what was it? They picked up a civilization. It's like in the Western movies, they're often a contest between somebody who's got a law book and somebody who's got a gun. And in the towns where the Westerns take place, there's no capacity at all to produce either a law book or a gun. But they know about them because they've come from a well-developed civilization and brought it out to the frontier. That's what the whole Western movies are, just recreations of American history. Because the civilization mostly of Europe, with its understanding of God and its understanding of right and its learning and its understanding of nature, that comes over here, and those people brought all that in their minds and hearts. What they didn't bring was aristocracy. They didn't bring an established elite to run everything. What they brought instead was ideas of freedom and equality. And so there was this new world, and a bunch of people got to take it over. And they had, because, the first settlements are about 150 years before the Declaration of Independence. And that 150 years was a time of great learning. One of the most remarkable things that was learned was that most of the early settlers came because of religious persecution. And they thought the solution to that was to set up communities where their religion was installed by law and protected, and everybody had to practice it. And they thought, it's a big old country. If somebody doesn't like it, they can go somewhere else. So religious conformity was more or less the rule. Early on, though, the idea came to be, we don't really have to fight about that. Because first of all, we do fight a lot about it. They used to, in Massachusetts Bay Colony, they used to hang Quakers for coming to town to try to convert people to Quakerism. And Quakers are Christians, different brand. And so they thought that through, and in the course of that 150 years, they adopted the idea of civil and religious freedom. And that's in the Declaration of Independence, right? Because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that has to do, including with our duty to God. And so that religion should be respected, but also free. That's reaches its perfection in the Declaration of Independence. God, I should say, occurs 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. And it's an interesting thing because it demonstrates the way they talk of him, how important God is. And it demonstrates also how important limited government is. Because God appears first as the maker of the laws of nature, and nature's God, the legislator. Then he appears as the supreme judge of the world, the judge. And then he appears as divine providence, the executive branch. And then he appears up higher up as the creator, the founder of all things, right? And the lesson of the Declaration of Independence is, 1, God is a standard, greatly to be respected and worshipped and understood. But 2, you wouldn't combine all those powers in the hand of any being except God, not for men. So you see, this tremendous opportunity, which I can't see myself how it would ever be repeated in history, because there isn't a new world anymore, maybe space. But there's nowhere to go like that anymore. And so they went there, and they got 150 years to work on it, and then they proclaimed a regime defined by these 2 documents. That's one of the most important events in human history, in my opinion. I'll say a thing or two about the Constitution, because that's important. First of all, I mentioned that it's divided into groups, and there are 7 articles in the Constitution of the United States. And the first 3 set up the 3 branches of government. But then a second thing about it's interesting, and that is that it's not an unlimited government. There's something called the police power, which comes from English common law, very old. And it's the general authority to legislate for the health, safety, and welfare of the people. State governments in America have that. And that means that if a state government tries to do something, there are provisions in state constitutions and in the federal constitution that forbid them to do many things. But the presumption is they have the power to do it if it fits within that common law definition, which is very wide. Whereas the Constitution of the United States delegates certain powers to the federal government. And just think what a different thing in kind that is. Like, Hillsdale College has Articles of Incorporation, And they're very beautiful, by the way, and we follow them here closely. But when it comes to the operation of the colleges, it basically grants us, the board and me and the staff here, power to do anything a college needs to do. Well, the federal government's not like that. The federal government has Article 1, Section 8, and that's a limit on the government, you see. The clauses are, it's not hard to state what they're about, is about national defense, the big job of the federal government. The second biggest group is provisions to guarantee a system of national commerce all over the nation, one nation as regards economics. Contracts are to be respected. Bankruptcies, there's to be a provision for them so that you have to be a legal process before you can get out of your debts, but there should be such a process. Money, weights and measures. It's going to be a great nation, trading freely inside its borders. And that will make the nation strong, and nations need to be strong in order to defend themselves. And the only other thing that are powers given to the federal government are basically to operate in the states on the ground where the federal government has installations. So the post office is federal territory. And the federal building, there are way too many of those now, but there's a provision for them right from the beginning. So it's a limited government, and whatever it does, it has to justify by a specific provision in the Constitution that permits it. And that's not the strictest rule in the world. You know, there's leeway. But it's a different kind of thing than to begin on the basis you can do whatever you please. The last thing I'll say about the Constitution is, what's it trying to do? We like to say today, if we're conservative-minded people, which I happen to be, that the Constitution is to limit the government. But of course, that's obviously not true. The first thing it does is empower the government. And it's all over the Constitution and the documents surrounding it that everybody understood they need a strong government. In fact, the Constitution itself, which replaced the Articles of Confederation, was written in part because the Articles were failing. And the reason they were failing was the government wasn't strong enough to protect our rights. There were foreign troops on our soil and we couldn't do anything about it. Couldn't pay our debts. There were riots in the states and they couldn't be put down. Madison writes all this up in a really great essay before the Constitutional Convention called Vices of the Political System of the United States. It's in our Constitution reader. And so they need a stronger government, but they divide it. Now, what is the purpose of the division? And you have to think about how profound the division is, although it's been much overcome by the growth of the administrative state and the bureaucracy, which you're going to hear a lot about in this course. It's still true that it's a tremendous achievement, because in dividing the powers, they arranged for different methods of election of the different parts. So the president serves for 4 years. The House of Representatives serves for 2. The Senate serves for 6. The judges are appointed by the president on advice of the Senate. The constituencies are different. The constituency for a senator is a state. The constituency for the president is an electoral college made up of which you win by majority, that's under pressure these days, which you win by majority of the electors in the states, and the electors are calculated according to the number of senators and representatives each state has. So you see what it does? It spreads authority across space. And you remember, this is the greatest and most extensive republic in human history. And they were trying to unite a continent, the full size of which they did not quite know yet. Although George Washington did name his army the Continental Army. So they want it spread, and so the Senate spreads political authority, and that means people who live in the very different and widely separated parts of the country all get a say, even if they're not very numerous. And then, on the other hand, it spreads authority across time. Because if you want to change something in the American government, the fastest you can possibly turn the whole government over is 6 years, because it takes 3 elections to elect a whole Senate, and the president 2/3 of that amount of time. So that means that it places a premium on opinions that we hold firmly and for a long time. And Madison makes this point beautifully in the Federalist Papers, and more than once. In the 49th, I think it is, he says, it is our reason alone that must be placed in control of the government. Our passions must be controlled by it. So we're supposed to think before we act. Here's another feature of the Constitution. In the 63rd Federalist, Madison says that this is the first purely representative government in history. He's claiming a uniqueness. And what does he mean by purely representative? He means that the sovereign in England was the king, and he was the executive branch. The sovereign in Athens was the free citizens, and they were the legislative branch. The sovereign in America is the constitutional majority, but they don't occupy a branch of government. We don't control, they've introduced the referendum, things like that in later years, but there's no federal referendum process. Why? Madison thought it would be good for us, because, just like you can't trust the government fully because they're people, you can't trust us fully either, because we're people too. And so we can only act through elections. That makes elections important in America. And it also means we can't do anything by the spur of the moment. The best decision's not being made on the spur of the moment. And I'll state a telling exception to that too. The president is specifically empowered to act alone. And that's in matters of execution. Think of the different meanings of that term, execution. When you've got a war, you have to act suddenly. But laws prevail because, of course, if the president starts a war and the Congress doesn't like it, or if he sends a bunch of troops somewhere, they don't have to supply any money for that. And the money will run out if they will put a stop to it. And they have, often in American history, and threatened other times. So you see, the idea is that we have all the power, but we can't act except through our representatives. And that adds patience and deliberation to the process. And then a last thing, the size of the United States. The fact that it's spread so far. The fact that it includes so many people in so many jurisdictions. The states are supposed to have a lot more authority than they have these days. And one of my wishes is to see it restored. A lot of other things like that too. But when it's spread all over the place, let's say you've got 10 little conspiratorial friends. If you got 10 little conspiratorial friends, you can meet in dark rooms and whisper to each other and nobody need find out. But what's 10 going to do in a country this size? In fact, to influence the country, you have to talk across millions of people, hundreds of thousands in the founding, millions now, tens of millions now, and you have to speak across vast spaces. And Madison writes, that will teach us to be more candid with each other. We love to say that all politicians are liars, and I think that's not quite true, but it's a rough truth. But on the other hand, think how much worse it would be if they didn't have to talk in front of us, and if they weren't free to contradict each other. And I want to close with this point because it's fundamentally important. There are just two ways of governing human beings, and one is by talking and the other is by force. Because we are the speaking beings. This rationality that we have that lets us use common nouns, that's what makes us political. And so legitimate political systems are always built on talking, not on violence. They may take violence to install. They may require violence to persist and to defend, but they must not proceed in their ordinary workings by violence of one citizen upon another. And so we have a political system that, first of all, is meant to protect our rights, which are written in our nature, the decisive part of which is our ability to reason and talk. But also we have a nation where we're supposed to discuss things and teach each other and learn from each other. And I'll go back to the European Union. The Poles and the Czechs and the English and the French don't really have a good way to talk to each other except through the agencies of the European Union. And that means it's very difficult for there to be a culture in which public opinion is formed freely among all of the people who are affected. They can't speak with each other routinely. There are translation programs, and lots of people speak more than one language in Europe, and yet to talk in your native tongue, the tongue in which you've been educated and by which you articulate your best thoughts, that's what you do, especially with fellow citizens. It's become a very great country in the course of its history. Beyond the imaginings, even, of the people who founded it, who were extremely ambitious people. They had the highest possible hopes. Right? Well, if that's true, there must have been some cause of it. But also, it's in that final purpose we serve, that we have adopted. It's a purpose available to all human beings. We have adopted it for our own. And then finally, in this form of government we have under the Constitution, which is itself a reflection of human nature, and that is why it has worked so well. So I'll close with the editorial point, well known. I think we ought to restore the authority of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Thank you.
Welcome. Visit hillsdale.edu. I already got that website. Excuse me for just a second, please. I'm back. Now let's continue with Lecture 2.
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, when in the course of human events,
Hillsdale College online course, The Constitution 101, the meaning of history of the Constitution. Lecture 2, Natural Rights and the American Revolution.
Hi, I'm Dr. Thomas West, Hillsdale College. I teach in the politics department. I'm a professor of politics. And my talk today is going to be on natural rights and the American Revolution. And the topic is a good one because it indicates two things. One is a theory, a theoretical concept, natural rights, and the other is a historical event rooted in a time and place, the American Revolution. So in order to understand our founding, it's important, I think, to grasp the connection between theory and practice, between the ideas that motivated or that helped the founders to structure their activities and actions against Britain, and at the same time to understand what the practical fight was all about with the British that led to American independence. In the period leading up to the Revolution and independence in 1776, people in the colonies had been pretty much left alone by the British, with some exceptions. There was a long period in which there was a kind of uneasy truce, you might say, between the colonial legislatures elected by the colonists and the royal governor sent over from the king and from Britain. And there was a rivalry there. The colonial legislatures tended to get their way, much to the chagrin often of the British officials. And that was an arrangement that lasted for quite a while. But then there was the French and Indian War, which changed everything. That war concluded in 1763 with a treaty of peace that then led both sides, both the British and the Americans, to think very differently about their relationship with each other. From the British side, they became increasingly impatient with the colonists now that there was no longer the French threat on the northern border to worry about. They needed the colonists to fight the French, which had been a theme throughout the 18th century, but now the French were defeated. They're gone as a serious power in North America, and it's up to, then it became the British Empire. But that meant that the British government didn't have to treat the colonists so politely. And they also pointed out, you, the colonists, we've been defending you all this time, and you haven't been paying taxes, or at least not very many taxes. So we're going to
12.
This time, and you haven't been paying taxes, or at least not very many taxes. So we're going to do something about that. going to start taxing you, and we're also going to start making it clear to you that you're part of the empire and you have to obey us. On the colonial side, of course, the Americans' attitude was, now that the French threat is gone, we don't need the British as much. So all that time when the British were saying, you need us, and the colonists did need the British forces with respect to the French. Now it was, let's go off on our own, and at least let's not be pressed and pushed around by the British. There was not an immediate desire for independence in 1763, but the attitude of the Americans was, let's not let the British push us around anymore. Let's stick to our own way of doing things and make the British acknowledge that. That led to the crisis that started in the 1760s, 70s, leading up to the actual Declaration of Independence in 1776. What the colonists were doing throughout this period is not just reacting in a visceral way to their desire to be free, but they also had ready at hand, a doctrine of natural rights and natural law, which had been around the colonies for quite a while. These ideas had come into the colonies sometime around 1710 or shortly thereafter, became widely known and discussed in the colonies throughout that period between 1710 and the end of the French and Indian War, 50 years later. And the Americans, therefore, were able to say, look, it's not just a matter of our wish to not be dominated by you people, you British. It's also, we have a right to be free. We have a right to self-government. And the British, of course, in response said, no, you don't. You're part of the empire. You have to obey the parliament. And that's just the story. That's the end of it. We might compromise. We might let you have a little freedom. But that was the gist of what happened. So what the appeal to the natural rights doctrine, which began in earnest in the 1760s, was an appeal to a doctrine that claims to be universally true for all human beings everywhere. And that's what gave the revolution its peculiar flavor of not just being a local quarrel between this and that group, but a quarrel that was made in the name of universal principles of natural law and natural rights, of something that is true now and forever and will always be true about human relationships. That teaching of the natural law is stated all over the place in founding era documents. You could find in the Declaration of Independence, most famously. You see it in state after state. Each state, the states that put together constitutions, most of them had bills of rights, had statements of principle. These doctrines were widely held. You hear occasionally some people will say, well, that was just Jefferson's idea and he was influenced by the French. That's ridiculous. These ideas had been around the colonies for 60 years by that time and widely accepted and known, and became officially part of the record in the Revolution. And what you find in these state constitutions is various restatements of the same ideas that are in the Declaration of Independence, and they help to clarify. So in the Declaration, you have all men are created equal. And that has led lots of people to make all kinds of assumptions about men and women, about blacks and whites, and so on. It's not about human equality in the sense of we're all the same. It's about human equality in the sense of no one has the right to dominate anybody else without their consent. The founders had a way of, different formulations of this. For example, Virginia, all men are by nature equally free and independent. Or Massachusetts, all men are born free and equal. These were different versions of the same thought, that no one has the right to rule another. That there is and then that was also put in moral language in terms of rights and natural law. So the natural right idea arises from the notion that not only are we born equal in the sense nobody's ruling, we also have a right, a moral claim that we can make on behalf of that state. We do deserve to be equal and free and equally free. And from that then comes the idea of a natural right to liberty, from which, in the founders' minds, all the other rights in one way or another can be derived. If you have a right to be free, not to be ruled by another, that means the right not to be assaulted, not to be killed by another, thus the right to life. If you have the right to be free to use your own mind and your own body to acquire property, that means you have a right to property. If you have a right not to be dominated in the way you worship God, that's a religious freedom right. The basic idea is all men are born free in the sense that everybody who is part of a government ought to have given that person his or her consent to be part of that government. Equality then can be understood to be a moral claim in two ways. One is it's about the moral rights and obligations of human beings to each other. And as I said just now, the basic right to liberty and all the other rights that follow from it. And the other is a claim about the right to rule. Who has the right to rule? Born equally free and independent. Means not born into a slave relationship or subordinate relationship. Understand, of course, when they talked about this, they didn't mean children. They always understood children are under the temporary control or wardship of their parents. But that was always understood to be a wardship that was a preparation for freedom once the children grow up. There was no idea of patriarchy throughout life in the founders' conception. Once you've reached the age of majority, let's say 21, typically in American law at that time, you're free of your parents. And from then on, you are free of everything unless it's the laws that you've given your consent to obey. And it's that consent, it's that giving of consent collectively that is what creates a nation, creates a people that is then to be governed by a particular form of government. Founders use the term social compact to mean the agreement we all make with each other, fellow citizens make with each other, to form a government and to accept the rules made by that government. And once you're in the social compact, you then become an exclusive body apart from the rest of humanity. And the government you're creating is for you, your fellow citizens, and protection of you and your rights. It's only not for the protection of the rest of mankind and their rights. So what does it mean to be free and equal in a daily, day-to-day situation? I like to use the example of a job. When you apply for a job, you are saying to the employer, I have something valuable to offer you, my labor, and if you offer me something valuable, let's say pay, a salary, we'll make an agreement. And the agreement is an agreement between equals. I agree to be ruled by you insofar as I'm employed by you. You agree to pay me. And it's a relationship of subordination. It's not a relationship of permanent subordination. That would be slavery. An employment contract always has limits beyond which the employer is not allowed to go in order to protect the life, liberty, and property of the employee. But that's one example, a simple example of how equality works in practical life, in day-to-day life. Now, the idea of consent of the governed is fundamental to the founding, and in fact, the revolution itself was primarily fought in the name of consent, because it was the issue was, can the British impose taxes upon our people without the consent of our own locally elected legislative bodies? And the answer was, no, they can't. And that has to be, taxes and any form of government intrusion on our life, liberty, or property has to be with the agreement of the people who live under that government. And that has to be expressed through elected legislatures or through democracy where people get together in person, as say in a New England township. Now that consent, what did that actually mean in practice in terms of structuring government? Do we want to have a legislative body? Is it a good idea to have an executive? What about judging? What about courts? All of that had to be worked out and thrashed out. And that was an area where a lot of the disagreements in the founding came forward. There was a general agreement on consent in the form of elections, general agreement that government needed to have some kind of an executive for prosecutions, for directing the armed forces, for dealing with sudden problems like an uprising, or organizing the militia. But basically, there was agreement. The disagreements in terms of structure of government, I'm not going to go into today. That's going to be the topic of the next couple of talks in this series. What I am going to focus on today is the subject of what government is supposed to do once it's formed. The Declaration of Independence has a nice formulation. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. To secure these rights. What does that mean? What does security of rights mean? You can also look at the state constitutions and say, how did they describe the purpose of government? Was it the same? Was it security of rights? And the answer is, well, they use different language. One of the terms that was often used to explain the purpose of government is the word protection. Protection is what the government is supposed to do, meaning protection against harm to your own life, liberty, and property. And that protection has two sides. It's the side of the national government against the outsiders, potential foreign attack, and protection against your fellow citizens who might harm you harm your life, liberty, or property because they're misbehaving. So protection. Let me just give you an example from the Virginia Declaration of Rights. Government ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. So that's what to secure these rights means. Protection, benefit and protection and security of the people, nation, or community. Again, the emphasis is on our people. The government is not protecting people in Mexico or Canada or elsewhere in the world. That's a subject that is often misunderstood today. There's an assumption today that if there's human rights are universal, it's the job of every government in the world to protect rights all over the world. The founders rejected that idea completely and totally. Another example from the New Jersey Constitution preamble, the King of Great Britain has refused protection to the good people of these colonies, therefore we have a right to revolution. Refused protection, that was the one word. You're not protecting us against injury. And in fact, as New Jersey went on to say, you're attacking us, you're harming us. You're harming our people, you're putting soldiers here and shooting at us. So then the question becomes, well, all right, what policies does the government have to adopt in order to do this protecting of the people? So the first point, of course, is protection against outsiders by means of armed forces, by means of what we call foreign policy. Diplomacy, statecraft, negotiation, perhaps making alliances. But in the end, it comes down to, do you have soldiers in the field who can physically defeat a potential or an actual threat to the life, liberty, and property of American citizens? So this first part of government's protection or protective duty is about armed forces, and that, of course, does include border enforcement. One of the points of having a nation of your own is it's for the people who live here. Anyone who wants to come here has to ask permission. And permission is not automatic. It's given, again, by consent of the governed, by the consent of the people who live here. The idea of a universal right to immigrate to a nation that says, I don't want you here, founders would have said, no, that's immoral. That's a violation of the moral principle that all men are created equal, and that we, therefore, who have created our own government, have a moral right to say who will be our future fellow citizens. That's our duty and our right, not someone else's. The second part of protection, and what government has to do to protect, is to create laws against crimes. That's the most urgent part of the domestic politics side of the founders' argument. And so one of the topics that came up early on in America during the Revolution and in its aftermath was to create constitutions and laws to protect citizens. Criminal laws, for example. Jefferson had a great quote on that in his, he put together a proposed revision of the laws of the state of Virginia in 1778, in which he states that it's precisely because vicious and immoral men who try to take away the rights of other people that we have criminal law. And without criminal law, he said, the purpose of society would not be achieved, by which he meant protection and security of life, liberty, and property. So if you ask people today, sometimes I'll ask my students, how does the government secure our rights? They'll often give you a statement like, well, that's what the Supreme Court is for, and they have rules against discrimination and so on. Well, the founders would say, no, government protects your rights not just through the judiciary, but through all three branches of government. You have to have a legislature to make laws. You have to have an executive to carry out arrests and prosecutions and punishments, and a judiciary to decide, is this person who's accused by the government truly guilty or not guilty? You need all three branches. That's what makes government protection possible through criminal law. And that's what we see, occasionally there are TV shows based on this idea of, trials, people prosecute. That's how it's supposed to work. One of the characteristic features of government today in America is the deprioritization of criminal law enforcement. Not everywhere, but especially in major cities of America today. The ability of police and prosecutors to find criminals, prosecute them successfully, and have them punished is minimal. There are some cities in which the police, if they're called out on a theft, if you call the police and say, somebody stole something out of my house, they'll go, Okay, we'll fill out a report for you. You can take it to the insurance company. But no, we're not going to look into it. Founding fathers would say, you guys don't get what government is for. It's for protection. And protection means you have to deter crime by making it clear to people who commit crimes, they're going to pay a penalty. So, figure out why, what's wrong, what happened, why do our priorities somehow go somewhere else? And if you ask police departments today or prosecuting, they'll say, well, we don't have a budget for it. Which means something has gone wrong at the level of the state legislature or at the level of city government, where money is being spent on something less that is of lower priority than actual protection of the lives and properties of citizens. That's a problem from the point of view of the founders, but it is the way we do government today. One could sum up the founders' conception of law enforcement that was developed during the Revolution in two phrases: equal protection of the laws and due process of law. Equal protection meaning, in the founders' view, equal protection meant when there's going to be a general rule that applies to everybody. It will define what crimes are and it'll say what the penalties are going to be. And government's duty is to provide equal protection. So no matter how wealthy the perpetrator might be, what race he might be, or the sex of the person committing the crime, government has the same obligation to prosecute and punish in the same way anyone who commits the crime. That's fundamental. But precisely because government is so strong and powerful when it's engaging in this activity of protecting, it also needs to follow procedures called due process of law, meaning you don't just take somebody and punish them without giving them a chance to defend themselves. So government has to prove its case, in theory at least, in court, for any significant punishment to take place. For a person to be deprived of liberty or property or money, trial, a right to defend, a right to call witnesses, a right to speak to cross-examine, to deal with whatever you need to do, bring forward whatever you need to bring forward in order to show, if you can, I didn't do that, I'm not guilty. Those two concepts, equal protection of the law and due process of law, were later embodied in the 14th Amendment, which was meant to take the basic founders' political theory of what government's supposed to do that was developed during the American Revolution, and then apply it to the states. Each state was, from then on, obliged by the federal Constitution to provide the same protection of the laws and of the due process of law that was already required and expected at the federal level in its own law enforcement jurisdiction. One of the early debates in America was over, do we need a federal government? And if so, what should be its scope and its powers? The founders came up with a very simple way of dividing up that labor. The federal government was going to be primarily responsible for foreign policy, and the state governments for domestic policy, with some exceptions. But basically, the federal government didn't really have a whole lot to do in early American history other than foreign policy. Now, there were some exceptions to that. The federal government was given some powers to regulate commerce, to maintain a national free market, and so on. But those were general exceptions. Generally, the states handled things having to do with property law, commerce, and contracts, things of that kind. And I'll be talking about that in a talk I give later on in the series. Today, when we teach American government in college, we often tend to focus on the national government. That's, of course, the exciting part, the big, the one that everybody notices. And, of course, today, the feds have become so important, we tend to forget the role of the states, which still remains quite powerful even today. I believe the percentage of court cases that are handled at the federal versus the state level is about over 90% still are state court cases. So most law enforcement, most legal issues come up not at the federal level at all. And that is how they designed it. And to that extent, to some extent, that same division of labor still prevails. One of the things that John Quincy Adams pointed out in a famous speech he gave on July 4th, 1821, was that the revolution, the American Revolution, had its heroes. And of course, everyone tends to think of things like George Washington, the other great generals of that period, the soldiers, people who sacrificed their lives to create an independent nation. And that's true, Adams says. That was true. But what he adds to that is, he says, you know, there are other people who were also heroes of the American Revolution. And we don't tend to acknowledge that. Those are the people, he said, who figured out how to write the constitutions and the laws, state and federal, that have given us our liberty and enable us to sustain that liberty. They're heroes too, because that's not easy to do. I want to conclude this talk by asking the question, what then was America meant to be at the time of the founding? And I want to emphasize again, ideas are not people. The ideas of the American Revolution were indeed unique to the American Revolution, but those ideas are meant to be universal for all mankind. But it was a particular people. It was these people over in America, the British settlers, other Europeans were here, predominantly Europeans, who made the nation what it was. And they were not randomly assembled from all around the world. One of the things the founders were very conscious of is how difficult it is to establish and sustain a political regime that is going to be a free regime, a free regime of freedom. John Jay in Federalist 2 points out that that Americans really do belong together, not just because they hold the same political principles, and he does mention that, but also because they are, quote, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs. And Jay's point partly was, if it hadn't been for all those things we already had in common prior to forming the Union, we might not have been able to do it. Liberty is only possible to be established in the founders' minds if the people are capable of supporting liberty and living according to the requirements of liberty. There are many cultures in the world today, and there were then too, where the people who live in these places don't like freedom and have no experience of freedom. The founders, in fact, doubted openly whether places like Latin America or even some places in Europe could ever maintain a regime of political freedom. Natural rights belong to everyone in the founders' view, but you have the right, obviously you have the right to create a free country, but you don't always have the ability to. It depends on who lives there and what their attitudes are and how good their leadership is. In some cases, the founders pointed out you can't have consent of the governed if you're going to have any kind of protection of the rights of the individual. There was a revolution in Haiti that took place during the 1790s, and people in the founding were saying they're not going to be able to have a free government there. They're not going to have you can't have an elective government in Haiti. Probably a military despotism is the best they're going to do. That was a quote from Hamilton. And Jefferson held the same view when he was asked about Latin America in the 1820s. He said, look, this is a place that's going to be really difficult to form any kind of solid, lasting free government there. I hope they can do it, he said. They ought to. They deserve it, but it's going to be tough. The founders had answers as to how to keep the population morally capable of being free. They didn't think it would work everywhere, but they did think it would work here. I'll talk about that later in the series. Thank you.
Hillsdale College online course, Constitution 101, the meaning and history of the Constitution. It's time. Oh. It's time, but before we get started, excuse me. I'm back, folks. Sorry for the long wait, but I had to prepare myself for this. Something I'm myself, and I just hope I don't fall asleep during the lessons. Just hoping I don't fall asleep. I had to prepare myself, get the attention span going. Sorry, it just took so long. Anyway, shall we get started? Dang it. Nope. Yes, alrighty, here we go. Lesson. Okay, there is an
There is an indispensable relationship between the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution.
Okay. Lesson 1, the Constitution between Lesson 1, the connection between the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence.
There is an indispensable relationship between the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. This lesson explores the universal principles outlined in the Declaration and their implications for the form of just government. Discover the profound truths of the Constitution in an entirely new way through Hillsdale College's Introduction to the Constitution. Find yourself at the table with Dr. Larry Arnn, as he teaches his students the principles of liberty. Experience the lively discussions that take place as students explore the implications and beauty of our Constitution.
All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's get started. The first lesson's 11 minutes and 51 seconds long, so I hope your attention span's good. So, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The Declaration of Independence Universal.
If you're going to have a free government, you're going to have a form of the government, because a free government requires a lot of people participate in the government. The governed have to participate in the government. And to do that, you have to have a form. You have to have some established way by which people participate. It has to stay the same over time, or else they'll be changing it all the time, and then soon enough just a few will run it. Well, our Constitution is the most successful thing like that in human history, and things like that have been known since the ancient world. None has lasted so long as ours. The Constitution is authoritative, or it's supposed to be, and so why would the Declaration of Independence matter? My own belief is that you would never give a full account of the United States of America without a rich understanding of those two things and the relationship between them, one of them being the formal cause of the United States of America, and one of them being the final cause. Casey, are you showing off? Morning. Okay, so what's a country?
A country has borders?
That's the latest news, isn't it? Yeah, and okay, so that's the edge of a country. What's inside there?
It's a group of citizens that have engaged in a contract together to be ruled by the same government.
So it takes contract, according to modern political thought. But there's an interesting sentence in the Declaration of Independence that we will read. See if we can find it. So it says, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, lay its foundation on such principles. So we can change the government. It's a right. But then what follows from that?
We kind of have a duty to establish a new set of rules and law.
So the Declaration of Independence doesn't contemplate life without government, does it? Right? And what's the first objection against the king?
He hasn't given those laws.
He has refused his assent to laws, most wholesome and necessary. So that's like something classical, isn't it? Because in the classical world, mankind, human beings, are the social and political animals. And they don't talk of having a right to make a contract, to establish a government. And this does. And yet, on the other hand, this other thing in here that we need, made to live under law. And it's worth remarking that because it means we're talking about something important. Here at Hillsdale College, as you all know, right, you all have different majors. Everybody studies everything fundamental. This is something fundamental. You're going to live under laws because of the kind of thing you are. And if you live under bad laws, you're going to be miserable. And it's very common for people to live under bad laws. And that's one of the points of this document, the Declaration of Independence. We need good laws. And if we don't get them, we have a right to rebel. And that means kill the people who deny them to us, which is what they proceeded to do after this document. And the people were very strong who were ruling America. This he, who has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary, is a really important guy. He's the King of England, the strongest power on earth. And we have a right and a duty to kick him out of here. And we're going to do it. So that's what the document is about. What does it say? The Declaration of Independence is one of the most influential documents in all of human history. It gives a picture of the whole order of nature, and it proceeds from that whole order down finally to what the classics call the utmost particular, the definite thing to be done right now. How does it begin?
It begins in very general terms in that it can be applied, it's not specific to America, it can be applied. Human events means really any time, one people, can be any people.
Universally. Right. Isn't that interesting? So, who are these guys and where are these guys when they do this? They're all guys. One of them was John Adams, who was a really brilliant and great man, but not as brilliant or great as his wife, who gave him happily in writing detailed advice about everything he did, and he mostly took it. Really great man. So, where are they?
Apart from the ones that are oppressing them, separated by an ocean.
Yeah, I mean, when they're writing this document, right, they're in Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is on the sea, and Britain is a great sea power. Risky place to be. There were people looking for them. A writ had been issued for their arrest. And if they had been found by the army, not a police force, they were not going to be dragged up in front of local courts independent from the king. They were going to be taken back to England. Ripped from their families months away, right, to be tried in front of strangers, which is what was going on, which is one of the complaints in the middle. And what's interesting about this is they begin universally, but how does it end? Let's look at the last sentence. And for the support, somebody read this.
And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
What else do they have to pledge except those things? That's a pledge of everything, right? We pledge all of that, and who do they pledge it to?
Each other?
Yeah, you know the war literature, right? People do uncommonly brave things on battlefields, and many people do it. And most of those people didn't think they could before they did. One of the themes that emerges from the battlefield literature is they do it for each other. They don't want to get shot. They can't stand the image of their friend getting shot. Can't bear it. They love, right? These guys are in this room. It's actually the room where the Constitution was written too, later. They're in this room, and they're promising each other. See, that's a big pledge, and a pledge of everything. And in the name of who do they make this pledge?
Divine providence?
Yeah, who's that?
Their creator.
Yeah.
As was mentioned in the beginning of the Declaration of Independence.
So God, right? They swear to God and to each other. We have fraternities at Hillsdale College, and I won't say that they're not sometimes a little naughty. And they all take pledges, oaths, to join the fraternity. And the oaths are all the same. They're all 19th century Christian organizations, these fraternities. And we're big oath takers around here, as you know. We're just like these guys right in the Declaration of Independence. So all you got to do is remind them of their oath. You know, what'd you do? They, kind of, And you say, well, I forget now. What'd you promise to do in your oath to your fraternity? And it's always, all of the oaths are to God and each other. Many of them to the college, too. That means I really got them, right? They got to straighten up now. And it's a big deal with war pending, right? And this is particular, right? The people in the room, about 4 times as many as is around this table, swear to each other. I swear to Emily, and Emily swears to me. And that means later, we don't do it. We know the name and can picture the face of the person who's going to disapprove, who's been betrayed, right? And that's as particular as it can possibly get. But it begins, was it Casey who said that? Universally? No, it wasn't. Good job. Yeah. It begins universally. It begins without reference to any place or any people, but to every place and every people. And it ends with the utmost particularity. You know, if you think every choice you make, you've always got some sense of right when you make a choice. This document moves from this ultimate sense of right that we all carry down to the particular circumstances in which they are going to act right now. And the whole document is a connected chain from the general to the particular. And it's exactly the process every one of us goes through every time we make a hard choice. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And what are they doing except making a really hard choice? What's in the middle that connects the very beginning, the universal part, with this final conclusion that they make is the list of particulars. And so what kinds of things are those?
Imposing taxes on us without consent.
Quartering troops in people's homes. Dissolving representative houses repeatedly.
Think of those. All three of those are the same thing. All three of those are failing to represent. They put their troops up in our houses, which means they're taking our houses. When were we going to live, right? And they disband the legislature. And we're going to talk about these more when we get to the Constitution, but I mention them here now because there's actually an outline of the Constitution of the United States in the middle of the Declaration of Independence. It's an amazing thing. And the chief elements of the Constitution are listed here in the negative sense that the king violated them.
All right, lesson 2, the laws of nature and of nature's God.
The Declaration of Independence cites God as the lawgiver, protector, and judge. This lesson explores the roots of our form of government in the Declaration and why the founders saw it necessary to separate the three powers of government. God alone is trustworthy enough to exercise legislative, executive, and judicial power.
God or Allah, depending on your religion. All right, let's get started with lesson 2, the laws of nature and of nature's God. Let me see if I even said that right, pronounced that right.
The laws of nature and of nature's God.
Yeah, I did. Okay, let's get started.
In the education business, we learned something that's really wonderful to know. We like it a lot. And it is that there are some big words, some very fundamental words. There's a number of them. Education is one of them, by the way. And you can spend your life figuring out what they mean. Good is my favorite word about that. But another highly favorite word by me is the word nature. It's a big old word. It means a lot of things. And yet, those things are connected. It means a little seed, and it means the whole cosmos. It means everything. How do those meanings come to be associated with that one word? What is the general rule? First paragraph.
Well, it's the fact that because of equality and because all men are created equal under the laws of nature, they have the right to...
Under the laws of nature and nature's God. Isn't that the first authority cited in this?
Yes.
Right? And Christian over here mentions two other places where God is mentioned in the Declaration. What were they?
They were at the where we're talked about endowed with inalienable rights by their creator, as well as the end when we pledge to each other by the name of our divine providence.
Divine providence, creator, laws of nature and of nature's God. Can you think of another? No. So the answer is supreme judge of the world. Toward the end. So what branch of government would be the maker of the laws of nature and of nature's God?
Legislative?
Legislative.
Lawmaker, right? God is a lawmaker, right? What branch of government would be supreme judge of the world? Yeah. What branch of government would be divine providence? The executive. I'll be darned. And the creator would be like a founder, right? Like a constitution maker. Now, it's very interesting that God appears in these guises, in these images, the branches of government. When one of the charges in the middle of the Declaration of Independence is that the king, who's the executive branch, has interfered with the legislature and the judges. He has suspended the legislature. He has removed judges. He has interfered with the trial by jury. The king is trying to be all three branches. But the person who can be trusted to be all three branches is actually named in the document. Only God. Right? It's very plain, isn't it? And if you think about it for a minute, he might need an authority like that if he's declaring a rebellion, because of the source of the law up to that moment had been the king and parliament. And they're saying no more. So king and parliament have not passed a law that says you can cut off from us whenever you want to. If they had, they could have used their authority. But they were saying no. So they needed some higher authority. Laws of nature. What's nature mean?
It means birth.
Birth? Okay. Explain that.
So we basically all come to be at some point or in some setting. And as we come to be, and as we grow and mature, we have some sort of essence into how, as people, we live our lives, or as whatever creatures that we are.
You're talking about all living things, right?
Correct.
Not rocks and trees. Well, trees. Well, I mean, not rocks, because they don't grow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is that living things have a way of coming to be, and they're born somehow, right? Eggs, whatever. Human beings, by the way, are very unusual in the way they're born. Yeah. They take an incredibly long time to grow up. Wait until you have children, and they will punish you as you have punished your parents, right? I mean, I'm in the college business, guy, and look at the age of all of you, right? And if I call your parents, they will be frightened, right? Because I'm the president, and maybe something's wrong, right? But if you were some other kind of beast, they wouldn't know who you are anymore, right? Child raising is a big deal for us, and yet we have discretion over it. And Casey's point is this word nature is the Latin word for birth, and the first meaning of the term nature is, how does a living thing come to be? But it has to mean more than that, right? Because, as he's pointing out, things grow. Living things grow. This growth, this term, birth natura, means the process of begetting and growth by which a living thing comes to be. But living things also decay. And to distinguish the moment when they cease to grow and they begin to decay, you need some conception of what they are when they're fully themselves, completely and fully themselves, when they have realized their nature. It's one reason we love to say at the college, we're helping them to become human beings. They just haven't made it yet. Yeah, you're potential human beings, of course, and you guys are far along. You're, on the best day, an actual human being. but on the worst day, I'm not one either, right? So this nature means us becoming fully what we are. Now, what would you mean by a law of nature?
Kind of rules that govern how things should operate. And I think one of the problems that the founders had was that the king was trying to control all laws of nature as himself. And really, they had a fundamental problem with that because it wasn't their actual creator.
You can make it specific, right? That's good. That's very good, Steve. And you can make it specific this way, too, because if we say that a thing has a way of growing, well, under what conditions does it grow well? Like plants need sun, and sequoia trees need space. Whatever makes it thrive, that's the law governing it. And the laws of nature and of nature's God, they're referring there to this God that appears 3 other times, right? The one responsible for the order of all things. And also, the great majority of them, the one to whom they pray and expect them to protect the revolution that they're waging. Not all of them thought that God was so, but many did, and we're going to learn as we go that it was the specific purpose of the United States of America to be the first country to make a complete and full and happy home for people who thought both ways about that. Because their idea was, those who were Christians, who were the great majority of them, their idea was, you're never going to get to heaven because somebody passed a law saying you had to do so.
Very interesting. That's the end of lesson 2. Okay. Now for lesson... Wait. So... That's better. Wait a minute. Now that's better. Lesson 3, freedom and equality.
Freedom and equality are two intricately connected ideas. All men are free because all men are created equal and endowed with the same unalienable rights. Governments are instituted to secure those rights, and because all men are equal and free, they cannot be governed without their consent.
Very true. Okay, now let's start the video.
The Declaration of Independence says something that you don't really find in the ancient world. It says, all men are created equal. And yet they are so obviously... The Declaration of Independence says something that you don't really find in the ancient world. It says, all men are created equal. And yet they are so obviously different, aren't they? In America, we like sports. And in sports, they keep score. And you find out who's equal and who's not. And you find it out relentlessly. What does equality mean then? In what way or respect is it true that all men are created equal? What does it mean equal? What does it mean all men are created equal when, obviously, by the way, they are not? Like, look around the table. I'm old, you're young, boys and girls, large and small, younger and older. You're just a baby, aren't you?
Yes.
He's a sophomore. He's a precocious sophomore, as old Christian here. So we're not equal, right? What does it mean all men are created equal? What do they mean?
They have equal dignity as human beings, even though they might be endowed with different degrees.
So Hitler and Churchill, for example, have equal dignity.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder. What does dignity mean?
Wait.
As human beings.
All men are created equal. What do they mean?
They have equal dignity as human beings, even though they might be endowed with different degrees.
So Hitler and Churchill, for example, have equal dignity.
Yes.
I thought he
Yeah, I wonder. What does dignity mean?
It references the nature of man as having a right to exist in some respect, at least insofar as being in like the body that you are.
Okay. Compare children and dogs. The most important comparison, by the way, in the entire academic world, key to understanding all nature, is to compare children and dogs. I don't like cats. I don't compare them. But children and dogs, right? And what is it about the children and the dogs?
You can raise them just about the same way when they're young, but then at some point the children start speaking and somehow they've picked up on how people act and how people interact.
They talk. Yeah, the specific thing they do. See, in my family, the children are grown now, and we have these two boxers, and they're really great. One of them's a three-legged dog, and he's the happiest dog we ever had. And the dogs are everywhere, wherever we are. So you guys are all coming over to my house for dinner, and you will find that you'll be dining with the dogs, right? And when we were raising the kids, the dogs were always there. And after about 1.5 years, the kids started talking, and the dogs never did. And they'd all heard exactly the same things, right? So this talking, Aristotle says that the gift of speech, which is identical, he claims, to reason or rationality, they are the same thing. The argument is, when you are talking, you are thinking to yourself. You are thinking out loud. And when you are thinking, you are talking to yourself. It's the same thing. Now, somehow this capacity we have that makes us human, there's some respect in which we are all created equal. And where I think that is this phenomenon of the dogs and the kids. Dogs, at various times in their lives, are greatly preferable to children, right? But they're not the same kind of thing, else they would say so. And they never do, right? Last night, the dogs were talking to us as dogs talk, right? And Aristotle says, animals use their voices to indicate pleasure and pain. People speak to distinguish the just from the unjust, right? This whole thing is a statement of the just and the unjust, and it depends on this simple point. This is what all men are created equal means. You are the King of England, and you ride in a golden carriage, and everybody salutes you and all fear you. But you know, when you were 1.5 years old, you started doing something that no animal has ever done. And no one taught you to do that. You just started doing it. And it wasn't because you were born royal, it's because you were born human, and so were we. It just means that. And think what that allows. Our kids like to say cow. They have an English mother. They English say that word very well. But it's just a sound, right? Cow, cow, cow. Why not plop, flack, whack? You know, why not a million things? Or cow, cow. What's that got to do with that thing out in the field? Everyone different from everyone else. Right? And they can just look at a two-dimensional picture of a cow and identify it, and then you can take it out in the field and show them a bunch of animals, and they'll point out which one's the cow. But that means before they're old enough to even go outside by themselves, their whole universe gets populated by all of the things that it's in ours. Planets, stars, worms, bees, everything. They can get all of that, right? And they can get all that by the time they're 3 years old. And then by the time they're 5 years old, for sure, they can start identifying these sounds they make with marks on a page, and then they're reading. And then the next thing you know, they're reading Shakespeare. And then they can do numbers, because numbers are just the same kind of symbols except for quantities. And once you can do the basic math, you're on your way to quantum mechanics. Every human being can do that, every single one. And no other creature has ever done that. And born in this gift, you see, that we can speak and therefore see that thing and that thing is the same kind of thing, and it doesn't make any difference if it's your kid or somebody else's. You can't treat it like a dog because it is not a dog. And no king can treat it like a dog because it is not a dog to him either, because it's not a dog. See? Once the ground is laid for that, then, of course, Thomas Jefferson can write in the last serious letter he wrote, "Some are not born with saddles on their backs, nor others booted and spurred to ride them by the grace of God." The king can rightly put a harness on the horses that pull his carriage, but he can't do that to people unless they volunteer. You see, that's a tremendous philosophic proposition and the ultimate source of human freedom. And this, by the way, is the greatest political statement of that in all history.
Okay, lesson 4.
Consent of the governed. Because all men are equal and free, no one can rule another without the consent of the people. Consent is a fundamental principle of a free government, therefore it has significant implications for the form of government to be adopted.
All right, now that you got the what it's about, let's get started.
Our government is representative, and that means we don't do it ourselves. So if you're going to understand the form of our government, which form is unique, you'll have to understand something that's in the Declaration of Independence as a precursor. And that thing is consent, or consent of the governed. So then the argument would have to go like this, that there's such a thing as a human, that all the things that are like that are equal in some respect, that this equality sets them up to be governed rightly only by their consent, and that gives rise to the structures of the Constitution. So to connect all those things up is to retrace the steps of the American Revolution. We're going to talk about representative government. Why consent? What is consent and why?
It's kind of more or less a social contract that both parties are agreeing to the terms and conditions. We, as the people being governed, are allowing those who are in power to look over and provide the necessary securities so we can, as they put it, to pursue our happiness.
So in the Declaration of Independence, what do they say about the social contract?
It's referenced in the laws of nature and nature's God.
Is it? Where?
Well, the social contract assumes that there are laws of nature because you enter into the social contract and you're leaving the state of nature.
It sounds a bit like John Locke, who talks about that a whole bunch. And so we have to be careful not to get to chasing our own tails. And so we might stick with just something direct and simple and understandable, right? Like, if we're equal, you wouldn't have the authority to do something to me unless I say so. Whereas the king answered the Declaration of Independence. Did you know that? He gave an address from the throne, and he gave an answer. Caused it, this address from the throne, he caused it to be distributed across the lines at the Siege of Boston. And he basically said in there, I was born to be the king here, and you were born to be the subjects. And I am required to look after you and be good to you and take care of you and to do what's in your interest, what's good for you. But you are required to do what I say. And he thought that that would turn the whole thing around. And at the moment that he distributed this thing across the lines to the Continental Army, it was melting away because their enlistments were up. And they read that thing and they went, what? Is that what he thinks? We're staying. We're going to do this thing, right? The king's idea is that I was born with an obligation and you were born with an obligation. We both have to do our thing, and we're born that way. And the Declaration of Independence denies that. It says we're all born equal. Equal in that sense that I named, right? We're not dogs until the dogs start talking. So that's what they say. And if it's like that, then you get to be our king if we say so. There's a really great document that we're not reading in this course, but I encourage everyone to read it in our Constitution Reader. It's written by Thomas Jefferson, who, of course, was a very powerful writer. Earth-shakingly powerful writer, wrote the Declaration of Independence. And it's called A Summary View of the Rights of British North America. And in there, he goes on and on and on, and he explains, you get to be the king if we say so. You have to do what we say. In the last paragraph, which I'll paraphrase, he says, let those flatter who fear. It is not an American art. Your counselors are partisans, not drawn from us, right? So he's telling the king what for, and it gives rise soon, the flag with the snake that says, don't tread on me. We have a right. We are born the same as you. You get your carriage since you got it already. It's just that you don't get to tell us what to do from it. Consent is born in equality in that way, right? And you just have to remember that we Americans, we just breathe that from birth. We get that with mother's milk. That's what we think. We think we're born equal. It's the reason why we think we can do whatever we want if we work hard enough. It's the reason I thought, I grew up, my dad's a school teacher from Pocahontas, Arkansas, right? But I didn't know that that wasn't the grandest thing in the world to be. I knew we weren't rich, but I didn't think anybody was born better than I, nor I better than anybody else. Churchill used to love to say about equality, he'd say, it's the principle that everybody is as good as everybody else or a little better. Don't you like that? Churchill was very witty. So now if you're going to have consent, that's a very radical thing to think. The King of England didn't think that, right? The fact that he gave that address from the throne and had it distributed He thought that would be persuasive, right? Later, they send Ben Franklin, who was, let's say, a very artful human being. We all know what that means, right? For example, he was the world's greatest spokesman for pious middle-class morality. Anyway, they sent him to England to negotiate. He didn't get on well. They liked him better in Paris. He went there too. And he gets over there and he talks with the cabinet. And the cabinet says, we are the mother country and you are the children and you must do what we say. And he writes a letter back to the Continental Congress and says, there's going to be a war. Because what they think is, and remember, what they think is what everybody thinks. It's what the King of France thinks, who later subsidized our revolution. It's what they all think. It's what the world has thought from time immemorial. And these guys don't think that. That's a remarkable development in human history. And what we're going to talk about now is the amazing things that makes possible. This idea of consent. You see, if they can only do it to you, if you say so, then incredible things become possible in arranging government.
No.
I'm Gregory.
All right, before we go on to lesson 5. Before we go on to lesson 5, I'm gonna take a short break. So please stand by for a second, because I need a drink. I'm back, folks. So, shall I get started? Lesson 5, representation. Whoops, I hit the wrong key.
Representation is the means by which the principle of consent of the governed is applied and maintained in the government. Representation allows citizens to entrust the governing of the country to a few people, while still retaining the crucial ability to control the power of the government through periodic elections.
All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's get started.
You're ready to make...
Still got a few more lessons left.
As long as people have been studying politics intelligently, they've been understanding that one of the problems key in it, is that you give some people power and you don't want them to abuse it. How do you give it and limit it at the same time? This is a question of particular importance in the American Revolution, where they have, of course, thrown off the king, extremely powerful man, because he was bad and he was exceeding his authority. And yet they had fought this war, against this powerful king, and they needed to assemble a lot of power to do it. So they actually wanted more powerful government, but they don't want it to abuse them. What I think the wisest of them thought was that every human use of power required to be restrained and directed toward the good, as opposed to self-interest or the bad. So one of the ways they went about that was to make the government purely representative. That means we get to pick the rulers, but we don't rule. So we said in the Declaration of Independence that the king was suspending the legislature and wouldn't let them elect another one, right? Elect another one. The representatives of the people are not meeting. You see, consent gives rise to representation. Now, why would that make for a control on the government?
Because the government doesn't receive its legitimacy without the consent of the governed?
Yeah, and it isn't even abstract, right? Government is a monopoly, It's if it's true, as we said before, that politics is natural to the human being, that they always live under laws, that it arises from their gift of speech, which is the classical argument and also the founders' argument about government, then there's always going to be government, right? And you're going to be in the government, and it's going to have a monopoly on force. But on the other hand, it can't really do anything unless you say it can. And that's not the king's idea. The king's idea is you're going to have kings. It's in the order of nature. I was born to this. I'm going to be the darn king. And you're going to be the people. And I'm supposed to take care of you. And you're supposed to do what I say. And that's not grounded in the consent of either one of us. We have this station. We're stuck with it. Once you change that and you say, the government can really only do what you say it can do, that limits it drastically. And how is the government established? What's the first step in the establishment of the American government?
Breaking away from the government we were under.
Happened in the, yeah, okay, that's good. Happened in the, we have a code. It happened in the what? In the Yeah, we all got that one right. So we get the government, right? Now we've given consent. Is that enough? What else do we need? Constitution. Wait, because we have to keep giving it, right? You have to give consent to form the government. But then after that, do you need more? Do you need to be saying okay on an ongoing basis? Because if you do, you're going to need a constitution. What was Hitler's constitution like?
Kind of like believe what I say or die.
Yeah, he actually, I don't expect you kids to read my books, so I can quote them. Hitler came to power in 1933, and Hitler wouldn't take the job unless Hindenburg and the leaders of the main political parties would promise to support an enabling act, he called it, that would liberate the government to do whatever it wanted to do. Hindenburg was reluctant about this, and Hitler, very clever man, offered him something. He says, I won't do anything that affects the powers of the presidency. In other words, the one person who I won't touch is you. And so Hindenburg said, okay, right? That itself is a kind of violation of consent, right? And of the rule of law, because now they're not going to live under the same law anymore, right? So Hitler's constitution is Hitler's will. And that'll work if one person gets to make all the decisions. But if a lot of people are going to make the decision, you're going to have some form by which they can indicate authoritatively what they agree to. So if you're going to involve a lot of people in the government, you're going to have a constitution. You're going to have, and you see why the Constitution has to be different from the things that is actually in the law? Because it prescribes the process by which the ordinary laws would be made. It can't be the same as they, right? So, and that is, by the way, implied right through the middle of the Declaration of Independence when they talk about the king messing with the government all the time in the way that he was doing. You see? So, consent requires representation. And representation requires a written way for that to happen. Do you see why you'd have to have a representative form of government if you were going to have a big country? Why is that?
I mean, if you had a democracy, you'd have to have everyone there. There's too many people. It's just
That's right.
A mob rule.
Yeah. I don't know how many of you have been to Washington, D.C. I go often. We have the Kirby Center there. The people coming from California would be at a terrible disadvantage from the people who live in Northern Virginia, right? And so it can't be very big if it's not going to be representative. And since there has to be some mechanism for consent, and since they can't all meet personally, they're going to have to elect some people. Now that we know that consent requires not just agreement that there's going to be a country, but a mechanism so that people can govern, oversee the actions of the government over time. And now that we see that if you're going to have a big country, you're going to have representation. This opens up a whole world, these two things. The founders, it turns out, are really glad that this world that we're about to describe, happens, is open, because what do they think about democracy?
It fails.
And why?
Because the majority ultimately starts to rule. And there's no protection of the minority interests.
Becomes tyrannical.
It can't control faction.
Define faction, Christian.
Any group interest that may or may not have the majority.
Emily?
It's also, on top of that, the interest that it has is in violation of somebody else's interest within that group.
Or of the
whole.
Yeah.
The public interest. In the very famous Federalist 10, how do they describe the public interest? There's an expression they use. It's really great.
I think they describe it as the permanent and aggregate interests of the community.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, the permanent and aggregate interest of the community, which would be a separate thing from the particular or temporary interest of any one of us or group. So it's not, by the way, just stopping the government from doing what it wants to the governed. And remember, in a representative system, there's going to be something you call the government, and they're going to be different from the people they represent. That's how we solve the problem that Lily brought up, the problem that the people in California don't have the same chance to get to the meeting as the people in Northern Virginia, right? You're going to appoint them to do it, right? And so one thing representation does is it stops them who are the government from doing stuff to the governed that the government don't like. So if you have a constitution, you can spread the decisions out over time. By having representation, we've already said, you spread the decisions out over space, right? You can have a bigger country and everybody can have a say in it because they don't have to go there all the time. They can all have the same say in it. But also over time. In other words, reason alone of the people must be placed in control of the government. Their passions must be controlled by it. Writes James Madison. That means, by the way, do you see what I just said? The implication of what I just said? I think on this point that I know better than many citizens in their and the majority of the citizens in their worst moments. Aren't I wise, right? Constitution doesn't let me change it just because I think so, or just because I've studied it for a long time. Government is by nature very powerful. It has a monopoly on power. It has to be like that. Representative government requires a society separate from the government, big enough to control that great power.
All right, lesson 6. The people rule, but they do not govern.
Because all men are free and equal, in the United States of America all sovereignty belongs to the people. They rule themselves. However, even though the people rule by means of representatives, the people are wholly excluded from the operations of government. Historical examples of ancient republics showed that this separation of sovereignty and power was a needed check on the people to bring stability to the government.
All right, now that we got that, now that that's explained, let's get started. Oh, wait. There we go. Nope. Sovereignty and power.
Sovereignty answers the question, who rules? And however that question is answered tells you something very central about any country. It is a fundamental question in political science, we like to say. Who rules and why? Lincoln says every nation has a central idea from which all its minor thoughts radiate. That idea would be expressed in the notion of sovereignty. Who really does get to decide who's in charge? In the American Revolution, it might have been the greatest warrior, George Washington. In fact, it was he. But is that how he was chosen or why he was chosen? It might have been the best born person, the oldest family, and the eldest son of the oldest family in all of the British Empire, and that would have been George III. But they chucked him out. It might have been the richest guy. One of those was John Hancock. So those are competing claims that are famous in history. Which one did they choose? How did they decide? Where does sovereignty lie in a country with these principles? So in the 63rd Federalist, one of our readings, what does Madison say is unique about the American government? This is complicated because it's one of the most complicated sentences the man ever wrote. Somebody read it.
The true distinction between these and the American governments lie in the total exclusion of the people and their collective capacity from any share in the latter, and not in the total exclusion of the representatives of the people from the administration of the former.
So the meaning of that sentence depends entirely on what latter and what former means. And it's a heck of a deal to figure that out. And I'm just going to assert to you that I know what it means, and you guys can prove me wrong next time. But just remember that what is plain in the sentence, without trying to identify whatever he's talking about, former and latter, is that the people in their collective capacity have been entirely excluded from something, right? What is that something? In America, in the government of the United States, in the federal government, what is it that the people do absolutely none of?
Make the laws.
Creating the judiciary branch. Enforcing laws.
They are not judges, they are not legislators, and they are not executives over the law. They are entirely excluded from the operation of the government. Isn't that odd? Right? In England and Great Britain, at the time of the American Revolution, who was the executive?
The king.
The king. And his ministers, right? And who was the sovereign?
The king.
The king, right? So the one possessing legitimate title to rule occupied the executive branch. In Athens, who was the legislature?
The people.
The people. And who was the sovereign? The people. You know why Athens didn't last a long time? Our professor Paul Ray in the history department, who's a very brilliant man, has got this 3 books on Sparta that's just an awesome achievement. Sparta lasted a long time. And he is the one who pointed this out to me. I had not known it. Sparta had division of powers in the Constitution. Whereas Athens was just the people would meet and they were always changing their mind. And so in America, it is different because unlike Athens, unlike England, unlike even Sparta, all the sovereignty is ours. We may not be governed except by our consent. And if we don't give it, no governing. All government is illegitimate except with that. And of course it follows from that that in the practical operation of the government, since unanimity is impossible, majority rule. And of course in a college, in a proper college, if you disagree, somebody's wrong. We're here to find out who's wrong and who's right. Well, we always disagree. How are we ever going to figure it out, right? But yeah, so there's going to be voting and there's going to be disagreement. And we're not going to reach unanimity. Why is the majority the right thing?
It seems like it's more probable that more people, since it's not a mob at that time, because they're voting on something in a Republican fashion, that they would have considered it in a way that would refine their opinions.
Ooh, that's really novel. I don't think it's true. All men are created equal. You got 300 people. 160 want to do A, and 140 want to do not A. If you do what the 140 says, you've got yourself an aristocracy, right? In other words, the majority of equal souls has to stand in for the unanimous consent, right? And in anything not fundamental, or anything that involves the ongoing operation of the government, that's what you need. You see? So the point is, you're going to have majorities rule. You're going to have representation. And that gives rise to something new. And Madison says that it's never happened before. It's unique. The sovereign is the people, as expressed by what I'll introduce a new phrase that Abraham Lincoln liked. The people, as they express their will through their constitutional majority, is the only true sovereign of a free people. And so that's where sovereignty is. That's where the right to say, the legitimate title to rule is. But those people, the sovereign, are entirely excluded from the operation of the government. Do you see now how the first check on the government is that we must consent? But the second check on the government is that we, who have the power to consent, do not run the government. And that second check is a check on us. In the argument between the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist, the Anti-Federalists argue a lot that local is more trustworthy. And they got their say extensively, right? Because for most of American history, but not lately, local government did most everything. The federal government is the most powerful of our governments, but it's a government of enumerated powers. right? And so limited in what it can do, supreme in what it can do, limited in what it can do, right? But the Federalist counter is not. Central is better. And it's certainly true that the constitutional government was called, the Constitutional Convention was called to make a more powerful government. At the center, the Federalist answer is that every human exercise of power must be restrained by reason. And there are constitutional forms that have to be implemented that can help bring that out. And if the first constitutional form is representation, the method by which we give our ongoing consent, the second is the separation between sovereignty and power. And Madison even says this, just think, it'll be great to have a big republic, he says, because a whispering campaign won't be very effective. Don't you notice in your relations with other people that it's a great thing if you can say out loud what you really mean? And that all friendships depend on that. And all goodwill and all sustenance of good relations means people need to be able to talk candidly. And Madison says because it's going to be big, it's going to have to be more candid, but also add the fact that these constituencies that we have are spread all over the place, right? Congress are little compact constituencies, equal in population roughly, but all over the country. But then the Senate is these big states. And then the president comes to be through a third way that's changed some over time, but forever now, the Electoral College, bearing some relation to the popular vote, but also direct relation to carrying a sufficient number of states, which means the presidential vote spread across the country, right? And so that means that we got to wait for elections, and to influence elections, we've got to talk to a lot of people across a vast area. And Madison says that'll make us candid. Hard to lie. You know? I mean, it sounds kind of funny to say that it's hard to lie in American politics, because we all think politicians are all liars, right? But are they? Is this like the Soviet Union? Contest what they say and they'll shoot you? They write the newspapers, right? This is a fierce battle for public opinion out in the open in America all the time. And it has to go on for a long time before we actually reach a decision. Was it Christian who said, it takes forever? Or Steve maybe, who said, elections take forever, and you got to have a big build up and it makes us fight? Madison thinks that's good. He thinks it's good that it takes time. And we can't do anything ourselves. And we can't even change all the government at once. It takes at least 6 years to change everything in the government. Isn't that remarkable? So, you get consent, and that gives rise to representation, and that gives rise to a separation between the sovereign and the government. And Madison says, this has never been done before.
All right, lesson 7.
A constitution that encourages reason to rule the passions.
All right.
The constitutional principles discussed in previous lessons, separation of powers, representation, consent, encourages the people's reason to rule their passions.
All right, now that we got that, let's go.
Let's say every day you got stuff you want. You're tired, you're hungry, you need to sleep, whatever. Passions are always running in you. Of course they are. Appetites. If you didn't have appetites, by the way, you wouldn't know what to do. You'd starve yourself to death. So how do you reconcile what you might want at any moment with what the best thing is? What is the longest surviving written constitution in human history?
The Magna Carta.
Students are wonderful.
I said the 10 Commandments.
Are those constitutions?
I don't know, it's an agreement between God and the Hebrews.
Is it?
It's worth a shot.
I don't think they're the 10. I don't think they're the 10 contractual provisions. No, the Magna Carta is. It's an element of the British Constitution. It's true, but the British Constitution doesn't come to be with that. It takes more. Oh, come on, you guys got to be able to answer that question.
The American Constitution.
Ha! We have now named the elephant in the room. This Constitution is the longest surviving thing of its kind in all of human history. And I think we've reached why. Right here. Step 1, it gives effect to consent to representation. Step 2, it locates all the sovereignty in the people, not in the government. No one in the government can say that he or she is acting of his own will, right? Step 3, it excludes the sovereign from the ordinary operation of the government, which places a check on the sovereign too. And that is all stated to be in the interest of us being ruled by our reason through discussion. James Madison was aware that reason and speech are the same thing. We should talk things through before we do them. And it should not be our passions. Because see, just think, you guys are all, you students, are all busy deciding what you're going to do with your life. I know that you all have definite ideas about that. And you're ambitious, right? You wouldn't be here if you weren't. And so those are kind of abiding ideas. Somebody today at lunch was asking me about how I came to be here, and there was an abiding purpose. I have enthusiasms, you know. I like motorcycles, I like dogs, I like, you know, and some of those I've stuck to for a long time, but other enthusiasms come and go. Whereas larger purposes, you can't achieve them if you don't commit to them for a very long time. And that's reason talking. My wife and I have children. You don't understand it till you do it. But, you know, our eldest child is 32 now. And she's still our child. And we have to be there for her. And those are long-term purposes, right? Reason speaks to those. Passions tend to come and go, right? And if it takes at least 6 or 8 years fully to change the government, passions don't tend to last that long. Convictions do. Reason does. And you're arguing about it all the time, all along the way. And that means that Madison says that these arrangements here, this connection between the people and the government, that gives power to the government, locates ultimate authority in the people, prescribes how the people must hold opinions over time to make them effective. This set of arrangements, what does this make it possible for them to do? They can delegate the authority to more than one place. You can give the legislative power to the Congress in Article 1 of the Constitution. You can give the executive power to the President in Article 2 of the Constitution. They each have their own relationship with the sovereign people. They are quite equal as regards authority. You can give all the judicial power in Article 3 to the courts, and you can use Article 1 and Article 2 institutions to combine to appoint the judges. You can leave most of the power in the hands of the states, and you can protect that in Article 4 of the Constitution. You see the symmetry and the strength of that? All made possible by this consent and representation. If the sovereign was in the government, whatever part of the government, and Madison writes this over and over in the Federalist Hamilton too, whatever part of the government the sovereign was in, that would become the dominant part. Whereas now we can separate the powers, and then they can be stronger, which you need, but still also safe. So what that means then is that the principle of human equality under the laws of nature and of nature's God gives rise, and all this happens, by the way, in about 8 lines in the Declaration of Independence, gives rise to the principle of government by consent. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That follows from equality up above, under the authority of the natural law, which is just our perception of what kind of thing each of us is, right? We're not like dogs. We're also, interestingly enough, not like God or the angels, who are mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, right? And so once you've got that, then all of a sudden you lay the ground for a government that is grounded in the people, but the powers are so arranged so that the better angels of our nature, to quote Lincoln, drive the government. And that, the claim by the founders and the claim by me, the founders believed that this government, because it's in accord with human nature, which is that nature above the beast and below God, this government can last a long time. In principle, as long as the earth lasts or people last. And it has lasted a long time. Through every kind of crisis. It's actually proved to be terribly difficult to overcome. Whereas constitutions come and go all the time. And the point to know about the American government is it's kind of like the way we talk about nature, right? That it starts with the seed, and the seeds grow a certain way. Nature begins with birth, and it grows, right? But then it has to come to mean essence. And then there are many essences, and that means it has to become the organization of the whole physical world, and then finally, ultimately, of the cosmos, right? It's a very, to use a pun, pregnant term, that term, nature, right? But these principles in the American Revolution, in the Declaration of Independence, it's amazing how they give rise, even in the Declaration of Independence itself, to a way of ranging the government so that we can control it, and it can protect our freedom with sufficient power to do that very difficult work. That's what it set out to do. And it's amazing how well it's done it.
Now for lesson 8. Now for the people are the most the people are the most powerful and the most dangerous. Most dangerous? Let's see.
Because the people are sovereign, they are the most powerful element in our country, and therefore, the most dangerous. The founders had the unique idea of wholly excluding the people from the administration of government while maintaining consent through periodic elections. To prevent the government from becoming tyrannical, the people gave the different powers of government to 3 separate institutions.
I just hope that's right, and no one can find a way around that to turn it into a tyranny, like what a certain someone's trying to do.
We started out and we thought that there are certain principles, that basic things from which all things flow, and we think that those are stated in the Declaration of Independence, and they give rise to constitutionalism. And we went on to say that the Constitution depends upon certain broad things in its structure, and the chief of those is separation of powers. And all that really means, separation of powers, is that the kinds of powers in government are divided into different branches, and the same people don't hold them at the same time. And that means more than one person is running the government all the time in all of its different functions. And more than one group of people is running them. And James Madison says that's the most important thing about the Constitution, and it gives the Constitution its structure. How does it become possible for us to have separation of powers? What are the grounds of that are laid in the Constitution?
Well, it establishes the 3 branches, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, and by making them distinct in
so
some.
Now, that's what that is. What lays the ground for that? How does it come to be possible for them to set up that system that I'm going to turn back to you, Emily, to describe to us all when I'm ready? I get to be the teacher. So, Casey, what are you going to say?
They write it all down in the Constitution. So the Constitution, it basically sets up all the different facets of the legislative, judiciary, executive branches, So after that, we can really talk about the different powers that they all have.
And it seems like the Constitution is sort of the fruits of those seeds that we saw in the Declaration of Independence, where they saw God in like these three roles, like divine providence, supreme judge, and the laws of nature.
Okay, now remember our code, right? So that was that wasn't good enough, but it was on the way. So if you take that, which actually was not responsive to my question, and that, we're on the way to the answer I'm looking for. And the question is, so you say it's like the fruit of a seed that's planted in the Declaration, and what you say, Tim, is God is explained as the three branches. You need to elaborate that, because the seed is a little more direct than that in my argument.
Well, at the time, the king was trying to execute all three branches of government. In their list of injustices, it was explaining how this has led to basically a long history of tyranny. And basically, the three branches that they established in the Constitution are the three areas that the king at the time was trying to control all at the same time.
Yeah, and that's a statement that why this thing is necessary, and why not to do it is bad. But think about it for a minute. So let me ask you, I said this explicitly several times yesterday, and I know you weren't listening to me because you were busy being photographed. But but today we're going to have to think, right? Today we got up in the morning thinking we're going to work. All right, now, in the Federalist Papers, Hamilton makes the point that the judiciary is the least dangerous branch, something that might have changed, and the House of Representatives is actually the most dangerous branch. What is that about from your close reading of the Federalist?
Well,
I know what to call you. We're going to call you Spider-Man.
So my spidey senses tell me that.
There we go.
So in terms of in relation to the public, to the people, we directly vote for the representatives in the House of Representatives. Those are the people that are basically closest to our thoughts and opinions.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Emily's twitching. What is it?
Well, I was thinking in relation to your first question as well as your second question. The House of Representatives, not only is it directly connected to the people, but it has the power of the purse and therefore makes it the most dangerous. But the fact that it's connected back to the people sort of leads back to the Constitutional Convention itself, and the fact that we had to go through the war and the Articles of Confederation and actually create a constitution based in the people, and there's an actual physical process.
Who's sovereign?
The people.
Why?
Because they have the vote of authority for what can be done.
Why do they have that?
Because they all men are created equal, so they enter their own opinions.
The seed. All men are created equal. It then follows that no one may be governed except by their consent.
Yeah.
You're going to have unanimous consent to form the republic, and then you're going to have majority rule to decide things. So we've entered a realm, right? There's a universe. This is like a planet. This is one of the ways to do it. Turns out it's the best way, right? They're even claiming it's the only really good way. Well, once you've done that, think now what follows, right? We talked about what a country is and why we have them. It's rooted in this gift of speech that we have, right? We always have them. We're always going to have laws. And the laws are always built on some agreement. What we called yesterday the final cause of the nation. And the final cause of our nation makes the people strong. Whereas the final cause of an absolute monarchy, or any strong monarchy, makes the eldest son of the oldest and strongest family powerful. So if the sovereign is the strongest thing, then the sovereign is also the most dangerous thing. It's the thing that can get everything out of balance, get all power unto itself. So all men are created equal. Therefore, they may be governed only with their consent. Therefore, the majority will be sovereign. And therefore, the majority will be the most dangerous thing. Right that they be sovereign. Necessary that they be sovereign. But dangerous. So you got that. We're living on that planet, right? We're not on Jupiter, where the gods pick the sovereign, and we're not on Mars, where the warriors pick. That's actually better than I intended to be when I started. And we're not on Venus, we're the loveliest one. We're on Earth, and on Earth, human beings, all are created equal, each must consent, the majority will rule. So now, after that, the $64,000 question is, we know who the sovereign is. How's the sovereign going to operate in relation to the government? How are we going to set that up? And how do they answer that question? Where do they put the sovereign in the government, Christian?
They put it as the voter of people who then becomes a republic.
And that means, and this is the thing that Madison says in the 63rd Federalist, which we read yesterday, that Madison says is unique. Nobody ever thought of this one before. We're going to put the sovereign outside. And that means they can't get out of hand. Harder for them to get it. They're in control. Harder for them to become oppressive of others. The first check, the Constitution is a set of checks and balances, which Madison argues is written in the nature of things. And if you think about it, we've been saying that 2-year-olds or so start talking and dogs don't, right? And that's just a fact. That's how it is. Well, this is a fact, how it is the same way. You know, if you give somebody absolute power over you, and that person is any other living person I've ever met, except my wife and my closest friends, they're likely to abuse that power, right? And of course, marriages and friendships operate on a small scale. Politics operates among people who don't know each other very well. And they're people. And they have needs. And they see the world through their own eyes and not through everybody's eyes. They're not divine beings, even if they're divine-like. You see? So, keep them out. But let them vote. Now we're in an amazing situation. Because all the power is out here, and it can be delegated in a variety of ways and to a variety of people to do a variety of kinds of tasks, and the delegation can even happen at different times. Our powers are separated and equal. And you couldn't do that, except that all the sovereignty is outside and then given in this way. And Madison says that because of this and because of other things, we can protect this separation. Separation of powers, by the way, is the biggest single protection in the Constitution, isn't it? Because the structure of the Constitution, it's organized in articles, right? And the first article is about a branch, and the second article is about another branch, and the third article about a third branch, and the fourth article is about mostly about a different level of government, right? So the people are, through this Constitution, delegating authority to a government, and they're doing it in these separate articles to indicate these separate branches. And then, even before that, the right of the people to consent and the inability of the people actually to operate the government are themselves divisions of power.
Well, I didn't expect it to end like that. All right, lesson 9. After this one, we got 3 more left.
A virtuous people is necessary for good government. While separation of powers provides the great institutional restraint on government, the founders understood that the perpetuation of free government ultimately depends upon a virtuous people. Experience in history has proved that a people will either be virtuous and free or corrupt and ruled.
And right now our government is corrupt and ruled. We need it to be virtuous and free, so maybe this is a good video for burners, Bernie Kratz, Bernie cans, the Bernie-like people, and even Bernie Sanders himself to see. Maybe. I don't know. So, now that we got, now let's get started.
Lots of people think that founding of the American government is kind of crass, that it understands that people are selfish and it sets them off against each other so that they can't hurt each other. And there's some color of truth to that. It means that if people are going to be self-governing and run the government and hold the sovereignty, they need to be good people. Well, how does the Constitution help produce such people? It's an interesting thing. The purpose of the government of the United States is to protect our rights, our freedom, all of that. That's surely true and powerful. But also, it's interested in our character, in building our character, in helping us to be better. And George Washington claims, speaking words that were actually written by James Madison in his first inaugural, that if we become better people, we will be happier people. You have to think for a minute about these founders, because before they were founders of a political system, what did they do? How did Alexander Hamilton get to know George Washington?
Through the war.
They were warriors. They conquered, right? They signed a document, they put their name on the line, and they fought a war, and they won it. And the implication in all of human history is that now they're going to get to rule. They're going to be the kings in the court. There's a story, and it might not be true, and it might be true. There's evidence both ways, which means you don't know if it's true, really. I would rue the day that anybody proved it didn't happen. And the story is that King George III could not be brought to call the peace conference after they had given up after the Battle of Yorktown. Because, you know, my wife is English and I adore her and her country, but we did really kick them pretty hard there in the Revolution. One of the ministers says to the king, sorry, we have to call a peace conference. He'd lost the new world. Think of that. You understand, by the way, there can never be another new world. We know the world now. We have to go some other planet, I guess. And the king, he's got to be thinking, isn't that awesome? We've got all of that, and then they lost it all. He said, reportedly, George Washington will not know how to be a king. They will want me back. You see the assumption? He conquered, now he's the king. That's how it works, right? And the minister is reported to have said, I understand that he has resigned his office and gone home. And the king said, if that is true, he's the greatest man in the world. Which he was, by the way. For that reason, when you get all that right, then it emerges that you have to set it up in some way so that it won't collapse of its own weight. Who is the chairman of the Constitutional Convention?
Washington.
Yeah. And they needed him. They really needed him. He was the name to conjure with. If they announced that there was going to be a constitutional convention, or the Confederation Congress appointed or called the convention, if they announced that he was going to be the chairman of it, then that's extremely reassuring, right? And he almost didn't come. And the reason is, he was a member of the Society of Cincinnatus. Do you know what that is? Cincinnatus was a Roman thing. Tim, you're about to tell us.
Well, Cincinnatus, kind of similar to George Washington, was called up he was just a farmer, and he was called up as a general, and he went and served and helped them win many battles and conquer their enemies. And then when the war was over, he just returned to his farm quietly.
And this organization was formed by veterans of the Revolutionary War. And George Washington was the head of it. But then it got attacked in the press as being some kind of an aristocratic thing. And George Washington was very sensitive about things like that. And so he declined to attend a big meeting of the Society of the Cincinnati. And he said that he was indisposed. He didn't want to embarrass them, but he didn't want rumors that he was joining an aristocratic society. Then the Constitutional Convention comes up, and he's going to attend that, and he thinks that'll make the Society of the Cincinnati look bad. I won't go to that either. And James Madison got on his horse and rode several hours to Mount Vernon and talked him into it, because James Madison knew how things worked. You're going to have to come, you know, and he did come. And that's why they were able to build a strong executive. So now, what does James Madison say is the most important thing about the Constitution and the chief way it will protect our liberties?
He says it makes ambition counteract ambition in order as a safeguard.
That is true, and that's very good. How does it do that? That's what I'm asking.
Then he says he puts reason instead of passion.
That's true, and very important. And how does it do that? What feature of the Constitution best achieves these things.
Is this one of the obvious answers, like separation of powers?
Yeah, which he says is the structure of the Constitution. In other words, there's no one provision, it's the whole thing. The structure is where, because it will channel the way we do politics to make that way the results healthier. The whole structure, right? And the structure is separation of powers. That's how it's laid out. And when he gets ready to justify that, that's where he talks about the order of the human soul, which has to do with the arrangement of rationality and passions. It's worth adding that Madison didn't think, and the great philosophers don't think, that passions are to be banished. What you want is terribly important. And it's terribly important that you want the right thing. And every choice you make is a combination of thinking and desiring. And if you practice making choices well, you will come not only to think better about how to get the right thing, but you will want the right thing. And so the Constitution in its structure is devised to engender the correct cooperation between reason and passion. And that in your own lives, you need to do that. Very much need to do that. A little short lecture. There are two kinds of virtues in the greatest book, in my opinion, ever written about ethics. The first book, Aristotle's Ethics. And he says in there that there's two kinds of virtues, doing virtues and thinking virtues. And doing virtues have to do with what you want. The doing virtues are three, the prime ones. They're courage and moderation and justice. We'll take courage and moderation. Courage has to do with pain, and moderation has to do with pleasure. And the virtue is the right disposition toward those things. You have to want to do the brave thing. If you want to do what Aristotle says is the beautiful thing, the action that is beautiful to behold, if you want to do that, then you're courageous. But if you do it, like charge the enemy when there's no hope and no advantage to it, then you're a fool. You're imprudent. And it's not really a beautiful act then. It means that it takes thinking too. You have to be able to figure out what to do. Pleasure is the same way. To attempt to forego all pleasure would be foolishness. You'd be giving up friendship. You'd starve yourself to death or something, right? But we're talking about here about a structure that channels the public control of the government in a way that encourages good character in the people. And the person they picked to be the chief executive is the person everybody thought was the greatest character.
All right, now lesson 10. Virtuous people.
A virtuous people is necessary.
Wait,
221.
Wait a minute.
1.
Wait a minute.
Share.
Oh, that's what's wrong. Okay. Now let's try.
Lesson 10, ballots rather than bullets.
That's something I said. That's something I said in a previous video.
The election of 1800 demonstrated the legitimacy of the American system of government. For the first time in history, the people were able to assert their will and change the government, according to the strictures of a written constitution. With the election of Thomas Jefferson to the presidency, the American people effected a change of government without firing a shot.
Let's see. Let's say this one too. No, wait. There we go.
Right now, as we happen to be making this course, there's a presidential transition underway. And I'm touched and impressed by the fact that both candidates have mentioned how important is this peaceful transition of power. Well, why don't they keep up that fabric of congeniality when it apparently is not real. Well, I think that's something deep, and I even think that's something unique. I think that happened in the United States of America for the first time in 1800. Unlike a king asserting he's the sovereign, now there's a popular vote. And in 1861, Abraham Lincoln says that that's the first time that ballots ever replaced bullets as the way to change a government. The revolution is the war, right? The war part. That's urgent, and it's often ridiculous. The soldiers are not paid. They don't know how to be soldiers. They run away. George Washington, the senior commander, had never really been responsible to move a large body of troops from one place to another. Put them in action in a battle. He didn't even know how to get them there. And so they just got creamed all the time, right? And then, wonder of wonders, they up and won. They got better and better. So now they learn how to fight and they win the war. And what Washington really did was use the terrain of the nation, right? It's just a whacking big old country. If you don't believe that, ride a motorcycle across it. It's a wonderful experience and hard. And so they won the war. And it's the greatest thing that ever happened. And they won the war with all this language that we're reading. And then it becomes ridiculous. And can you tell why? Why was it ridiculous? I'm thinking of our reading Madison's Vices of the Political System. What is that?
It's a discussion of the states and how they were kind of trying to become their own sovereign powers and excluding each other and dissolving their own bonds between each other for no real reason, rejecting a federal power over all of them.
Correct. And what else were they doing?
Also, the inability to raise revenue. The states are failing to support the federal government that way.
And that means what happens? We're not paying our bills.
Yeah.
Right? And that means nobody will loan us any money. All around our borders and across our borders, foreign powers, these same people that we have accused of despotism and beat in a war, are taking territory. And then another thing is, they're debasing their currencies, he says, doesn't he? You need stable money. You need credit to be gettable, and you need the loans to be paid back. And the country, the economy, can grow. There's a kind of wounded tone to Madison's writing in Vices of the Political System, because think of this great thing they did. And now all of those aristocrats in Europe are saying, see, I told you they couldn't do it. These people trying to set up their own government, that's stupid. The king is right. They're going to need us back. It's foolish. Come to find out, the moment of the calling of the Constitutional Convention is also an urgent moment. And it looks like it's all going to be lost. That it's going to collapse into a lot of different little countries which will have borders with each other, which will look like Europe, right? Not big and united and secure and protected by the mountains and the oceans, but lots of little balkanized states. The whole thing could be lost. And so it's a big moment. And that's why they called the Constitutional Convention. And that means that the seed that we identify as having been planted in the Declaration of Independence, it had to grow into this other thing. And we've described how it grows logically. That is, say, it would need to grow this way for things to work. You can see in principle why that might be true. But principle and practice are very different things. It's going to have to actually happen. Which states were the hardest to get ratification in?
Rhode Island.
That was it. That was right. The hardest of all. Those are us stubborn folk, aren't they? And I think that's good. And then who else? Think of big states.
New York, and Virginia.
Yeah. Hard deal. New York and Massachusetts have very important big harbors. Lots of trade. In and out. Across the sea, up and down the coast. Right? They might like to levy some tariffs on their own. They have big reasons not to do it. You got to remember, the Declaration of Independence was passed and signed, and the Constitution was debated and drafted and passed in the same room, in the same town, in the same building, right? It's amazing, you know? And both of them are amazing events. incredible how it happened. And of course, what we like to talk about is how these big states and these little states had very different interests. The two probably chief leaders of the Constitutional Convention were probably Madison and Hamilton from which states?
New York.
And Virginia, right? They're going to have to write a constitution that achieves these things that they achieve, which is the separation of sovereignty from the operation of the government, which is the division of labor in the government among levels, which is the separation of powers between branches at each level. And they don't have that. And they're going to have to get it. And of course, they're going to have to get it when there are existing powers that have a stake in the current arrangements. I like to say that the American Revolution began in 1763 when the British began to mess with us, having won the 7 years of French and Indian War. It ended in 1800. What happened in 1800?
What was that? It was the abolition of the Federalist Party and the election of Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, it was the destruction, not exactly the abolition, of the Federalist Party and the election of Thomas Jefferson and his new party, President of the United States. What's remarkable about that?
There's a new party in power. The voice of the people is spoken.
Garrison.
It's a peaceful transition of power from one kind of party to another.
According to a vote of the governed in 1861, Lincoln says that the lesson of the founding of America, that election, is that ballots have replaced bullets as the way we choose our government. And that means these guys who turned on each other, right? Who worked every kind of political skullduggery against each other, except not that kind. There was a vote, and Jefferson was put in. The day came, and the Federalists moved out, and Jefferson's party, they moved in, and that's because the people said so. And the claim of them, and of Abraham Lincoln later, is that that never happened before. And they say that it's the whole thing, right? The seeds, or to use the opposite metaphor, the final causes of the Union, the thing they loved and toward which they moved and to which they pledged their lives. That thing, planted in the Declaration of Independence, gave rise then to a structure for them all to cooperate in producing government. Government operating by consent. But remember, government is a piece of work. It's something that has to be done. Laws have to be made and enforced. Borders have to be protected. Trade has to be secured, right? That's a work. It has to go on all the time. And now there's a way for it to go on always with the consent of the governed and under their ultimate control. And the claim is that's the first time. Never before. We did that. Our fathers and our mothers did that.
Now for the next one. 2 more left, counting this one.
Lesson 11, the importance of limited government. This lesson explores the reasons why the Constitution places limits. Discover the simple. This lesson explores the reasons why the Constitution places limits on the power of government. The founders thought that the federal government should be limited to things that were national in character in order to preserve a free society. This idea has been overturned by a new doctrine that has transformed the form of American government. Discover the simple.
So let's take a look. Let's take a look let's take a look at the importance of limited government. Shall we?
If you're a person who admires the Constitution of the United States and wants to restore it, as I do, then we face a really hard question. really hard. And we should understand the weight of it. We should face it straight. The Food and Drug Administration and the National Institute for Health are, by the plain reading of the Constitution, unconstitutional. One of the students in our class you're about to see, she's the Hamiltonian among us, the most Hamiltonian among us. She argues, no, it's for the general welfare. And that's Alexander Hamilton's argument, and that's a powerful source. And he can do whatever's for the general welfare, she says. Well, if that's true, what limits are there? Why did they put a list of things the federal government can do? Hard question. And you don't want people starving in the streets, and you don't want the Grand Canyon filled full of sewage, and you don't want smog to obscure the Grand Tetons. You want to be able to drive across the country. The federal government built those highways. We should maintain them better. So what about that? It's hard to make the case for limited government. Okay, we're going to talk about big government. Let's make the case for it. Do you think there needs to be an FDA? That's the Food and Drug Administration.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not in the Constitution?
Correct.
Correct. EPA? No. We did. So Tim's opinion then is that he doesn't care if the environment gets raped. He just doesn't want people getting hurt.
No, I didn't agree with the FDA either.
You didn't agree with the FDA either. You're a hardcore guy, right? But you've seen you ever seen the photographs of the thalidomide babies? The drug thalidomide, it was called, and women took it when they were pregnant, and they got babies with very distorted limbs. And those drug companies, they make money selling drugs. They might not be as cautious if there wasn't somebody to license them to sell the drugs. Do you think there should be a National Institute for Health? No, why not?
I think its primary object is research-oriented, and I think that private organizations could do that more efficiently.
So you guys are conservatives. I'm going to find one. Some of you agreed with the FDA, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many? Let's vote. Let's have a vote. Our first vote, right? 2, 4, 6, 7. Are we 10 of us?
Yeah, we have 10.
10. So 80% of the students at Hillsdale College, by this poll, and admitting that the average student is smarter than these kids, they believe in the FDA, and it's not in the Constitution. So 80% of us are loose constructionists. So I'll tell you why I bring this up. For most of the history of the United States, the government was about 10% of the economy, most of it state and local, not federal. And now if you count the cost of the regulatory state, it's more than half of the economy. The number of laws made in the Congress has not really increased significantly in 100 years. Congress still works kind of the way it always worked. So the point is, the government's got really big, and some of the arguments for that are the ones I just named. Right? There are crying needs. It's one country. Environmental harm goes over borders. Smog and stuff like that. So there are arguments that there are crying public needs, and the government should address them. Do you think there's flexibility in the Constitution to meet that argument? Emily has stated that she has an opinion about that. Explain that, Emily.
Yes, so I think that public needs and how that fits into the Constitution is related to the debate that goes back to James Madison versus Alexander Hamilton and the interpretation of the Constitution. For example, they debated over whether or not the general welfare phrase in the Constitution was an extra power that was given to the government, or whether or not it was a summary of the previously named powers. And Hamilton.
So that's in Article 1, Section 8, where the Constitution says roughly that it can tax and spend, I think it says, for the general welfare. And if memory serves, James Madison actually argues that that clause was badly written, because what they had in mind was that they could tax and spend to pay off the debts that the states had incurred in the Revolution, as long as those debts were incurred in the general cause of winning the Revolutionary War. And Hamilton read it as we can do more stuff. And Madison's counter to that was, okay, why do we have a list then of things we can do? Why is it say you can do these things if you can also do anything else that promotes the general welfare? How does that make any sense? And Emily is a Hamiltonian. She's a big government girl. And, she is, by the way, the very problem that we face. And the loss of our freedom is reposing in the soul of that girl right there. We're done now. She'll put up with anything. Now, there's something to it, though, right? Because epidemic or a pandemic, you'd have to fight that nationally somehow. And maybe you could do that by cooperation among the states. And so what Emily indicated is a potential argument. You're going to build up this government, and it's going to be supreme for national purposes, but only for they. And the unspoken part is national political purposes. Things that have to be done for the nation to be a free nation and well-governed, right? That's one kind of argument, right? And that argument has gone on from the beginning. And there's been more than one view about it among people who were, however, very friendly to the idea that there are limits on the government and they mean something and they can't be breached because it has to remain a liberal society. And by liberal, they just mean that, if you're going to have all the sovereignty out here in this big circle, it needs to be pretty big if it's going to control something as powerful as a government without being in the government. So that little circle has got to be a lot littler than everything else, and in economic terms, it isn't anymore. Now it's about the same size. And I say that came to be partly for some things that looked to me like pretty good reasons. There are three kinds of questions that come up because of this transformation of the government. And I want to emphasize, it is a transformation. It is huge, right? It's changed a lot. And there are three things to notice about the change. One is, almost all laws are made in a different way than they used to be made. Most laws, the great majority, 90%, some big percentage, are not made in the Congress anymore. They're made in these regulatory agencies. But in almost all cases, these regulatory agencies also enforce these laws. And they also hear disputes that arise under these regulations they pass. So the three branches of government are united in the single hands, as they are in the hands of the maker, the creator, in the Declaration of Independence. That's a problem, right? So that form is a problem. So when you have hundreds of lawmaking bodies, as we do now, then they start making these really technical, complex laws, and nobody knows what they are. It's so large now that it becomes a factor in the politics of the country, sort of as a separate interest. The government is kind of a separate interest now. And that is a problem. Whatever you're going to do about that problem, by the way, and that's a big problem. I can't sit here right now and say that I know exactly what to do about it. But then there's a final problem, and we want to talk about that at length.
Okay, now this final one is Now this final one, I think it'd be good for. I think it'd be best if people like progressives, Bernie-crats, Bernie-kins, Bernie-like people, even Bernie Sanders himself to see. Okay, because this is the final lesson. Lesson 12.
Lesson 12: The problem with progressivism.
Okay, because I'm gonna be interested in trying to read because I'm a progressive because I'm a progressive too, so I want to know what the problem with progressivism is.
Starting in the late 19th century, a new ideology arose claiming that human nature had overcome the problem of faction thanks to the knowledge of science. Because of this, we no longer needed the antiquated features of the Constitution. Starting in the late 19th century, a new ideology arose claiming that human nature had overcome the problem of faction thanks to the knowledge of science. Because of this, we no longer needed the antiquated features of the Constitution, like separation of powers, that made government slow and inefficient. This new ideology, known as progressivism, gave rise to the rule of the bureaucracy that characterizes our government today. Discover the simple but profound truths of the Constitution in an entirely new way through Hillsdale College's Introduction to the Constitution. Find yourself at the table with Dr. Larry Arnn, as he teaches his students the principles of liberty. Experience the lively discussions that take place as students explore the implications and beauty of our Constitution. To support Hillsdale free online courses, visit
this website here. I don't know if you can read it, but I'll try and...
https://secure.hillsdale.edu/hillsdale/get-introduction-to-the-constitution-on-DVD.
Well, I hope you got that. But I will put it in the description down below. Anyway, I'll show you a final website before we... Oh, it's like that. Anyway. Oh boy. Anyway, after this video, I'm gonna show you a website where you can actually get more. I'm gonna show you some stuff, the YouTube channel website. Then we're gonna go to commercial break. But first, before we do anything, excuse me for just 1 second. Sorry, had to let the dog out. All right, let's get started. Final one.
In the 19th century, there arose a school of thought calling itself progressivism, a word that has, by the way, revived in recent years in American politics. I'm old enough to remember when nobody said that word, except friends of mine who were writing about these early progressives. Some of them teach here at Hillsdale College now. But what did these progressives think? They believed in progress. They believed that things were always getting better. And they also believed that change was the characteristic phenomenon. Every age is different from the age before. Every age has its own thoughts. And we should accept that and seize the opportunities that come from it. What about that, though? Things do change a lot, right? One thing that might be a sharp difference is that these progressives say that the Declaration of Independence is obsolete. And yet it was a good thing for its time, they say. But of course, that's not what it says. What it says is it's a good thing for all time. If it's false now, it has to have been false then. True then, it has to be true now. Remember how we started out all of this by talking about the Declaration of Independence as a sort of final cause? And we quoted Lincoln and we said every nation has a central idea from which all its minor thoughts radiate, right? You have to ask the question, does this new revolutionized kind of government, is it designed to serve the principles, the same principles as the old kind? Is it after something different?
Yes.
And you say yes, why?
I think the introduction of this new ideology of progressivism has changed the direction of government to protecting and deriving its consent from the governed to protecting these new positive rights as opposed to negative rights.
Yeah, I wonder if that distinction works myself. But you're talking about a famous essay by Isaiah Berlin, I think. There's a lot of ways this point is put. The way he put it was negative rights. You can't be stopped from doing things. Positive rights. You get stuff. Right? That's his distinction.
And that need creates these agencies to fill those needs.
But do you think people should be allowed to starve? Fellow citizens should be allowed to starve?
No.
No. It should be stopped somehow, right?
Yes.
You think it should be done in the States?
I believe that that's a plausibility.
Yeah, that's what I think. Well, the great phrase is, bring the full power of the national government to bear on this urgent problem, right? That's a kind of language. If you go read Ronald Reagan's famous 1964 Time for Choosing speech, he mocks that phrase, bring the full power of the federal government to bear upon it. Because you could help the poor locally, as we used to do. And you might even do a better job of it, because it's possible that if you did it through the local churches and community groups of various kinds, that they would really look out more generally for the welfare of people. Whereas entitlement programs might breed dependence. Yeah, so you don't like that, but I'm gonna quote somebody to put the point. In our Constitution Reader, we read the progressives. If you look at the Constitution Reader, by the way, it's a very interesting document because most of the text that we read in the Constitution Reader are written by people who don't like the Constitution of the United States. That's kind of the story of our country, right? It's always been an argument. John Dewey's argument is, it's a new world. Really different. And as the world changes, he goes on to argue, it changes how we think. John Dewey says those principles in the Declaration of Independence, he says those fit for a pioneer agrarian society. People thought like that, right? Back then. And so everything's changed now. And another thing has changed. We used to not like cancer if we could identify what it was. Now there's a chance we could cure it. As we have cured many things. Science is a lot more powerful. We could get rid, maybe, of birth defects. And if we could do that, maybe we could make the babies smarter, bigger, faster, stronger. Stephen Hawking has predicted that we won't look like the same kind of thing in 100 years, or 200 at the most. Human beings will be unrecognizable because they will have remade themselves. So the old idea, and just think how starkly different these two things are, right? The old idea was we're human, we're capable of really great things, says the Federalist, and we're capable of really bad things, says the Federalist. And so we need to arrange the government so that there's a bias in favor of the good things we can do. And government should be limited, just strong enough to protect us from one another, and don't give it absolute power, because men are not angels, true enough, and they have to have government, but angels do not govern men. That's one world. And another world is, wow, look how much more we can do. By using these techniques, let's do it. Let's get going here, right? Let's solve these problems. Let's get these checks and balances out of the way. Let's stop this kind of government that's offset against itself, so it's always hampered and always a problem, right? That's the argument. And if you just look at the power of modern science, look at the incredible things it can achieve, doesn't that argument have great force? But you tell me, what's wrong with the argument?
I don't know that I'll be able to fully develop this, but it seems like the last couple days we've really established that the true genius of the Constitution was separating the sovereignty from the power and keeping those two things separate so that they can check one another and keep an eye on one another. It seems as you move towards this bureaucratic structure that we're talking about, you create like other tyrants. You create health problems or economic problems as tyrants. So in order to combat that, you have to they're arguing to recombine that sovereignty and the power and put them in the same hands to combat that. But then we forget that fundamental principle in the Declaration of Independence, like all men are created equal. And when we yoke the sovereignty and power again, then we challenge that very thing, that all men are created equal.
You mean, you're nodding, what are you going to say?
Well, we're talking about how whether or not the principles of the Constitution still apply in a radically different world. But even if we're not an agrarian society anymore, we're still a society of humans. and human nature doesn't change. We still suffer from the same ills and make the same mistakes.
So you're both saying in different ways. You know, I think that there are 22 or 23 or something like that million civilian employees of the state, federal, and local governments. That's quite a lot. The great majority of them are state and local employees, by the way. I think there might be 2 or 3 million federal employees. That's a big force. And these agencies are powerful because they are all 3 branches. And in their subject matter, it's just a really fearsome thing if you get a letter from them. So that's a great power. But on the other hand, they're human people and they're well-meaning. But your argument is like Madison's argument. You're saying that these people are not angels. Right? And so if they get a discretion, sooner or later, some of them are going to abuse it.
I agree.
And so that means that that would constitute some limit on how far you go down this road that John Dewey and Woodrow Wilson and Herbert Crowley and these guys want us to go. I'll tell you 2 more problems about that. I'm going to ask you, is it possible that Dewey is correct when he says that the principles of the Declaration of Independence were excellent principles for their time, but not anymore?
I don't think so, because in the Declaration, as we mentioned, it starts off very general and very universal. It's not talking about anything specific to that era. It moves into particular manifestations of violations of the general principles, but it starts off with timeless universal truths.
So that means what you're saying is, if it was true then, it has to be true now. And if it's false now, it has to have been false then. But see, here's another thing. You guys and I, we're raising this objection to the man, everybody here except Emily. You're raising this objection to the man that some things don't change, and the specific one we're talking about the most is human beings' capacity to dominate one another. You're saying that doesn't change, and you're saying that's nature. The excellence of the human being is nature, and the fallings of the human being are nature. And nature doesn't change. Because remember, we define this term nature, right? And this term nature governs, it starts with babies, it starts with seeds. But then it includes this fallenness of human beings, right? This capable of greatness, capable of evil, both. And that arrangement of government. And if you set out to overcome that, then here's the final question. If you can design your child any way you want to, or your society any way you want to, what standard will you use to design it? Hitler was big into eugenics. He wanted blonde hair and blue eyes, which he did not have. And he wanted the great, assertive people who will at the same time obey everything he said, no Jews allowed. Yeah. Right? And they were working on that. That was a project. So, what if we have a project like that, and we exclude nature, or for that matter, God, and we say, we're going to take control. We can make everything better. The question arises, what do you mean by better? What can give you any guidance? I can tell you what happened in Nazi Germany, right? Because they just go right down this road. And what it means is, the guide that remains after everything else has been eliminated is strength. Only power can arbitrate. Now what that means then, I argue, is that these problems that come up in society, sure enough, one of the reasons we have the government is to help solve these problems. But if we think about it in the radically liberal way of Emily, or in the more strict constructionist way of me and James Madison, we're both in the same universe. Right? And the reason we are is because we understand that, yeah, of course, we need to make things better in society. We need to treat people as well as we can treat them. But also, we have to be a little suspicious of concentrating power. Because what will be left of our ability to live our lives when everything is arranged for us according to the precepts of science? We hope that you have enjoyed this. This is our best effort and a better effort than we've made, we think, to make you part of the class. Hillsdale is built on the view that the highest things to study are known and beautiful, the God is among them, that developing a good character through and toward studying those high things is the best kind of human life, and that this life is only possible by people who live in freedom. And so we have an interest in those blessings. We need a free country to do what we do. We need fellow citizens who are excellent fellow citizens.
I agree. Our thanks to Herbert H. and Barbara C. Down Foundation and the Trezeguet Key Foundation for their generous support. Thank you to Larry P. Arney, President, and the Hillsdale College students who participated in this program. Emily, Timothy Forrest, Garrison, Glindsday, Madison Moore, Lillian Quinosis, Stephen Sartori, Catherine C. Chui, Cassie Suko, Christian YZ, Christian Yui. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth, defending liberty since 1844. Subscribe to their channel if you like this. Hillsdale College online courses. Before we finish this video, let me show. Here's their YouTube channel. Just go onto YouTube and type in Hillsdale College and you'll find it. And you'll find their channel. Celebrate 175 years of Hillsdale.
Founded in 1844, Hillsdale College is an independent, coeducational, residential, liberal arts college with a student body of about 1,400. Its four-year curriculum leads to the Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science degree, and it is accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Secondary Schools. Hillsdale's educational mission rests upon two principles: academic excellence and institutional independence. The college does not accept federal or state taxpayer subsidies for any of its operations.
Now you got the idea. Oh, and there's even more.
Hi, I'm Hugh Hewitt. I'm a talk show host, and I'm a lawyer.
They even got a Hillsdale College online courses YouTube channel. And even a Hillsdale College Chargers channel. These are the other two channels that they have. Hillsdale College online courses and Hillsdale College Chargers. So, if you're interested, subscribe. They also got they got a website, Facebook account, Twitter account, and SoundCloud. So if you're interested in learning more, then subscribe to their channel. For now, let's this might be the same thing. This is definitely the same thing. Same thing we did. This might be the same thing, but but maybe different. Introduction to the Constitution. It's a 12 lectures, 10 minutes, average lecture time. Course overview.
Course overview. The American founders believed that the principles of the Declaration and the Constitution were not simply preferences for their own day, but were truths that the sovereign and moral people of America could always rely on as guides in their pursuit of happiness. This course considers the principles of the American founding, which are described most famously and concisely in the Declaration of Independence, as well as key features of American government based on those principles. Led by Hillsdale College President Larry P. Arnn, the course also examines the major challenges posed by progressivism to American constitutionalism.
I know I'm a progressive, so I might want to take the course, but not. Well, we won't do it right now, but I will give you the website to the course before we go to commercial break.
https://online.hillsdale.edu/landing/intro-to-the-constitution.
Well, now you got it.
All right, here's a
All right, now we're all right. Now we're going into commercial break. So I'll see you all after the break. Whatever ad is on, I hope you enjoy it. As long as it's not Trump related. Anyway, see you soon. I kind of messed that up, so let me try that again. Let me try that again. Give me a second to get myself ready. Okay, I got it. See y'all after the break. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Did you enjoy the commercial break? Now we're going on to the next set of videos before we go into another commercial break. This one's of the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights by Ryan Hill. It's a whiteboard video on the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I should have said that first. His students use the following textbooks, some of whose units he has intended to summarize with these videos.
Alavosis, Laura, editor. Social Studies Alive. America's Past. Palo Alto, TCI 2010.
The whiteboard designs and spoken commentary are all his. Not mine, his. Oh. Give me a sec, please. There we go. Found an interesting video. I thought that might be useful for later. But anyway, let's get started.
All right, here's a question for you. When's the last time you and a few friends sat down and tried writing one single document that would determine the way millions of people over hundreds of years lived? A document that would structure the government of an entire nation. Yeah, didn't think so. Lucky for you, fewer than 100 men took a crack at it back in 1787 on behalf of the United States of America, hoping to write one document that would contain in it all the laws and instructions for how our government should function. Now don't worry, once they had their final draft, they did put it to a vote. There were 13 United States at that time, and at least 9 of them would have to ratify the Constitution, meaning they formally agreed to it, before it became official. And now, that single document, still known today as our U.S. Constitution, remains the ultimate law of the land, the most sacred code we have for how the government should look. Pretty impressive, right? I mean, no one's perfect, but hey, that we're still running things 230 years later means they must have done something right. Now, let's rewind a few years back to 1775, when the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia. Besides issuing the world-famous Declaration of Independence, that gathering of delegates planted the first seed of order for the new nation, which they hoped to defend from King George. That seed was a document called the Articles of Confederation, a plan for how the new U.S. government should operate, that powered the newborn nation through the Revolutionary War. Unfortunately, it had a major flaw. You see, living under a powerful king had caused the colonists a ton of trouble, so the Congress decided to give the central government, ours is in Washington, D.C. today, very limited power over the individual states. 9 of those 13 states had to give their approval before the central government could even pass a single law. See where this is going? The weight of the states overwhelmed the central trunk of government, and chaos erupted in newborn America. Having gone from a central government that was way too strong, as in the case of the king, to one that was not strong enough, Americans would need to find a balance, especially as new states
joined the country in coming years. They needed a central government that could hold everyone together. And so, because gatherings of delegates from all the colonies or states for very long meetings had been successful in the past, our founding fathers decided to call yet another very long meeting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania once again, called the Constitutional Convention. And 55 delegates from all over the states attended. And their original goal was to revise, not destroy, but revise the Articles of Confederation. But when they took the pulse of the document and thought it through together, they realized they'd be better off starting from scratch. So they torched it. And in 1787, they put their heads together to come up with something new. And here's what they decided. The central government would have more power over the states, but it would also be split into 3 different sections called branches. Each branch would have its own unique set of powers, and with the power divided 3 ways, the central government would never get too strong. The legislative branch, made up of 2 houses full of elected representatives from the different states, would come up with proposals for law known as bills. The executive branch, made up of the president and his or her closest advisors, a group called the cabinet, would receive those suggestions for law and either veto or reject them, or sign off on them, turning bills into law. Judges from the judicial branch would settle any arguments over how individual laws should be applied. They also reserved the right to overrule any laws that violated the Constitution. The way that each branch...
Sorry about that.
And here's what they decided. The central government would have more power over the states, but it would also be split into 3 different sections called branches. Each branch would have its own unique set of powers, and with the power divided 3 ways, the central government would never get too strong. The legislative branch, made up of 2 houses full of elected representatives from the different states, would come up with proposals for law known as bills. The executive branch, made up of the president and his or her closest advisors, a group called the cabinet, would receive those suggestions for law and either veto or reject them, or sign off on them, turning bills into law. Judges from the judicial branch would settle any arguments over how individual laws should be applied. They also reserved the right to overrule any laws that violated the Constitution. The way that each branch puts a limit on what the others can do is called the system of checks and balances. And as one further limit on the power of the central government, individual citizens are able to vote on their choice of representatives for the legislative branch and for the president in the executive branch. Now, the delegates at the Constitutional Convention knew that they weren't the only ones with good ideas, so they made it possible for future Americans to make changes or amendments to the Constitution. It would take a ton of votes to approve an amendment to the Constitution, but even so, the first changes were made rather quickly. In the year 1788, the Constitution had just been approved and our central government met for the first time. The legislative branch that we call Congress started receiving suggestions immediately from the different states on changes they thought should be made to the Constitution. You see, a lot of people were still afraid that the central government would be too strong. Of all the changes suggested by the states, Congress voted to approve 10 of them as amendments to the Constitution. Today we refer to these first 10 amendments as the Bill of Rights. They are a shield protecting you from mistreatment by the government. Among other things, they guarantee you, the individual, the freedom to believe what you want, to say what you want, to own a weapon if you want, and to be defended in court if someone accuses you of a crime.
Well, only if you're not evil. Then it shouldn't apply. Then those Bill of Rights shouldn't apply to those people. You know what I mean? Or those who want to turn this country into a dictatorship. Then I believe the Bill of Rights shouldn't apply to those kind of people either. I believe there's certain people that the Bill of Rights shouldn't apply to, and those are people who are evil, pure evil, hate groups, and those who want to, even those who want to transform America from a democracy into either an oligarchy, autocracy, or an anarchism. Anyway, continuing on.
Without this Bill of Rights or the opportunity to create other amendments in the future, who knows if the Constitution would have survived until today.
You need great marketing videos to grow your business. With Promo, you can create commercial-level videos in minutes. Hop over to
Okay, next one's to you. This one's a TED Ed video. Why wasn't this one?
Why wasn't the Bill of Rights originally in the U.S. Constitution? James Call.
He'll explain that. Which is a good question. Why wasn't the Bill of Rights originally in the U.S. Constitution? That's a good question, and James Call will explain that. Oops, wrong button.
When you think of the U.S. Constitution, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Free speech? The right to bear arms? These passages are cited so often that it's hard to imagine the document without them. But the list of freedoms known as the Bill of Rights was not in the original text, and wasn't added for 3 years. Why not? James Call goes back to the origins of the Constitution to find out. Lesson by James Call, animation by Augenblick Studios.
Alright, let's get started with the video.
Take a moment to think about the U.S. Constitution. What's the first thing that comes to mind? Freedom of speech, protection from illegal searches, the right to keep and bear arms. These passages are cited so often that we can hardly imagine the document without them. But that's exactly what the writers of the Constitution did. The list of individual freedoms known as the Bill of Rights was not in the original text and wasn't added for another 3 years. So does this mean the founders didn't consider them? The answer goes back to the very origins of the Constitution itself. Even prior to the first shots of the American Revolution, the 13 colonies worked together through a provisional government called the Continental Congress. During the war in 1781, the Articles of Confederation were ratified as the first truly national government. But establishing a new nation would prove easier than running it. Congress had no power to make the states comply with their laws. When the national government proved unable to raise funds, enforce foreign treaties, or suppress rebellions, it was clear reform was needed. So in May 1787, all the states but Rhode Island sent delegates to Philadelphia for a constitutional convention. A majority of these delegates favored introducing a new national constitution to create a stronger federal government. Thanks to compromises on issues like state representation, taxation power, and how to elect the president, their proposal gradually gained support. But the final text, drafted in September, still had to be approved by conventions held in the states. So over the next few months, ratification would be debated across the young nation. Among those who championed the new document were leading statesmen Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay. Together, they laid out eloquent philosophical arguments for their positions in a series of 85 essays, now known as the Federalist Papers. But others felt the Constitution was overreaching, and that more centralized authority would return the states to the sort of tyranny they had just escaped. These anti-federalists were especially worried by the text's apparent lack of protections for individual liberties. As the conventions proceeded, many of these critics shifted from opposing the Constitution entirely to insisting on adding an explicit declaration of rights. So what was the Federalists' problem with this idea? While their opponents accused them of despotism, wanting to maintain absolute power in the central government, their real motives were mostly practical. Changing the Constitution when it had already been ratified by some states could complicate the entire process. More importantly, Madison felt that people's rights were already guaranteed through the democratic process, while adding extra provisions risked misinterpretation. And some feared that creating an explicit list of things the government can't do would imply that it can do everything else. After the first 5 states ratified the Constitution quickly, the debate grew more intense. Massachusetts and several other states would only ratify if they could propose their own amendments for consideration. Leading Federalists recognized the need to compromise and promised to give them due regard. Once ratification by 9 states finally brought the Constitution into legal force, they made good on their promise. During a meeting of the first United States Congress, Representative James Madison stood on the House floor to propose the very amendments he had previously believed to be unnecessary. After much debate and revision, first in the Congress and then in the states, 10 amendments were ratified on December 15, 1791. over 3 years after the U.S. Constitution had become law. Today, every sentence, word, and punctuation mark in the Bill of Rights is still considered fundamental to the freedoms Americans enjoy, even though the original framers left them out.
Thank you, James Cole. That was TED Ed, Lessons Worth Sharing. View full lessons on ed.
Here in the United States, we have a...
Okay, now this video. Okay, this video by... Okay, why wasn't the bill of... This video by...
K.H. Anubis.
K.H. Anubis is about why wasn't the Bill of Rights originally in the U.S. Constitution. James Cole, the U.S. Constitution Amendments explained. Just like this on this video. Okay, you probably heard... Okay, now this...
You've probably heard of the First and Second Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, but there are still 25 other amendments out there. So, what are they? Music, American Beauty by J. Mann, OurMusicBox.com, The Wild West by Ross Bugden.
And if you want the K.H. Anubis, then, you know... K.H. Anubis Productions Official.
Follow US on Twitter at KH Anubis, like US on Facebook.
At www.facebook.com/KH Anubis Productions Official.
Visit our website, http://khanubisproductions.weebly.com. Follow us on Instagram at Canubis Productions. All KH Anubis Productions videos are free for public use, as long as a link to the original content and credit are both clearly provided.
All right. Now KH Anubis, I might not be able to include the link, but I'll provide it in a different way via playlist. Okay, let's get started.
That government is regulated by the... Here in the United States, we have a government. That government is regulated by the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution doesn't always make everyone happy. So we have these things called amendments that help us periodically tweak, or amend, our Constitution to help keep up with the times. Kind of like software updates. So what are these amendments? So the first two amendments are perhaps the most famous of them all, particularly the second for its controversiality. The US Constitution actually has 27 amendments. 27! How many guns do you even need? Amendments can be either made by Congress and voted by 2/3 of each House, the Senate and Representatives, and 3/4 of the state legislatures, or the state legislatures can call for a constitutional convention, although the latter has never happened. Here are my attempts to explain them all one by one, and hopefully dumb them down in the way that at least I can personally understand them. The 27 amendments can range in all sorts of areas, including the First Amendment, established in 1791, which establishes the rights to freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. This means that Americans can practice any religion, or lack thereof, speak their mind, newspapers can talk about whatever, groups can assemble for protests, and Americans can make petitions for the government. The Second Amendment, also in 1791, establishes the right to bear arms. This amendment has come under heavy fire, pun partially intended, in recent years, as to the advent of mass shootings.
I'll say, I think we should make a little tweaks to that amendment, saying you can lose your rights to bear arms temporarily or permanently, depending on what you use the firearm for illegally. and I say again, illegally. So if you don't use the firearm illegally for illegal use, then you're fine. I should ask a friend. Friend who's how do you say? Who's gun owner himself about this. But anyway, continuing on.
And the NRA. The amendment was established with a, quote, well-regulated militia in mind, as America, of course, wasn't quite the superpower it is today, but a small, scrappy collection of states that had only recently become a country. The Third Amendment establishes that, during a time of peace, soldiers cannot be quartered in someone's household, unless consent is given by the homeowner. So if the US government wanted to station some US Army troops in my house, essentially living here, then unless our country is at war, I have the right to say, guys, what the hell are you doing here? Go find a Motel 6. The Fourth Amendment protects Americans against unfair and unreasonable searches and seizures of property. This means that if the police or the government wanted to search through my house and search my stuff and my messages, then they will need a warrant and/or reasonable cause for suspicion in advance. So if the police just broke into my house to search my stuff and take my stuff, and they didn't have a warrant, or a good reason, then no, they actually can't just break into my house like that. Don't do that.
So remember this: if you're an immigrant and ICE is at your door, don't let them in unless they have a warrant, at all. And remember, and if they break in and seize you anyway, don't say a word until you have a lawyer. Okay, let's continue.
The Fifth Amendment is famous for the well-known phrase, I plead the Fifth. This basically establishes the right to remain silent, i.e., not to say anything that would incriminate yourself. It also establishes that private property cannot be taken by the government without just compensation. This is called eminent domain. The Sixth Amendment basically guarantees the right to a speedy public trial overseen by a neutral jury from the state and district that the crime was committed in. This is what would make that one part of Idaho an interesting place to take your exes and rivals. Well, okay, if you wanted to murder someone in Idaho, just do it. Who even lives there? Seriously. Sorry, what were we talking about? The Seventh Amendment establishes the right to trial by jury, which is the cornerstone of the American legal system. This is the reason why Americans are often shocked to hear about how some countries, like Germany, don't use juries. Oh, and also it makes it so that once a case has been seen by a jury, the exact same case cannot be reseen. The decision is final, for better or for worse. The Eighth Amendment protects against excess bail, fines, or cruel and unusual punishment. Basically, it's a giant calm down sign for law enforcement. So if I, for example, say, accidentally swore in a video and the authorities decided they didn't like that, and if I were then fined $9,500, was then thrown in prison and forced to eat toothpaste, all the while the Multnomah County Prison charged $84 million in bail for my release, then that would be completely unreasonable. And thankfully, the Eighth agrees with me, because, seriously, who the f would even do? The Ninth Amendment is pretty interesting. It's essentially a safeguard against rights not specifically listed in the Constitution. The way I at least interpret this is, if the government, say, tried to invade my privacy, that wouldn't be allowed, despite the right to privacy not being an official constitutional right. As far as I understand it, just the fact that it obviously should have been is enough. I'm not a lawyer though, so don't kill me. The 10th Amendment established that the states have the right to govern themselves and that the federal government could only do to the states what the Constitution said it could do. This has allowed for states to legalize things deemed federally illegal, most famously cannabis, not to be confused with cannabis. Now what's important to realize is that these first 10 amendments were all actually put into place in 1791. And this is because these 10 amendments are actually the amendments that make up the US Bill of Rights. So if you wanted to be all picky about it, you could say that the US Constitution has only 17 amendments in addition to the Bill of Rights, except I'm an American and I'm not going to go around saying that anytime soon, and I wouldn't advise you do the same. The 11th Amendment, established in 1795, basically makes it so that one cannot sue a state for something if you don't live in it. It's basically a way of saying, hey, you don't live here, this is none of your business. The 12th Amendment was established in 1804. Now you know roughly how US presidential elections work, like with the Electoral College and the delegates and the losing the popular vote occasionally and stuff like that? Well, yeah, no one really does, but yeah, that was all the work of the 12th. The 13th Amendment, put into place in 1865, abolished slavery in the US in the wake of the Civil War. Now, keep watch, you might notice a pattern with the next two. The 14th Amendment, effective 1868, was a big one, and established actually a lot of things, but by far the most important was that it established what a US citizen is, i.e. black people are also citizens now. The 15th Amendment, established in 1870, now allowed men of any race or color to vote. How progressive. The The 16th Amendment, made effective in 1913, was taxing for the U.S. Congress to establish, and now quite taxing on us, as it gave Congress the power to collect income taxes. The 17th Amendment, also made effective in 1913, established direct popular voting when voting for people like senators, as opposed to the Electoral College we used to elect our presidents. The 18th Amendment, put into effect in 1919, made alcohol illegal nationwide. This was the start of the infamous Prohibition era, which banned the manufacturing or importing of alcoholic beverages in the U.S. for the 1920s.
Here's a funny thing. I was for it at first, but now I'm against. But when I did more research on it, I became against it because of what that thing led to. You should always. Here's the thing. When you vote for something, you should always think about both the pros and cons and the outcome of it. If I vote for it, what will happen? If I vote for it and it wins, what will happen? And if I don't vote for it and it doesn't win, what will happen? You should always think long term about these things before you jump to conclusion. So keep that in mind. Oh, and by the way, the 18th Amendment led to the rise of gangs and also the rise of the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, I said it, the Ku Klux Klan. That's a shocker. Okay, let's continue.
That's right, Prohibition wasn't just a national law, it was part of our Constitution. The 19th Amendment was also established in 1919. Funny how that worked out. And yeah, you remember how I said that the 15th allowed all men to vote? Yeah, women couldn't vote until the 19th Amendment was passed. So that took care of that. The 20th Amendment, established in 1933, established the commencement of presidential terms and succession. This basically moved the inauguration day from the 4th of March, when it was warm enough for stagecoaches to get to DC, to the 20th of January, closer to the start of the year. The 21st Amendment was actually the amendment that repealed the 18th Amendment, and was also put into place in 1933, and made alcohol legal again in the US. Even though 1933 probably wasn't the best year to take up drinking. By the way, a useful way to remember which amendments apply to Prohibition is to remember how 18-year-old Americans cannot drink alcohol and have to wait until they're 21 despite being legal adults. I've heard exchange students hate this. The 22nd Amendment was put into effect in 1951, not long after FDR served 3 terms and died in his early 4th in 1945.
Oh, there we go.
And therefore, it formally limited the terms a US president could serve to 2. Now, the reason presidents before FDR always limited themselves to 2 terms is because that was what George Washington did when he refused to run for a 3rd term. But until the 50s, not running for a 3rd term was merely a formality. Washington and Cleveland could have run for a 3rd term, but Reagan and Obama could never have done so. Must have sucked for Truman, but oh well. The 23rd Amendment established in 1961 the right for residents of Washington, D.C. to vote for the presidents of the United States. Before then, residents of D.C., as with territories today, could not vote for the president in the elections. Now, this is actually kind of part of the reason why D.C. has never voted Republican, since, unlike neighboring Maryland and Virginia, who have both voted Republican in the past, its streak doesn't go back to the colonial age. Unfortunately, people in DC and other territories do not have a voting representative in Congress, and citizens living in territories still cannot vote in a presidential election, but confusingly can vote in the primaries. The 24th Amendment,
Maybe that should change.
in 1964 abolished the poll tax requirement in federal elections, which actually meant that a U.S. citizen could now still vote in elections even if they didn't pay any taxes, be they homeless or billionaire CEO.
So that means those who are currently paying polling tax are breaking the 24th Amendment.
The 25th Amendment, filed out in 1967, established the presidential line of succession and what to do when a president was either killed or still alive but unable to serve. Considering what happened 4 years earlier and what was still happening then, it's hard to blame them for wanting to sort a few things out in advance, instead of making it all up as they go, what with the Red Scare and all that. The 26th Amendment, established by Nixon in 1971, lowered the age to vote from 21 to 18, which now meant that students could also vote for the president. And finally, the 27th Amendment was the most recent amendment, passed in 1992, and prohibits any law that increases the Congress's salary from taking effect until the start of the next set of terms. Yeah, it's not exactly the most glamorous, but I suppose that's what you get when you work somewhere where a pay raise would require the creation of the 28th Amendment. Thanks for watching, and I hope I've helped you out with your knowledge of America and its politics. And if you were already an expert on the Constitution to begin with and I got anything wrong, please let me know because school tests are on the line here. But anyways, if you were to establish the 28th Amendment, what would you suggest? As always, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to warn.
A couple things, but mainly they would all be for the people.
Something new every Sunday.
But I'll explain that. I'll explain that on the ideas I got. What would I do if I was president on Inauguration Day? Here we go. Here's something. This video is by the 10th Amendment Center.
The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. What does it mean? Why did they think it was so important? And would we even have a constitution today if it weren't for the 10th? All this and more.
All right. Let's start. It's the reason for everything we do. Freedom. A free people claim that their rights derived from the laws of nature and not as a gift from their chief magistrate, Thomas Jefferson. Courage. You have to take a stand and say, this is not right. Codita Colvin. Create. We build and implicate strategies based on James Madison's advice, a refusal to cooperate with the officers of the Union. Local. Without local enforcement by complaint, local authorities, the will of the central government is not much more than hot air. Hans Hermann Hoppe. Strong. The only tired I was tired of giving in. Rosa Parks. Believe. We have it in our people to begin the world over again. Thomas Paine. Together, small things grow great by concord. John Dickinson, the penman of the Revolution. Victory. As Murray Rothbard advised, we set our sights on long-run victory and the road to its attainment. 10th Amendment Center.
Good morning and thank you for joining me on the Path to Liberty. It's Wednesday, April 15th, 2020. And on this episode, we're talking about the 10th Amendment. I'm going to do an introduction to this incredibly important amendment to the Constitution for the United States. There is a lot to cover, and I could probably do 2 to 3 episodes, so if you like this content, please let me know, and I will do some follow-ups. But in this episode, I'm going to cover some of the amendment's history, its purpose. I'm going to go through a bunch of quotes from leading founders, and I'm even going to go back to ratification of the Constitution and the state ratifying conventions to make the case that without a promise of what became the 10th Amendment, ratification probably would have failed. First of all, my name is Michael Bolden. We broadcast live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific Time from here in my home office and studio in downtown Los Angeles for the 10th Amendment Center. We have a bunch of live streaming channels that we broadcast live through. That's YouTube, Facebook, DLive, Periscope, and Twitter, and Twitch. We also have archive video versions on Brighteon, Library, BitChute, and BitTube.tv. And then we have the audio-only podcast edition over on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, Google Play, and elsewhere. Find all of the archives, all of the show notes. I put links in every episode of stuff that I talk about, all the important things that I'm showing up on the screen. For those of you watching, I put a link so you can read further. You can find ways to follow us, our email newsletter, social media platforms, and even how to support us financially. I already see a number of our members out in the live chat, and I'm so very grateful for your support. Those start out as little as $2 a month, and you can find all that information at the show homepage, 10thamendmentcenter.com/path to liberty. Again, 10thamendmentcenter.com/path to Liberty, all spelled out. And I'm just going to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat. This is going to be a lot of information to cover today, even for just an introduction. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get a chance to do any Q&A near the end of the show, but please do ask questions, leave comments. I'm going to look through all of those later on today and tomorrow, answer as many as I can. And if there are a lot of questions on a specific issue, then I can do a follow-up episode on that as well. And of course, you can always email me too. team@10thamendmentcenter.com, all spelled out. I know some people prefer to communicate more privately. I read all of those, don't get a chance to reply to everything, so feel free to do that anytime. So quick hello to everyone in the live chat. Funky Euphemism, Too Tall 509, Patricia Dance, Melody Skaman, Keith the Hat Guy, good to see you, Tyler B, Heather Rossi, Essential Freedom, always good to see you, buddy, Timothy Martin, MRGF 78, Michael Bogus, Peanut 411, Van Bozeman. I'm so grateful for your support, Van. Yo Mama, Mary Ellen, Habata Torres, that's a great name. Jim Knowlton, who says, oh no, Meharry is live for Shift Gold right now. Decisions. Got great content all around, and I'm so grateful for you spending some time with me. So let's get right to this and talk about the 10th Amendment to the Constitution for the United States. And also a quick hello, Perry Woods, and then D. Wise over on Periscope. Thanks for joining us over on Twitter and Periscope. There's no better way to start a discussion about the 10th Amendment than to actually look at the 10th itself. It's 28 words, but it's so incredibly important to the entire Constitution. And let's just read it first. And this is from the homepage of our website. It's basically one of the first things you'll see on the site. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Now, just as a quick aside, what we often call the 10th Amendment, when you look back through the documents, and we'll get a little bit of this in this episode, sometimes you'll see leading founders actually refer to it as the 12th Amendment. That's because when the Bill of Rights was submitted to the states for consideration in September of 1789, it was a package of 12 amendments, although they ratified a package of 10 as the Bill of Rights on December 15th, 1791. Now, earlier that year, in February of 1791, Thomas Jefferson gave what I consider a very famous opinion on the constitutionality of a national bank, and he opposed it. And this was while the 10th Amendment and the entire Bill of Rights was still under consideration in the states. And this is how Jefferson put it. He said, I consider the foundation of the Constitution. The foundation of the Constitution. Jefferson himself thought the entire Constitution was based on this principle. He said, it's laid on this ground, that all powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states or to the people. And just after that, if you read, and I'll link to this in the show notes at 10thamendmentcenter.com/path2liberty, so you can read Jefferson's entire opinion, but basing it completely on the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, this idea of delegated and reserved powers. He called it the 12th Amendment there. Now, going forward, we have an entire page dedicated to a general overview of the 10th Amendment, and I'm just going to read a little bit from the important text here. In legal terms, the 10th Amendment is what is known as a rule of construction. It makes explicit two fundamental constitutional principles that are implicit in the document itself. This is what the 10th Amendment tells us. 1, the federal government is only authorized to exercise those powers delegated to it. Nothing more. If it's not delegated to them, they're not authorized to do it. And 2, the people of the several states, they're the sovereigns. And under the American system, sovereignty means final authority. This is just a quick aside on sovereignty. All through history, sovereignty was in the hand of one person or a group of people, a cabal, an oligarchy, a king, a queen, and they made the final decision. The American system was unique, where the people of the several states, not the people of the nation as a whole, but each state, independent sovereign states, and states meaning those people there, they held final authority. So number 2, the people of the several states retain the authority to exercise any power that is not delegated to the federal government, as long as the Constitution doesn't expressly prohibit it. And there are some things in the Constitution, for example, in Article 1, Section 10, where things are expressly prohibited to the people of the several states. In a nutshell, the federal government has a very limited number of things it is authorized to do. These powers are listed throughout the Constitution. And if you check out this page after the show or whenever, you can see the word "these powers" are highlighted in red. That means you can click it on our website. It is an active hyperlink, and it takes you to the list of powers in the Constitution. Let's see if I can quick pull this up. No, there we go. We counted out as about 30 powers. A lot of people will tell you there's 17 or 18 because they're only looking at Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. But depending on how you read things, the entire document, it's somewhere between 30 and 35 powers. Now, one thing to point out is that this whole concept of delegated and reserved powers was already there before the 10th Amendment was even considered or ratified. Everyone understood it, or it was sold that way. And here's how we put it on this page. It doesn't add anything to the Constitution. It just reaffirms what was already there. It doesn't take anything away. It serves a very important function. It tells us how to interpret. It really tells us how to read the document. That's what a rule of construction. How do you construe the legal phrases in the document itself? Think of it like a lens through which we evaluate everything the government does. Now, James Madison reminded us of this in his famous Report of 1800. He was talking about the Virginia Resolutions of 1798, explaining what was going on in Virginia and the Alien and Sedition Acts, its response to the Alien and Sedition Acts. And here's how Madison put it. In all the contemporary discussions and comments which the Constitution underwent, it was constantly justified and recommended on the ground that the powers not given to the government were withheld from it. So Madison is reminding us of a simple truth, that when the Constitution was going through the ratification process, the people who were selling the Constitution, the people who were advocating for its ratification, the supporters of the Constitution, the people explaining how it would work in legal process, in law, were telling the people, look, if you approve it, what it is, it's a document of delegated powers, and everything that's not been delegated is retained to the people of the several states. Madison goes further and he hammers this home again in his Report of 1800, which I will link in the show notes. He says that if any doubt could have existed on this subject, if there was any doubt, he said, about the idea of delegated and reserved powers under the original text of the Constitution, it is removed as far as words could remove it by the 12th Amendment. Here he is, even a few years later, referring to it as the 12th Amendment, now a part of the Constitution, which expressly declares, and I'll read it again, that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. Now, Madison himself, who we often call the father of the Constitution, I could argue that and maybe say it was someone like James Wilson, but that's a whole nother discussion. Madison himself made this case repeatedly, and he wasn't alone, of course. He made this case repeatedly. One of the most famous places that he made this case before the 10th Amendment was even a consideration, before the document was ever ratified, was in the Federalist Papers, in Federalist number 45. Now, mind you, the Federalist Papers weren't really widely read at the time of ratification. They were written for primarily an audience in New York. New York State was really on the verge of rejecting the Constitution, like many other states. I'll cover Massachusetts as a very important example as well. And so Madison, Hamilton, and John Jay were trying to convince the people of New York to ratify, and they were explaining the Constitution to the people of New York. But this is how Madison put it, and it's really good to understand how he thought of this, because of course he is the one we call the father of the Constitution, so his view on this probably holds a lot of weight. He says, the powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to the federal government are few and defined. Few and defined. Those which are to remain in state governments are numerous and indefinite. The former will be exercised principally on external objects, as war, peace, negotiation, and foreign commerce, with which last the power of taxation will, for the most part, be connected. So he's talking about the federal government having limited, delegated powers, limited, few and defined, limited and very clearly spelled out. But the powers reserved to the states is everything else. That's why he said numerous and indefinite. And he describes it this way. The powers reserved to the several states will extend to all the objects which in the ordinary course of affairs concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people and the internal order, improvement, and prosperity of the state. So everything else is reserved to the people of the several states in each state to make their own determination in line with their own state constitution, provided that as long as it wasn't expressly prohibited to them in the federal Constitution. And of course, like I said, Madison was far from alone on this. He was not really, not even close to being alone on this. And here from an article from Kurt Lash, he put it this way. For example, throughout the ratification debates, and this is just reiterating what Madison said in the Report of 1800. In fact, this actually might be an article. Now, Lash actually did a great full article that I will probably link here as well on the Report of 1800, talking about federalism, the 10th Amendment, and the like. But he says, for example, throughout the ratification debates, Federalist proponents of the Constitution insisted that Congress would have only expressly delegated powers. Expressly delegated powers. They said this over and over and over and over. Not that they could change it on a whim, not that they could say, well, it's an emergency, so now these powers are limited, or these limitations are lifted. It's that they would have expressly delegated powers. And if it wasn't there, they couldn't do it, period. In the New York Ratifying Convention, Lash writes, Alexander Hamilton, mind you, he was the biggest big government supporter of the day. James Wilson was pretty close as well. Gouverneur Morris was another one. Alexander Hamilton declared that whatever is not expressly given to the federal head is reserved to the members. And we can find what's been expressly delegated.
Sorry, I just want to check something real quick. Yeah, it's still recording. Okay, sorry. Had to make sure if it was still recording.
Government supporter of the day. James Wilson was pretty close as well. Gouverneur Morris was another one. Alexander Hamilton declared that whatever is not expressly given to the federal head is reserved to the members. And we can find what's been expressly delegated to that federal head by reading the actual text of the Constitution. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Now, not everything in the Constitution is really easy to understand, and sometimes it takes looking at a legal dictionary of the time because this is a legal document, but this is the process. Lash goes on. He says, in the South Carolina debates, Federalist Charles Pinckney insisted that, quote, no powers could be executed or assumed by the federal government but such as were expressly delegated. That's a very familiar phrase. If it's not delegated, they can't do it. And Lash goes on. In a speech delivered to the House of Representatives while the Bill of Rights remained pending in the states, James Madison again reminded the Assembly that the proponents of the Constitution had assured the states, they told the people of the states that, quote, the general government could not exceed the expressly delegated powers. Now, another way that the founders or the proponents of the Constitution, primarily the Federalists, now Federalists and Anti-Federalists, these are propaganda terms that I could explain more another time, but the Anti-Federalists really believed that they were the true Federalists because they believed in federalism. And so that's another discussion, but the Federalists were generally the proponents of the Constitution. The Anti-Federalists were often the opponents. Now, most of the Anti-Federalists didn't just want to reject it outright. A lot of times we would hear, and if you look through the ratification debates, they basically said, we oppose the Constitution as it now stands. As it now stands is a phrase you would see repeated over and over and over in debates and letters and speeches and publications on this is about the opposition. They just thought it was a good idea. They thought something needed to be done, but they didn't like that they thought it was open-ended. And I'm going to get to that in a little bit more detail in just a bit here, covering the ratification debates. But one of the ways that the Federalist supporters of the Constitution actually explain this, every time they would go through the powers delegated to the federal government, someone would be like, well, what about this? Or what about this? Or what about this? So a lot of leading Federalists actually went through those and talked about various things that the federal government could never do. And I think this would be a good follow-up episode talking about the enumerated powers of states. It's not enumerated in the Constitution, but they're examples given by the people who sold the Constitution to be ratified that there's no way the federal government could cover this. One of the most prominent one of these came from Pennsylvania, a guy named Tench Coxe. We don't know him much these days. He's not taught in government school. I never heard the name Tench Coxe when I went to government school, when I went to parochial school, when I went to college, none of it. I had to find this on my own. But he was actually one of the most widely read people of the time. He was highly respected. And this example that I will link again in the show notes, he's going through basically 10 different things that he says. There's no way they can do all these things. It's delegated and retained reserved powers. But he sums it up with this in his 9th. He says, nor can they meaning the federal government, do any other matter or thing appertaining to the internal affairs of any state. They can't do anything regarding the internal affairs of any state, whether legislative, executive, or judicial, civil, or ecclesiastical. That's a pretty powerful statement and pretty broad right there as well. But what's more important than this structure? Well, maybe not more important, but I think what's really important to understand is why did they do this? Why did they set things up like this? They had a very strong reason for it. It's not that they were just like, well, let's come up with something new. We got this idea, this federalism idea. But why did they do it? And this article from Rob Natelson actually sums it up pretty well. Let me go through some highlights of what Rob had to write. He says, the Constitution fashioned the federal government to address a limited number of activities contained in the document's enumerated powers. The remainder were exclusively the domain of state and local government and the private sector. And I think that's an important thing to remind you guys of. Just because the powers are reserved to the states respectively or to the people, that doesn't mean it has to be done by state government. That doesn't mean it has to be done by government at all. Now, if we're talking about the federal government only having power over like 30 to 35 things, everything else that could come into life, that could come into being, that could be thought of, is just that if a government is going to be the one doing it, it's just not going to be the federal government outside those delegated powers. In many situations, and in one state, let's say, in one state they say, well, we want government to deal with this particular thing. In another state, they say, no, we don't want government dealing with this at all. And that way you get this whole kind of what they would call laboratories of democracy. These days, I don't think it's a great term, but just so you guys understand what I'm talking about. So going further, Rob writes, but the framers recognized that most problems weren't problems the federal government could or should even solve. That's why they left most areas of life to the exclusive responsibility of state and local governments and the private sector. Did I just read this? I think I'm reading the same thing twice, sorry. Despite the Constitution's federal structure, he goes on, many in the founding generation didn't think it limited the central government sufficiently. So even though they understood it as being a federal structure, they were concerned that it was going to be misinterpreted, and it didn't really hammer home this idea of delegated and reserved powers. He goes further. These members of the founding generation had good reason for this. They had good reason for fearing centralized power. They knew their history. Concentrated power usually grows into oligarchy or dictatorship.
And right now America is under oligarchy, even though you don't see it. We have to change that. You, me, everyone has to fix that.
When you study your history, you know this. If you ignore your history, you are doomed to repeat it.
Exactly.
And founder after founder after founder, old revolutionary after revolutionary after revolutionary, the general public were all concerned about what they called consolidation. Consolidation meaning centralized power. Today, I might refer to it in more of a computer networking approach, talking about distributed networks and a single point of failure. For example, if you run a computer network and you only have one server running all the data, it is a single point of failure, and a hacker or an error in setup, an update, whatever it may be. If you guys have ever upgraded your computer and then all of a sudden stuff doesn't work, well, that can happen on servers running a huge network, global, state, whatever it may be. And when you have a single point of failure, one mistake brings down the whole system, or has the potential. But distributed or decentralized or a federal structure, federated system, that means if you have an error in one area, then it doesn't affect the rest, or has the potential to remain limited in size, scope, and geography. And so it's very important, and people who study history recognize that this is very important. So going further, Rob says, they questioned whether Congress would have the information or judgment necessary to tailor laws for every nook and cranny in the nation. How can some bureaucrat or politician
Hang on a minute, folks. Sorry about that, folks. My headset was starting to die. Starting to die. So let's get back to this.
thousands or hundreds of miles away, information or size, scope, and geography. And so it's very important, and people who study history recognize that this is very important. So going further, Rob says, they questioned whether Congress would have the information or judgment necessary to tailor laws for every nook and cranny in the nation. How can some bureaucrat or politician thousands or hundreds of miles away, even dozens of miles away, really, when you get down to it, understand your local needs? They don't. And then when you give them that kind of power, then those types of decisions are going to be political decisions. They go further, or Rob goes further. They recognize that when government remained local, citizens enjoyed more say in how it was run. That doesn't mean total, but more say. If someone was severely disaffected with state policies, he could always move to a different state. And the perception, Rob writes, that the Constitution endangered local self-government was a central reason many Americans, perhaps a majority, initially opposed it. So once this was released from the Philadelphia Convention, there was vehement opposition. Now, there were a lot of people who did support it, but it was very likely that it was going to fail. And I'm going to get into the state ratifying conventions here just in a moment after I finish covering Rob's important points. But a lot of people were actually ready to reject this Constitution. He says the Constitution's advocates knew that unless they reassured the dissenters, the public would never adopt it. It wasn't going to happen. So they had to make sure that they convinced them that this is how it was going to play out. And they tried really hard, but without amendments, without the 10th Amendment, they couldn't sell it. So they promised that once the government was functioning, they would offer constitutional amendments to further limit central power. And I think we all have a general knowledge of how that played out. There was opposition to the Constitution, and then it didn't get ratified until there was a promise of future amendments quickly. And there was a lot of trust at the time. I would okay, these guys are really going to do it. If they don't, they're going to have a revolution on their hands because this isn't going to work. And I think everyone kind of understood this. They honored that promise, Rob writes. The amendments are known as the Bill of Rights. So let's get to the state ratifying conventions. In state after state after state after state, other than the first few early ones that ratified right off the bat, like Pennsylvania, probably Georgia, I think Delaware as well, this was a really important issue. This idea of adding amendments to the Constitution in order to get it ratified, and the 10th Amendment itself. A lot of people cite Virginia as possibly the most important one, and we actually have a really great ebook written by T.J. Martinell. I'm going to cite it very briefly. I will link to it in the show notes here, as well at 10thamendmentcenter.com/path2liberty, about the Virginia ratifying convention and the birth of the 10th Amendment. It is very important, but for me personally, my own opinion is that Massachusetts probably was the most important in this entire thing, and we'll cover this right here. So here from Gordon S. Wood, who's probably one of the most prominent, one of the best historians in American history. He's still alive today, but he's writing this article talking about this, doing a review of the great Pauline Maier, the late great Pauline Maier's history of the ratification. This great, if you want to read kind of an interesting story about ratification of the Constitution, Pauline Maier, M-A-I-E-R, I believe, called Ratification. It's really just an interesting read. It's written like a story, but goes through each of the states as they went through the ratification process. And he's covering her book. He says as late as January 22nd, 1788. Mind you, this was sent to the states back after the Philadelphia Convention was done in September of the previous year. This was after 2 weeks of debates in Massachusetts. The Federalists there despaired of success, writes Wood, believing that 192 delegates were opposed and only 144 favored ratification. Think about this. I think there were 4 states that had ratified at that point. And Massachusetts, this is the home of the Sons of Liberty, Samuel Adams, John Hancock, Theophilus Parsons, so many leading founders were from there. This is the home of the Boston Tea Party, the old revolutionaries. They held a lot of weight. I know Virginians hold a lot of weight in this system as well. But Massachusetts was really important, and because it came so early in the ratification, there was great concern that if Massachusetts said no, there was going to be a domino effect. New Hampshire, New York, probably Virginia would all follow through, and then the thing was done. And at that time, after 2 weeks of debating in early or in January of 1788, it was very likely that it was going to fail. So Nathaniel Gorham wrote to James Madison on January 27th, a few days later. He says, "Never was there an assembly in this state with greater ability and information than the present convention." So there was a lot of conversation. People were very aware. It's not like there was a lot of ignorance. Information was being distributed and people knew what they were talking about. But, he says, "I am in doubt whether they will approve the Constitution." And he thought that they should take off some of the opposition by amendments. Now, mind you, the first 4 states, the first handful of states that ratified, just ratified unconditionally. And Massachusetts is really the first state where amendments were, they said, well, when we ratify, we want amendments too. So in comes John Hancock. And Hancock, the governor there, was very, very popular. This guy was popular all the way back to the early days prior to the Revolution. He's a huge leader. Everyone knows him. He's the governor, but he's sick. Well, some people will tell you he wasn't, or maybe he was faking it, but as early as October, he was actually, there's some historical clues that he was already drafting amendments in October of 1787 because he didn't like the Constitution as presented by the Philadelphia Convention. Neither did Samuel Adams. Now, Samuel Adams was really quiet in that convention. He didn't say much, but he was the old patriot. Everyone looked to Samuel Adams for the most honest approach on things. Even if they thought he was a little out of touch at that time, he was a little bit older. He did become governor, but even though a lot of people would say he was out of touch and like he would get laughed at by the younger crowd for still wearing his tricorner hat, but he held a great deal of respect. He sat back and listened. But it was very clear that he really wasn't on board with the Constitution as it stood from the Philadelphia Convention. But then, suddenly, there was a deal made. Federalists went to Hancock and said, okay, we got to work this out. We want this to pass. What can we offer you? And they worked out a deal to do some amendments. And here's how Wood put it. Suddenly, on January 30th, Governor John Hancock, who had been elected the convention's president but was too sick, or so he said, to attend the proceedings, rose from his sickbed and was carried into the convention wrapped in flannel. So there, he presented amendments. He's like, look, let's do some amendments. Let's recommend some amendments so we can get this thing ratified and move forward. Now, the amendments themselves were probably in the handwriting of a guy named Theophilus Parsons, not really well known. If you're a 10th Amendment Center follower, you probably see his name pretty regularly. Parsons was very influential in Massachusetts, a leading legal mind, and a lot of people really respected him. In fact, some of his opponents said, look, if you were on my side, if I could just convince you to be on my side, whatever side you're on is going to win. He was a great orator, not to the level of Patrick Henry down in Virginia, but right near the top of the list. So Hancock presented a bunch of amendments. They were drafted or they were written by Theophilus Parsons, but it's very likely they were actually, the text of them were a deal between Parsons and some other Federalists, and then John Hancock and Samuel Adams. So when Hancock actually recommended these amendments on January 31st, and here's how Wood put it. On January 31st, Hancock dramatically abandoned his previous hesitancy about the Constitution and urged ratification with a recommendation that the first Congress push for amendments. As soon as he proposed the amendments, he had a list of them. Samuel Adams was the guy who issued the second. He issued the motion to second. And mind you, in the actual ratification document from the state of Massachusetts, February 6, 1788, they say, look, we're ratifying this. We've considered this Constitution from reported to Congress by the convention, blah, blah, blah. But here we are. We recommend the following alterations and provisions be introduced into the said Constitution. First, the first thing that they recommended. Now, mind you, it was likely that the Constitution was going to fail if Massachusetts didn't ratify. If Hancock, Adams, Parsons, and others didn't make a deal for recommending amendments and making them popularly understood around the country. First, that it be explicitly declared that all powers not expressly delegated by the aforesaid Constitution are reserved to the several states to be by them exercised. That's very similar to what the 10th Amendment to the Constitution actually ended up being. So their first concern in Massachusetts, John Hancock, Samuel Adams, and many others, their number one concern was to really hammer home that the powers not delegated are reserved. And then it was finally approved. There was some debate over that as well, and here's what Fisher Ames said when he was talking about this proposed amendment. So they came together with the proposed amendments, and here's what Fisher Ames said. He said, a consolidation of the states would subvert the new Constitution. Again, that word consolidation. And against which this article is our best security. So that proposal for the 10th Amendment, he said, is the best security against centralization of power. He said too much provision cannot be made against consolidations. Consolidation. The state governments represent the wishes and feelings and the local interests of the people. They are the safeguard and ornament of the Constitution. They will protect the period of our liberties. They will afford a shelter against the abuse of power and will be the natural avengers of our violated rights. Now, it's a different discussion to talk about how the states or the people have not worked with the states to actually act like avengers, but that's how it's supposed to be set up. And that was Fisher Ames arguing in favor of what became the 10th Amendment after it was proposed by Hancock, Adams, Parsons, and others. And summing it up here, in Massachusetts, this is how Gordon Wood put it. He says, finally, on February 6th, following another speech by Hancock, the delegates voted 187 for ratification with 168 against, with amendments recommended, not required. So they recommended these. They said, we are going to ratify unconditionally, but we are going to trust that you're going to follow up. If not, you're going to have a lot of problems. It was basically a carrot and a stick situation. So it went from about 192 opposed to 187 in support there in just a matter of about a week or so. And that's because of the amendments. But once Massachusetts did this, it started to catch on, the same process, because the same concerns existed elsewhere. Here, for example, in South Carolina, here's their ratification document from May 23rd, 1788. They say, this convention doth also declare that no section or paragraph of the said Constitution warrants a construction that the states do not retain every power not expressly relinquished by them and vested in the general government of the Union. So they included that as well in South Carolina. New Hampshire, this was in June 21st, 1788, which may be a very important date for those of you who follow this. They recommended some alterations. Again, first recommendation from the people of New Hampshire was that it be explicitly declared that all powers not expressly and particularly delegated by the aforesaid Constitution are reserved to the several states to be by them exercised. Again, 10th Amendment was the number one concern. Without the 10th Amendment, there was no Constitution, not in South Carolina, not in Massachusetts, not in New Hampshire, and probably not in Virginia either. Now, mind you, the 10th Amendment wasn't actually proposed yet, but the concept behind it. So they recommended in Virginia, Edmund Pendleton and so many others recommended a Bill of Rights. They actually recommended what became the 10th Amendment to be an amendment to the body of the Constitution. Here's how they put it. First, again, number one recommendation to the body of the Constitution, that each state in the Union shall respectively retain every power, jurisdiction, and right which is not by this Constitution delegated to the Congress of the United States or to the departments of the federal government. Number one concern, again, amending the Constitution was what became the 10th Amendment. So again, Virginia as well. And here's from this article by T.J. Martinell, which we've turned into, it's a 3-part article, we've turned it into an ebook. I will link to this. He says, to grasp the significance of what was said during the Virginia ratifying convention, it is critical to first understand the importance of the people there. Among the delegates were James Madison, Edmund Randolph, John Marshall, Patrick Henry, and George Mason. And then one more, New York. Same thing, where Governor George Clinton was really an anti-federalist. He was opposing, but they actually got it approved. They approved it with a bunch of declarations about the Constitution, and then they had a circular letter which recommended, I believe, 30 or 33 amendments. And one of the first things that they put, this is actually number 3 in the ratification document of New York, July 26, 1788, that the powers of the government may be reassumed by the people. So if they've delegated it, they can take it back. Because, of course, if the people of the several states are sovereign, if the people have final authority, whatever power they delegate, they can take back. So they said the powers of the government may be reassumed by the people whensoever it shall become necessary to their happiness, that every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by the said Constitution clearly delegated to the Congress of the United States or the departments of the government thereof, remains to the people of the several states or to their respective state governments to whom they may have granted the same. And I think the New York ratification document summarizes this, what we call popular sovereignty, really the best. It's the people of the several states that hold final authority. The people have delegated powers not only to the state government, but to the federal government. And the people, whatever power they delegate, they can take back. Whether that happens very often or not is another story. But going further, Samuel Adams really is one of my favorites from the time. He really, really felt this was important. And I think without his support, without Hancock's support in Massachusetts, it's very likely that Massachusetts was almost certain to say no. And if Massachusetts said no, New Hampshire was done, New York was done, and very likely Patrick Henry would have won the day down in Virginia as well. And here's a letter to Elbridge Gerry on August 22nd, 1789. So over a year later, year and a half later from when Massachusetts issued its ratifying document, he's still kind of pushing for this. I think he's a little anxious at this point. Maybe that's just my own read of it. I don't know. He says, I hope Congress, before they adjourn, will take into very serious consideration the necessary amendments of the Constitution. The necessary, not just good ideas, necessary. Without them, there's a real problem. And he's talking about the people who are real federalists, people who believe in federalism. He says they wish to see a line drawn as clearly as may be between the federal powers vested in Congress and the distinct sovereignty of the several states upon which the private and personal rights of the citizens depend. Again, sovereignty being final authority, states being a delegated power of the people. It's not saying that state governments have final authority. This is not about the power of state governments, unless the people of each state determine that. Samuel Adams goes further. Without such distinction, there will be danger of the Constitution issuing imperceptibly and gradually into a consolidated government over all the states. Their greatest concern over and over was consolidation, centralization of power. And Samuel Adams was so worked up about this that he wrote 2 days later to Richard Henry Lee, who he had a great friendship with. They came from totally different backgrounds, different lifestyles, different social class, but these two really connected well. It's a really great story. And he writes to Richard Henry Lee. He says, I mean, my friend, to let you know how deeply I am impressed with a sense of the importance of amendments. And when you actually look at the original document itself, I believe he underlined importance of amendments. That the good people may clearly see the distinction, for there is a distinction between the federal powers vested in Congress and the sovereign authority belonging to the several states, which is the palladium of the private and personal rights of the citizens, saying the same thing to Richard Henry Lee as he did to his friend Elbridge Gerry in Massachusetts. Now, I'm not going to really cover this in detail. I'm not going to cover this at all right now. It really is its own episode. There's a 68-page paper on this by Kurt Lash, talking about how they actually remove the word expressly from expressly delegated in the 10th Amendment, but it doesn't actually change the legal impact of it, and how there was a debate between Tucker and Madison. This is a really interesting follow-up article. If you guys want to hear about the debates in Congress about the 10th Amendment, I can cover that maybe in the next few days, 2 weeks, but let me know in the comments or send me an email. But here's how he sums it up. I think this is really important to hammer home. He says, as Gordon Wood recounts in his magisterial Creation of the American Republic, the Federalists succeeded in their efforts to supplant the old Articles of Confederation with a new Constitution by stressing the ultimate sovereignty of the people. And I know some people like to use the word states' rights, and I know it's very common to say states don't have rights, people have rights, states have powers delegated to them. Thomas Jefferson often used the term state rights. It was their right to act based on people direction. And I think the whole thing can be very confusing, so I just kind of ignore that phrase. It's really to focus on, the whole goal is to focus on advancing liberty, keeping it more local because centralized power is so dangerous, and hammering home that the people hold final authority. That's why it says at the end, or to the people. Let's read that one more time. It can't be read enough. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. And here from Brian McClanahan, this is an article titled, Why the 10th Amendment? Why does it exist? It was published back in 2009, and it was talking about some of the things of the time in 2009, but it's just as important to read today. He puts it this way: the number of Americans who consistently believe their vote does not count on the federal level is a testament to the fact that the people have truly lost their hold on the representatives, and I like how he puts that in quotes, representatives in Washington, because those people don't really represent you or me at all. They represent themselves, they represent their political interests, they represent just a bunch of stuff, but it's not you and I. He goes further. Jefferson, Taylor, as in John Taylor, Mason, and Henry all understood that the people had greater control over their state and local representatives. They lived among them. And again, they didn't have total control. They just had a greater chance to control state and local representatives than they do federal. They lived among them, went to church with them, socialized with them, and maybe even had family ties. You found that a lot in Virginia. 400 people protesting in Washington, D.C., Brian writes, won't make a difference. Period. I would say 40,000 people protesting in Washington, D.C. makes no difference. Phone calls to federal congressmen don't change anything. He said, but 400 people protesting in front of the local courthouse will, or it can. He says it was and is a simple economy of scale. Henry put it this way: the governing persons are the servants of the people. That's Patrick Henry. And Brian McClanahan sums it up like this: state sovereignty ensured that they remain the servants of the people and that the culture and customs of local communities would be preserved. The way I would describe that is that what's right for here in Southern California isn't necessarily right for the people in Virginia. What's right for the people in Virginia isn't necessarily right for for the people in Montana. And it really needs to be a determination by the people of each area. The founders recognized that if you had a centralized system, everyone was going to be messed up at some point. The only way you can have a country as large as this, with hundreds of millions of people and different political, economic, religious viewpoints, all living together in peace, is by allowing people to make the decisions that's best for them in their own area. You may not like what we do here in California. A lot of times I don't either, of course, I'll tell you that. And I may not like what you do in New Hampshire or in Maine. But we can still be friends, we can still be countrymen, we can still be allies, because we recognize that the decisions that we make are different in each area and best for us. I can support you doing something that's totally not right for me in your area because I recognize the principle of decentralization, federalism, the Constitution, the 10th Amendment is so important to advancing liberty. Well, I hope you guys found this interesting. I hope you found it educational. I hope you learned something. That's really the most important. And I know a lot of people have been talking about the 10th Amendment, so please consider sharing this as widely as possible. If you like the show, smash the like button, subscribe. If you're on YouTube, get bell notifications. If you're listening to a podcast edition like iTunes, please consider leaving a review. I'm so grateful for all the reviews, the likes, the shares, the comments that have been coming in. All of the platforms you may be listening or watching are pretty easily triggered. That means their algorithms are triggered. So all these free actions that you can take comments, likes, subscriptions, reviews, all that stuff. It tells the algorithm of the platform to show the program to more people. So that really has been helping us spread the word more and more. And if you really want to support us, please consider a membership. They start as little as $2 a month. We've got over 10,000 articles, videos, blogs, podcasts on our website, 10thamendmentcenter.com. I do this show 3 times a week. We're going to continue doing it for free all the time. But if you want to help us get the word out to more people, a membership does more than you can even imagine. We make those few bucks a month go a long, long way. And you can sign up for that over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/members. Please leave some comments, some questions, all that stuff. I'm not going to address those live here today, but I'll take a look later on in the comments later on today and tomorrow and answer as many as I can. And I will probably do some follow-up episodes on the 10th Amendment. There's really 2, 3, 4 episodes that we really need to do. For example, talking about the use of the word expressly. How do you actually read the document? What are those delegated powers? And probably some more stuff from there too. Again, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you are as safe, as happy, as healthy, and as stocked up as can be. And I'll see you next time here on the path to liberty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you want to learn more, then subscribe to the 10th Amendment Center. Or join TAG Support Liberty. Sign up. Thank you. Okay, time for commercial break. I'll see. Time for commercial. Time for commercial break. Sorry. All right. All right. I'll see you after the commercial. I'll see you after the commercial break. Have fun. I'm back. So did you like the ad? Well, anyway, now we're gonna continue with the next set. Mostly, all of them involve Bernie Sanders. This set involves Bernie Sanders himself, and others. And Bernie related, even if Bernie is not in the video. We're going to start off with this one. From the Hill.
Michael Moore slams Republicans while stumping for Bernie. They nullified the Constitution. Michael Moore delivers remarks at a Bernie Sanders town hall in Rochester, New Hampshire.
All right, let's begin.
Thank you so much, Rochester. Rochester for Bernie! Wow, this is I'm so honored to be traveling with Bernie. First across Iowa, and then to a state that has a primary organized and run by the people called the government. Yes, the government does great things, like hold elections, making sure the traffic lights go red, then green. It's a wonderful thing. But thank you for having us here today. I've been traveling now on and off for the last 3 weeks with Bernie, so I've learned a number of things about him that I'd like to share with you today on the stage. In every single speech, I hear these words. I never get to see them in the sound bites on TV because it doesn't quite fit with the narrative it likes to be told. So I ask you, those of you who are filming this today, I know you don't have a choice in it because you're just the camera people, but thank you, camera people and sound people, for working here today. Yeah, thank you. And I'm a big believer that the sound people should be paid the same as the camera people. Just saying, the sound is just as important as picture. Bernie is constantly talking about, as I travel with him, love and compassion. These are the 2 words I hear over and over and over again. Because if you believe that if someone gets sick, that they should not have to go bankrupt or lose their home, that's an act of love. If you believe that people should be able to go back to school or get a job or whatever and have adequate and wonderful daycare, that's an act of love. If you believe that this is our last best chance to save this planet in the climate emergency that we are in, that is an act of love and compassion. I am not surprised that the youngest voters in every single poll, first they were doing it like 18 to 29. Bernie had the vast majority of them. There was a poll in Texas last week. 70% of 18 to 29-year-old Texans were for Bernie Sanders. So then they started raising it. The next poll was, oh, that's too good. That looks, move it up to 18 to 35. 18 to 35, 52% of 18 and 35-year-olds were for Bernie. So then the next poll, they raised it to 18 to 45, and the number one candidate was Bernie Sanders. It's like, I think it's great when you're 45, you're still called a young voter. Well, I'm waiting for the next poll. Move it to 60, move it to 60. He won't come in first. 18 to 60. Why are the youngest people for Bernie? Why? But I'm telling you here, when we were your age, with the future, except that's the beautiful thing. Young voters want Bernie because he's fighting for their future. He acknowledges their future. And with all due respect to the senator, he's not fighting for his future. He's in his future. So what's in it for him? Because isn't that how a politician is supposed to think? What's in it for me? Bernie, I can guarantee you, has never asked that question. Not since the time at 21 years old, 1963, he goes to a civil rights demonstration in Chicago and is arrested. Have you seen the picture? Go online and look at this picture. They're like, he's got police on both arms. He obviously missed the civil disobedience training where he's supposed to go limp. Put the cuffs here. Not Bernie. Look at this picture. Let me go. I'm not saying that's how he sounded at 21, but it's a fair guess. In the next picture, that same day, they have him chained in the paddy wagon to two black women. It's so powerful. As a kid in college, this is where he was at in 1963. It's a week before Martin Luther King's March on Washington. That's how Bernie has been always ahead of this curve. In 1972, he wrote an op-ed to his local paper about how the government should have no role in telling a woman what she can do with her reproductive rights. This is 1972. This is before Roe versus Wade. In the same article, he says that there should be no discrimination against anyone because they love someone of their same gender. 1972. This is, for the younger people here, this is just 3 years after Stonewall. The term gay rights doesn't exist yet. He's for gay rights before there are gay rights. It's like, this is his whole life. And so when somebody asked him in Dubuque a couple weeks ago when we were with him, and they said, don't you think you're too old? Don't you think you're too old to be president? He said, well, yeah, the advantage I have over my the kids here, he said the kids, that I'm competing with for the Democratic nomination. He says, I have a lifetime record. I have a lifetime record of standing on the side of the oppressed, of women, of people of color. Whatever it was, he was before people, some of us even were even thinking about it. He was thinking about it and getting arrested for it and walking the picket line with nurses and teachers and construction workers. When he was mayor of Burlington, he did this. He's management when you're mayor. He's out walking the picket line with the people picketing the city of Burlington. So he said to the person in Dubuque, he said, yeah, You know, so I have this record. That's one thing. You can see it's consistent. I've never changed. I've never sold out. I can't be bought. And there's one thing you know about people my age, if you have grandparents. We don't change. We're pretty set in our ways. And he said, I am set in my ways when it comes to health care, when it comes to daycare, when it comes to mass incarceration, when it comes to the minimum wage. I am that person. I've always been that person. I didn't vote for Republicans who fought against a woman's right to choose, who stopped young people from being, all of this. This is who he is. There's no comparison. It's so amazing if you look at this record of his. And so I'm not surprised that young people are for him. And I have to say this too. I said this, I had this thought the other day. I wanted to speak to my fellow boomers. Any boomers in the audience here? Okay, now, you know, first of all, have you told the young people you know the secret? No, we haven't told them. We don't want them to know because we want them to like us. We started them on the Beatles and Jackson Browne, and they all grew up liking our music, and we liked it. And they were not just our children, but our friends, right? And so, but we've not told them the truth. Boomers, how much did you pay per semester to go to college, to go to university? What? $400 a semester. Young people, are you listening? How much? 100. 100. Do I hear $50 a semester? $50 a semester. Anybody in the balcony? That's how much we paid. If you went to the SUNY system or the UC system in California, you paid zero. You paid for your books. That's it. That's how we went to school. Hey, how's it feeling being in debt until you're 50 now? Not good, does it? So boomers, we taught you not to swear too. Boomers, now they know. Don't hate us, but that's the world we left you. We put you now in a debtor's prison at the age of 22, where you are shackled to a job that you may not like. You may hate it. It doesn't matter. You've got a monthly payment back to the government. And it's I think the only thing you can't, when you get to file for bankruptcy or whatever, they've got you forever. This is so wrong, and Bernie is so offended by it. And let me tell you, his student debt was paid off a long time ago. So again, he has no personal interest in this. He gets nothing out of it. Why is he fighting to make sure that you can go to college for free, tuition free, and to get rid of this awful student debt that you're carrying? Because it's the right thing. Because you know why also? Back in the day of our parents and our grandparents who did not go to college, they thought the most important thing was to make sure we did. They knew the society would get better if we were educated. They knew that we would have new inventions, new discoveries, new cures if we were educated. There's something very, very wrong with the way the system is set up to guarantee that we have so much stress, so much anxiety in this debtor's prison. And then as Bernie calls it, the diseases of despair and stress. It's an economic disease, first of all, but it actually creates affects our physical health. Why would we do this to our children? Why? What nation does this to their own? It makes no sense. And now the fact that we are leaving you with a planet, we can't call this climate change. The change has already occurred. Bill McKibben, who's from the state next door, he told us 10 years ago, if we went past 350 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere, it was too late. Remember that? 10 years ago, we were told there's no reversing it. There's nothing we can do to fix it. You know what we're at now? 415 parts per million. It's too late. That's what we've left our young people. Why are they for Bernie 18 to 29, 18 to 35, 18 to 45? Why? I wonder why. Maybe they want to live. Because I'll tell you, when the collapse truly happens, and it's in the process right now of happening, I won't be here. Bernie won't be here. Boomers, the ones that are working out, some of them will be here. My sister's with me here. She's a vegan. Lives in San Diego, great weather. She'll be here.
Dang it. Oh.
Hidden power returns to battle.
But you'll be here, 18 to 45-year-olds. You'll be here, and you know you're going to be here, and you know what we've left you. A climate emergency where we should be screaming bloody murder, where we should be ringing every siren we can. And that's why you're for Bernie. That's why. He's the only one of these candidates that's going to make it happen. The others care about it too. I'm not saying that. And the others will work on it. But haven't we learned one thing from the great thing about Obamacare, which gave us awesome stuff? No pre-existing conditions on your parents to your 26, et cetera, et cetera. But it's only halfway. It's a half measure. Are we not done with half measures? Bernie is the only candidate that will give us the full measure. Bernie is the candidate that's going to say, there's no halfway to the climate emergency. We have to go all the way. All the way. No halfway measures. All the great things that we've done, all the great things that we have accomplished. 100 years ago this year, women getting the right to vote. What if the suffragettes had said back then, well, no, that's okay. You can make it half the women. Well, just a half measure is good. It's better than nothing. Or half the women and half the states can vote. Would that be okay? What if Lincoln had said half the slaves can be free? No more half measures. The planet is dying. Our children are going to choke to death. They're going to drown on this planet. This is our moment. You know that, right? We don't get 4 more years of this. That's it. And so I've actually asked friends of mine who are for other candidates. I said, no, they're good. These are good. This is good. They all said something great last night at the debate, didn't they? Each one of them. Biden coming over and hugging Bernie. You know, no, that was very sweet. Klobuchar's comment about why Buttigieg likes cartoons. And then the director, God bless the director who was over in the booth, immediately cuts to Buttigieg, and he had this, he had this cartoon thing that he was doing, and it was really weird. And I thought, well, Amy has a great sense of humor and timing. You know, Elizabeth said great things. Steyer said great things. Andrew Yang said great things. This is a good group of human beings. But the reason why Bernie's the one, and the one to beat Trump, and the polls all show, the 4 or 5 of them, they show in different polls, beat Trump. But only Bernie beats Trump by the margin that he beats Trump at. And why is that? Why is that? Because the average American, even if they don't agree 100% with everything that Bernie stands for, they know that Bernie's a fighter. Bernie will not sell out. Bernie cannot be bought. That's the Bernie Sanders they know, and they know that they have their best chance of getting rid of Donald Trump with Bernie Sanders taking him on.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched? Well, maybe you are. Hackers can see what you send over Wi-Fi.
Excuse me for just a second. Sorry about that, folks. I had to take care of something. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Did you hear in the news this week, and I know we all complain about how we don't hear a lot of Bernie stuff, which is odd. Did you hear in the news this week, and I know we all complain about how we don't hear a lot of Bernie stuff, which is odd considering he's the front runner. Boy, I gotta say, you know, the establishment really does not want him. They are scared of him, not just winning the nomination, but winning the White House. Because he's made it very clear that we're not voting for him. We're voting for us. We're voting for us. And Bernie's vision of January 20 next year is not just Bernie Sanders walking into the Oval Office, but teachers walking into the Oval Office, and nurses walking into the Oval Office. And all of us, everybody comes in with him. That's how his 4 or 8 years are going to be. I mean, What would that look like if we had someone in the Oval Office that wasn't afraid? Well, you can't say that. The Republicans won't like that. Well, the Republicans are in for a rude awakening considering how they nullified the Constitution this week. The Republicans... My dad was in the Marine Corps. He fought in all those South Pacific battles, those awful Saving Private Ryan every time. He was a private in the Marine Corps, and that thing would come down in the amphibious vehicle, and half of them were mowed down immediately. I don't even know how he lived through all that. And by the time he got into his 80s and 90s, he couldn't believe that George W. Bush was president. He couldn't believe that someone like Donald Trump might be running. It was offensive to him. And I read this story this week, and I read it actually on the Rolling Stone website. It was a news story, and I kept looking for it on other news sites, and only Rolling Stone ran it as far as I could see. Maybe some of you ran it in your papers. It was a story on which of these Democratic candidates has the most campaign contributions from active duty service members. Bernie Sanders at number 1. Did you know that? Now, why does he get more contributions from service members, from soldiers, from airwomen and airmen and sailors? Why Bernie Sanders? No, not only no more endless war, it's because these young people who've been over there to Iraq and Afghanistan, they've seen the truth. They know that they were not sent on a mission to defend you and I. They are volunteers. They make a deal with us. When they go to volunteer, they're saying that they're willing to die, if necessary, so that you and I don't have to. What a gift is that? Is there a greater gift a human can give another human than to say, I will give my life so that you don't have to? That's our voluntary military. And all they ask from us in return is that we never put them in harm's way unless it's absolutely necessary. And we have not done that. We have broken faith. The Iraq war was a lie. Afghanistan is an endless war. This is all wrong. The soldiers know it, and that's why they're for Bernie Sanders. After the debate, we went, there was a little, I don't know what it was some bar area in one of the hotels there in Manchester. And the pundit class was all there. Their heads are spinning. They can't explain away how is it that in all these polls now, not just in New Hampshire, but across the country, Bernie is number 1. They should get out of their bubble and go see what it's like. Because as we crisscross Iowa, we saw Flint, Michigan, all the way from Davenport over to Council Bluffs and Sioux City. It's everywhere now. All the struggle of people trying to get by, of living from paycheck to paycheck. The majority of Americans not having $500 to their name so that they can get by. The majority not having $500. That's just so wrong. Where is the American dream? Bernie stands for that. Bernie will fight for this. Bernie is the person who is going to win. He's going to beat Trump. And I hear this socialist thing one more time. I'm like laughing so much I don't understand. All Bernie sounds like is this. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. A rich man will have a harder time getting into heaven than the camel will have getting through the eye of the needle. That was a very famous Democratic socialist from a couple thousand years ago. That Democratic socialist, when he's given a sermon and there's only 2 pieces of fish and 5 loaves of bread and there's 5,000 people to feed, And he just said, go ahead and feed them. Just make sure everybody gets everybody gets a piece of something. Okay. Oh yeah, I know, I'm on my Bible thing, yeah. This is Ari. Let's hear it for Ari over here. No, but we need to explain to our fellow Americans what this means. It means Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was over and over again called a communist. He was called a traitor over and over and over again, but he had the guts and the courage to stand up to it. Bernie's the only one of these candidates who will not back down from the Republicans or from Donald Trump. Bernie is the one that's going to get us the Senate back in the hands of the Democrats. Bernie's the one. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. I'm so happy to be here. Let's get out there and make New Hampshire the first primary for Bernie Sanders. Thank you, everybody.
Please welcome U.S.
Senator from Vermont.
All right. This video is from February 16, 2007. Bernie Sanders, the president, and his speech on what the president doesn't know what the Constitution is about. He's referring to George W. Bush.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, before I begin discussing the war in Iraq, I want to say a few words about another issue that is perhaps even more important, and that is the constitutional issues at the very heart of this entire debate. Let me be very frank. I am not a great fan of the Bush administration. And of the many grave concerns that I have about President Bush and his actions, at the top of that list is that the president seems not to understand what the Constitution of the United States is all about. Whether it is the consistent attack on our constitutional rights, which his administration has pursued for a number of years, or his quote-unquote signing statements, which attempt to circumvent legislation passed by Congress, the president appears to believe that he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants to. And that, in my view, is not what the United States of America is all about, and it is not what our Constitution provides for. In that regard, I want to inform my colleagues in the Senate that I have just introduced a resolution similar to the one introduced by Congressman DeFazio in the House that makes it very clear that the president does not have the constitutional authority to start a war against Iran without the express authority of the U.S. Congress. There are many people in my state of Vermont, and there are people all over this country who are deeply worried that the president may take us into a war in Iran, and that he is currently laying the groundwork for that war in exactly the same way that he led us into the war in Iraq. So let me be very clear. If President Bush were to start a war in Iran without receiving the authority to do so from Congress, he would not only be creating, in my view, an international disaster, but he would also be creating a major constitutional crisis. And I hope very much that he does not do that. President Bush fails to understand, I believe, that the power to declare war under the Constitution is given to the Congress, not the President. My resolution, S-Con Res 13, is very simple and states clearly that it is, quote, the sense of Congress that the President should not initiate military action against Iran without first obtaining authorization from Congress, end of quote. I hope my colleagues will give strong support to this resolution. Mr. President, in my home state of Vermont and all across this nation, the American people are increasingly concerned about the war in Iraq. As others have stated more eloquently than I, the American people want real debate here in Washington, here in the Senate, on this issue that is worrying people all across our nation. More importantly, Not only do they want debate, they want action, and they want action now. Frankly, I have a hard time understanding why some of my colleagues would try, through parliamentary maneuvers, to prevent a vote on what is at best a very modest proposal. This issue is not complicated in terms of what will be taking place tomorrow on this floor. And it seems to me that if you support President Bush's escalation of the war in Iraq, and there are many who do, then vote against the resolution. That's your right. On the other hand, if you don't believe that an escalation of this war is a sensible idea, and I certainly don't, then vote for the Reid resolution. But at the very least, there should be a vote. Let the American people know how we stand. Mr. President, let me be very clear in giving you my perspective on this war. In my view, President Bush's war in Iraq has been a disaster. It's a war that we were misled into, and a war that many of us believed we never should have gotten into in the first place, and a war that I voted against as a member of the House.
I agree with you on that, Bernie. But even if we didn't invade Iraq, I bet we would have had to after the Arab Spring. Because look what happened when the Arab Spring reached Libya. We had to do something. We couldn't just let all those people die. We couldn't just let all those people die under by Gaddafi's hand. Innocent people who just want change. And I'll still never understand why Nelson Mandela saw in Gaddafi. That guy, Ronald Reagan was right. Muammar Gaddafi is a mad dog. I don't know what Mandela saw in him. I would ask that to him, but Mandela's dead. Anyway, let's continue.
This is a war that the administration was unprepared to fight. The administration has shown little understanding of the enemy or the historical context in which we found ourselves. Who will ever forget President Bush declaring mission accomplished aboard the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, when in fact the mission had barely begun? Who will forget Vice President Cheney telling us that the insurgency was in its quote-unquote last throes just before some of the bloodiest months of the war? Who will forget those Bush advisors who predicted that the war would be a cakewalk, nothing to worry about, and that we would be greeted in Iraq as liberators? Mr. President, this war...
Well, we would have been liberated. We would have been welcome as liberators if that one guy, what's his name again? What's his name again? Oh yeah, Paul Bremer. If Paul Bremer didn't disband the Iraqi army, we could have been welcome as liberators and had changed Iraq. But because of what Paul Bremer did, it turned into a catastrophe. And as for de-Baathification, they just thought of destroying the whole pyramid instead of just removing the top. Instead of removing the top of the pyramid, like denazification after World War II. Taking out the top of the pyramid was more successful than destroying the whole pyramid itself. Because now look, and Iraq's a good result of what happened.
In Iraq has come at a very, very... President, this war in Iraq has come at a very, very high price in so many ways. This is a war that has cost us terribly in American blood as of today, we have lost over 3,100 brave American soldiers, and in my own small state of Vermont, we have lost 25. 23,000 more Americans have been wounded, and tens of thousands will be coming home with post-traumatic stress disorder, which will impact their lives forever. This is a war which, with the President's proposed increase in funding, will cost us some $500 billion, with the price tag going up by $8 billion every month. This cost is going to add to the huge national debt that we are leaving to our children and our grandchildren, and it is going to make it that much more difficult for us to fund health care, education, environmental protection, affordable housing, child care, and the pressing needs of the middle class and working families of our country, which have been so long neglected. Yes, for more military spending, no for the needs of ordinary Americans who are struggling so hard to keep their heads above water. And Mr. President, this increased expense for the war will make it that much harder for us to fund the needs of our veterans, whose numbers are increasing as a result of this war. Mr. President, this is a war which has caused unimaginable horror for the people of Iraq. People who have suffered so long under the brutality of the Saddam Hussein dictatorship are suffering even more today. There are estimates that hundreds of thousands of Iraqis have been killed or wounded, and almost 2 million have been forced to flee their own country, some 8% of their entire population. While civil war tears neighborhoods apart, children are without schools, people are without electricity, health care, and other basic necessities of life. The doctors and nurses, teachers and administrators who have provided the professional infrastructure for the people of Iraq are now long gone. Mr. President, this is a war which has lowered our standing in the international community to an all-time low in our lifetimes, with leaders in democratic countries hesitant to work with us because of the lack of respect their citizens have for our president. Longtime friends and allies are simply wondering what is going on in the United States of America, that great country. This is a war which has stretched both our active duty military to the breaking point, as well as our National Guard and Reserve forces. Morale in the military is low, and this war will have lasting impact on the future recruitment, retention, and readiness of our nation's armed forces. This is a war, Mr. President, which has in many respects lowered our capability to effectively fight the very serious threats of international terrorism and Islamic extremism. 5 years after the horrific attacks of 9/11, Osama bin Laden remains free. Using the presence of U.S. troops in Iraq as their rallying cry, al-Qaeda's strength around the world continues to grow. And currently, the situation in Afghanistan is becoming more and more difficult. Mr. President, tragically, this administration has refused to listen to the American people who in this last election made it very clear that they want a new direction in Iraq and that they want this war wound down. This administration has refused to listen to the thoughtful suggestions of the bipartisan Iraq study group, which included 2 former secretaries of state, including President Bush's own father's Secretary of State, as well as a former presidential chief of staff and a former Secretary of Defense, that it was time for a change of direction. The President didn't listen to them.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Al Gore was president and not Bush. Tell me in the comments below what you think would have happened.
This administration has refused to listen to the advice of our military leaders in Iraq, who told us that increasing troops from the United States would make it easier for the Iraqi government and military to avoid their political and military responsibilities. The more troops that come in, the easier it is for the Iraqi government to avoid making the political compromises and the tough choices that they have got to make. This administration has refused to listen to the Iraqi people, who, according to a number of polls, tell us very strongly that they believe that in the midst of all of the chaos and horror taking place in Iraq today, the Iraqi people say that they would be safer and more secure if our troops left their country. In fact, this administration has tragically refused to listen to anybody except that same shrinking inner circle led by Vice President Cheney, who have been consistently wrong from day one. Those are the people that the president continues to listen to. As most everybody understands, and as the recent national intelligence estimate has recently confirmed, the situation in Iraq today is extremely dire. The sad truth is that now there are no good options before us. There are simply less bad options. In Iraq today, according to Secretary of Defense Bob Gates, there are now at least 4 separate wars being fought. 4 separate wars that our soldiers, who have fought with incredible bravery and skill, now find themselves in the middle of. Let me quote Secretary Gates, who has recently stated, and I quote, "I believe there are essentially 4 wars going on in Iraq. One is Shia on Shia, principally in the south. The second is sectarian conflict, principally in Baghdad, but not solely. Third is the insurgency, and fourth is al-Qaeda." End of quote from Secretary of Defense Gates. Mr. President, the reality today, as described by the Secretary of Defense, has nothing to do with why President Bush got us into this war in the first place. In March of 2002, he told us that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and that they were poised to use them against us. That was not true and certainly has no relevance to the war today. In 2002, he told us that Iraq was somehow linked to al-Qaeda and bore some responsibility for the horrific 9/11 attack against our country. That also turned out not to be true.
Maybe not that, but maybe the Saudi government. Because, you know, all those who were involved in 9/11 were from Saudi Arabia. Could be wrong. It's just a theory. I could be wrong. You know.
And certainly has no relevance today to the situation in which we find ourselves. Mr. President, in the 2006 elections, the American people, in a loud and unmistakable voice, told us that they no longer had confidence in the Bush administration's handling of the war in Iraq. In my view, they told us that they wanted Congress to begin asserting its constitutional authority over this war, and that they wanted us to rein this administration in. Most importantly, they told us that they wanted us to begin the process of bringing our troops home as soon as possible. And as Vermont Senator, that is exactly the effort I intend to make. In my view, the Reid resolution before us is but a small step, a small first step at moving us forward. If it is passed, and I hope it will, it must be followed with much stronger legislation that has real teeth in it. That is what the American people want. I have co-sponsored legislation introduced by Senator Kennedy that would prohibit the use of funds for an escalation of United States military forces without a specific new authorization from the Congress. A prohibition also included in legislation introduced by Senator Obama, whose bill I also support. Instead of just voicing our disapproval of President Bush's escalation of the war in a non-binding manner, we should now be considering legislation that provides for the safe and orderly redeployment of virtually all of our troops out of Iraq within the next year, even as we continue to give support to the Iraq government and their military for the purpose of helping them accept their political and military responsibilities. That is the legislation that we should be passing. Senator Feingold has introduced legislation requiring our troops to be redeployed from Iraq within 6 months of passage of the bill. Senator Obama has introduced similar legislation requiring that our troops be redeployed starting this May. Mr. President, in my view, while I will vote for the Reid resolution tomorrow, and while I think it is terribly important that we bring together a bipartisan effort to tell the President that this escalation is wrong, the bottom line is that we must go forward well beyond that, and we must do that in the near future. We must exercise the constitutional responsibility we have over the power of the purse. Mr. President, we are mired in a war that has now gone on longer than any American involvement, in either the First World War or the Second World War. We will spend more money on this war in real dollars than we spent on either the Korean War or the Vietnam War. Our standing in the international community has declined, and our ability to combat international terrorism has been seriously compromised. Mr. President, it is time to say no to this ill-conceived escalation. It is time to deploy our troops out of harm's way. It is time to end this war and to bring our troops home as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, now here's Bernie Sanders on terrorism and constitutional rights. This was made during Bush's last year in office, June 25th, 2008, during the election, during the 2008 presidential election. And personally, I could be wrong, but I think John McCain was one of those good Republicans. He was for the people. I could be wrong, though, if someone presents legit evidence, legit proof, 100%. But anyway, let's get started.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to express my strong opposition to H.R. 6304, the FISA Amendments Act, and my opposition to invoking cloture on the motion to proceed to this legislation. Mr. President, let me tell you what I think this debate is about and what it is not about. What it is not about is whether anyone in the United States Senate or the United States Congress is not going to do everything that he or she can to protect the American people from another terrorist attack. It is not about whether we are going to be as vigorous as we can in hunting down terrorists. It is not about whether we are going to be vigilant in the war against terrorism. That is what it is not about. What it is about, essentially, is whether we can be forceful and successful in fighting terrorism while we protect the constitutional rights that make us a free country. That is what this debate is about. And I happen to believe that with strong law enforcement, with a strong and effective judiciary, with a Congress working diligently, we can be vigorous and successful in protecting the American people against terrorism, and we can do it in a way that does not undermine the constitutional rights which people have fought for hundreds of years to protect. The Constitution, which today remains one of the great documents ever written in the history of humanity. You know, we hear a whole lot about the word freedom. Everybody in the Senate and the House is for freedom. But what do we mean by freedom? What we mean by freedom is that we want our kids to be able to read any book they want to read without worrying that the FBI is going to come into a library or a bookstore to check on what they're reading. We want people to be able to write letters to the editor, critical of the president, critical of their congressman or their senator, without worrying that somebody is going to knock on their door. We want people to be able to have the freedom to assemble, to demonstrate, without worrying that somebody has a camera on them and is taking notes, and later on there will be retribution because they exercised their freedom of assembly and their right to dissent. That's really what the debate is about. It's not whether you are for protecting the American people against a terrorist attack, or not. That's not what the debate is. The debate is whether we as a great country will be capable of doing that within the context of our laws, within the context of our Constitution, and understanding that we are a nation of laws and not of men, regardless of who the president is. Mr. President, before I go into deeper concerns, let me just begin by recognizing the very hard work done by members of both the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee, both here in the Senate and in the House. We all know that these are not issues to resolve, and while I have strong disagreements with the final product, I know that the intentions of all of the members on both sides of the aisle were honorable. Although there have been some improvements made to this bill that the Senate passed earlier this year, including having the Inspector General review the so-called terrorist surveillance program and making it clear that FISA and criminal law are the exclusive process by which the electronic surveillance can take place rather than some broad power of the president, this final legislation is something that I simply cannot support. This legislation does not strike the right and appropriate balance between ensuring that our intelligence community has the tools it needs to protect our country against international terrorism and protecting the civil liberties of law-abiding Americans. Instead, it gives a get-out-of-jail-free card to companies that may well have violated the privacy and constitutional rights of millions of innocent Americans. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the amendment that will be offered, as I understand it, by Senators Dodd, Feingold, and Leahy to strike Title II of the Intelligence Bill, which deals with retroactive immunity. This is a very important amendment, and I hope that a majority of the members of the Senate will support it. Mr. President, I think it is important in this debate to put the discussion of this FISA legislation in a broader context. And the context, sadly, that we must view this legislation has everything to do with the history of what this administration currently in power has done since 9/11. And sadly, what they have done is shown the people of our country and people all over the world that they really do not understand what the Constitution of the United States is about, and in fact, they do not understand in many instances what international human rights agreements, such as the Geneva Convention, are all about. So when we enter this debate, we shouldn't look at it that this is the first time we're addressing the issue of fundamental attacks on American civil liberties. This has been going on year after year after year. This is more of the same from an administration which believes to a significant degree that they are an imperial presidency, that in the guise of fighting terrorism, a president has the right to do anything against anybody for any reason without understanding what our Constitution is about or what our laws are about. Let me just give you a few examples to remind my colleagues what kind of credibility or lack thereof this administration has in the whole area of civil liberties. Among other things, this administration has pushed for successfully the passage of the original Patriot Act and the Patriot Act reauthorization. Under that bill, among many other things, an area that I was involved in when I was in the House, was a provision that says, without probable cause, that the FBI can go into a library or bookstore and find out the books that you are reading. And if the librarian or bookstore owner were to tell anybody, that person is in violation of the law. Do we want the kids of this country to be frightened about taking out a book on Osama bin Laden because somebody may think that they are sympathetic to terrorism? I don't think so. What freedom is about is encouraging our young people and all Americans to investigate any area that they want. I don't want the people of this country to be intimidated. That is not what a free people are about. Furthermore, under this administration, we have seen an illegal and expanded use of national security letters by the FBI. We have seen the NSA's warrantless wiretap program, which in fact is what we are discussing today. We have seen the president using signing statements to ignore the intent of Congress's law in an unprecedented way. President says, oh, yeah, I'm going to sign this bill, but by the way, we're not going to enforce Section 387. I don't like that section. Well, Mr. President, that's not the way the law works. You don't like it, you have the power to veto. You can't pick and choose what provisions you want. But that is to a large degree what this president has done. What we have seen in recent years is a profiling of citizens engaged in constitutionally protected free speech and peaceful assembly. As I mentioned earlier, the right to dissent, the right to protest is at the heart of what this country is about. I do not want Americans to be worried that there's a video camera filming them and that they will be punished somewhere down the line because they exercised their freedom of speech. We have seen data mining of personal records. We have obviously seen the Abu Ghraib prison scandal, which has embarrassed us before the entire world. We have seen a broad interpretation of congressional resolutions regarding use of military force as justification for unauthorized surveillance and other actions. We have seen extraordinary renditions of detainees to countries that allow torture. And all over the world, people are looking at the United States of America and they're saying, what is going on in that great nation? We tell them to be like us, to support democracy, to support human rights. And then we engage in torture and we pick people up and we take them to countries where they are treated in a horrendous way. This is certainly one of the reasons that respect for the United States has gone down, down, down all over this world, which is a tragedy unto itself, but obviously makes it harder for us to bring countries together in the important fight against international terrorism. We have seen an administration who has gotten rid of the rights of detainees to file habeas corpus petitions, simply put people away, deny them access to a lawyer, deny them the right to defend themselves. We have seen political firings in the office of the U.S. Attorney. We have seen destruction of CIA tapes, and the list goes on and on and on. So the issue that we're debating today has got to be seen in a broader context, that for the last 7 years there has been a systematic attack on our Constitution by an administration that believes that in the guise of fighting terrorism, they can do anything they want against anybody they want without getting court approval or without respecting our Constitution and the rules of law. Mr. President, I just want to touch on one point. I know that Senator Feingold and Senator Leahy and Senator Dodd have touched on this bill at great length. I just want to focus on one issue, and that is the retroactive immunity granted to the telecommunications companies. And why is it important that we support the amendment which does away with that retroactive immunity? It's very simple. The argument is that the President of the United States went to these companies and said, look, I need your help in doing something. And the companies obliged, and then the issue is, well, why are we punishing them even if they broke the law? And the answer is pretty simple. It is precisely that we are a nation of laws and not of men. And if we grant them retroactive immunity, what it really says to future presidents, I am the law because I'm the president. And I will tell you what you can do. And because I tell you what to do or ask you what to do, that is by definition legal. Go and break in to my political opponent's office. Don't worry about it. I'm the president. I'm saying it's for national security. Those guys are bad guys. Just do it. And I'm the president, and that's all that matters. That's the precedent that we are setting today, and I think it is a very bad precedent. Trust me, Verizon and these other large telecommunications companies, multi-billion-dollar companies, they have a lot of lawyers, they have a lot of good lawyers. And what we know, in fact, is some of the telecommunications companies, at least one that comes to mind, said, no, Mr. President, sorry, that's unconstitutional, that's illegal, I ain't going to do it. And I applaud them for that. But others said, hey, the president is asking us, we're going to do it. Point is, the president is not the law. The law is the law. The Constitution is the law. And I don't want to set a precedent today by which any president can tell any company or any individual, you go out and do it, don't worry about it, no problem at all. That is not what this country is about. So let me conclude, Mr. President, by saying this. This is a very important issue which concerns millions and millions of Americans. Bottom line here is every American, every member of the Senate understands that we have got to do every single thing we can to protect the American people from terrorist attacks. There is no debate about that. Some of us believe, however, that we can be successful in doing that while we uphold the rule of law, while we uphold the Constitution of this country, which has made us the envy of the world, and for which we owe the founders of our country and those who came after fighting to protect those civil liberties so much. Madam President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Okay, now this is during Obama's presidency. Okay, see, second term in Obama's presidency. It's made on June 11th, 2013. Bernie Sanders on the Patriot Act and civil liberties.
President?
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I just wanted to say a few words on an issue that is of deep concern to many Americans. In 2001, 2006, and in 2011, I voted against the USA Patriot Act. I voted against that legislation because I believe that in a democratic and constitutional form of government that we can effectively combat terrorism without sacrificing the civil liberties and the constitutional protections which make us a free country. The President has said that he welcomes a debate on this issue, and I agree with him. There should be a debate, and the debate should center on whether the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is still relevant. If it is, let's abide by it. If it isn't, let us not be hypocrites, and let us acknowledge that we live in a society, in a nation, in which our freedom and liberty have been severely compromised. But let us not pretend that the protections that the Fourth Amendment guarantees exist when in fact they do not exist. Here is what the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution states, and I quote, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized." End of quote. That is the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Now let us talk about what we learned in the last week about the National Security Agency's activities. We learned that it is likely that virtually every phone call made by every American is being collected and stored by the United States government. The time that you made that phone call, where you made that phone call, how long you were on the phone, and to whom you made that phone call is now part of the record of the United States government. Every husband calling a wife, every businessman making a deal, every elected official talking to a constituent, every candidate talking to a campaign manager, every doctor talking to a patient, every lawyer talking to a client, every journalist tracking a story. All of that information and more is now on file with the United States government. What is even more alarming is that it is not just the government officials who have access to that information. It turns out that it is private contractors like Booz Allen and I assume many other contractors. A few weeks ago, Madam President, you'll recall that there was a huge uproar in the media, including front-page stories that the Obama administration was tracking the phone calls made by reporters from the Associated Press. Big deal. Everybody was really concerned about that. While not listening to the calls, they learned who the reporters were speaking to, how long they were speaking, and where the reporters were located. Well, guess what? It turns out that what the Obama administration was doing to the AP is nothing unusual. This appears to be exactly what the government has the capability to do to every single American. Furthermore, we have also recently learned that the government has the capability to monitor every website that we visit, every video that we see, and every item that we search for online. Madam President, everybody understands that terrorism is a serious issue and that the United States government and governments throughout the world must do everything that we can to protect our people. We do not want another 9/11. We do not want another bombing like the Boston Marathon. We do, however, want our government, intelligence agencies, and law enforcement authorities to be strong and effective in combating terrorism. But, Madam President, it is my very strong opinion that we can do that without living in an Orwellian world where the government and private corporations know every telephone call that we make, every website that we visit, every place that we go. Is that really the country that we want to be? And let us be clear, the technology for monitoring every aspect of our daily lives will only increase in years to come as that technology becomes ever more sophisticated. Madam President, opposition to the current NSA policy is coming from across the political spectrum. Representative Jim Sensenbrenner, a conservative Republican from Wisconsin, and one of the authors of the original Patriot Act, said in a Thursday letter to Attorney General Eric Holder that he is, quote, extremely troubled, end quote, by the National Security Agency's seizure of the phone records of millions of Verizon customers through a secret court ruling. He also said, and I quote, this is Jim Sensenbrenner, I do not believe the released FISA order is consistent with the requirements of the Patriot Act. How could the phone records of so many innocent Americans be relevant to an authorized investigation as required by the Act? Seizing phone records of millions of innocent people is excessive and un-American, is what Republican Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner said in a press release that accompanied his letter to the Attorney General. Madam President, it is clear to me that the United States Congress has got to take a very hard look at the USA Patriot Act and specifically Act Section 215. Bottom line is we must be strong and effective in combating terrorism. But it is absolutely my view that we can do that without undermining the constitutional rights that make us a free country. And with that, Madam President,
The left sure likes rights, so much so that it even invents them. The latest The left sure likes rights, so...
What's that?
The left sure...
Okay, here. Bernie Sanders, Obama has constitutional right to appoint Scalia replacement.
Senator Sanders made the comment in an interview with Face the Nation's John Dickerson on Sunday, video below. Addressing a Republican intention to not consider any of Obama's nominees so close to the November election, the avowed socialist said, the idea that Republicans want to deny the President of the United States his basic constitutional right is beyond my comprehension. Sanders repeated this mistaken notion just one answer later, insisting that we cannot allow the Republican majority in the Senate to deny the President his basic constitutional right.
I don't know what to think of this.
Thus, there will often be... The left sure likes...
You decide what you think of it.
The left sure likes rights, so much so that it even invents them. The latest example is presidential contender Bernie Sanders, claim that Barack Obama has a constitutional right to appoint the late Justice Antonin Scalia as successor. Of course, governmental branches don't have rights, they have powers. Obama certainly has the power to nominate a Supreme Court justice. And the Senate has the power to confirm that individual or not do so. Senator Sanders made the comment in an interview with Face the Nation's John Dickerson on Sunday, video below. Addressing a Republican intention to not consider any of Obama's nominees so close to the November election, the avowed socialist said, the idea that Republicans want to deny the President of the United States his basic constitutional right is beyond my comprehension. Sanders repeated this mistaken notion just one answer later, insisting that we cannot allow the Republican majority in the Senate to deny the President his basic constitutional right. And apparently this threatens to become a leftist narrative. Politics USA, the source linked in the second paragraph, mindlessly echoed Sanders' notion, calling the GOP stance an absurd denial of President Obama's basic constitutional right. The online Huffington Post also chimed in, reporting on Hillary Clinton's criticism of the Republicans. The site wrote that she fiercely defended President Barack Obama's constitutional right to appoint a replacement for Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. Note that it doesn't appear Clinton herself actually called the presidential power to nominate Supreme Court justices a right. Yet she still made some demagogic statements. As the Post wrote, Barack Obama is President of the United States until January 20, 2017, and that is a fact, my friends. Whether the Republicans like it or not, the Democratic presidential candidate told Colorado Democrats at a dinner Saturday night. Elections have consequences. This is true. Yet the same can be said of senators. They are representatives in the United States until January, and that is a fact, my friends. Whether the Democrats like it or not, elections have consequences. So it goes both ways. Inherent in the leftist narrative is that the president's will should be viewed as the default and opposition to it as some kind of insurrection. In fact, many today call the latter obstructionism, as if Congress only exists to be a rubber stamp for the executive. But if that's the case, what's the point in even having a legislative branch? If unfettered executive rule is what Clinton, Sanders, and other leftists want, perhaps they should propose creating a constitutional amendment eliminating the branches they consider superfluous. Reality, there's supposed to be obstructionism. The founders gave us 3 co-equal branches of government precisely for the purposes of establishing a balance of power, thus, there will often be tugs of war among them. In the case at issue here, this again means that Obama can exercise his power to nominate a court prospect, and the Senate can exercise its power to refuse to confirm the individual. This, of course, is what representative government involves. One can certainly make the case that Obama speaks for millions who voted for him. Likewise, however, senators speak for the millions who elected them. Yet Clinton, Sanders, and others seem to be proposing that only their will of those who elected Democrats should be actuated. The Post also wrote, quoting Clinton, "They're Republicans in the Senate and on the campaign trail who are calling for Justice Scalia's seat to remain vacant, dishonor our Constitution." A former senator from New York, Clinton said the Senate has a constitutional responsibility here that it cannot abdicate for partisan political reasons. Actually, there is no constitutional responsibility here. The Constitution does not even state that there must be 9 justices on the court. It could be any number whatsoever. This is why Franklin Roosevelt could contemplate packing the court by increasing the number of justices. And there were fewer, and more, at one time, as the Federal Judicial Center informs. Prior to 1869, there was a period of 6 years in which the number of authorized seats on the Supreme Court shifted from 9 to 10 to 7. Senate Republicans do have an ethical responsibility, however, to confirm only court nominees who will abide by the Constitution. Of course, some will cite history, what judges call precedent, as dictating that Justice Scalia must be replaced in a timely fashion. But let's examine what the Washington Post's David Bernstein tells us about this history. Thanks to a VC commenter, I discovered that in August 1960, the Democrat-controlled Senate passed a resolution, S.Res. 334, expressing the sense of the Senate that the President should not make recess appointments to the Supreme Court, except to prevent or end a breakdown in the administration of the court's business. Each of President Eisenhower Scott's appointments had initially been a recess appointment who was later confirmed by the Senate, and the Democrats were apparently concerned that Ike would try to fill any last-minute vacancy that might arise with a recess appointment. And reporting on this, American thinkers Thomas Lifton added, the GOP opposed this. Of course. Hypocrisy goes 2 ways. But the majority won. As it should this time. Then there's left-wing New York Senator Chuck Schumer. In 2007, when George W. Bush still had a year and a half remaining in his presidency, he said that we should not confirm any Bush nominee to the Supreme Court, except in extraordinary circumstances. Schumer's statements were made while speaking to the leftist American Constitution Society and concluded with this promise: I will do everything in my power to prevent one more ideological ally from joining John Roberts and Samuel Alito. Now, of course, Republicans are making essentially the same vow. And Schumer is calling it obstructionism. Yet this issue really isn't complicated. The Republicans should be clear that they will confirm an Obama appointee, provided the individual is a strict originalist, which is just a fancy way of saying a justice who does his job. If the candidate is anything but, he should get the boot. whether nominated by the current president or the next. As with the Hippocratic Oath, it's first, do no harm. It's better to have a smaller, leaner and cleaner court than one that considers the Bill of Rights the Bill of Suggestion.
Right now I'm trying to do everything I
Okay, before we continue with the next video, I just want to clarify that I just didn't know. I just didn't know if I could, believe that, since I first thought that was not Bernie's voice. But correct me if I'm wrong. If that was something Bernie did say, I could probably. But everyone makes mistakes, and I just hope you understand what I'm trying to say here. It's hard for me to express it out. Get my words jumbled in here. Anyway, let's continue with this one. Bernie Sanders to independent voter. You have the right to vote.
Right now I'm trying to do everything I can to get my vote casted for him. I can sign a court order and an affidavit and whatever I need to do. I'm going to do that. But it shouldn't be this hard to vote.
There are 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong. You're paying for this election. It's administered by the state. You have a right to vote. And that's a very unfortunate thing, which I hope will change in the future.
Thank you so much,
for your
Bernie.
support.
Today is the 47th anniversary.
All right, now this is a video of him. Abortion is a constitutional right. Let's see.
Today is the 47th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. And I got to tell you, as a U.S. Senator, I get sick and tired of hearing my Republican conservative colleagues go to the floor of the Senate and they say, we believe in getting government off the backs of the American people. They think they have the right at the local, state, and federal level of passing laws which tell women what they can or cannot do with their own bodies. That is totally absurd. So let's go forward together. Let's defend vigorously Roe v. Wade, and let us make sure that in America it is the women who control their own bodies, not the politicians.
Agreed.
Did you know you're right?
Okay, now for the final video. Now here's the final. Now we're gonna go do this final video before we go to commercial break. It's by the 10th Amendment Center. Rights are not gifts from government. Well, let's see what you...
Did you know your rights don't come from the Constitution? Or even the Bill of Rights? Today, we're talking about the source of your rights and how you defend them.
All right, let's see what this guy's got for us. Let's see what this guy says, if you know what I mean.
Did you know your rights don't come from the Constitution or even the Bill of Rights? Today we're talking about the source of your rights and how you defend them.
The source of your
People often refer to their rights by amendment number. Doing so is not only a constitutional error, it's dangerous. Here are some examples you'll often hear. Creating a free speech zone is a violation of my First Amendment rights. Or, I will never let Bloomberg and his type take away my Second Amendment rights. The phrases First Amendment rights and Second Amendment rights, or any other amendment rights for that matter, imply that you get your rights as a grant from government or a document. People who hear these phrases learn that you get these rights because they're spelled out in the Bill of Rights. Some might even believe that they didn't exist until they were written down on paper. But nothing could be further from the truth. Your rights are yours by the very nature of your birth. You have them whether a document or a government says so or not. And while governments at every level will always work to limit or destroy your rights, it's up to you and others to defend them. Of course, the big question, how do you do that? Thomas Jefferson had what I believe to be the most important advice on this. He said, "A free people claim their rights as derived from the laws of nature, and not as a gift of their chief magistrate." In other words, we the people need to learn how to exercise our rights, whether the government wants us to or not.
All right, so now you know the truth. If you want to believe that's the truth, then let's get to it and defend your rights.
Hi, this
Alrighty, we're gonna stop. Alright, I'm gonna stop for here for right now, because we're going to commercial break. I'll see you after the break. Enjoy what comes next. Welcome back, everybody. Did you enjoy the commercial break? I hope you did, because now we're gonna do this video here from Talks on Law. Sounds like an interesting YouTube channel. This video will be about
Judge Napolitano
as he.
explains constitutional rights in a quarantine.
Let's get more in depth. Yeah, and yes, we are in a quarantine still because of how Trump handled COVID-19. I still wish Obama was in office, because if he was, he would have handled the COVID outbreak very well, like he did with the Ebola outbreak. So let's see. And sometimes I wonder if Trump intentionally let the outbreaks let the virus spread all over the United States just so he can get reelected. That's what I wonder. That should be illegal and a crime against democracy. But anyway.
In the COVID-19 crisis, the federal and state governments have invoked rarely used powers to quarantine, isolate, and generally restrict the movement of people into the U.S. and between and within the states. Whether confining sick and suspected sick individuals to a place or restricting travel, quarantine laws curtail individual rights in the interests of public health. When quarantine measures go too far that they potentially become arbitrary, oppressive, or unreasonable, it raises serious constitutional questions. Judge Andrew Napolitano explores some of those constitutional concerns as part of Talks on Law's COVID-19 series. Visit http://w.
Learn more. You can learn more about Talks on. Here's where you can learn more about Talks on Law. Either subscribe to their channel here, or go to these websites below, or go to these websites.
Visit http://www.talksonlaw.com for more legal explainers and interviews with the titans of law. Facebook, http://www.facebook.com/talksonlaw. Instagram, http://www.instagram.com/talksonlaw. Twitter, http://www.twitter.com/talksonlaw___. Instagram,
Yeah, I got too much. Man, I hate that to do this every single. Give me a sec, please. Okay, because you notice I've been doing this, so I want to make sure it doesn't get too bad. I'm finished. Finish this. And hang on one more minute. Okay, I think I fixed it, but I just can't believe I had to lower the frame rate to 30 from 60 to 30. All right, let's get started. Joel Cohen speaks with Judge Andrew Napolitano. Mass quarantines in the COVID-19 crisis.
With the new coronavirus, COVID-19, prompting emergency responses across the nation, today we'll look at one of the tools that governments can use to stop a crisis of contagion, the quarantine. Hello and welcome to Talks on Law. I'm Joel Cohen. Our guest today is Judge Andrew Napolitano, Senior Judicial Analyst at Fox News. And
personally, I don't trust Fox News, especially in the realm of politics. No offense.
And a visiting professor at Hofstra Law School, where he lectures on Napolitano, Senior Judicial Analyst at Fox News, and a visiting professor at Hofstra Law School, where he lectures on constitutional law. Judge, welcome back.
Thank you.
Today we're talking about quarantines. I wonder, you're someone who likes to look back at what the founders thought. Did these founders, were they thinking about quarantine power?
I doubt it. I mean, there's a cartoon making the rounds. It's a painting of the framers signing the Constitution. And Washington turns and says to Madison, let me get this right. None of this counts if people get sick. It's humorous today. I mean, but it points up the lesson that there are no emergency triggers or emergency exceptions in the Constitution.
Well, we'll get into due process in time of contagion. But maybe let's start with a definition. What do we mean when we say quarantine?
There's actually several meanings to it. One form of quarantine is confinement to home. Another is confinement to a medical institution. The third, and probably the most odious, is confinement to a military base. I mean, you're talking about a fundamental liberty, the highest category of liberty we have, the right to go from A to B. The government wants to interfere with that. They have a very high standard to meet. I think the courts would give them more of a benefit of the doubt, where the pandemic was a true pandemic as we have today, but they still have to meet the standard in individual cases.
When we talk about the power of the government to restrict your rights of movement, to force you to either stay at home or in an institution, where does that come from?
Well, we have to distinguish which government we're talking about. The federal government does not have the authority to do this, notwithstanding some of the language that comes out of the White House press briefing room.
So
the 10th Amendment,
President Trump couldn't close the bars or tell you to stay at home?
He could not. He could interfere with interstate commerce, but he could not interfere with intrastate commerce. The power over health, safety, welfare, and morality is reserved in the 10th Amendment to the states. And state governors actually have far more authority with respect to restraining human movement than does the president. In fact, his authority is limited to interstate commerce. So he could close down the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln Tunnel, the Holland Tunnel, any clearly interstate means of transportation. But he could not order any sort of a stay-in-place self-quarantine or enforced quarantine.
Some scholars will talk about a distinction between enumerated powers and the police power.
Well, theoretically, the federal government has no police power. The police power is the ability to regulate for health, safety, welfare, and morality. So when the federal government wants to regulate for health, safety, welfare, and morality, knowing they can't regulate, they bribe the states. Example, lowering speed limits from 65 to 55, lowering maximum blood alcohol content before a presumption of incarceration from 0.10 to 0.08. The feds knew that if they enacted that by legislation, the courts would invalidate it. So instead of enacting it by legislation, they give the states money to do it. You have federal highways in your state. We will repave those highways if you lower the speed limit.
Got it. So
and lower the maximum blood alcohol content. That happens all the time. There's a Supreme Court opinion directly on point, South Dakota versus Dole, that basically says, take it or leave it. What do you think they did? They took the money. They're all cash.
It's a lot of money.
They're all cash starved. It's hundreds of millions.
So when we're talking about quarantine power, it really sits with the states, at least for now.
Unless the feds were to spend money to bribe the states, but the feds have far more pressing issues on which to spend their money. So the answer is yes. The quarantine issues devolve around decisions of governors.
So for most of the conversation, we'll talk about the powers of the states. But while we're on the topic of the various government levels, let's touch on cities. There is a view that the cities are deriving their police power from that state power.
That's true. From the Supreme Court's perspective, A city is nothing more than a municipal corporation authorized by and deriving all of its power from the state. In New York, that is especially true because of provisions in the New York State Constitution, which actually say if the governor declares a state of emergency and elected officials in cities are not complying with the state of emergency the way he wants them to comply with it, he can remove them from office.
Oh, wow. So
for the duration of the emergency, not permanently, but for the duration of the emergency.
So here in New York, there's been some talk that there was a difference of opinions on how to handle a couple of issues between Governor Cuomo and Mayor de Blasio.
Right.
The power, you're saying, was on Cuomo's side.
Yes. If he wanted the opposite of what the mayor did, he could order the mayor to step aside during the duration of the emergency. Now that's troublesome because the mayor knows far better than the governor could how to allocate resources in New York City. So he might be shooting himself in the foot, but he does have the authority to do that.
In New York City, was it the mayor or the governor who put in place the stay-at-home order?
It was the governor. The mayor threatened it for days, and the governor went on national television, including a network that employs me, and said, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, I don't care what he says. And all of a sudden it happened, but with different terminology. Now, the question is, what happened? You can still go out, you can still walk in the streets, and if the police stop you, you can just say hi and keep on walking.
I mean, I guess the difference there is, as you were saying, between quarantine and something that's voluntary.
Well, it depends on who you ask. If you ask Andrew Cuomo, and full disclosure, a friend of mine, but as you know, since you're a friend of mine, I disagree with almost all my friends. If you ask Andrew Cuomo if these are orders, he will say yes. But if you ask a legal scholar if they are orders, he will say no. The governor does not have the authority to order any of this. Can the governor use his bully pulpit? Nobody uses a bully pulpit better than Andrew Cuomo. He uses it brilliantly to cajole, to entice, to intimidate. That's what leaders should do. But when he says this is an order and if you don't obey it, there'll be criminal sanctions, he's got to go back to Constitutional Law 101 because only the legislature...
So we're talking more PR than we're talking about actual...
Only the legislature can enact behavioral modes. Now I'm using an amorphous phrase because I don't know what it is. Is it a rule? Is it a law? If the legislature enacts it, it's a law that has criminal consequences if you defy it. When the governor issues a decree, there can be no criminal consequences for defying it. You may be shamed, you may be embarrassed.
What about sanctions? Can you be fined?
If you were fined, it would have to be some sort of an administrative fine, which means your behavior is violating some pre-existing administrative regulation. Example is closing the restaurants.
Right.
If a restaurateur opens up and because there's no health inspection, that would be the way to fine the person, not because the governor decreed you shall be closed, but because you're violating a pre-existing health regulation. That's a bit of a catch-22, but it would be a way to impose some sort of an administrative sanction. But restraint of freedom, meaning criminal prosecution, forget about it.
Some of what we're talking about is more theoretical. It's the powers of various governments. Are there not laws in place that have anticipated this type of disaster?
Yes, there are, and the vast majority of them are unconstitutional. I can say that because they've never been challenged, but comparable statutes have been challenged, and the Supreme Court has informed us of its understanding of the Constitution. So there is a statute which gives the governor of the state of New York vast emergency powers in a time of invasion or contagion. Obviously, this is contagion. The president says it's an invasion, but it's a contagion. And it allows him to take control of public accommodations and commerce. But much of that is unconstitutional because of various clauses in the Constitution that insulate private commercial behavior and ownership of property from intrusion by the state, no matter what.
We're talking about property rights or government takings?
Yes, we're talking about the contracts clause. We're talking about takings. We're talking about the right to associate in the First Amendment. All these things that have been interfered with by Governor Cuomo's decrees. Some of them are direct, on-point violations of the language and meaning of the Constitution. But as far as I know, and I monitor this for a living, none of this has been challenged, which is amazing to me. I do my best to sort of gin up the challenges because I want to force the judges to rule, to see how they rule. It seems that people are just either accepting this supinely or going about their business as if it didn't happen. Now, if you operate a restaurant in defiance of this, they will come after you. But if you walk the streets in defiance of this, they can't come after you.
Let's talk about some examples in the streets where the government might go after you. There's been cases where people have intentionally coughed on others or have...
Right. There's a crazy person in New Jersey who got in an argument with a cashier at a Wegmans supermarket and then said loudly, "By the way, I have coronavirus." Now, this caused an immediate and major disturbance.
Serious assault.
It is. He wasn't charged with assault. He was charged with making a terroristic threat, which is typical of government overreach.
If a stranger came up to me, coughed in my face, and said, "Now you have corona," in front of a police officer, is there a cause to hold him and put him or me, since I was coughed on, in isolation?
Probably, yes. I don't know about you. I don't mean you personally, since we're friends. I don't know about the victim, because the victim may very well be so, like this cash register cashier in the Wegmans incident. The victim may be so terrified by this that it wouldn't be necessary to restrain him or her. I mean, she was tested immediately and went home to bed until the test results came back.
For self-quarantine.
Correct. But the person who did that, if infected, would have met both requirements: for a quarantine, actual contagion, and a refusal of self-restraint. Now, if he wasn't infected, but just did this to get back at this woman in the dispute over the cost of the eggs, that is a form of harassment and threat and assault, and he could be arrested for that, but it has nothing to do with coronavirus. Once he is cleared of it, then he'd get bail and he'd be set free.
There's a lot of question around that as well. So one thing that I know that you want to make very clear is that quarantine is not an exception to due process. You have a due process right even when it's a public health emergency.
All right, so let's say you live in a city block in New York City, and the mayor has quarantined the entire block.
Sure.
You are healthy. You know that to be so because you've been tested. There is some test to determine whether or not you're even a carrier, not a victim, but a carrier, and you know you're not, and you're willing to restrain yourself. Can the government restrain you? Well, the government probably could not survive a due process challenge, meaning if you could get to a courthouse, probably via a lawyer, because they're not going to let you out of the city block area, you could force the government to demonstrate the two
but often
requirements on
these
you.
quarantines are for a limited period of time. So
Well, sometimes you don't get to the courthouse in enough time.
Yeah.
Now, I was kidding when I said the courts are closed. You can get to a judge, and the prosecutors need to do that because the right to habeas corpus has not been suspended. Stated differently, when someone is arrested, the government has to bring them before a judge within 24 hours in most parts of the country. Here in New York, it's 48 hours. But the judge has to be there, either live and in person or via remote. Right.
And that's a whole other topic, how the judicial system is dealing with this crisis, and certainly unprecedented in a time where technology is so advanced.
All the more, the Department of Justice under Attorney General Barr, another friend of mine, should be ashamed of itself because instead of wanting to use technology,
it almost seems like
much of which is in this room with us now,
right.
They want to suspend the writ of habeas corpus again. They've asked Congress to do it so that they can lock people up and not have to bring them into a courthouse until they have time in which to do it.
The Justice Department has asked for the writ of habeas corpus to be repealed?
Not in that language, because that would really arouse people. But they have asked for the right to indefinite detention on people they arrest. Indefinite detention means no visitors, no lawyer, no being brought before a judge. Well, the DOJ could arrest Bernie Sanders, Tucker Carlson, Judge Napolitano, Nancy Pelosi, and throw away the key until the coronavirus is over with under this proposal if it became law. But my point is the DOJ should be ashamed of itself, because with a couple of bright young kids in the DOJ, they can accomplish via high tech what they say they can't accomplish in person.
That's
federal judge friends who take these hearings via Skype in their homes.
I heard this morning from an attorney who's doing a bankruptcy deal, and the judge is taking, hearing the case from his kitchen.
Right. That is less troublesome. I mean, that's fine with me because that's essentially a civil dispute and both sides agree to it. The issue does arise when the prisoner is in jail, the prosecutor is in his office, the defense counsel is in his office, and the judge is in his kitchen. That's an issue.
Why is that bothering you?
Because of the inability to communicate and to be confronted with the evidence against you. So when I was doing arraignments in state court in New Jersey, we would do 150 between 9 and 12:30, and another 150 between 1:30 and 4. You got 2 or 3 minutes. What is the evidence that the government has against this person? The prosecutor goes, I don't know, the police just brought him to me. Well, I'm going to set him free if you don't make out a prima facie case. because habeas corpus is meaningless if the jailer doesn't have to make out a prima facie case. That is very difficult when they're in 4 different rooms. When I can't, as the judge, see the look on the police's face, see if the prosecutor's telling the truth, look for documents that they have in front of them, and allow defense counsel and the client to speak with each other. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's difficult and it's troublesome when all 4, judge, prosecutor, defendant, defense counsel, there's usually a 5th, the arresting entity or agent, when all 4 or all 5 are in different places.
It certainly makes understanding the case harder for the judge.
It does, and a lot of judges would tend to, as most of them do, most of them are, this is going to get me in a lot of trouble, prosecutors in black robes will defer to the state. Right, they'll defer to the prosecuting authority, state or federal.
You're saying that there's a constitutional right to due process even in a quarantine. You're also saying that, sometimes you may not be able to exercise that constitutional right until after the quarantine.
Well, first, it is the Supreme Court, not I, that has said there's this constitutional right. You can exercise it as soon as you can get somebody to file something for you. And in this high-tech world, if you know what you're doing, if you're a lawyer or a person who knows how to do basic research, you might be able to file it yourself. You might not get an answer until the crisis passes. I mean, one of the things judges do is avoid making rulings, constitutional rulings, if the issue that they're addressing is of finite duration. They'll just wait till it's over. It's better for this guy to stay in his bedroom for 2 weeks than for me to make some major constitutional ruling that's going to affect the ability of the government to do its work. That's the way a lot of judges would think. Others would say, give me the case, I'll rule right now.
Yeah, but I mean, judges are people too. They don't want to get sick. They don't want to be blamed if their decision results in more people dying.
Well, now we get back to the email that I got.
What's the email that you got?
The picture of the framers signing the Constitution, and Washington says to Madison. I'll tell you what Madison's answer would be. Let me get this straight. None of this happens. None of this works. If people get sick, Madison would say, "What are you, crazy? We just wrote a document that guarantees natural rights, come what may, in good times and in bad."
So let's talk about what needs to be shown for the government to win if you're able to challenge your quarantine and the quarantine ends up before a court and you're still in quarantine. What does the government need to show?
Actual contagion. Not that you live in a block where there's much contagion, but that you, the plaintiff or petitioner, actual contagion, and either an unwillingness to restrain or a propensity to expose. It's a very difficult standard for the government to meet. Very difficult standard.
Wait, are you saying let's take the COVID example. Some people can be infected and it might not show up on a test right away.
It's the government's problem, not theirs.
So let's imagine a case where instead of 2% death rate or 4%, whatever the worst case is right now for COVID-19, where it's 100%. We know that it takes 10 days to manifest. We want to quarantine this entire block because we know there's people in there.
I would think that most judges would defer to the executive and would forget about due process. But then that means due process is not a guarantee.
In times of contagion.
Correct. And then there's no exception for that, either historically or in the plain language of the Constitution. Very, very few judges would take the plain language of the Constitution argument that I'm making in a case of 100% death.
Maybe few would take it even now.
I think most judges would defer to the executive right now, which is why we haven't seen any of these. Although I understand they're coming, we haven't seen any of these challenges yet.
Right now there's a lot of conversation about flattening the curve. Let's say we're in a world where the curve has been flattened and some of the risks have been avoided. There you might imagine a judge thinking, well, let's look more closely at the constitutional law.
I hope not. I hope that the close scrutiny of the constitutional law would happen.
Would be there all the time.
Well, sure, because the right to travel is a fundamental liberty, and a fundamental liberty, the transgression by the government of a fundamental liberty necessarily requires a very high bar, no matter what is going on in society. It's not me, that's the court.
We talked about what's happening in many states, which is mandatory, or I'm putting mandatory in some type of quotation marks, but stay-at-home self-isolation. If it were to be made mandatory by a governor, would that hold constitutional muster? Because you just said quarantine requires actual.
Yeah, I don't think it would hold constitutional muster. I also don't think any governor in any large state would be crazy enough to try and enforce it because they wouldn't have the resources with which to do so. And maybe they could do it, forgive me, in Rhode Island, But you certainly couldn't do it in Texas or New York or California or even New Jersey, which is small geographically. Right, it would overwhelm the system.
This is a very serious and high anxiety time for all of us. But indulge me if I want to do some hypotheticals. Let's test the limits of quarantine power. How long can they be kept? Let's imagine the case of an individual who is quarantined with an illness of which he is the unique sufferer.
This is the Typhoid Mary case.
Typhoid Mary.
She was kept for 25.
Excuse me for... Never mind then.
Who is quarantined with an illness of which he is the unique sufferer.
This is the Typhoid Mary case.
Typhoid Mary.
She was kept for 25 years. I don't know the answer to that. There's no case in the modern era of a person like Typhoid Mary. Nevertheless, back to that cartoon of the framers, there's no exception for people that are sick. I would deny the quarantine, and I would require the government somehow to keep this person away from other people, but to allow him the freedoms that are naturally his.
But there may be a huge vacuum of freedom if you're restricted from ever going near another person for the rest of your life.
Yes, I understand that.
Or until a cure is found.
Yes, I understand that. But if you truly believe in the natural law, if you truly believe that our rights are natural to our humanity and it can only be taken away by a demonstration of fault, the fault, I guess, would be an unwillingness to restrain himself in this bizarre hypothetical of yours.
From coming in contact with others?
Correct.
What if you are in fact infected with a contagious disease during a time of a pandemic? Are there legal concerns that you may be knowingly spreading it? May you be also breaking the law in the process?
Wow, this is the Rand Paul case. Senator Paul was working out in the Senate gymnasium and was interacting with many, many, many people the previous evening, and at 7 in the morning learns that his test was positive. Now, in defense for him, he had that test taken just for prophylactic reasons. He had
no reason to believe.
He had no symptoms, so I don't think there's any liability on his part at all.
So, a senator aside, if someone did know or had a reasonable expectation that they might be infected,
if this character in Wegmans really is sick, that's a classic example. He is willing to spread the virus. He is a prime candidate. The government would win the due process challenge to quarantine. Quarantine first, due process second, because that's just the way the world works. You don't have standing until you're actually restrained.
So quarantine first, due process second, then maybe criminal charges third.
Well, in his case, the criminal charges, yes, would be immediate. I don't even honestly know what happened to him. I don't know if he's quarantined now, but they also know whether he's positive or not. He has a propensity or a willingness to infect someone.
A lot of what we've been talking about today has been hypothetical and hopefully will remain hypothetical. But let's talk about what's already being ordered in states like California, New York, Ohio, and many others, where governors are coming out and saying, you must shelter in place. What happens if you ignore that?
Theoretically, nothing of legal consequence. So the government can, of course, shame you if you are manifesting publicly an unwillingness to stay away from others. But because these are decrees issued by the executive branch, they're not statutes enacted by the legislature, they cannot have criminal consequences. So even though Governor Cuomo, again, for whom I have a lot of respect and affection, calls these orders, they are not. They are suggestions and decrees disguised as orders.
But even the governor said he's not going to go to the parks and arrest people. He's going to go in and try and make people feel
correct.
Their moral
so
duty.
The only arrest that I know of during the coronavirus is crimes discovered under the plain view doctrine, where the police just happen to be there to separate a crowd. So they see 10 people in the park, they go to separate them. Normally, that's the end of it. Except somebody was selling, not giving away, selling alcohol without a license. They could have said, it's a bunch of kids with some sort of concoction drinking out of a common bottle. But because this guy was charging for it, they arrested him for selling alcohol without a license. That has nothing to do with coronavirus. That's a statute enacted by the government 100 years ago. And the police are perfectly proper to enforce that. What do the police do if you and I and the others in this room were walking in the street as a gaggle? They would probably say, hey, come on, guys, just separate. Leave you alone. And if you didn't, there's not much more they could do about it.
Let's talk about a group that's already given up some of their rights. How does quarantine affect inmates, people already incarcerated?
Well, they have certain due process rights, but not the way the rest of us do. So they can be separated on the basis of behavior, and they can be separated on the basis of suspicion. They can't be physically harmed. I mean, the Eighth Amendment prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. They can't be knowingly exposed to someone else who has the disease. That would violate the Eighth Amendment. But the courts would be loath to second-guess the decisions of wardens.
So a warden would have
to
even
move
more.
to move a sick person into solitary or move somebody else away from the sick person against their will. I doubt that that's actionable at all.
In fact, some of what we've heard so far are complaints in the other direction, which is a failure by certain institutions to separate.
Well, depending upon the institution. So if you're there against your will, if you're a prisoner, the Eighth Amendment protects you. If you're not a prisoner, the Eighth Amendment doesn't come into play. The government can't protect you against everything that could happen to you in a jail. We know that. But if there is a contagion in the jail, the government has a duty to isolate those who have it and protect those who don't.
And to provide medical care for
yes.
those.
Oh, yes. You're in jail. Food, shelter, clothing, and medical attention. That's a given.
So are there exceptions? I mean, there's certain rights that are valued expressly by the Constitution.
Well,
freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Can the government impose burdens on those?
No, it cannot. So those express rights, those fundamental constitutional rights.
But they can shut down a church in a time of quarantine.
Absolutely not. They have. But when did the Catholic Church become an agent of the state?
So you're saying they can shut down bars and restaurants, but they may not be able to shut down churches?
I didn't say they can shut down bars and restaurants. In my view, they cannot. But they can talk you into believing that they have for some greater good. This is the intimidation and bully pulpit.
You don't believe that the government has the ability to shut down restaurants and bars?
Absolutely not. The contracts clause of the Constitution says the states can't interfere with a contract. I have a lease, they can't interfere with it. They want to shut down your business, they've taken it, they have to pay you for it. They don't have the money to pay you for it.
Yeah, but that's going to happen afterwards. That'll happen afterwards.
Well, the compensation is never up front. even in an orderly taking, they want your townhouse because they want to widen 7th Avenue. They take the property first, and then you have the dispute over what it's worth.
Right.
So the money is always at the end, unless you are foolish enough to accept their initial lowball offer. Same thing would be the case for shutting down a business. But they are still subject to the Fifth Amendment, to the Contracts Clause. How about the First Amendment? Suppose Bernie Sanders says, I want 2,000 people to greet me at the corner of 42nd and 6th.
And the governor says no groups over 10.
Right. And the real reason is, I want Joe Biden to get the nomination. But the subterfuge is, too many people are going to get sick. How do we resolve that? We resolve it in favor of the plain meaning of the Constitution.
So you would have a due process.
You can associate with whomever you want. If you go there and get sick, it's your fault.
But if the governor can show that rule was in place, not to favor one political candidate, it would likely be held up.
Because it's a public place and because he's dispersing people. But it's a very high burden for the government because the right to associate is a voluntary right.
Yeah, I mean,
so
even
it's
more extreme.
unlimited.
Let's say they're gathering together in protest of the law saying...
in protest of the quarantine.
The quarantine.
They can't break that up. They absolutely cannot.
They cannot. All right, I think they might. Will they be quarantining Judge Andrew Napolitano?
Probably, if I keep up like this.
Well, it's always a pleasure to sit down with you. Thank you for your time.
Anytime, Joel.
Stay safe.
You as well.
And thank you for watching Talks on Law.
You're welcome. Talks on Law. Laws explained through video. Here are other videos by them. Oh.
I keep hearing that if...
Okay, now here's a video by Robert Reich. I hate it when it does this. Robert Reich, here's a video that we're living in a constitutional crisis. Video by Robert Reich explaining that we're living in a constitutional crisis. Robert Reich is going to explain how Trump threatens the rule of law and undermines the Constitution.
I keep hearing that...
For later. Oh. Oh, and here's a message from Robert Reich himself.
For more videos like these, be sure to subscribe. If you'd like to support our work, you can do so here. www.inequalitymedia.org/donate. Follow Robert Reich. Facebook. Facebook.com/RBReich. Twitter. Twitter.com/RBReich. Instagram. Instagram.com/RBReich. Show less.
Okay, now let's get to the video.
I keep hearing that if Trump fires Mueller, we'll face a constitutional crisis. I keep hearing that if Trump fires Mueller, we'll face a constitutional crisis. Or if Mueller subpoenas Trump to testify and Trump defies the subpoena, it's a constitutional crisis. Or if Mueller delivers substantial evidence that Trump is guilty of colluding with Russia or of obstructing justice, and the House does nothing to impeach him, we have a constitutional crisis. Well, I have news for you. We're already in a constitutional crisis. You see, the Constitution is a tiny document. It requires that presidents and others in positions of power be bound by norms, unwritten rules, and long-established understandings of their constitutional responsibilities. Yet look at what's happened since January 2017. Trump fires the head of the FBI and conjures up a plot that the FBI installed a spy in his campaign. He blames the entire Mueller investigation on a conspiratorial deep state that's out to remove him from office. He uses pardons to demonstrate to people already under investigation that they don't need to cooperate because he can pardon them too. He and his lawyers say he has the absolute right to pardon himself and could thereby immunize himself from any outcome. He asserts that the appointment of the special counsel was unconstitutional and that he has the power under the Constitution to end the investigation whenever he wants. Beyond this, he berates judges who disagree with him, intelligence agencies who don't do his bidding, and journalists and news organizations that criticize him. He uses the presidency like a personal fiefdom to enrich himself and his family. He unilaterally breaks treaties, starts trade wars with long-standing allies, and cozies up to some of the most murderous dictators in the world. And he treats Americans who didn't vote for him and disapprove of him as his enemies.
So I guess that makes me an enemy, because I never voted for that SOB.
Tweets and holds rallies with his followers that fuel division and hate. There's no exact definition of a constitutional crisis. Presumably, it's when the United States Constitution is in crisis, and it is in crisis now, today, because the President of the United States is abusing it to entrench his power. As long as he can get away with it, as long as Republicans who control Congress won't stand up to him, as long as Americans who oppose this have no capacity to stop him, even though they may be in the majority, this rogue president will do more and more damage to our system of government, and the constitutional crisis will worsen. A malignant megalomaniac, facing no countervailing power, will continue to expand his terrain until he is stopped. The best response is to vote for a Congress this November that will constrain him, and then in November 2020, vote him and his regime out of office. If he refuses to accept the results of that election, as he threatened to do if he lost the 2016 election,
I will totally accept the results if I win.
he must be removed from office.
Agreed.
What do you think? How would you describe a constitutional crisis? Let us know in the comments. If you're wondering how we ended up with Trump in the first place, be sure to watch our video on how we got into this mess. And as always, make sure to subscribe to this channel for more videos like this one.
During times of national emergency, it's common for...
Okay, now here's a video of national emergency intellectual. This video is on
national emergencies do not expand constitutional power. Intellect ions.
Okay.
During national emergencies, it is common for Congress and the presidency to increase their authority. However, the U.S. Constitution sets certain limits on federal powers in order to protect the rights of individuals and states. These constitutional limitations prevent temporary violations from becoming permanent and keep leaders from cultivating emergencies in order to expand their authority.
So during this COVID-19 crisis, this is a good example. So let's take a look at the video. Then we're going to go to another commercial break.
During times of national emergency, it's common for Congress and the presidency to expand their authority, which leads to an important question. Do the federal government's constitutional powers expand in times of emergency? The Constitution enumerates a limited number of federal powers. Only one of them explicitly expands in an emergency. The writ of habeas corpus may be suspended in time of rebellion or invasion. The remaining federal powers are firmly set within certain limits, so as not to infringe upon the rights reserved to individuals and states. Moreover, the individual rights enumerated in the Constitution do not contain emergency exceptions. Under our system of federalism, state governments retain the police power to regulate public health and safety under the 10th Amendment, but fortunately, that authority is limited by their own constitutions. In other words, individual rights can't be taken away. Not only do constitutional limitations prevent temporary violations from becoming permanent, they also prevent leaders from kindling emergencies in order to expand their authority.
Very informational, right? Pandemic pricing, why prices need to rise during emergencies.
When the coronavirus...
The overarching...
Okay. Now it's time for that break, now it's time for that commercial break, because I really need a drink of water. All right. So enjoy the commercial break. Whatever comes up. I hope you like it, and if you hate it, just skip ahead, or just turn the volume off. Turn the volume down. Turn the volume off if you can't skip it. Just trying to be helpful. I was trying to mimic little Miss Helpful's voice. Anyway, I'll be right back. So enjoy the break. Much better. So did you enjoy the commercial? Did you enjoy the ad? Well, anyway, let's move on to this chapter. This is about amending the Constitution. Should it be changed? Should it be changed, upgraded, etc. Also a warning. In the last video will be a warning from the Founding Fathers. Then we'll go to our final commercial break. I think it's final, anyway. I think it's the final one, anyway. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, let's get started.
It was springtime in 1789. Our Constitution began to march through time. It looks a lot today like it did back then, except for those amendments we added at the end.
What do you mean, added? Aren't amendments part of the Constitution?
Yes, they are the changes we added at the end.
The Constitution was changed?
Many times, especially in the beginning.
Ridiculous! What's keeping me from changing "we the people" to "we the penguins"? Whoa!
Well, the Founding Fathers made change difficult.
Good.
Even adding the Bill of Rights was hard.
Sorry, seen that. Just seeing that logo, I thought this was something.
Whoa! Well, the founding fathers made change difficult.
Good.
Even adding the Bill of Rights was hard.
What? The Bill of Rights? Freedom of speech and all of that wasn't part of the original Constitution?
Nope.
Well, why not just get it right the first time and then just say, no changes?
Writing the Constitution was no magic trick. The founders knew that to move toward a more perfect union, our Constitution would have to somehow incorporate new ideas. So they gave it Article 5.
Article 5?
Article 5. Article 5. Article 5. Which conferred upon Congress and governments of state the power to amend if, after much debate, a daunting consensus of conscience coalesced from the great Northeast to the wild woolly West.
So, how exactly does the Constitution get amended?
When an idea has enough popular support, women ought to have the right to vote for enough time. Women still ought to have the right to vote! A member of Congress brings it to the floor of the House or Senate. It's then assigned a committee for debate and refinement. If it makes it out of committee, the full chamber debates. And if 2/3 of members vote for it, it passes.
Then it becomes an amendment.
Nope. Now it goes to the other chamber and repeats the process. Any differences are worked out in a conference committee, and then each chamber votes again.
Oh, brother.
Or sister.
If it passes Congress, the National Archives sends copies to each state. If 3/4 of states send back ratifications, the Archivist of the United States certifies proper ratification, and the Constitution is amended.
It isn't easy to change the document that began our great experiment.
But we changed it back then, and it seems to me
And me.
we can make some changes
To grow our liberty.
For history. Well, I gotta admit, I was shocked by the musical. Thank you. Just so we don't get a copyright infringement or this video blocked. Because if it does get blocked, I'll have no choice but to censor it and make an uncensored version for y'all to see. Thank you, History Channel. Now let's continue on. Now this is a how-to video, how to amend the U.S. Constitution.
How to amend the U.S. Constitution. In the United States, there is a specific procedure for making changes to its founding legal document, the Constitution. You will need an amendment, 2/3 approval in both the U.S. House and Senate, and 3/4 of all 50 states in agreement. Step 1. Get elected to Congress or to a state legislature. The U.S. Congress or the state legislatures must vote in order to propose a constitutional amendment. Your best bet is Congress. Even though the state legislature option is articulated in Article 5 of the Constitution, it has never been used. Step 2. Get the amendment through committee, otherwise known as the behind-the-scenes legislative wrangling that occurs before an amendment is ever presented to the full Congress. Step 3. Win a 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate in favor of your amendment. Step 4. From Congress, the amendment is sent to the National Archivist, who, with help from the Federal Register, will print and send a copy of the legislation to all 50 governors. They, in turn, pass them on to the state legislatures for a vote. Step 5. Win approval from 3/4 of the states, and you have successfully amended the U.S. Constitution. Did you know? The 18th Amendment prohibited the sale or manufacture of alcohol. 14 years later, the 21st Amendment repealed the 18th.
Sorry. Now let's continue. Now let's continue. Now in this video by Peter Pacconi, he'll explain why is the U.S. Constitution so hard to amend. And this video is going to be presented by TED-Ed, Lessons Worth Sharing.
When it was ratified in 1789, the U.S. Constitution didn't just institute a government by the people. It provided a way for the people to alter the Constitution itself. And yet, of the nearly 11,000 amendments proposed in the centuries since, only 27 have succeeded as of 2016. So what is it that makes the Constitution so hard to change? In short, its creators. The founders of the United States were trying to create a unified country from 13 different colonies, which needed assurance that their agreements couldn't be easily undone. So here's what they decided. For an amendment to even be proposed, it must receive a 2/3 vote of approval in both houses of Congress, or a request from 2/3 of state legislatures to call a national convention. And that's just the first step. To actually change the Constitution, the amendment must be ratified by 3/4 of all states. To do this, each state can either have its legislature vote on the amendment, or it can hold a separate ratification convention, with delegates elected by voters. The result of such high thresholds is that today, the American Constitution is quite static. Most other democracies pass amendments every couple of years. The US, on the other hand, hasn't passed one since 1992. At this point, you may wonder how any amendments manage to pass at all. The first 10, known as the Bill of Rights, include some of America's most well-known freedoms, such as the freedom of speech and the right to a fair trial. These were passed all at once to resolve some conflicts from the original Constitutional Convention. Years later, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, as well as the 14th and 15th Amendments, only passed after a bloody civil war. Ratifying amendments has also become harder as the country has grown larger and more diverse. The first ever proposed amendment, a formula to assign congressional representatives, was on the verge of ratification in the 1790s. However, as more and more states joined the Union, the number needed to reach the 3/4 mark increased as well, leaving it unratified to this day. Today, there are many suggested amendments, including outlawing the burning of the flag, limiting congressional terms, or even repealing the Second Amendment. While many enjoy strong support, their likelihood of passing is slim. Americans today are the most politically polarized since the Civil War, making it nearly impossible to reach a broad consensus. In fact, the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia once calculated that due to America's representative system of government, it could take as little as 2% of the total population to block an amendment. Of course, the simplest solution would be to make the Constitution easier to amend by lowering the thresholds required for proposal and ratification. That, however, would require its own amendment. Instead, historical progress has mainly come from the U.S. Supreme Court, which has expanded its interpretation of existing constitutional laws to keep up with the times. Considering that Supreme Court justices are unelected and serve for life once appointed, this is far from the most democratic option. Interestingly, the founders themselves may have foreseen this problem early on. In a letter to James Madison, Thomas Jefferson wrote that laws should expire every 19 years, rather than having to be changed or repealed, since every political process is full of obstacles that distort the will of the people. Although he believed that the basic principles of the Constitution would endure, he stressed that the earth belongs to the living and not to the dead.
What do you think of that? Tell me down in the comments or the live chat or in the live chat section. Thank you, Ted.
So if you...
Okay, now here's a PBS video. It's not a full length, but it's a snippet, a clip. Now here's what it'd be about. Constitution USA with Peter Segal. Change the Constitution?
Yale professor Akhil Amar talks about what changes he would, personally, like to see made to the Constitution.
All right, and remember, this is just a snippet, so... Let's get to it.
Ask me, what amendment... So if you ask me, what amendments might I favor, I can actually tell you which ones I think actually would be a proper continuation of the story thus far. Okay, I personally favor direct election of the presidency because that's how we pick our state governors. That treats every voter equally. And the reasons we had the Electoral College had a lot to do with slavery, and we don't believe in that anymore. I personally believe in expanding equality because that's what the previous amendments have done. Here's one example. Arnold Schwarzenegger, just because he wasn't born in the United States, wasn't allowed to run for president. Neither was Jennifer Granholm. One was a Republican, one was a Democrat. Is it really fair that people are forever prohibited from running for the highest office in our land just because they were born in the wrong place at the wrong time? Right. Is that really equal? Is that fully consistent with the deepest ideas of equality animating this document?
Okay, tell me what you think about that. And look at the link and see the full video. Now this PBS video is about should the U.S. write a new constitution? And you can see other. Okay. Now before we go.
The Founding Fathers debated the finer points of our government in the Constitutional Convention more than 200 years ago, signing the finalized Constitution on September 17, 1787. The average lifespan of a country's constitution is 12 years, by comparison, making our document a relic by most standards. Is it time for a rewrite? And if we did redo our user manual, who would lead the charge? America from Scratch host Toussaint Morrison looks at examples from around the world with insights from Marie Fallander, professor of law at the Mitchell-Hamline School of Law, Silja Bara Omarsdottir, adjunct lecturer at the University of Iceland, and Chief U.S. District Judge John R. Tunheim.
Okay, now that we got that explained, let's start.
If we were to create America from scratch today, how would we create our user manual? And who would write it? What is the average turnaround time or shelf life of a constitution internationally?
Internationally, it's only about 17 years, and it's actually going down. In the recent decades, it's been only about 12 years.
And ours has lasted for?
Over 200 years, right?
Okay.
So
we're about due.
17, well, that's what some people say, actually.
Writing or rewriting a constitution is not a job for the faint of heart. So I ask you, where on this earth could we find a nation that is brave enough, passionate enough, and maybe even foolish enough to take on such a challenge?
My name is Senator Robert Byrd, and I lecture at the Faculty of Political Science at the University of Iceland.
Thanks so much for taking the time to be with us. I'm going to first ask you, why did Iceland decide to reform their constitution?
Well, in 2008, Iceland had a financial collapse, and a lot of people suggested that the problems that we had as a society would have been avoided if we'd had a more modern constitution. The Icelanders got their own constitution from the King of Denmark in 1874, and then when Iceland became a sovereign republic in 1944, Denmark was then under occupation. So the constitution was very quickly rewritten, essentially replacing the word king with the word president.
So now let's jump back to the United States. When we wrote our Constitution, it was done at a constitutional convention in which influential men got together, hashed out their ideas, and once they had a working document, they got it approved by at least 9 of the states. Just like that, the Constitution is born. Today, we still have 2 processes for proposing new constitutional amendments, both of which require the participation of the states before they can pass. In the first version, which is being used to create our current amendments, Congress comes up with an idea, and then 3/4 of the states need to approve it. In the second version, which has never been used in American history, the states could call an Article 5 convention, which essentially allows them to get together and propose whatever amendments they want. After that, if they can get approval from 3/4 of the states, those amendments become law.
Either Congress has to pass a law and send it to the state legislatures to change parts of the Constitution, or the states can initiate a request to Congress to call a constitutional convention. And if we wanted to do the whole Constitution, that's probably the route, because you'd want to have, a time for people to meet and talk, just like they did when they were framing the Constitution.
Many scholars have argued that an Article 5 convention would border on chaos, because there are no rules in the Constitution about how a convention like this should operate. It would technically be above the Congress and even possibly above the courts, and pretty much anything could come out of it. At the same time, it's not that fundamentally different from how we wrote our current Constitution in the first place. So if we were ever going to rewrite the Constitution on a large scale, this is probably how we do it. Do you think we should rewrite the Constitution?
I am skeptical about whether it would provide any more human rights than it does. I think there may be as many people who would try to roll back some of the rights that these minorities have as that would try to extend them.
But for us, this might not matter. We're talking from scratch, which is why, if I may, I'd like to do a quick dramatic reading from the Constitution. We, the people of determined to build a future of as a free, democratic, and peace-loving country, committed to the creation of a state of free citizens that will guarantee the rights of every citizen. In a solemn manner, we approve the Constitution of the Republic of Now let me pause it here, because as you can probably guess, that's not the Constitution, as in the US Constitution. It was actually written in 2008 for the Republic of Kosovo. In a solemn manner, we approve the Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo. But here's the amazing part. One of the people who played a key role in writing this document was a lawyer living in Minnesota.
I was privileged to have the opportunity to work with people in Kosovo to draft their constitution when they became independent in 2008.
That is Chief United States District Judge John Thunheim, and I met with him at his chambers to ask him more about this constitution.
It's a little warped right now, but that's what it looks like.
Wow.
When the Soviet Union broke up, there were, 14, 15 different countries that needed to write new constitutions, and they did. And some of those countries had had fundamental changes in government since then, so they've written new constitutions out of that experience. There's a lot of constitutions that have been written in the last 25 years.
Judge Thunheim's work represents something kind of fascinating in today's world. Legal professionals being commissioned to turn a country's goals into a legal document. But is this right for us? Because, let's be honest, I'm guessing that when we asked if we were making America from scratch today, who would be writing our Constitution, you probably didn't picture someone like Judge John Thunheim. Maybe you thought it was going to be a little more like this.
Oh, you promised!
You promised? That's not fair.
Oh, wait, it's not a question of fairness, it's separation.
I'll go back to Russia, Commie.
Hey, you go back to Russia!
This brings us to one of the real tensions in our country today. Who should be writing the rules? When our country was founded, as we all know, it was influential men like James Madison who put the actual pen to paper. And today, well, there are parallels. So what if we really broke the mold and decided to take a new approach, like crowdsourcing? It's diverse, it's inclusive, everybody weighs in, and the people finally have a voice. That actually brings us right back to Iceland.
So a lot of people have said that the Icelandic constitution was crowdsourced, and I wouldn't really say that. In 2010, the decision was made to have a constitutional assembly elected by the population to write a proposal for a new constitution. This group of 25 people, we always sat around and we made the decisions as to what text would actually be included. Every time we made a proposal, we would present that and plug it on Facebook and publish it online, and we would ask people to send us comments, to leave comments on the document and tell us what they thought. But people couldn't actually write anything other than the 25 people who were in the council.
Ultimately, Iceland's new constitution was not officially adopted. However, it was a good example of when a country says, hey, we need to try something new. And just by having the conversation, it led to a lot of good policy ideas.
I wouldn't say that it was a waste of time. It actually created at least a short-lived debate about what it is that we want to be and what our values are as a society, reminding the people and the government that there are things that remain to be fixed.
So what would it be like if we decided to follow the example of Iceland? What ideas would you fight for to include in a new constitution, and what elements would you leave behind? Hey everybody, it's Toussaint Morrison. Thank you so much for watching this episode. On our next episode, we're going to talk about if our data should have rights. If you have something to say about that, submit a video to the link in the description, and we might show it on the next show. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe.
Tell me what your
program
thoughts.
is made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
You need great
Tell me what your thoughts are about that video. If it should, what do you think? Do you want the Constitution? Do you want the Constitution rewritten, or do you like it just the way it is? Okay. Or So tell me in the comments of the live chat box. Now in this video, the David Pakman show, he's going to explain the Constitution was meant to be changed. Here's what.
Sanford Levinson, legal scholar, professor at University of Texas Law School, and co-author of Fault Lines in the Constitution, The Framers, Their Fights, and the Flaws That Affect Us Today, joins David to discuss the limits and faults of the Constitution.
All right. Now we're gonna see. Now let's take a look at the video.
It's great to welcome to the program today Sanford Levinson, who is a legal scholar, professor at the University of Texas Law School, and co-author, along with his wife Cynthia, of the book Fault Lines in the Constitution, The Framers, Their Fights, and the Flaws That Affect Us Today. Sanford, so great to talk to you today.
I'm delighted to be here.
So to begin with, for people who maybe aren't familiar with the genesis of the Constitution, what was going on in the United States that prompted the Founding Fathers to realize that the Articles of Confederation were in some way not working or falling short, and that writing a constitution was something that made sense?
Right. There are three principal things. First of all, the so-called national government, and I use that term advisedly, was incapable of getting any money. What they could do, in effect, was to ask the states to contribute. But by 1786, I think they were contributing something like a total of $636. So that's the first thing, no money. Secondly, there were fears of various military attacks from a variety of European countries, but also from a variety of Indian tribes, many of whom, for very sensible reasons, had supported the British during our secession from the British Empire. And so there was real concern about the ability of this new country to defend itself. The third thing is that there were trade wars, which is something we're familiar with today in an international context, but there was no established notion of free trade among the various states. And there was some genuine hostility between and among a number of the states, so that people like Alexander Hamilton and others described the system under the Articles of Confederation as, quote, imbecilic, unquote, and something had to be done.
When the transition from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution took place, how much discussion do we know, how much discussion there was about writing the Constitution in such a way to indefinitely account for however society might change? And the reason I ask that is that now there is a big debate over to what degree do we need to be amending the Constitution on an ongoing basis to account for how drastically life has changed today from when it was written. Was there much discussion of accounting for that at the time of its writing?
That's a terrific question. I think that the most accurate answer is no, that the first Constitution, that is the Articles of Confederation, lasted a grand total of 6 years. I think that if you could have interviewed the framers, they would have been thrilled to be told that the 1787 Constitution would last 50 years. I think if you had said, well, you're really writing something that should last forever, I think they would have said, that's crazy, in part because they were extremely aware of what they repeatedly called the lessons of experience and the need to update government in terms of those lessons. Cynthia and I do not engage in founder bashing. We think that the founders, by and large, were admirable people trying to respond to what they thought were the chief challenges of the day, and that they weren't utopians. They were trying to develop a document that could get us through the next several years, where several might mean 25 or 50, but they expected amendment, and quite frankly, I think a lot of them expected new conventions. Article 5, which is the amendment article, explicitly allows for new conventions. And I think that most of the framers would be astonished to be told that there's been no national convention since 1787, whereas there have been over 230 state constitutional conventions since 1787.
So there is the view from some that it is immensely difficult to amend the Constitution. So my question is sort of a two-part question. The first part is, how do you assess the difficulty of amending the Constitution in the context of sort of modern society? And number two, if indeed the founders were so welcoming or expecting of significant amending of the Constitution as the country changed, why did they set the level of difficulty that they set?
Right, another great question. What they faced in 1787 was an Articles of Confederation that required unanimous consent of the state legislatures of every state. So from their perspective, Article 5, which requires, quote, only, unquote, 3/4 of the states to assent to amendment, was a big improvement. Secondly, Article 5 worked in the first, let's call it 15 or 20 years. We got the Bill of Rights in 1791. 12 amendments were sent out. 10 of them were ratified. We call them today the Bill of Rights. In 1800 or 1801, the problems, to put it mildly, of the way we selected presidents was revealed in the tie between Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. And we got the 12th Amendment, which changed things for the better, though not enough as far as I'm concerned. And I'm skipping the 11th Amendment, which is much more esoteric. But in 1793, the Supreme Court issued a very controversial decision about states' rights, and it was reversed. So if you look at our early history, you could say, well, no, 3/4 is a lot, but the system is more or less working. In the modern world, 3/4 of 50, where you have the distribution that you now have of small states, and indeed very small states, and not only large states, but very large states, and a far, far more polarized country than even was the case in 1787, it has become functionally close to impossible to amend the Constitution. So, political scientists have looked at this, and some have said that the United States national Constitution is the most difficult to amend Constitution in the world. And one of the things we talk about in our book, and frankly, I think one of the things that is especially valuable about our book, is that we look not only at the U.S. Constitution, but also at the fact that every state has its own constitution. There are 51 constitutions in the United States. And if you look at the state constitutions, they are all easier to amend than the national Constitution. So it's not the case that the American people are reluctant to amend their constitutions. In fact, the typical state has had close to 3 different constitutions over their histories. Rather, we have a peculiar religious-like veneration of the national Constitution that makes it almost unthinkable to talk about amending it. But even if you do think of amending, you then come up against the concrete reality that it's extraordinarily difficult to get 2/3 of each House of Congress. And then even if you get it, it's even more difficult to get 3/4 of the states.
So one of the areas that is of a lot of interest right now because of the current administration is the census and how should it be carried out? What is really the underlying purpose of the census? From a sort of constitutional historian perspective, what was the point of establishing the census to begin with?
Yeah, census is an extraordinarily interesting part of the Constitution because you can make an argument that it's really one of the very, very few things Congress must make sure is done. The other is actually setting up a Supreme Court of the United States. But, for example, setting up circuit courts or district courts, that's optional with Congress. It's optional for Congress to declare war or not to declare wars, et cetera, et cetera. But the Constitution requires that a census be held every 10 years. And the reason is deceptively simple. It's the House of Representatives, that the House is allocated more or less proportionately, unlike the U.S. Senate. And so if you're going to have a major branch of Congress where representation is a function of the population of the states, you have to know the population of the states. It's really as simple as that. And it's every 10 years because the framers were smart enough to realize that the United States was a dynamic country. There would be lots of settlement. There would be people moving around. So you couldn't necessarily depend that the population of Virginia in 1790 relative to the population of Tennessee would be the same in 1800 or 1820, et cetera, et cetera. So the Constitution requires every 10 years without exception.
Interestingly, in my reading, although it requires it, it's not clear what the penalty would be and to whom it would be assessed if the census does not happen as scheduled. Is my reading correct of that?
Well, it's one of those things. John Marshall referred to the Constitution as a great outline. And so there are things that are specified. One of them is you got to have a census. But again, the question you ask is a very shrewd one. What if the president says, I don't think so? Mm-hmm. Then what do? Do you charge the president with violating the law? Well, actually, this morning is being spent on the Mueller hearings and hearing Robert Mueller saying over and over again, the Justice Department says you can't indict a sitting president. So could you impeach a president for refusing to take care to enforce one of the most basic obligations of the national government, which is to conduct a census? I think the answer is yes. But I think it would require a sense of national outrage led by Congress that the president is being derelict with regard to one of his most fundamental responsibilities, which is to make sure that the House of Representatives is fairly apportioned.
Yes, and in today's hyper-partisan climate, it's hard for me to imagine that there would be that level of unitedness around that particular issue, but it remains to be seen.
Right. I think you're right.
We've been speaking with Sanford Levinson, who's a legal scholar, professor at the University of Texas Law School. The book co-authored with his wife, Cynthia, is Fault Lines in the Constitution, the Framers, Their Fights, and the Flaws That Affect Us Today. Sanford, really a pleasure having you on today. There's you. Yesterday, as
my pleasure.
So what do you think about that? Tell me in the comments on the live chat below, or in the live chat section. But for right now I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I had to fix some tabs. But anyway, here's a warning by the 10th Amendment Center. Here, a warning from 5 founders on the danger of ignoring the Constitution. Then after that, we're going to commercial break, and then after that, I'll give you a good example of why we should not ignore the Constitution.
Path to Liberty, Fast Friday, June 21st, 2019. Supporters of the monster state and a living, breathing Constitution argue that it must be flexible to change with the times. Other people turn a blind eye to violations of the Constitution because they like the program being implemented, or don't want to oppose their preferred party or politician. All these people choose to ignore repeated warnings from the founders about the danger of this. On this episode, Michael Bolden covers what 5 founders had to say over a number of decades.
All right, let's get started, then we're going to commercial break. Oh, shoot. Let me try it again. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liberty. Truth. No. Fast Friday.
Good morning, Liberty. Welcome to the Fast Friday edition of the show for June 21st, 2019. Today, we're talking about arbitrary power, or what many founders called usurpation. This is when government exercises powers it was never authorized to exercise in the first place. In a constitutional system, that means it's exercising powers that were not delegated to it in the Constitution. It does it by force. It does it by fiat. And the warning that I want to talk about today, it's the same warning that comes from 5 different leading founders over a period of a couple of decades. And surprisingly enough, some of these founders were definitely at extreme odds with each other at various points in their career and lives. But the warning is still consistent. That is, if you turn a blind eye to arbitrary power or usurpation, no matter how big or small, it's an incredibly dangerous precedent. But first, before getting to that, of course, my name is Michael Bolden. We are broadcasting live here as we do every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time here from my home office and studio in downtown Los Angeles for the 10th Amendment Center. All of our archives are over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/Good Morning Liberty. That's where you can find the video versions of the show, whether it's YouTube, Periscope, Twitch, DLive, Facebook, BitChute, or the podcast editions, iTunes, Spotify, Google, and elsewhere. I appreciate everyone, whether you're joining me live or you're watching later on the archives. I'm grateful for all the thumbs up, all the smashing of the likes, the comments, the subscribes, the bell notifications, the reviews on iTunes and elsewhere. It's all really awesome. But since this is the Fast Friday edition of the show, let's see if I can knock this out in 10 to 15 minutes. I'm not necessarily going to go through any of these founders' warnings in any order of preference. I'm just going to go through them by order of date when they were written or spoken about. And we're going to start out here with John Dickinson, the penman of the Revolution. He wrote a series of letters, I think there were 12 of them, called Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, in opposition to the Townsend Acts. And in letter number 9, he signs off, and every letter had a different signature, or I think almost everyone did. And this one had, it's a Latin phrase, and then he has the translation. He says, oppose a disease at its beginning, because if you let the disease get out of control, what's going to happen? And the disease he talks about is arbitrary power. Exercises of emergency powers, in this case, are going to go a long way to destroying freedom. And he gives this example about Spain, and I think it's called their Cortes. My pronunciation, I'm sure, is totally wrong. But he writes, Spain was once free. Again, he was writing this in 1767. The Cortes resembled our parliaments. No money could be raised on the subject without their consent. And then eventually, one of the kings who was at war with the Moors asked for some emergency powers. He asked if he might be allowed for, quote, that emergency only to raise more money without assembling the Cortes, because obviously they couldn't raise money without the consent of the representatives of the people. There was a great deal of opposition, that's what Dickinson tells us, but the majority ended up voting to give up that emergency power. And that was the precedent that destroyed freedom there. He says, this single concession was a precedent for other concessions of the like kind, until at last the crown obtained a general power of raising money in cases of necessity. From that period, the Cortes ceased to be useful. The people ceased to be free. The second one, we're going to 1771, when Samuel Adams was writing in the Boston Gazette in October as Candidus. And he talks about primarily his concerns about growing executive power, but I think it's applicable to basically everything. And he writes this: the liberties of our country, the freedom of our civil constitution, are worth defending at all hazards, and it is our duty to defend them against all attacks. Mind you, they were talking about the unwritten constitution, the ancient constitution, which many called it. And he says it's not just a good idea to oppose violations of the Constitution. It's duty. And it's not just duty to oppose the big ones or ones that affect you or me personally. It's our duty to defend them against all attacks. He goes on, he says, it will bring an everlasting mark of infamy on the present generation, enlightened as it is, if we should suffer them to be wrested from us by violence without a struggle, or be cheated out of them by the artifices of false and designing men. Basically, if you turn a blind eye to it, it's a black mark on your generation. He goes on, let us remember that if we suffer tamely a lawless attack upon our liberty, we encourage it and involve others in our doom. The short version is, if you turn a blind eye to usurpations of power, to constitutional violations, maybe you like the outcome. Maybe you like the party or the team that's in charge that's doing it. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's a small one and you're just okay with it. Or it doesn't affect you personally or your family or your income, whatever the reason is. If you turn a blind eye to it, Samuel Adams, I think, was correct. And then if you take that into consideration with what Dickinson said, you encourage it, and then you're also setting a precedent for it to happen again. You have the precedent, and then you encourage more. Now we're moving forward to 1775. Adams's cousin John was writing in response to a guy named Daniel Leonard, who wrote a series of essays, who was asserting authority of Parliament over the colonies. And he was basically kind of ripping on people there who were opposing attacks on tea. I think he was basically putting it down like this is such a small thing. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? And he says, quote, Adam says, is the 3 pence upon tea our only grievance? And if you think about this idea of setting precedent and what his cousin had to say a few years earlier about turning a blind eye, encouraging more violations, even the smallest violation of rights is bad. And I should pull this up. Again, all these links are in the show notes over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/goodmorningliberty. If you're watching live, that generally gets posted anywhere from a half hour to an hour after the show is done airing. So John Adams goes on, and again, this is in 1775. Obsta principiis, I think is how you say it in Latin. It's a Latin phrase, and this is from Mike Meharry. He wrote this article. A Latin phrase meaning withstand beginnings, or resist the first approaches or encroachments. Colloquially, Mike says, we would say nip it in the bud, which is the exact phraseology Adams used. And if you actually you Google that Latin term, you'll find that it was used a bunch of times. John Quincy Adams used it many years later, signing off in letters to his father and on and on. And John Adams actually used it before 1775, but I thought this was really good, and Mike wrote this great article on it as well. So Adams says this, quote, nip the shoots of arbitrary power in the bud is the only maxim which can ever preserve the liberties of any people. Basically, you turn a blind eye to something, you will never preserve liberty. You have to nip it in the bud. And Mike puts it this way, when you allow a government to chip away at the limits on its power, eventually the dam will burst. You will end up with a government exercising virtually unlimited authority, which is arbitrary power. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And here's how Adams puts it. When the people give way, their deceivers, betrayers, and destroyers press upon them so fast that there is no resisting afterwards. Next up is what we know as a big opponent to President Adams, and that is Thomas Jefferson. And in his notes on the state of Virginia, this is a quick one. At the end, he wrote, end of this section, we published part of it over at 10thamendmentcenter.com. He says, the time to guard against corruption and tyranny is before they shall have gotten hold of us. It is better to keep the wolf out of the fold than to trust to drawing his teeth and talons after he shall have entered. This is just repeating the same message. If you let the evil take hold, if you let the power take hold, it will always grow and grow and grow, and it becomes far more difficult to stop it down the line. We are certainly in a place where taking out the teeth and talons are very, very difficult. It might most likely, if we're able to succeed for liberty in the long run, I believe we will. I don't think it's going to be in our lifetime, but we're setting the foundation to do so going forward.
Yeah, we got to do it.
And the last one, the fifth one, comes from George Washington. I did an entire episode on the forgotten warning of his farewell address. This article also from Mike Meharry. He puts this in context. He says, those who embrace, this was 1796. This was actually written by James Madison and Washington. Washington had his own draft, but he went with Madison's version. He says, those who embrace the idea of a living, breathing constitution, Mike writes, argue that it must be flexible to change with the times. But George Washington wasn't ignorant of this fact. He admitted the need for flexibility, but insisted that change must happen within the constitutional system itself through the amendment process, not via political maneuvering by the government itself. So basically rewriting the Constitution, making it fit with the times or fit with whatever's popular, or whoever has power can make it it fit. And that's the latter version is what we've seen play out for decades, 1940 and beyond, 1913, since the war between the states. I mean, this has really been picking up steam for a long, long time. And Washington warned us, just like Adams, Jefferson, Dickinson, and many, many others, actually. He said, let there be no change by usurpation. Usurpation, that is, taking power, stealing power that government isn't authorized to have. Let there be no change by usurpation. For though this, in one instance, may be the instrument of good, it is the customary weapon by which free governments are destroyed. The precedent must always greatly overbalance in permanent evil any partial or transient benefit which the use can at any time yield. And he's warning against allowing usurpation, turning a blind eye to the growth of power in government, even if you like the results. Because just like John Dickinson said, a single concession is the precedent which will lead to more and more down the line. And that's how, personally, I look at everything. I look at everything with that long game in mind, with the idea of, okay, what can they do with this in the long run? Because if you don't look at it that way, that's how the founders taught us to look at it. That's how the founders warned us about looking at everything. Because if you don't, you're actually supporting, you're turning a blind eye, you're encouraging more and more in the future. So I hope you guys found this really interesting, educational, insightful. You can read the full papers, letters, the articles that I've talked about here over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/Good Morning Liberty. Again, if you support the show, smash the like button, continue leaving some comments, whether it's live or in the archive. Hit the notification bell if you're on YouTube or elsewhere. iTunes, Spotify, all the reviews coming in have been amazing. I'm very grateful for that. It's helping us pick up steam. All these platforms are easily triggered, so these free actions that you can take, definitely tell the platforms to show the program to more people. And for those of you who want to kick in a few bucks, you can become a member for as little as $2 a month. It's very important to us. We operate on a small budget. It's 10thamendmentcenter.com/members to do that. Thanks again for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you have an awesome weekend. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next week here at Good Morning Liberty.
Thank you. Now after the commercial break, now after what I think is the final commercial break, we're gonna see why we can. I'm gonna give you an example of why we can't ignore the Constitution. Alrighty, so enjoy the break. Be back soon. Welcome back, everybody. And I think that was the final commercial break. So we're gonna finish this up now. All right. Remember what I said about a warning from the 5 founders on the dangers of ignoring. Remember about the video about a warning from 5 founders on the dangers of ignoring the Constitution? Well, I'm gonna show 5 videos of example about that. That gives a good example of why we should not ignore. And it involves one man. Okay, so let's get started. To
grow up in America is to live in a land where anything is possible, where anyone can rise, and where any dream can come true, all because of the immortal principles of our nation's founders, inscribed nearly 2.5 centuries ago. On this very day in 1787, our founding fathers signed the Constitution at Independence Hall in Philadelphia. Yet as we gather this afternoon, a radical movement is attempting to demolish this treasured and precious inheritance. American parents are not going to accept indoctrination in our schools, cancel culture in our work, or the repression of traditional faith, culture, and values in the public square. Not anymore. We are here today to declare that we will never submit to tyranny. We will reclaim our history and our country for citizens of every race, color, religion, and creed. With the help of everyone here today, the legacy of 1776 will never be erased. Our heroes will never be forgotten. Our youth will be taught to love America with all of their heart and all of their soul. We will save this cherished inheritance for our children, for their children, and for every generation to come.
Ugh, what a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. He may talk like that in public, but words like that in public, but behind the scenes, he's really enacting the stuff. Move America towards he's secretly moving America towards tyranny. And he's one of those radicals that that attempt to what he said. He was basically describing himself when he said that because he was a member. Okay, now this video.
Emolument.
Okay, now this video is by the Oversight Committee. It's by the Oversight Committee, and it's on the U.S. Constitution and Donald Trump's conflicts of interest. So.
Emolument. It's a word that a lot of people have been using lately, but what does it mean? In 1787, our founding fathers came together in Philadelphia to draft the United States Constitution. At the time, it was a common practice for the King of England and other heads of state to bestow gifts on foreign diplomats as a way to curry favor. But our founders believed that corruption destroyed other republics, and they wanted to protect against these conflicts of interest in the new United States. So, why does the Emoluments Clause matter today, and what does this have to do with President-elect Donald Trump? Watch this video to find out.
What the computer said.
Emolument. It's a word that a lot of people have been using lately, but what does it mean? In 1787, our founding fathers came together in Philadelphia to draft the United States Constitution. At the time, it was a common practice for the King of England and other heads of state to bestow gifts on foreign diplomats as a way to curry favor. But our founders believed that corruption destroyed other republics, and they wanted to protect against these conflicts of interest in the new United States. As Alexander Hamilton warned, one of the weaknesses of these republics was that they forged too easy an inlet to foreign corruption. To avoid these conflicts of interest, they drafted the Emoluments Clause, which is Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8 of the Constitution. Here's what it says. No person holding any office of profit or trust shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. An emolument is a benefit of any kind. There doesn't have to be a payoff or a bribe or anything in return. There doesn't even need to be a quid pro quo. Okay, so why does the Emoluments Clause matter today? On January 20th, 2017, Donald Trump will become president. All of his worldwide assets, his properties, and his projects that made him billions of dollars will come into question. And so will the hundreds of millions of dollars in debt he owes to foreign entities. For example, let's say the Kingdom of Bahrain wants to hold a lavish reception in Washington, D.C. They decide to cancel their event at the Ritz-Carlton and move it to Donald Trump's new hotel, right down the street. Is this a benefit? It certainly looks that way. And this has already happened.
The president-elect's new luxury hotel seems to be the new in spot, the place for foreign governments and special interests to show loyalty to Donald Trump. The Kingdom of Bahrain rented out the presidential ballroom at an estimated cost around $100,000 to celebrate its national holiday. Its human rights record has been harshly criticized, accused of torture, even threats of rape and other violence against political opponents.
Okay, here's another. Donald Trump has set up dozens of corporations and LLCs around the world. Are any of those entities receiving money from a foreign country? The thing is, we don't know his sources of income from outside of the United States because he still hasn't shown us his tax returns. With all of Donald Trump's global entanglements and massive conflicts of interest, it's not hard to imagine how quickly this problem will spread as foreign officials race to show favor to the new American president. Expedited permits for a new development project from China to rent office space in Trump Tower, special tax incentives to develop luxury real estate projects in Saudi Arabia. The list could go on and on. The bottom line is that all of these could pose major problems for Donald Trump. That is why experts from across the political spectrum have warned him to address these problems now, do what other presidents have done before him, liquidate his assets, and place them into a truly independent and blind trust. That way, Donald Trump can be protected. And so can the American people.
Yeah, but he never did. Which now, and now due to coronavirus, people hate people a lot more. There are a lot more Americans that hate him than love him. Oh, and it said tax returns. So speaking of tax returns, if I had my way, I would make it so you have to release your tax returns before. If you want to be president, you have to release your tax returns before the first primary. If you don't, or if you do release them and they're fake, you're disqualified. You're kicked out of the race. You're out of the race. No excuses. You're out of the presidential race. No excuses. Let's continue.
I want to make an animation.
Okay, now this video is this video is by Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera English.
What the computer said about the Constitution versus Trump and people in power. Sometimes I hear when it does that.
Like every American president before him, Donald Trump has sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
But will he? Or has he? But this video was released in June 29, 2017. Give me your June 29, 2017. So give me your thoughts about if he has or has not defended the Constitution. But anyway, let's see if they do talk about it. And if not, then you know what to do.
Like every American president before him, Donald Trump has sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. But his opponents say that he's been doing anything but that since he took office. Instead, they're relying on the same charter to bring him down. As their campaign gathers momentum, Bob Absams has been assessing its chances of success.
People in Power, The Constitution versus Trump, a film by Bob Absams.
The American president's most sacred duty is to safeguard the Constitution of the United States.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
But Donald Trump's actions and words have raised questions about his commitment to the Constitution.
They're incompetent, dishonest people. We call it the fake news.
He has attacked the free press as an enemy of the people and challenged the independence of the courts.
A judge has just blocked our executive order on travel and refugees coming into our country from certain countries. This ruling makes us look weak.
Then, in May, the president fired FBI Director James Comey, who was overseeing the investigation of possible collusion in the 2016 election between the Trump campaign and the Russians.
I take the president at his word that I was fired because of the Russia investigation. Something about the way I was conducting it, the president felt created pressure on him that he wanted to relieve.
In his June appearance before the Senate Intelligence Committee, Comey also discussed a meeting with the president a day after National Security Advisor Michael Flynn resigned amid controversy over his contact with the Russians. Comey says Trump told him, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go."
I understood him to be saying that what he wanted me to do was drop any investigation connected to Flynn's account of his conversations with the Russians.
The president telling a law enforcement officer not to enforce the law is a textbook definition of obstruction of justice.
Historian Rick Perlstein is
And what's surprising, Richard Nixon was about to be removed from office because of obstruction of justice. So why not him? Oh, I know. Tapes, the audio tapes.
To enforce the law is a textbook definition of obstruction of justice.
Historian Rick Perlstein is the best-selling author of Nixonland. It examines the rise and fall of President Richard Nixon, who was accused of obstruction of justice and resigned when faced with impeachment.
Both Trump and Nixon really do believe that they're licensed to do anything in order to save civilization itself. A less flattering coloration of that is that these are people with a strong degree of paranoia, a very weak inner core, who believe that the world is out to get them. And all they're doing when they lie is defending themselves.
Do you think President Trump is a threat to constitutional democracy in America?
One of the most memorable lines that Donald Trump used in the campaign was, "I alone can fix it."
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
It reminded me of Louis XIV, the most powerful man in Europe at the time. He said, "L'État, c'est moi. I am the state," which of course a king can say. That's exactly how Donald Trump sees his right, his power. So I think he's profoundly more dangerous to the basic conceptions of law and order than Richard Nixon was on his worst day.
Why?
Because he doesn't understand his role as a constitutional officer, because he's so radically impulsive. But I think that the case of Trump has proven to be so extreme and his abuses of power so absurd that it's really awakened the civic instincts in all sorts of Americans.
All over the country, people are taking to the streets and lawyers to the courtrooms to oppose Trump and his policies. We set out to investigate this so-called resistance movement and what it means for democracy in the U.S. The American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, has been on the front lines of defending the Constitution from the start.
Our membership was 425,000 last year under President Obama. It is over 1.6 million members today.
David Cole is the National Legal Director for the ACLU. In January, the ACLU responded swiftly when President Trump signed an order banning travel to the U.S. from 7 majority Muslim countries.
The ACLU filed the first lawsuit challenging the travel ban in New York on behalf of 2 Iraqis who were being held at the border after they had been granted visas because of their work on behalf of the U.S. military. And we got the first injunction against the ban at that point.
When the administration tried again with a revised travel ban, the ACLU stopped it a second time, arguing in court that it still violated the Constitution's Establishment Clause.
The first principle of the Establishment Clause is that the government cannot either favor or disfavor a specific religion. And this ban, we argued, was targeted at Muslims, was designed to target Muslims.
The Muslim ban has got to go.
In May, hundreds turned out to protest when the Trump administration appealed the injunction blocking the revised travel ban.
This administration is trying to promote an agenda that says some religions are acceptable in this country and some religions are not.
Like that sign.
Our American values are at stake and real lives are at stake.
I was born in a refugee camp, so I think the United States has always had the moral high ground in terms of accepting refugees into the country, and I think this ban is antithetical to the values of the United States.
The government argued that the ban, now covering 6 countries, was a prerogative granted the president despite his campaign statement calling for a shutdown of Muslims coming into the U.S.
The bottom line question is, can the President of the United States use the immigration authority to condemn a religion? And I think the answer to that has to be no.
In May, the Court of Appeals ruled against the administration. Trump's Attorney General Jeff Sessions appealed the decision to the Supreme Court. On June 26, the court partially backed the government position, but said the ban could not be applied to people who have family or business ties in the U.S. The justices will hear arguments about whether the travel ban is lawful in the fall. John Malcolm is an expert on constitutional issues for the Heritage Foundation, a leading conservative think tank.
I certainly think it's a case of national importance that will be decided by the Supreme Court, and it ought to be.
Why don't you see the executive order to ban travel from 6 Muslim countries as a violation of the Constitution?
Well, I want to clarify one thing you said. You referred to this as a travel ban. and I don't believe that it is a travel ban. It's a temporary suspension of travel from 6 countries.
If this executive order was allowed to go forward for 90 days, is there anything that would prevent the president from extending it further or maybe making it permanent?
No, not if the president determines that doing so would be in the best interest of the United States.
Doesn't the temporary suspension, or the travel ban as other people call it, discriminate against Muslims and also stigmatize Muslims here in the United States?
Look, I can understand why Muslims might be sensitive to this. But the reason these 6 countries were picked out is because either these countries are state sponsors of terrorism, or they are failing states that don't have a capacity to do proper vetting, or they don't cooperate with us.
We had been proceeding absolutely safely long before President Trump came to office, allowing people from these countries to come to the United States subject to the usual kinds of review and vetting processes that apply. And so there's no showing that what was in place did not work.
The ACLU is also fighting an executive order threatening to cut off federal funds to so-called sanctuary cities, where police do not ask residents about their immigration status so that they won't be afraid to report crimes.
The Trump administration, through its executive order, is seeking to coerce those cities and states into enforcing federal immigration law. We believe that's unconstitutional, and a federal district court in California agreed.
Mr. Trump, if you can hear us from Mar-a-Lago, read the Constitution!
In fact, Donald Trump may be the first president to be in violation of the Constitution from the moment he recited his oath of office due to its emoluments clause.
We do not allow our president to collect presents, emoluments, payments of any kind from foreign princes, kings, dictators, governments, and state-owned banks and corporations. Article 1, Section 9. Look it up.
In April, when Americans pay their taxes, hundreds of thousands gathered in Washington and other cities to protest Trump's disregard for the emoluments clause and his unprecedented conflicts of interest. Protesters marched past the Trump International Hotel in Washington. The hotel figures prominently in a civil lawsuit that claims Trump is in violation of the emoluments clause.
It was quite clear that foreign diplomats were rushing to book rooms at the Trump Hotel to try to impress the incoming president as soon as the election was decided. And that's exactly the type of situation that the founders of this country did not want going on.
Richard Painter was the chief White House ethics lawyer for Republican George W. Bush. He is vice chair of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, CREW, which filed the emoluments lawsuit against Trump. Do you think that diplomats renting rooms at Trump hotels and eating at their restaurants can really affect foreign policy?
It could. The president did not impose a travel ban on the countries where he's doing business.
The president says that he has put his companies in a trust to be run by his 2 sons, and claims that any profits while he is in office are perfectly legal.
He needs to sell off the business interests. Merely putting the business interests in the hands of his sons or in the hands of independent trustees doesn't suffice if he is going to continue to own the business interests.
The argument that the emoluments clause even applies to the president is a weak argument. And 2, what this really, if you bought this argument, would do would prevent any businessman with any transnational business practices from ever running for public office.
President Trump, candidate Trump, tried for many years to get trademarks on the Trump name in China. Once he became president, he got more than 30 trademarks.
I know nothing about this issue, so I wouldn't have anything to say about it.
It is inconsistent with being president of the United States to have an arrangement where people just pay you money to put your name on something.
The U.S. Justice Department.
Over the last 10 years, responsive web design has changed how we create for the web.
And is trying to get Cruz lawsuit.
Where people just pay you money to put your name on something.
The U.S. Justice Department is trying to get Cruz lawsuit dismissed. But in early June, the Attorneys General of Maryland and the District of Columbia, as well as 200 congressional Democrats, also filed emoluments lawsuits against the president.
I am very confident that we are correct in our interpretation of the emoluments clause. We now feel that the president is a violation of the Constitution because he's receiving loans from the Bank of China for his real estate, trademarks from China, other business arrangements that could be with foreign governments anywhere in the world. We have no idea because he hasn't disclosed his tax returns. He could be dealing with the Russian government for all we know.
You know, the only one that cares about my tax returns are the reporters. Okay?
You don't think the American public is concerned?
No, I don't think so. I won.
Show your taxes!
We're in D.C. right now. There are 120 marches in communities across the country. And it's about telling their members of Congress, you got to use your authority to get those returns because we just need to know what's going on.
Ezra Levin is a founder of Indivisible, an online initiative that has given rise to more than 6,000 local groups opposed to Trump and his policies. A former congressional staffer, Levin created a political action guide based on the successful tactics of the conservative Tea Party movement.
It's Civics 101. It is going to local district offices. It's going to public events. It's making calls. That works. It's focused on your own members of Congress. Because the bottom line, the truth is, they want to get reelected. They care more about what their own constituents think than any individual thing Donald Trump wants to get done.
How widespread is indivisible activism?
This is everywhere. This is in every single congressional district, at least 2 in an average of 13.
In February, indivisible groups packed town halls, pressuring their congressmen to stand up to Trump and oppose Republican efforts to roll back the health care reform passed under President Obama, the Affordable Care Act.
The very first priority of this administration in Congress was to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. And it didn't happen. It couldn't even get a vote.
New Jersey 11th for Change is one of the indivisible groups that got the Republican congressmen to oppose the health care changes backed by Trump.
So we've come to visit our congressman's office, Rodney Frelinghuysen, like we do every Friday since right after the inauguration.
Elizabeth Juveler, a real estate broker, is a co-founder of the group, which has hundreds of active members. Has the congressman agreed to meet with you at all?
Rodney Frelinghuysen has not addressed our concerns in any direct way at all. This week in particular, there's really 2 things people are very concerned about. One is the firing of the FBI director, and people are really deeply upset about healthcare. People all of a sudden feel that the underlying sense of security in their lives can fall away at any moment because of idiocy in an administration that has no checks or balances that are functional anymore.
In early May, Trump and House Republicans tried again to pass a bill repealing Obamacare. This time they succeeded, and the U.S. Senate is now considering the House bill.
This is a repeal and a replace of Obamacare. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake.
I'm very, very scared. I don't know what's going to happen in the Senate, and if it does pass the way it is now, then, in a few years, I don't know, anyone in my family will have health insurance.
The Senate bill cuts subsidies that help people buy coverage and dramatically reduces federal support for the expansion of Medicaid that enables states to provide health insurance for tens of millions of people. These changes are similar to those in the House bill Frelinghuysen supported the second time around.
Because the Medicaid expansion is so important to his constituents, he said that he was not going to vote for the bill last month, and then he voted for it.
Do you think that the fight over the Affordable Care Act is going to play a major role in the 2018 elections?
There's no question. It's one vote, and it's a vote that really gets to the heart of the district, but there's no question that a Democrat can win.
One of the reasons tens of millions of young people were willing to devote their lives to fighting against the Vietnam War was the risk of going to a war and dying. We see it with the Affordable Care Act, where the threat once again is death. It's a very powerful organizing tool. I think that the Republicans had no idea what they were messing with.
We spoke up in districts where no one expected people to fight for health care for all.
People's Action is the fastest growing community organizing network in the U.S., with affiliates in 30 states and more than 1 million members. In April, all of the affiliates from big cities, small towns, and rural communities gathered for a convention in Washington, D.C.
We're fighting back smart, and we're using the fights to build our power and change the story.
The purpose was to lay the groundwork for moving from resisting Trump to fighting for power in the electoral arena. George Gale is the co-director of People's Action.
We are moving our million people to be part of an army that is going to register voters, knock on doors, make phone calls. We're also developing hundreds of candidates across the country who run from anywhere from city council to governor.
What's the relationship between People's Action and the Democratic Party?
Most of our members that decide to run as Democratic Party candidates. But shaping the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, that battle is on. And we're in there contesting to make sure it's a party that truly is grounded in the working class and not the big donors in Wall Street.
Populist Bernie Sanders, who challenged for the 2016 Democratic presidential nomination, appeared at the convention.
At a time when the Republican Party is going after working people and women and low-income people in an unprecedented way, at a time when the Democratic Party is not paying the kind of attention to the needs of workers. You are doing.
When you download a song from our list, it's yours to use forever and ever and ever and ever. So head to
exactly the kind of attention to the needs of workers. You are doing exactly what has to be done.
People's Action has been part of strategy discussions at the Democratic National Committee.
You're seeing signs of the party leadership at the Senate and House level starting to embrace more of an economic populist agenda.
Do you think you can win back the white working class voters that went for Donald Trump?
I think a bunch of them. We're actually dramatically increasing our organizing in small town communities throughout the Midwest and Rust Belt right now.
There are signs that Trump's support among the white working class may be weakening.
Trump comes into office as a populist, but what did he do? He did the standard Republican fare. I'm going to repeal Obamacare. That was his first priority. Second, give business their tax cuts.
John Judas, the author of The Populist Explosion, argues that populism often leads to progressive reform, but it can take decades.
It's always ahead of its time in that sense.
What do you think of the resistance that's arisen to take on Trump?
You know, we're going to have to see whether it's ongoing. But what's maybe more encouraging for Democrats is that a lot of people are stepping forth to run for office. It's held by Republicans that were just going uncontested, particularly in the South and the West. So that's important. And if you tie that together with some kind of local organizing, then you'll have something.
Do you think there are divisions in the Democratic Party that will prevent them from effectively countering Trump?
No, I don't think so.
The unity of the Democratic Party was on display in Georgia's 6th congressional district, where Democrat John Ossoff ran to win a House seat in a traditional Republican stronghold. In a special election, tens of millions of dollars flowed in to support Ossoff from around the country. 19 indivisible groups worked hard for him, canvassing and turning out the vote. In 2016, the Republican triumphed here by 23 percentage points, but on June 20th, Ossoff lost by only 3.7.
You provided a beacon of hope for people here in Georgia, for people across the country.
Previously, this is a district where you wouldn't expect Democrats to really compete. And so if Democrats can put some of these districts into play in 2018, maybe they can spring some upsets, even though they were unable to in Georgia 6.
Kyle Kondik is the managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, a weekly publication that analyzes election races.
Democrats need to pick up 24 House seats to win the House next year. That would not be out of historical norms for them to be able to do that. So if the Republican congressional majorities do things that are unpopular, if Trump's approval rating is poor, those are the sorts of historical ingredients that might lead to a big gain by the party that doesn't hold the presidency.
Donald Trump has historically low approval ratings, and only 30% of the public approves of the Republican health care plan.
People who are basically mad at the current administration may be likelier to be activists, might be likelier to come out and vote. And all of these legal issues that has cast a sort of black cloud over the White House may make problems for Republicans turnout in elections down the road, be it 2018 or 2020.
Do you think Donald Trump's going to be impeached?
So long as Republican approval of Donald Trump remains high in the 70s or 80s, I think Republican lawmakers are going to rally around him.
It remains to be seen whether the Republican Congress will fulfill.
Hey, if you give me just 30 seconds, I'm going to show you how thousands of people, just like you, are completely reinventing their entire toolbox.
Fulfill its duties. It remains to be seen whether the Republican Congress will fulfill its duties with regards to the constitutional role and their status as a co-equal branch of government that is put in power in order to preserve the liberties of the American people against the power of a tyrant. We'll see.
Robert Mueller, the new special counsel appointed to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 election, is reportedly also looking into whether President Trump obstructed justice.
Saying to an FBI director, look, this guy you're looking into, he's a really good guy. I hope you decide to leave this alone. Doesn't come anywhere close to either impeding an investigation or manifesting any kind of a corrupt intent.
If the Democrats win the House in 2018, they will have the power to launch impeachment proceedings against the president. What do you say to the argument that the only thing standing between President Trump and an impeachment is a Republican Congress?
I don't agree with that. Look, we're a long way, I think, from any kind of a legitimate claim that President Trump ought to be impeached. He is certainly a polarizing figure in ways that are upsetting to some. I personally choose to focus on what it is he does rather than what it is that he says.
Many of the things the Trump administration does are promoted by the Heritage Foundation.
We got a lot of people inside.
In April, People's Action stopped by to make their displeasure known. They also headed over to the White House.
Trump is breaking a lot of the rules and the kind of norms of the office of president, and I think that a kind of resistance will have to move to another level. We're going to need to see a wave of civil disobedience like Gandhi or the civil rights movement. And I think it will come out of local communities and local strategies and then take off like wildfire.
Do you think that if indivisible groups succeed in stopping Donald Trump, that this kind of
political activism will continue?
The beautiful thing about this movement is that it is built from the ground level. We think they're creating a basic progressive infrastructure that can be pushed for positive policy movements at the state and local level, and we hope at the federal level once we regain some of the tools of power.
This movement is not going away. We won't go away. We've brought community together in a really broad way. And for a lot of people, the election in November was a trauma. And we can't be complacent anymore. I think that's a lesson that's been learned deeply and it won't be forgotten.
This is the real silver lining of the Trump administration, which is that because he threatened so much about what this country stands for, the people of this country have stood up like never before. So I think right now the Constitution is winning, but the Constitution will only continue to prevail, only continue to check the president, if people continue to stand up for liberty.
So never give up. Thank you, Al Jazeera. Okay. Be right back, folks. So I had to take care of something. Now this video is by TRT World. It's on the Square, Trump and the Constitution.
The U.S. president wants policy changes, but do they violate the U.S. Constitution? Ali Kanayandler discusses the issues from Times Square.
Constitution. I think they misspelled that. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did big time. Okay.
Issuing executive orders on immigration to suggesting an end to birthright citizenship. President Trump has been pushing a multitude of controversial issues. The question, though, is whether the current president is acting against the U.S. Constitution. Hello, I'm Adijan Ayandar from New York. The Square starts now.
The Square. Hold on a minute. There we go.
When President Trump was sworn in nearly 2 years ago, he took an oath to protect, preserve, and defend the Constitution of the United States. But it seems that since he took office, the word unconstitutional is something we are hearing more and more. Donald Trump himself admits he can be controversial, but is he overstepping legal boundaries when it comes to the country's founding document? Over the course of this show, we'll move the issue away from the political stage of Washington and get the views of people here in New York and across the nation. But first, our correspondent Courtney Keeley takes a look at what has stirred up so much controversy.
This is Philadelphia, the largest city in the state of Pennsylvania and home to a diverse population. The Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution were both debated and signed here in the Assembly Room in Independence Hall. This is the birthplace of America. The story goes, upon exiting the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin, one of the well-known framers of the Constitution, was asked, "Well, doctor, what do we have, a monarchy or a republic?" Franklin replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." More than 200 years on, and people here still want to talk about the U.S. Constitution.
Well, I think there's a lot of shades of gray, and we need to just sort of sit back and observe, see what transpires, like sort of like an evolution instead of doing anything radical right away, instead of a revolution, maybe more of an evolution of things, and sort of sit back and see what course it takes.
Tough immigration policies, ending birthright citizenship, and freedom of speech are just some of the key issues that are throwing President Trump into the middle of a legal minefield.
What's going around is this notion that whatever the president does in the immigration and national security area is always fine. That is untrue. That's sort of one of those myths that's been propagated. He has to comply with the Constitution.
That's enough. Ask one of the other folks.
That's enough.
When the president and CNN's correspondent Jim Acosta clashed in a White House briefing, Acosta's press pass was revoked. But a federal judge, citing the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, ruled against Trump, saying the White House did not have the power to revoke the press pass.
journalists need to know that in this country, their First Amendment rights of freedom of the press are sacred. They're protected in our Constitution.
When the U.S. Constitution was signed here, it set up three branches of the national government: the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, a series of checks and balances. It also kept a separation of power between the national government and the states.
They work for us, and we have the right to make them accountable to us. That's why journalism and the First Amendment is so important, because it is journalism and the First Amendment as its shield that's going to hold the government accountable.
The Constitution is difficult to change. It defines how the government, and indeed what the president himself, can and cannot do. With just under 2 years until the presidential elections, Trump will want to be as effective as possible in passing his policies. The question, though, is whether the president can always call the shots, or does he face his biggest battle yet with the supreme law of the nation he governs? Courtney Keeley, The Square, Philadelphia.
Courtney Keeley reporting there from Independence Hall in Philadelphia, where the U.S. Constitution was signed more than 200 years ago. Well, we asked New Yorkers what that document means to them today, and here's what they had to say.
I love the Constitution. It guides our principles and our values.
I believe that it's important that we adhere to the Constitution and, don't get so taken up in changing everything.
I think that fundamentally the spirit of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is just about the worth of every individual.
I think the U.S. Constitution is an amalgamation of what's best in humans, like our ability to come up with ideas that are meant to protect and serve all of us, but I think it also shows what's worst in humanity. I think a lot of the Constitution needs to be augmented. It wasn't expected to hold up to the era that we live in now.
The 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution was adopted to address citizenship rights. It was first introduced following the American Civil War for those who had been enslaved. Today, it's relevant because of the country's large immigration population. So it remains one of the more consequential amendments to date. And Donald Trump says he wants to get rid of it. But how?
President Trump says he plans to end birthright citizenship in the
We're
U.S.
the only country in the world where a person comes in, has a baby, and the baby is essentially a citizen of the United States for 85 years with all of those benefits. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it has to end.
Trump's bid to dramatically change the country's immigration policy is believed to contradict the U.S. Constitution.
The provision in the Constitution is relatively clear on this issue, and the idea that a president can do this through executive order is really fairly astounding.
The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution grants citizenship to any child born in the country, but Trump says he can override it using an executive order. This is what constitutional experts think.
Then there's the question of can he do it by executive order? Right. And ordinarily, and Congress has not passed a statute authorizing this. In fact, there's a whole host of statutes that assume that the kids of illegal aliens are citizens, including giving them social security numbers. So it's almost certain that he'd be acting in the face of congressional disapproval, which means he can't do it.
So let's talk about what rights are inalienable and firmly protected by the country's founding document. For this edition of The Beat on the Street, we caught up with constitutional historian Lorianne Updike-Toller.
The best on the street.
So, Lorianne, President Donald Trump wants to sign an executive order that will effectively end the quote-unquote birthright citizenship for children born to non-U.S. citizens. As far as I know, many Americans are taught at a very early age that the concept of birthright citizenship is an undisputed right explicitly granted by the U.S. Constitution. But is it really?
Yes, absolutely. So, as part of the 14th Amendment, passed as part of the Reconstruction Amendments after our Civil War, the 14th Amendment guarantees that citizenship, in fact, is allotted by birth. And I do not know of an instance of a president being able to change the Constitution. You certainly have instances wherein presidents acted arguably unconstitutionally, including Jefferson in purchasing Louisiana in 1802. He thought it might not be constitutional, but after the fact he quickly got it ratified by Congress, and most thought that this was in the broad executive powers of the president in foreign relations.
So, pardon the pun, but President Trump can't trump this with an executive order.
I believe that such would be held unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court.
Okay. Let's go back even further. President Trump, many months ago, was talking about a Muslim ban. And you had mentioned the First Amendment. The government strictly prohibits any particular law against a specific religion or based on religion. Is this Muslim ban, quote unquote, against the country's founding document?
Well, you're asking a few questions here, so let's tease this out a little bit. So we have a constitution, and you're right, the First Amendment says Congress will make no law respecting an establishment of religion. The Constitution, however, applies to U.S. citizens in the first instance, and it applies to, under the 14th Amendment, it applies to all people on United States soil in terms of equal protection, as we discussed. So the U.S. Constitution does not apply to people outside of the United States who are wanting to come in.
Okay, so that's a point.
That's number one. However, the family of the world is connected. And usually when somebody's wanting to come to the United States, there are people here that are related to them and that love them. They have First Amendment rights.
President Trump has threatened various cities to withhold federal funding if they don't abide by various immigration statutes, legal or not.
Okay, this is another really complicated question. So there's a few things at play here. The U.S. Supreme Court and Prince versus United States said that the federal government cannot, or actually Congress cannot, commandeer state officials. They can't tell them what to do. However, when you have federal funding at play, you can limit that because the states do not have a right to federal funding. There is no implicit right. However, this is the president and not Congress saying what the state officials can and can't do. So can the president do what Congress can? That's the real question here. He might be able to. The Supreme Court might say yes.
Lorianne, thank you very much for speaking to us. Thank you.
Some legal observers believe that the presidential oath reflects a uniquely personal duty to protect the Constitution from threats, both internal and external. Others see things a little bit more fluidly. So where does the U.S. president lie in all of these issues? Are his actions leading the country towards a constitutional crisis? Well, it's time to lay it on the table. Joining me now here in the studio are John Burnett, who is a strategic advisor for the New York Republican State Committee, and Professor William Ariza from the Brooklyn Law School. Gentlemen, welcome to both of you. Bill, let me start with you. The southern states wanting to get away from the Union back in 1861.
Yes.
That's a constitutional crisis. Bush versus Gore in 2000, the Florida recount, that's a constitutional crisis. Is what we're going through today considered a constitutional crisis?
I wouldn't call it a constitutional crisis yet. What the president has been doing is something that is governed by a structure of laws and norms. And so far, those laws and norms have been more or less holding firm. It's always possible that the president could take one step too far and, in fact, provoke a constitutional crisis. Firing Robert Mueller, for example, might provoke such a crisis. I don't think we're there yet.
Okay. John, let me turn to you. When the president first proposed the idea of the Muslim ban, that was overturned by a federal court. Just recently, we've seen President Trump also issue an executive order banning the possibility of asylum for those who cross illegally. That's also been overturned. Sooner or later, these issues are going to go up to the Supreme Court. Right. But with Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court now, is this a strategy that President Trump might be playing?
Well, initially, the travel ban was struck down. But then I believe, based upon history, it was eventually upheld because the president has the obligation and the right at his discretion based upon information that we all know and some, foreign intelligence that he's privy to make those decisions. And I think that it's also playing out in some of these other decisions. Look, the thing is, we are a welcoming nation, but what we've seen of late, even Mexico is looking at this situation, some of the citizens as well as the government. Like, you know what? They've been bombarded with thousands and thousands of people demanding to be taken care of until the U.S. government can actually process them at the border. And then they have this sense of entitlement that, you know what, we want in. And when you look at it, it's not just asylum seekers. These are strong, enabled, bodied men, not just families, in the number of approximately 80%.
But they are protected under the Fifth Amendment, though.
And under statutory law.
Yeah, but the thing is that you don't get the right to cross the border anywhere along the border. You have to go to specific points of entry. But also the thing is that while everyday citizens, the forgotten men and women of this country are fed up with the federal government giving a lot of perks and a lot of things to people from the outside, well, we're not doing what we need to do internally. So those things have to be addressed.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that we should go against the 14th Amendment, but what we need to do is cut out some of these loopholes.
Okay.
What's the right way to tackle this then?
Yes, well, so absolutely the president has lots of discretion. Absolutely there is a mandate on his part to take care that the laws are executed and that the country is safe. But he has to do that within the framework of law. And indeed, the initial question about whether we have a constitutional crisis, in a lot of ways, turns on whether the president is taking care of these responsibilities in a way that is allowed by law or acting extra legal.
But let me push back on that for a second. The moment that many of these individuals from Central America actually cross the Mexican border, the asylum claim is moot. Completely. And that's a point that's overlooked.
They have a right to seek asylum from the country they choose.
They are coming to America under the guise of asylum when they really want job, economic opportunity. So let's call it what it is and not mask it for the purpose of undermining our laws.
The problem is we don't know what it is, and it's the whole purpose of the asylum process to suss out what the actual motivations are.
Okay. For decades now, this immigration issue has been coined by both sides as broken. How do you move forward? How do you fix it then?
It has to be bipartisan. If you do this in a ram it down the throat of the other party way, it is not a compromise that's going to stick. It's not a law that's going to stick. This has to be something that everyone has their signature on, that everyone has their fingerprints on.
We've been saying that for decades now.
Would it let at least 60 votes in the Senate and not 50 or 51, right?
Well, if Speaker McConnell wants to make it 50, he can do that.
Yeah, but you know what? I think in the spirit of agreeing, we're actually going to agree on the final talking point. But I think that we shouldn't actually ram it, to your point, down the American people's throat. Yes, they did vote for President Trump, but also we have to respect both sides to make sure that we can maintain unity in our land.
Especially because what happened 2 Tuesdays ago.
Okay.
Yes.
William and John, thank you very much for joining us here on The Square. Appreciate all the insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk more about the Fifth Amendment now and the issue of immigration. The amendment says that no one should be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Thousands of migrants from across Central America have been traveling towards the U.S.-Mexico border for weeks now. And President Donald Trump says it's an invasion, and he wants to stop them from claiming asylum. But is that constitutional? Our Nicole Johnson reports from Mexico.
Salomon Santos and his family left Honduras with one goal in mind: to cross the border to the United States. He blames gang violence for driving him from home.
If it wasn't a question of our lives, we wouldn't have put ourselves in this situation. But over there, life is hard and dangerous. I just want to protect my family, and we're seeking a dignified life.
But that's unlikely to happen while Donald Trump is US president. He says the caravan must be stopped.
Caravan after caravan, isn't that nice, of illegal aliens to flood into our country and overwhelm your communities. That's what's happened. Have you seen the pictures?
Trump is using executive power to overturn or bypass America's immigration laws. He wants to deny the right to apply for asylum to anyone who enters the US illegally, arguing refugees are a threat to national security. However, the United Nations says people are forced to cross illegally because the alternative, going through an official border crossing, takes months. The president's attempt to change asylum law has been temporarily blocked. A federal judge found that it was unconstitutional because it violated Congress. So for now, it's on hold. But thousands of people are traveling to the US border anyway.
Long-standing insufficient reception capacity at the official US southern border port of entry implies significant delays in the northern part of Mexico. And this is forcing many vulnerable asylum seekers to turn in desperation in the hand of smugglers and cross the border irregularly.
That's what Fernando Lanza wants to do.
I would rather smuggle myself across the border and stay without documents, because the asylum process has become much harder. They detain you for months, make you wear an ankle monitor, or make you sign a paper giving up your rights. I can't risk being deported.
There's another constitutional question here. Is President Trump trying to overturn the Fifth Amendment? A 1993 ruling found that amendment entitles everyone to a proper legal process in the case of possible deportation. The American Civil Liberties Union is now suing the president over this. If it fails, the only route to asylum in the US will be through a designated port of entry. That leaves thousands of people stuck in migrant caravans across Mexico with little hope of ever making it to the United States. And in the end, that is President Trump's goal. Nicole Johnston, The Square, Tijuana.
Let's talk more about the issues now with Professor Gary Nordlinger from George Washington University, who joins us from Washington, D.C. Gary, thank you very much for joining us. I think the question is simple here. Is President Trump trying to act above the Constitution?
No, I don't think he is, but I think he's trying to press his powers to the limit of the Constitution. And Donald Trump loves a good fight. It gives him plenty of media attention. You know, he likes being seen as a combative, fighting figure.
These thousands of immigrants who have been traveling with the caravan from Central America up towards the U.S. border, they're not U.S. citizens, but are they protected under the U.S. Constitution? Do they have rights under the Constitution?
Not until they enter the United States. Now, on the other hand, if they have relatives that are legally living within the United States, then those relatives have the right to, try to get them visas to enter the United States. But that's an entirely different issue.
How does this process all play out? Is this likely to go up to the Supreme Court?
Oh, I guarantee you it will go to the Supreme Court. What we have is that there are about 780 district court judges in the United States at the federal level. One of those 780 said, hey, this isn't right, it's illegal, I'm putting an injunction on this. But what really matters is what does the majority of the 9-member Supreme Court have to say? And I think you will see this fast track to the Supreme Court.
What do you think they're likely to say? And is this a tactic that President Trump is playing that he can play in his advantage?
Listen, Donald Trump has taken the issue of illegal immigration from the day he announced for office in 2015. And he has taken that issue, secured the Republican nomination for president, and then won the presidency. So this is his signature issue. And, he's going to bend over backwards to try to keep these people out of the United States.
This is not the first stab he's having at his signature issue in terms of immigration. We've seen it before when he brought up the issue of the quote-unquote Muslim ban or the travel ban. How do you think this compares to what's going on right now?
Well, I think there are a lot of parallels. That ultimately went to the Supreme Court. It was a case called Trump versus Hawaii. The Supreme Court said, hey, wait a minute. When it comes to regulating who enters the United States, the president has very, very wide authority here and a lot of discretion.
Okay. Gary Nordlinger joining us from Washington. Thank you very much for joining us here on The Square. So what do you get when you put lawyers around a table? Well, beyond a reasonable doubt, they'll tell you what's legal, what's not, what you can get away with, and what you can't. And if you're wondering about Donald Trump's case, they'll tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Courtney Keeley with TRT World, and we're at Hobby's Delicatessen, a true deli landmark in Newark, New Jersey. I'm with 3 practicing lawyers, 1 law student and journalist, and we're going to be talking about the Constitution. Our case is being made to tell the president, you have to cede your powers here, you're overstepping the Constitution. What comes to mind when I ask you that question?
The Democrats have recently taken control of the House, and they may start exercising their subpoena power.
What's happening is that people are getting lost in his tweets.
It's the idea of what is the limit of presidential power and what is the limit of executive power. I think what you're seeing now is people see Trump, part of it being noise, tweets at 3 o'clock in the morning. Part of it is many people thinking running rampant in terms of the courts.
He may be getting legal counsel. There's a lot of smart lawyers around him, but he may not be listening to the legal counsel.
Where in the law does all of what he's saying he's going to do and what he can do lie?
The Republicans still control the Senate. So, in terms of who's going to be the judicial force to try to check the president, that's going to go one way. In terms of the legislative force to check the president, that's going to go another way.
Let's move on to CNN First Amendment.
Jim Acosta is claiming, and CNN, first that by revoking his press credentials to the White House, his hard pass to get into the White House, that the president is infringing upon his First Amendment rights. The second aspect of that is that by taking away that hard pass, Jim Acosta was deprived of his constitutional due process, and so that would be the Fifth Amendment.
So this is a purely constitutional argument in which you have conservatives arguing with liberals and saying it's unconstitutional. You have a couple of constitutional scholars that say it's not unconstitutional. At least it's a cogent argument back and forth, but I think the majority by far says that it was an unconstitutional move.
When you go back to something like Fox News joining in with CNN on a challenge to press access to the White House press conferences, I think Voltaire's maxim that I detest what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it is what should be applying.
Regardless of whether you're liberal or conservative, you want your views to be heard and you want them to be protected.
So clearly you guys are all proponents of the First Amendment, but overall fans of the Constitution?
It's the Constitution. America is not held together by blood, language, or religion. It is held together by the Constitution. It's the best thing the Founding Fathers did, and it's the thing that's going to keep us together going forward.
Donald Trump is a divisive character, and as we enter the second half of his presidency, it seems as though he's determined to push some hardline policies through. We know he doesn't shy away from the opposition. The question, though, is whether he's willing to take on the law of the land in order to make his mark. Well, that's it from our team here in New York. Thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you next time here on The Square.
Thank you.
I learned so much about coronavirus.
What does an artist subscription?
That's for certain. Don't let it.
Sorry. Just another fascinating video. Okay, final video. See, Trump calls part of Constitution. Oh, you're gonna hate Trump after seeing this.
Trump calls part of Constitution phony. Watch CNN analyst explain it to him.
You're gonna hate him more. More people are gonna hate him when after seeing this.
CNN analyst Carrie Cordero explains why the Emoluments Clause is part of the Constitution after President Donald Trump called it phony.
Well, let's watch it. See.
President Trump said that. President Trump said that if the G7 had been held at his resort in Doral, Florida, it would have been free. What on earth is he talking about? No one ever said anything about he would pick up the expenses for it. That's made up.
Yeah, the chief of staff, acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, had a long press conference last week where he said that it would be done at cost. He said nothing about it being free. It was not part of the talking points from the White House as they were trying to defend this over the 48 hours that it was a thing. And then after it became not a thing and the president pulled it back, he said, oh, I would have done it for free. So there's some sort of revisionist history here where the president's trying to make it look better than it would otherwise. And Republicans were the ones that really caused this to be pulled back. It wasn't Democrats. It wasn't the media, as the president said. But over the weekend, he talked to a lot of Republicans who said this is not a good idea. Not only the constitutional problems with the Emoluments Clause, but also politically, it doesn't look good to have the president basically awarding himself a federal contract. It's very easy for Democrats or anyone to put this to the public and say, this does not look good. The president is awarding his own hotel, this government contract, and having foreign leaders pay to stay at his hotel. It's a very easy argument to make for Democrats, and that's why Republicans were like, let's go a different route.
Yeah, this stinks. Exactly. And Kerry, the president went on a bit of a rant about Doral, and he mentioned the Constitution, a specific clause, a very, very real clause. I want you to take a listen.
I don't run my business. I actually put all the stuff in trusts. They run my, and I didn't have to do that. I'm under no obligation to do it. I don't think you people with this phony emoluments clause, and by the way, I would say that it's cost me anywhere from $2 to $5 billion to be president.
Yeah, we have absolutely no idea where he gets that number from, and of course we have no idea what his tax returns look like, because for the first time since the 70s he hasn't released them. But that said, I want to focus on this phrase, this phony emoluments clause. It's not a phony clause, but why don't you, and the president sometimes watches cable news, I believe. Why don't you try to explain what the emoluments clause is?
Sure. So this is the Constitution. And in the Constitution, there are two different references to emoluments. Emoluments means fee or compensation. And there's one part of the Constitution that talks about domestic emoluments, which means that he can't accept an emolument or a fee from the United States government or from the states. And then there's a second part in the emoluments clause which talks about foreign emoluments. And that means that as president, he can't receive a fee or emoluments from a king or a foreign government or a foreign state. And they're both in the Constitution. It's not phony. It's right here.
And just not to put too fine a point on it, but the fact of the matter is he's violating these every day because people are staying in his hotels. One of the unspoken parts of that rough transcript with the president of Ukraine is when the president of Ukraine says, "Hey, I stayed at one of your hotels."
That's great.
I mean, that was the least of the crimes in that thing. But I mean, this is something that the president violates every time. Poor Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, who doesn't love a girl who carries a pocket constitution? Props to Carrie right here. But what's amazing about this is that it shows Republicans can have influence over the president when they choose to exercise that power. He still has an emoluments problem that needs to be dealt with, but this reminds me somewhat of the Access Hollywood tape when Donald Trump's nomination was really in trouble and Republicans were ready to possibly abandon him. And they essentially forced him to go to the camera and issue that weird apology. Yeah. Donald Trump gets backed into a corner sometimes. And so I hope Republicans who realize that the president presents political problems for them understand that if they speak out in truth when they're right on constitutional issues, they can force him to take a better course.
Very interesting. So, did that get your hatred? Did that get your blood boil? So tell me, did that make you hate Trump more? Raise your hand. Okay then. So, now you know that Trump is a danger to the United States and its Constitution, and must be removed from office. So whether you vote by mail or in person, when you receive your ballot, make sure you cast your vote for anyone but Trump. Okay? That's my message on this Constitution Day. Now you know that Trump is a danger to the United States and its Constitution, and must be removed from office. So whether you vote by mail or in person, when you receive your ballot, make sure you cast your vote for anyone but Trump. Okay? That's my message on this Constitution Day. Also, before I forget, so what? There's an entire website here that's dedicated to Constitution Day, celebrating the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. You can visit it by going to www.constitutionday.com. It has the welcome, the Constitution, the amendments, the Founding Fathers, and even a gift shop. Life, liberty, freedom, and prosperity. And here's the Constitution right here. You can learn a lot from here. Even read the Constitution. But for now, I would like for you to celebrate U.S. Constitution Day through activities like learning, parades, and demonstrations of our love for the United States of America and the blessings of freedom our Founding Fathers secured for us. And I, along with a lot of other people, encourage you to observe this important day in our nation's history by attending local events in your area. Again, check it. I'll leave a link to the website in the description section about the Constitution Day. So if you want So if you want to go to visit this website to go and learn more about the Constitution and those who signed it and the founding fathers and everything about it. I think everything anyway. Just go to www.constitutionday.com. But anyway, thank you for taking the time out of your day to watch this YouTube video. I know it was long, but if you managed to stick through the whole thing, thank you. Thank you. Now please. Please be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and click that bell icon to be notified of future uploads. And share this channel with as many people as you can. Friends, family, complete strangers. The possibilities are endless. Help this channel keep the 1,000 subscribers that I've attained thanks to you. Also, and as for this video, watch that. Help my video get those results or more. If you could do that for me, I would be very grateful and thankful. But for now, this is Jeffrey Bartos signing off with the song "We the People."
We believe in liberty, democracy, the will of the majority. Congress makes the laws, our courts interpret laws. The executive branch leads and enforces the laws. The creation of a nation with state cooperation needs our participation so that we, the people, keep the land we love. Because we, the people, are America.